What would you do if you could transmigrate to the anime you designed? Upon transmigrate to the anime world, Owen found himself standing at the edge of the arena. A tall, coldly beautiful figure held a staff, arrogantly surveying the crowd. At this moment, the system sounded. Ding, please choose. 1. Challenge on stage to receive a god tier reward. 2. Abandon the challenge and lose 50% HP. Challenge. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a god tier reward. God tier talent. Order of Merlin, host leveling speed increased tenfold. God tier skill. Mana void, host surroundings become a no magic zone. God tier weapon. Godslayer staff, the strongest weapon. Can transform into any shape. Nice, let me show you the power of a transmigrator. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, please choose. 1. Host marries the strongest female antagonist and conquers the world together. 2. Abandon the challenge and lose 100% HP. Excuse me, is there even a choice here? Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Do you dare challenge me? Hurt. That's hurt. It felt like waking up from a terrible hangover. Owen's head throbbed with piercing pain, as if needles were stirring his brain. He slapped his head hard, and the pain finally subsided a little. Then, countless chaotic, noisy voices speaking in an unfamiliar language flooded into his ears. Gradually, he began to understand the meaning of the words. Winning 109 consecutive matches in the tournament, Madeline truly lives up to her name as the Thorny Rose of House Ravenwood, the largest family in the Azure Kingdom. So many self-proclaimed geniuses have fallen at her feet. Who will finally win her heart? The 110th match won't be easy. Her opponent is Garner from Blackwind Academy, hailed as a prodigy seen once in 50 years. Blackwind Academy regards him as the Tiger in the South, their ultimate champion. Owen forced his eyes open. Warm light streamed down from the clear azure sky, and he squinted slightly, trying to adjust. The first thing he saw was a spacious plaza, crowded with people. Blonde men and women with blue eyes craned their necks, all focusing on the center stage. The stage rose several meters above the plaza, made of solid obsidian, entirely black and sturdy. It covered a considerable area, and there stood a man and a woman facing each other. Owen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the stunning girl. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. The girl had long hair like golden waves, skin as white and tender as a baby's, and her features were still a bit youthful, but her eyes were full of pride. Her slim waist, impressive bust, tightly wrapped in a purple noble dress, showcased her stunning curves. She was holding a white angelic staff, pointing it forward. Madeline, isn't this the anime character I designed? The more Owen looked, the more familiar the girl seemed. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. However, the scene before him did not change. Instead, unfamiliar memories began to flood his mind. Owen Orphan Commoner Azure Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. Absorbing the memories, Owen quickly calmed down. His predecessor was an orphan, alone and unprotected, who had just suddenly died while watching the competition, allowing Owen to cross over into this world. Boom! Suddenly, the young man on the stage took a step forward, charging towards the proud-looking Madeline. Strange black light patterns swirled around his fists, resembling entwined swords, creating deafening air explosions. As the young man displayed his formidable attack, the spectators gasped in amazement, their attention entirely focused on the stage. At this moment, in a crystal palace at the center of the plaza, King Aldrich of the Azure Kingdom, seated on his throne, swirled the wine in his glass, watching the stage with great interest. No wonder Garner is the most famous prodigy of Blackwind Academy. His explosive power and speed in this move far surpass his peers. I wonder how Madeline will respond. Although she is an outstanding mage, Garner's close combat power is quite astonishing and poses a significant threat to her. Hearing King Aldrich speak, Duke Charles Ravenwood, the head of House Ravenwood sitting beside him, confidently bowed and said with a smile. Though my daughter is a mage, she knows a bit about combat. Garner's explosive power is impressive, but defeating her is still a long shot. Blackwind Academy trying to overshadow us is simply impossible. Having said this, Charles fixed his gaze on Madeline. As Madeline's father, he knew his second daughter too well. She was astonishingly proud, thinking that other noble heirs were all useless. She insisted on hosting a martial arts tournament to find a genius who could defeat her and propose marriage. And Madeline's strength was almost unmatched among her peers. So he agreed, thinking that if a young genius could indeed defeat her, it would curb her arrogance, and they could form alliances with exceptional talents, enhancing the family's power. Whether the engagement would happen or not, the final decision rested with him. Madeline, the future legendary mage, and one of the main characters beloved in the original anime. In the crowd, Owen's eyes heated up as he watched the two on the verge of clashing on stage. As the character designer of the anime, he knew the entire series very well. Madeline was an extremely important character. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, making her the dream girl of many noble scions in the imperial capital, but her future prospects were also limitless. However, considering his current status as an orphan and a commoner, Owen suppressed his excitement for the moment. In the rigid aristocratic hierarchy of the empire, someone like him with no background or status could hardly find any opportunity for learning or cultivation, let alone a decent job. This was why his predecessor lived such a precarious life, struggling even to get enough food and eventually dying suddenly here. Moreover, House Ravenwood was the largest military family in the Azure Kingdom. It would be extremely difficult and risky to try to get into their good graces. Once inside a noble family, life would be entirely out of his control, especially with the turbulent undercurrents within the ducal mansion. It would be better to rely on modern knowledge first, become a wealthy businessman, and wait for the right moment. Thinking of the various plots in time travel stories where the protagonist becomes rich through modern knowledge, he couldn't help but feel a surge of enthusiasm. With this thought, he calmed down and looked back at the stage, recalling the anime plot. According to the original anime, Garner might seem fierce now, but he was no match for Madeline and would be defeated in a few moves. Firestorm. On the stage, Madeline shouted, and her staff erupted in crimson flames, which then turned into a dense rain of fire, surging towards Garner like a blazing storm. Garner's pupils contracted sharply. The attack was too dense to dodge, leaving him no choice but to defend. Just as he raised his arms to block, the approaching flame suddenly exploded, creating a terrifying blast wave that sent him flying backward. The sword patterns on his arms dissipated instantly under the impact, his long sleeves turned to ash, and his arm skin was charred black, emitting smoke and almost turning to charcoal. Damn it! With his arms nearly crippled and excruciating pain piercing through him, Garner's eyes turned blood red, but he did not intend to give up. Instead, he charged at Madeline like a raging beast. Even though he was seriously injured, Garner knew that Madeline had consumed a lot of mana. If he could just get close to her, he might still have a chance. Madeline, this fight is over, you have lost. As he finished speaking, he had already reached Madeline. However, Madeline remained calm, a teasing smile playing at her lips. Garner suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Then, his back felt scorching hot. The firestorm that had originally passed him by had bizarrely turned back, and the intense heat wave hit him as if he were being struck by magma. His body began to emit hot steam as if he was about to be vaporized. Madeline, an old voice rang out at this moment. The vice principal of Blackwind Academy appeared on the stage like a ghost, blocking the returning firestorm with one hand while striking Garner's neck with the other, knocking him Out. Garner was outmatched and embarrassed Madeline. This fight is yours, then swiftly left the stage, carrying the unconscious Garner. With that, he bowed. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. One move, Madeline had defeated the prodigy known as the Tiger in the South with a single strike. Moreover, had the elder from Blackwind Academy not intervened, Garner's life would have been in danger. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted into wild cheers, looking at the graceful figure standing on the stage like an immortal monument. Madeline is invincible. Madeline, I love you. Madeline glanced at the unconscious Garner being carried away and shook her head slightly in disappointment before turning her attention to the crowd. Who else dares to come up and fight? As her voice fell, the previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. They had already witnessed Madeline's strength many times, knowing that they couldn't possibly defeat her. Not a single person was willing to step onto the stage. When Madeline's provocative gaze swept over them, none dared to meet her eyes. They hurriedly lowered their heads and stepped back, indicating their submission. Oh, suddenly, Madeline made a curious sound, her gaze stopping on a young man standing in the crowd who had not stepped back. The young man appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, somewhat thin, with tattered yet clean clothes. His deep eyes were like black gemstones, calm and indifferent, showing no trace of fear. This person seemed different from everyone else she had seen. As Madeline's gaze focused on him, Owen was taken aback. Only then did he realize that while he had been engrossed in recalling the anime plot, all the men stared at by Madeline had stepped back. He was left standing alone at the front. Owen's heart skipped a beat. How could he possibly be a match for Madeline? Just as he was about to step back, a loud noise suddenly filled his mind, and a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Leave, and obtain random information. Step onto the stage and challenge her, and receive a God-tier reward. Chapter 2 God-tier reward. 1. Leave, and obtain random information. 2. Step onto the stage and challenge her, and receive a God-tier reward. Hearing the mechanical voice in his ears, Owen was shocked. A system, the indispensable system for transmigrators, had finally arrived. Looking at the two choices given by the system, Owen fell into deep thought. Although he didn't understand the system's intentions, the first option was clearly not the better choice. After all, the random information might be valuable, but it could also be trivial. The difference in potential outcomes was too great. Moreover, based on his knowledge of the anime's original plot, he didn't have a high demand for information. However, this choice was undoubtedly very safe and carried no risk. As for the second choice, a God-tier reward was undoubtedly great. However, Madeline was a top-tier prodigy. Relying solely on the God-tier reward to defeat her wouldn't be easy. While Owen was silently weighing the pros and cons, Madeline on the stage raised her staff with great interest and pointed it at Owen. Since you have the courage not to retreat, come up and fight. With Madeline's provocative words, all eyes in the venue turned to Owen. Who is this guy? Madeline actually wants to challenge him. He looks like an ordinary commoner, but why does he seem so calm and composed? Could he be a hidden dark horse? In front of Madeline, who dares to call themselves a dark horse? Even if he has some strength, Madeline is invincible. I bet he doesn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. Exactly, he'll either turn around and leave or admit defeat right there on the spot. The various voices of discussion made the plaza noisy again. Most people looked at Owen with teasing and mocking eyes, not believing he had the courage to face Madeline's challenge. Under the gaze of the crowd, Owen's expression didn't change much. He took a deep breath, then with a determined look, he began to walk towards the stage step by step. Now that Madeline had named him in her challenge, given her prideful nature, she wouldn't let him off easily. He had lived a cowardly life, his popular character designs had been exploited by the studio because of his weakness. This time, I won't bow my head. Since I have the opportunity, I have to give it my all. Moreover, if he received the God-tier talent from the system reward, he might stand a chance to defeat Madeline. Why not take a gamble? At worst, he would only be injured by Madeline, but she wouldn't kill him. With the God-tier reward, his destiny would be rewritten. In the anime's 1,000-year timeline, prodigies with God-tier talents and items were extremely rare. And those who grew up with such talents invariably became renowned figures. With talent and strength, he could better control his own destiny. Everything starts with challenging Madeline, this celestial prodigy. Step by step, Owen's pace was slow but steady, his footsteps falling clearly on the green bricks of the plaza. The crowd's clamor gradually subsided as they stared at him in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. He actually had the courage to walk onto the stage and face Madeline's challenge. On the stage, Madeline watched Owen approach, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. In her perception, the closer Owen got to the stage, the more steady his aura became, showing no signs of fear before the battle. Especially when he stepped onto the stage, there was an inexplicable confidence about him, like a blazing sun that subtly disrupted her aura of invincibility. This was an intangible change, as if the handsome young man before her had the strength and confidence to challenge her. At that moment, as Owen stepped onto the stage, his outward expression remained calm, but his heart was racing wildly. Not just because he was about to challenge the undefeated prodigy of the Empire, but also because a Phantom System panel appeared before his eyes. Choice, accept the challenge, successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a God tier talent. Order of Merlin. God tier talent, Order of Merlin greatly enhances the host's ability to convert mana, allowing the host to level up 10 times faster than ordinary people. In an instant, the mana elements around Owen began to vibrate. He felt like a massive magnet, continuously drawing mana into his body. There was no need for him to meditate actively, the mana flowed into him frantically, filling his entire being, making him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring. All previous hunger and fatigue vanished. His whole body felt brimming with boundless energy, and his vitality was unprecedentedly high. Feeling this, his heart almost leapt out of his chest with excitement. In the original anime, leveling up was extremely difficult, with each level and tier taking months or even decades to achieve. Even those with a natural affinity for mana could only train at most 3 times faster than ordinary people, but he was 10 times faster than ordinary people. Even the top prodigies, in terms of cultivation speed, were just slightly better than ordinary people compared to him. With this god-tier talent, he could easily surpass the top geniuses in a short amount of time. Owen clenched his fist in extreme satisfaction. This choice had paid off immensely. Congratulations to the host for activating the system for the first time, awarding the god-tier skill Mana Void and the god-tier weapon Godslayer staff. The system's voice echoed again. Owen's mind raced as he quickly checked the details. God-tier skill, Mana Void can drain mana within a 10-meter radius of the host, significantly enhancing the host's strength. Note, the domain range grows with the host's power. Seeing this, Owen's smile grew so wide he could barely contain it, nearly bursting into laughter. In the original anime, those who could wield a domain were formidable figures. And from the start, he could control a domain. Moreover, Mana Void was extremely domineering, whether a dark mage or a white mage. They all needed mana to cast skills and spells. For mages without a domain, this was a total suppression. After all, without mana around, a mage was just a slightly stronger ordinary person. Owen then forced himself to calm down and looked at the god-tier weapon. God-tier weapon, Godslayer staff, an ancient artifact left behind by the Dark God King. Capable of changing forms. Currently sealed, it has 7 stages. Each stage unlocked grants a new weapon form. Currently, the first stage is unlocked, allowing it to transform into a sword. God-tier weapon skill, Supreme Sword, which enhances all attacks by 100 times. It can gather mana to form a sword aura, attacking enemies from afar. The sword aura contains the killing intent of the Dark God King, making it unavoidable. Unbelievable. Worthy of being the weapon of the ancient Dark God King. After reading about the Godslayer staff, Owen could only think of one thing. Just unlocking the first stage already granted it such terrifying power. If all 7 stages were unlocked, with such a divine weapon in hand, he could surely recreate the Dark God King's legendary feats of challenging the gods alone. The mere thought made Owen excited beyond measure. Such a precious artifact needed to be unlocked as soon as possible. Next, Owen opened his personal panel. Name, Owen. Tier, Bronze Tier LV9. Talent, Order of Merlin God Tier. Experience points, 0 10,000 skills, Mana Void, Supreme Sword. Weapon, Godslayer Staff 1/7. Luck, 90 max 100 fate value, 100 obtained by seizing MC's opportunities, 1000 points to unlock the fate shop. For rewards, not bad, straight to Bronze Tier LV9. Owen was extremely satisfied. According to the tier classification, Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Master. Grandmaster, Sage, Divine. Each tier is divided into LV1 to LV9, 9 levels per tier. He was still just a lower tier mage, but with a god tier talent, god tier weapon, and a god tier domain, crossing a major tier would be effortless. While Owen was sorting through his system rewards, Madeline, opposite him, felt a smile on her pretty face gradually replaced by anger. Although she didn't understand what was going on, Owen's smile had spread so wide it nearly reached the back of his head. He wasn't taking her seriously at all. Moreover, the look in his eyes had changed from being neither humble nor arrogant to something more arrogant and eager. It seemed he was impatient to start this challenge. This feeling of being underestimated she couldn't remember the last time she had experienced it. In the past, it was always she who looked down on others, never the other way around. This guy, he must pay for his mocking smile and actions. Madeline bit her lip tightly, staring at Owen, gripping her staff more firmly. Chapter 3, A New Choice, Victory. On the stage, as anger surged in Madeline's heart, the system's voice once again echoed in Owen's mind. 1. Defeat Madeline to receive a hidden reward. 2. Be defeated and lose 50% of HP max. After reading this, Owen's expression became slightly more serious. Madeline, as the dazzling pearl of House Ravenwood, was far from simple in strength and had many secrets. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Madeline's tier had already reached Silver Tier LV10. That's right, a hidden level, Silver Tier LV10. Breaking through the limits of Silver Tier LV9, possessing combat strength comparable to Gold Tier. This was why her combat power far surpassed her peers. Moreover, her talent and skills were extremely special. They had always been concealed by House Ravenwood, making it impossible for other prodigies to defeat her without knowing the full extent of her abilities. However, Owen was clearly not in that category. In a short time, countless strategies to counter Madeline surged in his mind. With newfound confidence, Owen remained calm, giving her a faint smile, placing his right hand on his chest, and offering a slight bow. My name is Owen. I've long heard of Madeline's renowned beauty and peerless talent and strength. I hope you won't disappoint me later. Madeline's pretty face remained cold, an invisible wave of scorching heat emanating from her. Which family are you from? I have no family, just an ordinary passerby. Oh, very well. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but make sure you don't concede too early. Concede. As the heat wave hit him, Owen stood as steady as a mountain, smiling calmly. As you are now, you don't have the power to make me concede. That Owen is so arrogant, he has no self-awareness. Madeline has won over 100 matches. Exactly, he has no reputation, which means he must have no exceptional strength. Offending Madeline will surely get him a good beating. Even so, Owen looks too confident. Something feels off. Do you really think he can defeat Madeline? He may be somewhat handsome, but looks don't win battles. The crowd shook their heads slightly, thinking that Owen was arrogantly ignorant. In the Crystal Palace, King Albert took a sip of his wine and said indifferently. Charles, do you know this Owen? He looks quite confident. Charles had noticed Owen early on. Initially, he didn't care, thinking Owen might just have the courage of the ignorant. But when Owen truly stepped onto the stage, Charles suddenly realized that Owen's aura had changed significantly, making him difficult to read. After a moment of contemplation, Charles shook his head slightly and said, Your Majesty, forgive my ignorance, but I do not know this person. He may have some surprises, but I have absolute confidence in my daughter's strength. King Albert nodded slightly, agreeing with Charles's view. Owen might be unusual, but Madeline's strength was not something that could be easily shaken. Under their watchful and interested gazes, Madeline suppressed her anger and, with great poise, made a gesture for Owen to begin. You may strike first, otherwise, you won't have another chance. As the daughter of a duke, she highly valued noble etiquette. Hearing this, Owen shook his head slightly, his expression growing serious. Madeline, you shouldn't be so careless. I came to this battle with the determination to defeat you and marry you. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive plaza fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, their mouths agape, unable to believe their ears. Owen had openly declared his intent to pursue Madeline in front of everyone. What confidence, or perhaps arrogance. After a brief silence, the plaza erupted with noise, discussion soaring to the sky. This Owen is audacious. How dare he desecrate the goddess of my heart? Madeline, teach him a good lesson. Talking such big words before the fight even starts. If he loses miserably, he'll be a laughingstock. I think he's arrogant, but he's also a man of passion. What young man could resist Madeline's beauty? It's been a long time since the Empire has seen someone like this. I hope Owen can survive Madeline's wrath. The crowd around the stage glared at Owen with anger. To them, Madeline was an untouchable goddess, and Owen, an unknown figure, dared to insult her. It was outrageous. Interesting. It's rare to see young people with such courage nowadays. In the Crystal Palace, King Albert squinted slightly, taking a closer look at Owen. Though he didn't believe Owen had any chance of winning, he couldn't help but admire his bravery. Having courage is good, but blind courage is foolish, Charles said, shaking his head, growing more disdainful of Owen. Duke, what if he really wins? Someone asked hesitantly. That's absolutely impossible, Charles thumped his chest, confident. Madeline's tier had already broken limits, far surpassing other prodigies. Combined with the family's talent, she could even catch high-level gold tier warriors off guard. How could Owen possibly defeat his daughter? As they spoke, Madeline, on the stage, glared at Owen. Her cheeks flushed slightly, after all, being so openly declared to in front of everyone made her feel a bit flustered, but this shyness quickly transformed into burning anger. The person she was going to marry had to be the most outstanding genius and strong enough to stand at the pinnacle of the world, at least capable of defeating her. And Owen was far from meeting her standards. Arrogant boy, shut your mouth. Madeline, her heart ablaze with anger, only wanted to deal with Owen as quickly as possible. She immediately slammed her staff onto the ground, causing the stage to tremble slightly. The fire elements in the air instantly became agitated. But strangely, no flames gathered in front of her. What's happening? The spectators were bewildered. Judging by the turbulent fire elements around Madeline, she must have cast a powerful spell. So why was there no effect? Unlike the others, Owen had already seen through her methods. Mana gathered from all directions, filling his body. Then, he suddenly leapt forward like a leopard, charging at Madeline. Almost the instant Owen left his spot, glowing patterns appeared on the obsidian floor, and then, like a volcanic eruption, a pillar of boiling magma shot up from below. The magma hissed loudly upon contact with the air, causing the air to ripple and emit thick black smoke. Even the sturdy obsidian stage was slightly dented, scorched by the erupting magma. Had Owen been a moment slower, he would have been instantly vaporized by the magma. Interesting, but this is just the beginning. Watching Owen dodge the lethal attack, Madeline felt something was off. However, considering Owen's tier, she shook her head slightly. This move was very subtle, even a gold tier mage would have difficulty noticing it. Owen's timely dodge must have been a coincidence. Next, with the successive eruptions of magma pillars, he would have no way to survive. Under Madeline's gaze, Owen continued to advance. Boiling magma pillars erupted from the ground one after another, their speed increasing and becoming more frequent, making it impossible to avoid them. Every time a magma pillar was about to hit Owen, he managed to dodge at the last moment. As if he had already seen through this family technique. Madeline's brows furrowed, and the sense of unease in her heart grew stronger. At this moment, Owen had maneuvered himself to within 3 meters of Madeline. The confident smile on his face was clearly visible. Madeline snorted softly, her aura surging, instantly reaching silver tier LV10. An astonishing wave of power began to spread, distorting the air around her. To fall under my silver tier LV10 transcendent power, you'll be the first. Breaking through the limits not only made her mana pure, but it also enhanced her ability to manipulate and perceive surrounding mana several times over. It especially granted her a unique power that no one else had, transcendent power. Fire elemental, she shouted, and the fire elements in the distorted air exploded like fireworks. A massive flame, nearly 10 meters tall, emerged around her, with scorching waves of heat. Ready to incinerate everything nearby. Chapter 4 Mana Void. Scorching flames swept across the stage, rapidly evaporating the moisture in the air. The spectators around the stage felt unbearably hot, with each breath causing a burning pain in their lungs. They hastily retreated in fear, staring in shock at the gigantic apparition on the stage. In the midst of the raging fire elements, a bizarre creature with double horns and a blood-red body appeared. It was as large as a house, surrounded by flames, with molten patterns flowing across its skin. As soon as it manifested, the fire elements in the air almost boiled, and even the sturdy obsidian showed signs of melting. What kind of technique is this? It's terrifyingly deep. Madeline's strength is immense, but this is too horrifying. How did she do it? At this moment, the crowd, retreating like a receding tide, was filled with astonishment, having never seen such a technique before. Among the crowd, some experienced mages seemed to realize something and cried out in shock. Transcendent power. This must be transcendent power. Madeline has surely touched the legendary transcendence. Hearing this, the crowd's minds immediately recalled distant legends. The legends spoke of a level above LV9 in each tier and LV10 existence. But this level was ethereal and elusive. Even the most peerless prodigies, if lacking insight and fortune, might never touch it. Now, the technique Madeline was using far exceeded the scope of silver tier LV9, yet she had not broken through to gold tier. This could only mean she had stepped into transcendence. No wonder Madeline's strength far surpasses her peers, she has stepped into transcendence. It seems Owen has no chance at all. Transcendent power is something even some gold tier mages can't withstand. For a bronze tier LV9 to fight Madeline to this point is already impressive, but the tier gap is too vast, and the gulf of transcendence is insurmountable. Many, after their initial shock, shook their heads, believing that the outcome of this battle was already decided. After this, no peer would dare challenge Madeline again. This tournament would make Madeline one of the legendary figures of the Empire. In the Crystal Palace, King Albrecht also showed a rare expression of surprise and then said with some envy, "Charles, you have truly raised an excellent daughter. To be involved with the legendary transcendence at such a young age, her future is limitless." Receiving King Albrecht's praise, Charles nodded with a smile. Indeed, Madeline was his pride. However, his smile soon faded, and he looked at Owen with a serious expression. Where on earth did this guy come from? Owen's earlier dodging of the erupting magma pillars had already left him shocked. This family skill was extremely covert and formidable. Even if Owen were a silver tier LV9, it should have been impossible to avoid. But the reality was undeniable. Now, he had even forced Madeline to reveal her hidden techniques, which was simply unbelievable. However, Madeline's transcendent power was the ultimate move. Owen would not have another chance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. On the stage, Owen looked at the massive fire elemental, acknowledging the terrifying nature of Madeline's talent. Before the fire elemental, he could feel his body moisture evaporating, creating an unprecedented sense of danger. Transcendent power was indeed a domineering force that broke boundaries. Even seasoned gold tier mages would be on high alert at this moment. But unfortunately for her, she was facing him. In this battle, the ultimate winner would and could only be him. The next moment, Owen's mind stirred, and Mana Void activated. Invisible white waves of light spread from his body like flowing water, expanding in all directions. As the white waves of light passed, all the mana in the air seemed to be strongly pulled and drawn towards Owen's body, frantically converging within him. Wherever Mana Void extended, it became a mana vacuum. As Mana Void continued to spread, Madeline, who had just pronounced Owen's death sentence, suddenly noticed in astonishment that the turbulent fire elements around her and the roaring, fierce fire elemental had mysteriously calmed down. Then, they abruptly vanished. It was as if they had never appeared. In an instant, she couldn't even sense the presence of mana around her. It felt like an elemental wasteland, a magic dead zone. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. She stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it was real. Meanwhile, Owen's face suddenly turned pale, his eyelids heavy and his head pounding with dizziness. Although Mana Void was formidable, absorbing all the mana within its range, it greatly drained his mind power. In an instant, it nearly exhausted his mental strength, making him feel as if he hadn't slept for days, fatigued and dazed. What's going on? Why did Madeline's transcendent power disappear? No, it looks like the mana around Owen has also vanished. As the fire elemental on the stage suddenly disappeared, the crowd was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They felt as if both fighters had suddenly become ordinary people. Swish! In their astonishment, the battle-experienced Madeline stomped the ground and charged straight at Owen. Although she didn't understand why the mana around them had disappeared, she was well versed in combat. If it came down to pure fighting skills, she feared no one. Moreover, her staff was also a deadly weapon. No matter what, she needed to defeat the obviously weakened Owen first. Madeline moved swiftly. In just a breath, she was in front of Owen. The mana flowing within her staff made it seem much heavier, and she swung it fiercely, the staff slicing through the air with a piercing sonic boom. Even though there was no mana in the air, the staff still contained mana, and with its quality, it could easily shatter rocks. If it struck Owen, his flesh and blood body would never withstand the blow. Even though Owen's methods were bizarre, more so than her own, the final victor would be her. Madeline truly lives up to her reputation as a battle-hardened warrior, able to maintain her composure and make the best choice amid continuous upheavals. Watching this scene, King Albert nodded slightly in approval. The disappearance of the mana elements around Madeline had genuinely startled him. Such an unusual phenomenon was rare even for him as a king. However, Madeline reacted immediately and made the correct decision. No matter what techniques Owen had just used, if she could defeat him, all his techniques would collapse. Next to him, Charles also nodded in agreement but kept his gaze fixed on Owen. A mana vacuum. How on earth did Owen manage that? This kind of monster was actually overlooked in the Empire. Charles squinted his eyes, beginning to take Owen seriously. Even if Owen were to lose to his daughter this time, such talent was worth recruiting. Almost the moment this thought crossed his mind, a deafening clash of metal echoed from the stage. The obsidian stage trembled and shook, dust rising and momentarily obscuring everyone's view. In the next instant, a magnificent staff flew out from the stage, the resulting gust blowing the dust away like a mist. The staff landed heavily in the plaza beneath the stage, quivering with a faint white indentation visible on it. That's Madeline's staff, right? Seeing the staff, the crowd's jaws dropped in disbelief. For a mage, the staff was their weapon, especially in battle, where it was equivalent to their life. Madeline had clearly taken the initiative and had the absolute advantage. It took a moment for the crowd to recover from their shock, their eyes shifting from the staff to the stage. On the stage, Owen stood tall against the wind, now holding a dark golden greatsword. The greatsword pointed forward, its gleaming tip hovering just inches from Madeline's swan-like, smooth neck, threatening to pierce her delicate skin with one more inch. Chapter 5. Be my son-in-law. On the stage, both Owen and Madeline stood frozen like statues, unmoving. Below the stage, the crowd was utterly silent, the faint rustling of the breeze through the air was the only sound. Madeline Ravenwood had lost. At this moment, countless minds were reeling, hair standing on end, unable to believe what they were seeing. Madeline was a prodigy of the Empire, having reached silver tier level 10. Before this, she had achieved over 100 consecutive victories, completely trampling other imperial geniuses underfoot. From the strength she had displayed earlier, even an ordinary gold tier mage was no match for her. But such a legendary figure had been defeated. Even now, they were still in a daze, unable to comprehend how Owen, an obscure young man, had managed to win. Everything had turned around too quickly. It felt like a dream. In the Crystal Palace, King Albert and Duke Charles stood in a daze, their gazes fixed on the sword tip pointing at Madeline's throat. Godslayer staff, the two exclaimed almost simultaneously, finding it unbelievable. Just moments ago, they had been considering how to recruit the defeated Owen. But in the blink of an eye, not only had Owen not lost, he had his sword at Madeline's throat, nearly killing her with a single strike. The key was the dark golden greatsword in Owen's hand, which seemed familiar to them from ancient texts. The sword bore deep, abyssal patterns, its dark gold material neither quite metal nor wood. Occasionally, sword energy flickered across the blade, leaving faint black marks in the air, as if slicing through space itself. Legend had it that the ancient Dark God King left behind a shape-shifting artifact known as the Godslayer staff. This mysterious staff could transform into various weapons and possessed a power that even gods feared. This legend had persisted throughout the continent for ages. As a result, any staff that could transform into another weapon was often believed to be the Godslayer staff. Due to its immense fame, there were always similar staffs circulating in the market, but the real Godslayer staff had not been seen for many years. Considering it was the weapon of the ancient Dark God King, they couldn't believe that a mere bronze tier mage like Owen could wield it. However, the powerful aura emanating from the greatsword forced them to confront the reality before their eyes. The Godslayer staff had truly reappeared. This can't possibly be the Godslayer staff in Owen's hands. Their eyes flickered, recalling that sword strike that seemed to tear through space. The strike was not only lightning fast but also unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful crescent-shaped sword energy from the blade, momentarily blinding them. The staff in Madeline's hand couldn't withstand the strike for even a moment and was sent flying by the sword energy. Had Owen not pulled back in time, they had no doubt that Madeline's head would have been severed by that single blow. Gulp. On the stage, Madeline carefully swallowed, fearing that even a slight movement might cause the sword tip to pierce her throat. I lost. Madeline's eyes were blazed, scenes of past battles and glories flashing before her eyes like a lantern show. She had been a prodigy from a young age, receiving the best training from House Ravenwood and living up to their expectations. She became the pride of House Ravenwood and one of the brightest stars in the Empire. In this martial competition for marriage, she had secured over 100 consecutive victories, treating other prodigies like dirt and reaching the pinnacle of her pride. But now, she had been defeated by a young man of similar age standing before her. All her past efforts and pride dissipated like bubbles in the wind. Thinking about how Owen had relied on various cunning methods to break through her techniques, especially at the end when he unexpectedly used his great sword to knock her staff away and secure his victory, a deep sense of unwillingness and anger surged in her heart. Her eyes stubbornly fixed on Owen as she spoke. I refuse to accept this. Let's fight again. A loss is a loss. Even if we fought again, the one who would lose in the end would still be you. Owen smiled confidently at her, slowly sheathing the dark golden greatsword. As his words fell, the previously silent audience below the stage erupted into a clamorous uproar. Oh my god, Owen actually defeated Madeline. It's unbelievable, he has created a miracle. Given Owen's current tier, defeating Madeline in this battle will surely go down in history. Even though Owen won, it seems like Madeline isn't convinced. He wouldn't back out now, would he? I don't think so. This martial competition for marriage has spread throughout the Azure Kingdom, and even the neighboring Nether Kingdom sent prodigies from Blackwind Academy to participate. That's right, even if Madeline doesn't care about her own pride, House Ravenwood can't afford to lose face. Does this mean Owen is now Duke Charles' son-in-law? No, Madeline is my goddess, she can't marry someone like Owen. Countless voices of discussion converged from all directions to Madeline's ears on the stage. Her expression changed several times. When she heard that Owen would now become Duke Charles' son-in-law, a blush involuntarily appeared on her face. This martial competition for marriage was her own idea. Besides restricting participants' ages to under 20, there were no other requirements. Deep down, she still hoped for a peer of great strength to defeat her. After all, it was better to marry someone stronger than herself rather than being forced into a political marriage with someone she didn't like. Although she was unwilling to admit it, Owen had indeed defeated her. Was she really going to marry him? Madeline felt a turmoil in her heart. Meanwhile, as Madeline fell silent, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Owen's ears. Congratulations, host, for defeating Madeline. You have been awarded Forbidden Body Technique Upsidify Fate points plus 200 current total, 300. After seeing the system's rewards, Owen's attention was immediately drawn to the Upsidify Body Technique, and a look of intense delight appeared on his face. This body technique was a form of black magic, ranking among the top 3 powerful techniques in the anime's original lore. As the name suggests, it forcibly combines mana with cells, drastically enhancing physical strength and recovery to an incredible degree, making the body as hard as obsidian. In the state of Upsidify, performing magical skills, domains, etc., becomes much easier and more sustained due to the strong physical support. When mastered to a high degree, this technique can even enable limb regeneration. In the anime's original lore, mages are primarily divided into 2 factions, white magic and black magic. White magic focuses on the cultivation of the mage's mind power, mainly using mana from the air. Therefore, mages in the white magic faction enhance their strength by improving their mind power and their ability to resonate with environmental elements. In contrast, black magic focuses on absorbing and storing mana within the body to enhance one's strength, which has given rise to many sinister training methods. This is why it is called black magic. There is no right or wrong, no stronger or weaker between the 2 types of magic. However, black magic is generally more dangerous and unpredictable. With this body technique as a foundation, Owen could practice both black and white magic, dramatically enhancing his power to an extraordinary level. As for fate points, reaching 1000 points would unlock the fate store for redeeming rewards. For now, he would have to wait. Although he wasn't sure what could be exchanged in the fate store, the fact that fate points were tied to the protagonist indicated that it must contain highly valuable items worth anticipating. After taking stock of his rewards, Owen noticed that the previously hesitant and struggling Madeline suddenly lifted her head, staring intently at him. She took a deep breath and asked, "Do you really want to marry me?" At only 20 years old, she was not considered old among women. She had never seriously considered marriage before. Now forced to face this issue, she felt she needed to understand Owen's true intentions. Given the turmoil caused by her sister to escape marriage, she knew that marriage was not always a sweet affair. Under Madeline's piercing gaze and her pressing question, Owen initially wanted to nod. After all, Madeline was stunningly beautiful, graceful, and far surpassed any celebrities he had seen online. Moreover, she was Duke Charles's youngest daughter. Her looks, lineage, and talent were impeccable. Which man wouldn't want to marry such a woman? But before Owen could respond, Madeline seemed to think of something and shook her head, saying, "Let me share my thoughts first. You have good looks and impressive strength, but I have no plans to marry and have children for now. Besides, in a few days, I will be taking up the position of commander of the Azure Kingdom. Eagle Guard, I have not yet reached the pinnacle of magic, and I want to see what the peak of magic holds." Madeline's words were firm. As she spoke, she looked up at the sky. Owen was left dumbfounded. After saying so much, the general meaning was, "You are great, but we are not suitable." Did I just get friend-zoned? Owen frowned slightly but was not too disappointed. Madeline was proud and lofty, hardly considering anyone worthy. Her reluctance to marry him was normal. He didn't want to force it either, considering Madeline's terrifying talent. She was bound to become a legendary figure in the future. Even more daunting was her sister, Leslie. She was a force not to be reckoned with. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Owen's ears. Marry Leslie, the eldest daughter of House Ravenwood. Success. Receive a random reward. Failure. Deduction of 100% HP. Chapter 6. Marry who? What? Looking at the task given by the system, Owen was full of questions. Leslie, Madeline's sister, was currently known as the infamous delinquent of House Ravenwood. To escape an arranged marriage, she once set fire to the third prince's palace. To avoid going to the academy, she spiked her magic tutor's tea with a potent aphrodisiac. She raised numerous beasts with hellhound bloodlines, parading them around the streets and injuring countless civilians. She even kidnapped the daughter of Earl March, a fellow student, and played a ransom prank that shocked the capital. Leslie had committed various outrageous acts, becoming a notorious scourge of the capital. Just hearing her name gave people headaches. However, to Owen, these delinquent actions alone did not qualify Leslie as a demon queen. Knowing the original anime well, he understood that these exaggerated deeds were merely a facade to cover her true intentions. In the future, Leslie, who had evaded all discipline, would, after years of dormancy, decapitate the king of the Nether Kingdom with a single sword strike and massacre 1,000,000 people from the opposing Duscara to set up a formation and advance her tier. She would become the Hell Queen, a figure so terrifying that even the Dark Emperor would shudder at her name. Marrying such a deeply scheming and ruthless villainess. That's like courting death. However, if he didn't complete this task, the system would deduct 100% of his HP, and his death would undoubtedly be gruesome. Owen rubbed his aching temples and quickly made a decision. He had to find a way to marry Leslie. After all, in the early and mid stages, Leslie was still lying low, and her power wasn't yet overwhelming. If he could win her over during this period, he might have a chance to survive. But to marry her, he first needed Madeline to let go. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance with Leslie at all. After quickly thinking it over, Owen looked at the resolute Madeline, shrugged, and said, "If you don't want to marry me, that's fine. I was just looking to make a name for myself for you. I've been training long enough, and it's time the world knew who I am. Defeating you is all I need." Madeline was stunned. She had been considering negotiating with Owen, offering some compensation to gradually dissuade him. She never expected that Owen had used the martial competition as a stepping stone to fame. For a moment, anger surged in Madeline's heart again. She felt played by Owen. Despite not wanting to marry, she was well aware of her allure. Suitors would line up from the city gates to the royal palace. Owen's decisive rejection felt like a slight to her charms. Instantly enraged, Madeline prepared to rush at Owen to give him a good lesson and vent her anger. However, just as she began to summon elemental forces, a commanding voice echoed through the air. "Madeline, stand down. A momentary defeat means nothing, and your performance today was excellent. The Azure Kingdom needs talents like you." King Alberic's figure seemed to appear out of thin air on the stage. He was tall, draped in a cloak inlaid with sapphires, and wore a crown. Standing there, he was as unshakable as a mountain. The mana in the air seemed to be suppressed by some order, becoming orderly. "Greetings, your majesty." Madeline and the others were taken aback by the sudden appearance of King Alberic. They hadn't expected the busy king to be watching this martial competition. They quickly recovered, placing their right hands over their hearts and bowing respectfully. The collective sound of their salutes echoed to the sky. King Albrecht smiled and gestured for everyone to relax. Then he turned his gaze to Owen, who was standing nearby. Owen was slightly surprised, not expecting to attract King Albrecht's attention so early. He had a good impression of the Emperor, considering him a benevolent and wise ruler. So, after a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure, standing gracefully and calmly without a trace of panic. King Albrecht nodded slightly, becoming increasingly pleased with Owen. Owen's extraordinary appearance and his victory over the seemingly invincible Madeline with a bronze tier level 9 tier were impressive. Now, his composed and unflustered demeanor further set him apart, giving an impression of steadiness and propriety. Such talent was not something the Azure Kingdom could afford to overlook. Owen, judging by your attire and demeanor, you should be from the Azure Kingdom, correct? King Albrecht asked, initiating a conversation to learn more about Owen. Owen nodded and briefly recounted his current situation and past experiences to King Albrecht. Hearing that Owen was a wandering orphan, a glint of admiration flashed in King Albrecht's eyes. So young, yet you've endured the hardships of wandering. No wonder your temperament is so steady, and your combat style and experience so diverse, he praised Owen. After a few words of commendation, King Albrecht shifted the topic and asked, you are about the same age as Mary. Would you be willing to marry my daughter, Princess Mary? Owen coughed lightly, surprised that King Albrecht had brought up Princess Mary. He had a strong impression of her, not just because she was a princess but also because she was the top student at one of the 8 academies. Her magical talent was exceptional, and she had always been proud and aloof. Moreover, she had been betrothed to Prince John of the neighboring kingdom since childhood. This Prince John was no ordinary figure, he was the protagonist of the anime. Like most top anime protagonists, John's life did not start smoothly. Shortly after his engagement to Princess Mary, his kingdom was engulfed in war, and after more than a decade of conflict, it was virtually destroyed. His once exceptional magical talent mysteriously vanished as well. A few years ago, Princess Mary deemed John too weak in both talent and strength to be her equal, so she took the initiative to break off the engagement. John was furious and set a 3-year challenge with Mary, declaring grandly that the tables would turn in his favor. He then left to prove himself in 3 years. Having just transmigrated not long ago, Owen found himself entangled with a key female character from the anime, who was also the destined woman for the protagonist in the early stages. Owen's mouth twitched imperceptibly, it seemed he was already courting disaster. He could not agree to this engagement. After all, even someone with cheats would fear the protagonist destined one. Besides, he had a crucial task at hand. As Owen was pondering how to tactfully decline, Duke Charles, seeing the king personally recruiting Owen and recognizing his talent, did not want to lose such a genius. He bowed slightly to King Albrecht and said, Your Majesty, this martial competition has spread across many nations and concerns the reputation and prestige of House Ravenwood. I must insist on keeping Owen. King Albrecht, seeing this, did not press the matter further but looked curiously at Duke Charles. He knew Madeline well, she was a very opinionated and proud person. Having already refused Owen, she would not agree to marry him. Even if Duke Charles was her father, he doubted it would make a difference. Sure enough, Madeline was glaring intensely at Duke Charles, ready to counter anything he said that didn't satisfy her. Duke Charles, however, paid her no mind. After a brief contemplation, he smiled slightly at Owen and said, You participated in the martial competition for marriage and won. House Ravenwood must give you an answer and provide an explanation to the nations. Since Madeline doesn't want to marry you and you don't want to marry her either, let it be. But I have another precious daughter, Leslie. Although she is a bit mischievous, it is harmless. I hereby betroth her to you. What do you think? Owen's heart pounded hard. He had been at a loss on how to marry Leslie, and now the solution was handed to him on a silver platter. Duke Charles was truly a great father-in-law. Owen nodded earnestly and said, A gift from an elder cannot be declined. I gratefully accept. Hearing Owen's prompt acceptance, Duke Charles, Madeline, King Albrecht, and others who knew Leslie well were all a bit stunned. Leslie's notorious reputation for delinquency was well known, even in neighboring countries, where her name alone could make children stop crying. Owen should be aware of this, could it be that he actually liked this type? Owen, unaware of their thoughts, only felt their gazes were somewhat odd. He didn't dwell on it, merely letting out a deep breath. The task had finally begun. Chapter 7, The Delinquent Miss Leslie. Very well, since Mr. Owen is willing to marry my daughter Leslie, we will sign the marriage contract on the spot to finalize this matter, Duke Charles said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Despite trying to suppress his emotions, the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his eagerness. Leslie's marriage had been a headache for him, and House Ravenwood's reputation had suffered repeatedly because of her. No noble son was willing to marry Leslie. After all, her past actions had been utterly reckless. She had even burned down the palace of the third prince, to whom she was previously betrothed, without a second thought. Now, this young man with decent looks and talent was willing to marry Leslie. Duke Charles feared that once Owen learned of Leslie's past, he might regret it. Therefore, he was eager to finalize the marriage contract as soon as possible. As long as the marriage contract was signed in black and white, there would be no worry about Owen backing out. This way, House Ravenwood could not only resolve Leslie's marriage issue perfectly but also secure a promising mage. It was a win-win situation. Hearing that the marriage contract would be signed immediately, Owen's heart pounded. The reason he had agreed so quickly was because of the system task, which he had no choice but to complete. Agreeing verbally was no big deal since there was no concrete evidence, and it was merely his acceptance without involving actual marriage. He had planned to bide his time, develop further, and then figure out how to get closer to Leslie. However, once the marriage contract was signed, it would be a different story. From what he knew of Leslie, she was a villain who pursued practical benefits. She could tolerate empty words because they didn't cause her any real loss. But truly marrying her, affecting her plans and interests, was something she would not tolerate. She would definitely target him. Although it was still early in the anime timeline, Leslie's tier and influence were already considerable. At least around the capital, there was no place for him to hide. If Leslie sent an experienced gold tier mage to assassinate him, what then? Given Leslie's ruthless nature, she would definitely do it. Owen, currently only a bronze tier level 9 mage, was 2 whole tiers below a gold tier mage. And if the assassination were carried out, the danger posed by this gold tier mage would be nearly on par with a platinum tier. His current strength was far from enough to handle such a threat. As Owen felt anxious, the system seemed to sense his distress and chimed in once again. Given the host's current low strength, you can choose one of the following 3 dungeons for training and improvement. Upon selection, you will receive a corresponding passive skill. Hearing the system's voice, Owen's eyes brightened slightly. Not bad. This system was indeed considerate. Although he possessed god tier talent, domains, and even artifacts, his tier was too low to truly harness their power. He immediately focused his attention on the virtual screen before him. Nether Island, located on the Volga River north of the capital. The island is filled with strange creatures, ranging from bronze tier to platinum tier, containing dragon blood. Choosing this island will grant the passive skill Dragon Scales reduces damage from enemies up to 1 major tier higher by 20%. Not bad. With this passive skill, combined with the domineering body technique of Sidify, I become a humanoid monster. Owen blinked excitedly, convinced that the system's offerings were indeed top-notch. However, his steady nature made him refrain from immediately choosing Nether Island. While Dragon Scales was powerful, it might not be the best fit for him right now. He decided to check the other dungeons before making a decision. So, he scrolled down. Twisted Jungle, located south of the capital, is a gathering place for various jungle spellbeasts. Many powerful spellbeasts lurk there, and there are numerous opportunities for the fortunate. Choosing this jungle will grant the passive skill Spellbeast Affinity reduces hostility from enemy spellbeasts by half. Neutral spellbeasts will naturally like you, and friendly spellbeasts will be inclined to befriend you. This passive skill. After reading through the options, Owen's expression became complicated. At first glance, the passive skill didn't seem particularly useful. However, being familiar with the storyline, he knew that most areas of the Magic Continent were occupied by spellbeasts. Especially in places where rare treasures were born, these areas were almost exclusively controlled by top-tier spellbeasts. With this passive skill, venturing into those places would not only be much safer but could also yield numerous benefits. Spellbeasts, unlike humans, might treat you as a friend if they like you, even offering their precious treasures. It was an extremely unique and rare passive skill. If it weren't for his current life-threatening situation, Owen would have loved this passive skill. Unfortunately, this skill wouldn't boost his combat power in the short term. Instead, it was more like a beast tamer's divine skill. Thus, Owen looked at the last option. Pharaoh's Tower, located west of the capital. It is rumored that an ancient, unknown emperor is buried here. Wraiths, ghosts, and mummies wrapped in cloth wander within, guarding the emperor's eternal rest. Pharaoh's Tower is a place full of danger and secrets. Choosing this dungeon will grant the passive skill Starlit increases the speed of ranged magical attacks by 3 times rank from LV1 to LV3, with LV3 allowing casting faster than the speed of light. A divine skill for ranged attacks. Upon reading about Starlit, Owen swallowed hard, excitement flickering in his eyes. Generally, ranged magic attacks were powerful but relatively slow. With Starlit, he could quickly clear monsters from a distance, ensuring safety in the attack. Speed boost would make it incredibly swift. This was perfect for someone looking to rapidly advance their tier. Given his current low tier, this was crucial. Most importantly, he suddenly remembered that Pharaoh's Tower held a tremendous opportunity. Back then, after being rejected by Princess Mary, John, the protagonist, resolved to improve himself and ventured into Pharaoh's Tower, where he obtained the legendary Order of Thunder. With the power of the Order of Thunder, John's cultivation soared, using the countless ghosts as experience fodder. 3 years later, he defeated Princess Mary, gained fame in the Azure Kingdom, and embarked on his legendary journey. And considering the timeline, John had not yet entered Pharaoh's Tower. This was a golden opportunity. After all, encountering an order was incredibly rare. Once mastered, it could dramatically enhance one's abilities. While others saw him as a prodigy, Owen knew he was heavily reliant on the system. His inherent talent was quite ordinary, but if he obtained the Order of Thunder, he would truly become a top-tier prodigy in his own right. Facing Leslie, the future villain and Hell Queen, he would feel much more confident. After thorough consideration, Owen chose Pharaoh's Tower. Upon making his choice, Owen's personal panel changed accordingly. Name, Owen. Level, Bronze Tier LV9. Talent, Order of Merlin. Experience, 0 10,000. Skills, Mana Void, Supreme Sword, Starlit 0 10,000. Weapon, Godslayer Staff 1/7. Luck, 90 max 100. Fate points, 300 obtained by seizing the protagonist's opportunities, 1,000 points unlocks. Rewards in the Fate store. While Owen was choosing from the 3 dungeons provided by the system, Duke Charles noticed that Owen seemed to be deep in thought and hesitating. Growing increasingly anxious, Duke Charles quickly took out 2 marriage contracts, already signed by him, and handed them to Owen as soon as he came back to his senses. Owen, don't worry. Although Leslie has a bit of a temper, she'll surely change after the marriage. I'll also make sure to teach her during this time, Duke Charles said persuasively. Owen understood Duke Charles's intentions at a glance, but he didn't say much. He simply smiled and said, all right, since the Duke insists, I'll sign the marriage contract. However, I plan to head to Pharaoh's Tower soon to improve my tier, so I won't be able to visit House Ravenwood. Given his current low strength, he didn't want to meet Leslie too soon, especially since he didn't feel confident yet. He would wait until he obtained the Order of Thunder. Hearing this, Duke Charles frowned slightly, sensing that Owen might be hiding something. Could he be planning to use the dungeon as an excuse to run away, he thought. With this in mind, Duke Charles turned the heirloom jade ring on his thumb and put on a friendly smile. Pharaoh's Tower is filled with numerous ghosts and is extremely dangerous. This is Benedict, the commander of House Ravenwood's Wolf Guard. I'll have him accompany you to ensure your safety. If you need anything, you can let him know. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Things are getting interesting now. Inside the Duke's mansion, a few butterflies fluttered and chased each other, dancing through the vibrant garden, making the already brilliant flowers appear even more vivid. In the midst of this garden, a beautiful blonde woman sat gracefully in a pure white flower pavilion. Her head was slightly bowed, with golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Her bright sapphire eyes attentively scanned the magical compendium in her hands. Occasionally, mana would emanate from her delicate figure, making the flowers around her bloom more brightly. At one point, she seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes fluttered, and the butterflies resting on her flew away. Suddenly, beside her appeared a cold, haughty woman dressed in a red and black formal gown. She wore pristine white silk gloves, and a golden chrysanthemum emblem gleamed on her proud chest in the sunlight. This symbol represented the most luxurious chrysanthemum hotel, which governed the Azure Kingdom's commerce and travel industry. The emblem on the woman's attire signified that she was the hotel's manager, Charlotte. In the Azure Kingdom, Charlotte held a high and respected position, frequently dealing with the Empire's elite. When Charlotte appeared, her cold aura made the surrounding air chill, with snowflakes forming at her feet. However, upon seeing the blonde woman in the pavilion, her icy gaze softened considerably. She quickly bowed respectfully and said, Miss Leslie, I have just received news that you have a new fiancé. His name is Owen. He should be just an ordinary mage, but he unexpectedly defeated the second young lady in the martial competition for marriage. He is now preparing to go to Pharaoh's Tower to advance his tier. Charlotte succinctly reported the recent events to this noblewoman, who had supported and assisted her. While the Chrysanthemum Hotel outwardly managed accommodations and travel services, it was actually the largest intelligence network in the Azure Kingdom. Initially focused on overt information, under Miss Leslie's direction, it also began handling underground intelligence, leaving no news beyond its reach. Leslie continued to quietly peruse the ancient book in her hands, showing little interest in her so-called fiancé. After all, her father, Duke Charles, had long been intent on marrying her off. Even though she had established a notorious reputation as a troublemaker, it was clear he had not given up and continued to find suitors for her. She had grown used to it. However, when she heard that Owen had defeated her sister, Madeline, she finally looked up, revealing an angelic and solemnly beautiful face as she gazed at Charlotte. Although she did not particularly like her exuberant sister, Leslie was well aware of Madeline's strength. Having reached silver tier and with the support of family inheritance skills and a staff, few peers could defeat her. Yet Owen, without any notable background, managed to do so. This was unusual. Miss, the information is absolutely true, Charlotte assured quickly upon seeing Leslie's gaze. The matter was of great importance, and she had personally investigated Owen's background. Despite being somewhat incredulous, he indeed appeared to be just an ordinary mage. Such a person might be a dark horse. Although he is only bronze tier level 9, it's better to be safe than sorry. Have the vice leader of the bounty guild deal with him personally. Make sure it's done discreetly. After a brief thought, Leslie made her decision. She was not fond of uncertainties. Owen's sudden rise in presence gave her an inexplicable sense of unease. Since he was her fiancé, it was best to eliminate him. Charlotte nodded seriously, about to turn and leave when she suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Miss, when Owen defeated the second young lady, the staff he used was suspected to be the Godslayer staff. The Godslayer staff was well known across the continent, and Owen's sudden rise without any apparent reason made her suspect that he might indeed possess the real Godslayer staff. Of course, this was just her speculation without much concrete evidence. Whether it's true or not, start spreading the news that the Godslayer staff has resurfaced. Since he likes the spotlight, I'll add fuel to the fire, Leslie said lightly. If she was going to eliminate Owen, she would first muddy the water so no one would link it back to her. Moreover, she was confident that with the Chrysanthemum Hotel's intelligence network, many mages would be unable to resist the temptation. Regardless of the truth, they would seek out Owen to verify the claims. In that case, she might not even need the bounty guild's vice leader. Owen would likely be killed by those greedy mages. The vice leader would serve as the final measure or the one to push things over the edge. Charlotte understood Leslie's intent immediately and agreed that it was a good plan. By turning Owen into a target, his death would never be traced back to them. Meanwhile, after a moment of contemplation, Owen decided to bring Benedict and his group along to Pharaoh's Tower. He could understand Duke Charles's intention of having a wolf guard follow him. Although being watched and followed was unpleasant, Duke Charles meant no harm. Moreover, Benedict was a gold tier level 1 mage, and most of the guards were around silver. Tier level 1, with such a group accompanying him, Leslie's attempt to assassinate him would become much more difficult. With them around, he wouldn't have to worry about trivial matters. Especially considering his current state penniless, with no gold coins to buy food, water, or healing potions. Given the wealth of the Duke's mansion, he might as well take advantage of it. After all, he was now the Duke's prospective son-in-law. Seeing that Owen was ultimately willing to let Benedict and the guards accompany him, Duke Charles breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed Owen had no intention of running away from the engagement and was indeed planning to head to Pharaoh's Tower for training. Participating in the martial competition for marriage and then immediately heading to a dungeon to advance his tier, such a hard-working prodigy was truly rare. Duke Charles grew increasingly satisfied with Owen. After some friendly conversation, Duke Charles did not disturb Owen further, only reminding him not to push himself too hard. Owen, playing the part of a novice, nodded repeatedly at Duke Charles's words. After bidding Duke Charles farewell, Owen immediately set off for Pharaoh's Tower. By his estimation, it would take about half a day to reach the tower from the capital, as the distance was relatively considerable. Benedict and the guards, being seasoned warriors, accompanied Owen, replenishing supplies along the way. They especially stocked up on healing potions and those that could heal mental and physical injuries. Pharaoh's Tower might not be an extremely formidable dungeon, but the sheer number of ghosts and mummies made it dangerous. If injuries were not quickly treated, small wounds could easily become serious. As Owen headed towards Pharaoh's Tower with Benedict and his entourage, news about the martial competition for marriage began to spread among the common people. This event had already caused a stir in various countries, with top-tier prodigies from almost every kingdom participating, drawing widespread attention. No wonder Duke Charles's youngest daughter is so formidable. Madeline's strength is terrifying. Not only has she reached the silver tier limit, but her combat experience is vast. She won 109 consecutive matches, making other prodigies seem like ordinary people in comparison. It's no surprise she dared to hold a martial competition for marriage. Her strength is truly frightening. Unfortunately, she was defeated in her 110th match. What? Madeline was defeated? Who could have such strength? Garner from Blackwind Academy, or a genius from Moonspring Kingdom? Neither. It was someone named Owen, and his tier is only bronze tier level 9 inches. What? How did he do it? Madeline's strength is such that even top-tier prodigies aren't her match. What is special about this Owen? No one knows, but Miss Madeline doesn't intend to marry Owen. Duke Charles has decided to marry Leslie to him instead, so he is now Leslie's fiancé. Leslie's fiancé, the notorious Leslie. Owen has jumped into a pit of fire. I feel the same way, but I heard that the Godslayer staff is in Owen's possession and that he can wield it. Chapter 9 Challenge of the Genius Swordsman. Is it true? The Godslayer staff has reappeared and is in Owen's possession. I think it must be true, otherwise, how could he have defeated Miss Madeline? The Godslayer staff is the ancient artifact of the Dark God King. Even a master tier mage couldn't tame it. What qualifications does he have to wield it? News about Owen, especially regarding the Godslayer staff, spread like wildfire across various kingdoms. Nearly every mage was discussing the matter. Most mages believed the news to be false. They had heard about the ancient artifact Godslayer staff since childhood, and its impression was deeply ingrained in their minds. They were convinced that the shape-shifting staff Owen possessed was a counterfeit, and he could not truly wield it. However, many other mages believed it could be true. Owen, who had been so ordinary before, had suddenly become so dazzling, overshadowing the once peerless Miss Madeline. Something as legendary as the Godslayer staff could be the only thing capable of causing such a dramatic change. As a result, many mages curious about Owen and the Godslayer staff began heading towards where Owen was. While the mages of various kingdoms were already in an uproar, a change in the Academy City's genius leaderboard further ignited the atmosphere. In the top position, coveted by countless genius mages, a name that had been vacant was now filled with golden letters. Owen, number 1 on the genius leaderboard. Everyone who saw the leaderboard ranking was shocked and astonished. Whether it was the kingdoms of the Black Mage faction or the White Mage faction, both were full of outstanding prodigies. Each individual was young and ambitious, making the top 10 positions on the genius leaderboard highly contested. Especially the top 3 spots, which often remained unfilled. This leaderboard was curated by the highly rigorous Academy City, the only truly neutral city-state on the continent, and the headquarters of the continent's 8 great academies. Academy City was formed by numerous academies and primarily focused on the study of magic, historical documentation, evaluating distinguished individuals and geniuses, and recording history. Academy City was renowned across the continent, and many of the continent's current leading figures had studied there. Regarding the Academy City's leaderboard, the credibility is extremely high, making the rankings highly prestigious. Owen, 19 years old, bronze tier level 9, defeated silver tier level 10 Madeline, suspected of possessing the Godslayer staff, limitless potential, ranked first. The records about Owen on the leaderboard were brief. After reading, everyone was shocked. Although they had heard rumors of Owen defeating Madeline, it seemed unbelievable and they were unsure if it was just a myth. Now, with Academy City's acknowledgement, it was certain to be true. Undeniably, Owen's ability to cross such a significant tier and defeat Madeline shows immense potential. But ranking him first, I refuse to accept this. This leaderboard was crafted by Master Neil of Academy City. If he says Owen is ranked first, it is absolutely fair. Master Neil is highly respected in Academy City and cannot be bribed or influenced by anyone. It looks like it's necessary to meet this Owen and see how capable he truly is. In Gowato Sanctuary, Alfonso, who practiced both black and white magic, placed the genius leaderboard on the ground and twisted his neck, causing his bones to crackle. His fiery red eyes began to blaze with flames. As the first heir of the sanctuary, his strength and reputation were already well known across the continent, making him increasingly indifferent to others. However, this Owen had undoubtedly caught his attention. I hope you don't disappoint me. The flames in Alfonso's eyes roared, and a faint illusion of a fire dragon flickered behind him, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. The genius leaderboard was not a ranking of combat strength, being ranked first only indicated great talent. The true measure of strength could only be revealed through battle. Meanwhile, in the Moonspring Kingdom, before the cold and majestic Holy Spring, mist swirled. A young girl with meticulously groomed sky blue hair, standing barefoot with pristine, delicate feet, hovered above the gushing Holy Spring. Facing the six-winged angel at the center of the spring, she bowed slightly and spoke with determination in her rosy lips. With the angel's blessing, Saint Annie will bring the Godslayer staff back to the kingdom. As she finished speaking, the mist swirled around her and then gathered on her smooth back, forming a pair of wings made of vapor. The wings flickered between solid and ethereal, and with a powerful flap, her figure disappeared from the Holy Spring. Far from the Azure Kingdom, the Sahano Church was also in turmoil due to the changes in the genius leaderboard. Andre, struggling to lift a massive dark stone the size of a house while climbing a steep staircase, suddenly received some news. The patterns on his bronze skin began to glow, and his already robust, towering frame swelled with even more muscle. First on the genius leaderboard, and the Godslayer staff interesting, he laughed heartily and then slowly placed the massive stone on the ground. The earth shook as if a mountain had fallen. After setting down the stone, his figure disappeared, leaving only deep footprints to show where he had been training. In the Nether Kingdom, Prince Carlos crushed the letter in his hand into powder. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to take action personally. First on the genius leaderboard, it's been many years since anyone held that position. Even with the bloodline of the Dark Emperor, he had been left far behind in such talent. Rankings. Is it the Godslayer staff's influence? If it is, then this ancient weapon will only reach its true potential in my hands. With this thought, mana surged around Prince Carlos, and he transformed into a hawk, soaring into the sky and leaving the palace behind. On his way straight to Pharaoh's Tower, Owen originally intended to ignore the trivial matters along the way. However, as time passed, he gradually noticed that more and more presences were gathering around him, mostly young mages. Their gazes were complicated, filled with provocation, curiosity, and a keen desire to challenge him. If not for Benedict and the others firmly protecting him in the center, he had no doubt that these people would immediately challenge him. Master Owen, things seem to be getting worse. You've been listed as number 1 on the genius leaderboard by Academy City, and it mentions that you are suspected of wielding the Godslayer staff. Benedict's magical artifact lit up, and after receiving some information, he spoke to Owen with a serious expression. Hearing this, Owen frowned slightly. He had anticipated that Leslie might spread his information to muddy the waters, but he hadn't expected to catch the attention of Academy City, or to be placed at the top of the genius leaderboard. If he didn't know the old folks at Academy City so well and wasn't aware of his own talent, he might have thought they were setting him up for failure. Being in this position seemed to bring fame and recognition, but it also brought endless challenges and troubles. Master Owen, perhaps we should return to the Duke's mansion to lay low for a while. Benedict suggested when Owen remained silent. Most of the young mages gathering around them were at bronze tier or silver tier levels, not posing a significant threat. However, he knew this was only the beginning. The news spread quickly, and soon it would attract more powerful forces, leading to a situation beyond his control. Returning to the Duke's mansion before the truly formidable characters arrived would be the best course of action. Once inside the Duke's mansion, no force would dare to challenge Duke Charles's authority. Ensuring Owen's temporary safety, the other wolf guards around Benedict nodded slightly in agreement. Just then, a blue-haired woman blocked their path ahead. Her slanted phoenix eyes stared at Owen, who was protected by Benedict and the others, and a smile slowly curled at the corners of her lips. You must be Owen. I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 10 of Sightify. As she spoke, she drew her sapphire blue longsword from her waist, pointing its tip at Owen with a provocative air. Wind-chasing swordsman, Emily. It's actually her. As the woman spoke, the numerous mages gathered around Owen turned their attention to her, instantly recognizing her. I've heard her sword energy is so sharp it can cut through metal. Not only that, but she's also the sister of Moonspring Kingdom Saint, Annie, a genius swordsman from Moonspring Kingdom. Many mages looked excited. Previously, with Benedict and the wolf guard around, they hadn't dared to provoke House Ravenwood without any backing. But now, with the notable Emily challenging Owen, Benedict surely wouldn't dare to touch her. This gave them the chance to muddy the waters and attempt to challenge Owen themselves. If they lost, it wouldn't be much of a loss. But if they won, they could not only claim Owen's staff but also make a name for themselves as a prominent genius on the continent. Most importantly, they felt they had a good chance of winning. After all, Owen was only bronze tier level 9. Many among them surpassed him in tier. Miss Emily, this challenge would be better postponed. Master Owen needs to return to the Duke's mansion immediately, Benedict said, recognizing Emily and not daring to be neglectful. He bowed slightly and protected Owen behind him. Owen squinted at the renowned genius swordsman, shaking his head slightly. It was clear he had become a stepping stone in the eyes of many, a means to achieve fame. According to the continent's rules, if a challenger won, they could claim the opponent's weapon, which in this case was the Godslayer staff. Their plans were well made, but their strength was too ordinary. Seeing Owen calmly hiding behind Benedict, Emily's face flushed with anger. She said, You've just become the Duke's prospective son-in-law, and you're already planning to hide behind the Duke's protection and live off others. I despise men who live off others. Do you have the courage to come out, or are you too scared to accept the challenge? If so, you'd better grow a tail and stay indoors from now on. Benedict furrowed his thick brows, worried that Owen might act impulsively. He quickly tried to calm him, speaking in a low voice, Master Owen, you are currently in the spotlight. It's best to stay low-key. Don't take this to heart, let us handle these matters. Although Owen had defeated Miss Madeline and demonstrated great strength, his tier was only bronze tier level 9, which made them lack confidence in him. Emily, on the other hand, was no ordinary opponent, her swordsmanship was exceptional. If Owen were to lose, it would be a great embarrassment for House Ravenwood. Moreover, the Godslayer staff in Owen's possession was of utmost importance and must not be lost. While Benedict watched, Owen's eyes suddenly brightened as if he had thought of something. During their journey, he had been studying the body technique he had acquired of Sightify. This was an extremely powerful body technique, but also incredibly difficult to master. It was divided into 9 levels, and Owen had not even reached the beginner level yet. The entry threshold was very high, Owen had not yet figured it out. It required repeatedly pushing his magic to the limit, recovering, and then pushing it again to continually expand the meridians in his body. In this state of physical extremity, he needed to combine mana with every cell in his body. With so many challengers, Owen realized he could use them as stepping stones to practice Psychify. As Owen formed his plan, Benedict noticed his unflinching and composed demeanor, feeling a touch of admiration. For someone so young to have such a mature and calm disposition was truly extraordinary. Just as Benedict had this thought, he saw Owen step forward, gradually walking towards Emily. Genius swordsman. Very well, since you sincerely challenge me, let's do this. Owen's voice rang out. Those who thought he would continue hiding behind Benedict and the others were initially stunned, unable to react. Then the crowd erupted into a buzz of conversation. He's accepted the challenge. Once a challenge is accepted, there must be a decisive outcome. No one else can interfere, or it would be an insult to the challenge. This Owen is still too young. Miss Emily's sword is renowned for its speed. Even mages of higher tiers often struggle against her swift sword, ultimately being found with a flaw and defeated. The murmurs and discussions reached Benedict and the others, their expressions changing slightly as they prepared to persuade Owen against accepting the challenge. Master Owen. But just as they began to speak, Owen interrupted them with a shake of his head. Don't worry, she's not my match. Avoiding the challenge, leaving quietly, and heading straight to the dungeon for leveling up was indeed an option. However, he was long tired of laying low. Transmigrating to this world was all about living a grand and unrestrained life, righting wrongs with boldness. Why else would he train so hard? Currently, he had no fear of challenges from his peers. Moreover, being in the spotlight could also help him stay alert against any assassination attempts Leslie might arrange. As Owen stopped a short distance in front of Emily, everyone could feel that his aura had become as steady and imposing as a mountain, giving them a suffocating sense of pressure. Master Owen may be a bit high profile, but there's no denying he's a true genius. Benedict and the others looked at Owen, whose demeanor seemed to have matured, with expressions of shock. After all, enhancing one's temperament was far more difficult than simply improving one's strength. That Owen could achieve such a transformation through a single challenge was truly incredible. Across from Owen, Emily's expression grew slightly more serious after her initial surprise. You're showing some manliness now. I won't bully you, I'll give you 3 chances to strike. First, draw your sword. For Emily, Owen's swordsmanship in defeating Madeline was the key reason she had come to challenge him. While her words seemed gracious, she was actually probing Owen's abilities. You are not worthy of me drawing my sword, Owen said calmly. With these words, a moment of silence fell over the crowd. Owen then saw the veins on Emily's forehead bulge as she lunged forward with her sword. Arrogant. With a shout, her sapphire blue longsword sliced through the air silently, giving a sense of fluid grace. It moved at incredible speed, reaching Owen in an instant. Owen didn't use any skills of the Godslayer staff. Instead, at the moment of Emily's provocation, he employed the Psychify technique, compressing and concentrating the mana within and around him onto the surface of his body. The first level of Psychify, Obsidian Skin. Clang. Emily's sword struck Owen's chest with lightning speed. The sharp water magic tore through his clothes instantly, but when it touched his skin, it made a dull, metallic sound, with sparks flying off. Owen staggered back, feeling intense pain in his chest as if he had been stabbed by a steel needle. What's going on? That strike was fast, but it should have been avoidable. Even if he didn't dodge, why didn't he use a magic skill? The crowd was bewildered, especially the seasoned mages who found Owen's actions incomprehensible. I have a feeling that Owen intentionally took that hit with his body, and he succeeded. Some mages who practice dark magic were particularly astonished. The human body is far weaker than a weapon, especially one enhanced with mana. Yet Owen had done it. Emily was equally surprised. Though that strike was a probe fueled by her anger, it was delivered with 80% of her strength. But it hadn't wounded Owen, it felt like hitting indestructible metal. Does he have a defensive artifact on him? Emily's sword aura surged around her. If that were the case, Owen's strength was far less impressive than rumored. Maybe his talent is strong, but his actual strength leaves much to be desired. I actually think he's impressive. Emily is silver tier level 6, and her magic sword energy is quite formidable. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Get out of my way. Indeed, for Owen, a level 9 bronze tier mage, to withstand a blow from Emily is already quite impressive. But what's the use of just withstanding Emily's attack? Without counter-attacking, he'll never have a chance to win. Many mages gathered around were discussing this. Not far behind Owen, Benedict and his companions frowned slightly, feeling something was off. They had witnessed Owen's previous duel with Madeline firsthand. He was decisive, ruthless, and had mysterious methods. It was as if he could see through people's hearts. Even the battle-hardened Madeline was caught off guard and ultimately defeated. But in this fight with Emily, Owen had taken a completely defensive stance, lacking the chilling insight that had once made others shudder. Captain, what should we do? Master Owen is the young lady's fiancé, and the Duke specifically instructed us that the Godslayer staff must not be lost. The other wolf guards beside Benedict cautiously asked. If Owen was truly struggling, they would have to disregard the challenge rules and forcibly take Owen away. While this would affect Owen's reputation in the honor of House Ravenwood, it was nothing compared to the Duke's orders. Benedict hesitated for a moment, seeing that Owen's expression remained calm and unflustered, as if everything was going according to his plan. He shook his head and decided to wait and see. After all, Owen wielded the Godslayer staff. If he were truly in danger, he would use it immediately, and there would be no need for them to intervene so soon. Meanwhile, after Emily forced Owen back with a sword strike, she felt a bit disappointed. Owen's strength was far below her expectations. She lost some interest in him and attacked more fiercely, intending to defeat him quickly and end this boring challenge. As Emily swung her sword again, Owen's face revealed a faint smile. Just now, a tiny black dot the size of a sesame seed appeared on Owen's chest where Emily had wounded him. Under her powerful sword thrusts, the effects of practicing Psychify were becoming quite apparent. Although it was painful, he could finally start truly training in this body art. Enduring this hardship was undoubtedly worth it. With renewed confidence, Owen continued to channel the mana inside and outside his body, following the circulation method of Psychify, concentrating it on his skin. Using Emily's powerful sword energy to continually temper his skin, even down to the cellular level. Are you a punching bag? Why are you only defending and not attacking? Or is your strength really that pathetic? Emily's strikes grew more ruthless, and her words became increasingly cold and merciless. As someone devoted to the sword, she had hoped to learn something from Owen. But to her surprise, he didn't even bother to draw his sword. Thud, thud, thud. Owen withstood dozens of sword slashes, and his body was now covered with numerous wounds, looking rather battered. It seemed as if he was barely surviving under Emily's relentless assault. However, in Benedict's eyes, Owen's aura was rising. The mana swirling around and within him was surging and even boiling. Emily noticed this too, and her expression shifted from disdain and contempt to one of seriousness and astonishment. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes burned with fury. You jerk, you're using me as your sparring partner. She realized that Owen's current state appeared to be him practicing a very powerful body art. Her relentless attacks were merely hammering him like a tool, making it seem as though she had the upper hand when in reality, she was being used. With this thought, Emily could no longer suppress her anger. The mana around her flowed into her long sword like a stream, causing the blade to shine with a brilliant light, transforming into an extremely sharp sword energy that swept in all directions. Aqua's sword. Emily roared, and with this strike that concentrated most of her mana, she brought her sword down on Owen with the force of splitting a mountain. The bright sword energy transformed into a tall, pale streak, creating a swish sound in the air as it approached Owen. This fierce streak absorbed all the surrounding mana, like rivers converging into the sea, unstoppable. The ground swept by the streak was deeply gouged, plants shattered, and dirt and stones were pulverized into dust by the sword energy. What a terrifying strike. Even a gold tier mage would have to be very cautious facing this. Is this Emily's true strength? Benedict and the others were slightly shocked. Where's your sword? Why aren't you drawing it? Emily demanded loudly, staring intently at Owen after unleashing her strike. Owen's refusal to draw his sword, instead using her as a tool, had deeply angered her. My sword, once drawn, must see blood, Owen sighed, shaking his head as he found himself locked onto by her strike. It seemed Emily had realized his intentions, and given his current level of practicing of Psitify, he couldn't withstand this attack. He had no choice but to activate the Godslayer staff. The Godslayer staff transformed into the Godslayer sword. Even without using the supreme sword skill, the passive, razor-sharp sword energy would be unavoidable and devastating for Emily. Whoosh! The sound of the sword slicing through the air echoed as a dark golden greatsword appeared in Owen's hand. At that moment, those who had been amazed by Emily's explosive power couldn't help but focus on Owen. There it was, the artifact believed to be the Godslayer staff. With the Godslayer sword in hand, Owen no longer struggled as he had before. It was clear that the Psitify technique had effectively strengthened his body. Owen narrowed his eyes, and as the overwhelming sword energy surged toward him, he finally moved. Watch closely at this. With a swift motion, the sword descended. Once again, a slash forward. The dark golden greatsword glimmered with flowing patterns, its sword aura like a strand of golden hair sweeping through the void. Unlike the surging waves of sword energy before, his released sword aura was condensed to the extreme, slicing through the void and leaving a black sword mark that lingered for a long time. The increasingly fierce waves of sword energy dissipated and evaporated the moment they touched the dark golden sword aura, as if they had never existed. Immediately afterward, the dark golden sword aura continued its unstoppable momentum, heading straight for Emily. From the moment Owen slashed out, Emily sensed an intense feeling of danger. But the strike was too fast, giving her no time to react. Her aqua sword aura shattered like an egg striking a rock, vanishing without a trace. The dark golden sword aura seemed almost alive, locking onto her. She tried to retreat but found no escape. Her backward movement was nowhere near as fast as the approaching sword aura. In fact, the sword aura moved with her, its speed increasing. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Emily's aqua sword was struck by the sword aura, trembling violently. The terrifying impact sent her flying backward, crashing hard into the nearby rocky debris of the Gobi Desert, barely managing to stabilize herself. All of this happened in an instant. Almost as soon as Owen had swung his sword, Emily was defeated. So quickly that the low-tier mages had not even had time to react. Gulp! The sound of continuous swallowing echoed. Benedict and the others stared at Owen, who had just sheathed his sword, with extremely solemn expressions. Although they had known Owen's strength was formidable, they had not expected that a single strike from him could be so overwhelmingly powerful. What seemed like an ordinary slash had effortlessly torn through Emily's sword aura, which could threaten a gold-tier mage, and even defeated Emily herself. One move to crush the enemy. What just happened? Why was Emily the one defeated? Shouldn't it have been Owen who was sent flying? He must have been holding back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with that one decisive blow. Such restraint is truly terrifying. Emily's sword aura was so easily shattered. Just how powerful is Owen's combat strength? The many mages watching the battle all had a flicker of disbelief in their eyes. When they looked at Owen again, there was a newfound respect and awe on their faces. Chapter 12 Judgment Light Sword. In a corner of the desert, Emily wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gazing at Owen in shock. What an astonishing strike it had been. It seemed to cut through everything, breaking all barriers, giving her the illusion that no matter how far she fled, she could never escape. Wasn't this the ultimate swordsmanship she had been pursuing? And she had seen it in Owen. She had no regrets about her defeat. Taking a deep breath, Emily quickly composed herself from the shock and frustration, and walked step by step towards Owen. She held out her aqua sword, still surrounded by misty aura, in front of Owen. I have failed the challenge. According to the rules, my weapon, the aqua sword, is now yours. I hope you will treat it well. Although reluctant, Emily chose to abide by the challenge rules. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke, gently running her fingers along the blade of the aqua sword, as if soothing an old friend. The aqua sword, giving it to me. Owen was taken aback. Though he knew the challenge rules, Emily voluntarily offering the aqua sword still surprised him. After all, a mage's weapon is crucial to their power and growth. It enhances their combat abilities and, during the long hours of training, serves as a faithful companion. Moreover, as far as he knew, this aqua sword had been with Emily since childhood and held great significance for her. But since she had chosen to challenge him, she had to be prepared for this outcome. Owen squinted and slowly took the aqua sword into his hand. The aqua sword, a renowned magical weapon on the continent. Owen really hit the jackpot. Indeed, whether he uses the aqua sword to boost his combat power or sells it, he stands to gain immensely. Emily is truly straightforward, giving it up without any fuss or hesitation. Many mages watching this scene felt a pang of regret for Emily. After all, they had witnessed Emily's strength. She was indeed powerful, and her last strike was almost on par with a gold-tier mage. But she had lost, and she did so without relying on her sister, Annie, the Saint of Moonspring Kingdom. Otherwise, even if Owen won the challenge, he might have given some consideration to Annie. As the crowd discussed, Emily watched Owen take the aqua sword, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Instinctively, she wanted to snatch it back but quickly caught herself, stopping her outstretched hand. With a sense of loss, she turned and walked away. Wait, at that moment, Owen called out to her. Emily turned around, her eyes red and swollen, looking at Owen angrily. He had taken her sword, was he going to humiliate her as well? Before she could react, Owen tossed the aqua sword back to her. I don't need this aqua sword, you should take it back. Emily's dilated pupils contracted sharply as she caught the flying aqua sword in her hand. The feeling of regaining what she had lost swept away the sorrow in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she asked. Why are you giving the sword back to me? It's not really giving it back. I can't use your sword, so how about we trade it for something else? Owen replied with a smile. Emily frowned slightly, sensing something was off in Owen's eyes. Could it be that he was interested in her? Her cheeks turned slightly red as she prepared to firmly tell Owen that she wasn't that kind of person. But Owen continued, you should have acquired a group attack sword technique, judgment light sword, right? How about trading that skill for the aqua sword? Emily was taken aback by his words. Indeed, she had obtained the judgment light sword skill, but she had just recently acquired it and was still learning. No one else knew about it. How did Owen know? The more Emily looked at Owen, the more mysterious he seemed. Here you go. This is the skill book for judgment light sword. We are even now. Finally, she decisively pulled out a blue skill book from her chest and handed it to Owen. Although the judgment light sword is powerful, it has obvious drawbacks. Firstly, the speed of condensing the light sword is not fast, and it disperses attacks, making it less threatening. To a single target, Emily added. Owen took the skill book and nodded slightly. Owen understood everything Emily said. He also knew that the judgment light sword had purification and suppression effects on evil spirits. As for the drawback of long condensation time, with Owen's passive skill, Starlit, this was hardly an issue. Moreover, Starlit could continue to be upgraded. Once this passive skill reached level 2 or even level 3, the judgment light sword in his hands would become a devastating weapon beyond anyone's imagination. You're a decent person. If you ever come to Moonspring Kingdom, you can mention my name. Next time, we will battle again. Before turning to leave, Emily gave Owen a long, deep look. Previously, she thought Owen was just a man of empty fame, perhaps with some proficiency in swordsmanship. She believed he couldn't compare to her sister or even herself. But after fighting Owen, she realized she was completely wrong. This Owen gave her a feeling unlike any other mage she had encountered. As Emily left, the mages gathered around became agitated again. Most of their eyes were fixed on the dark golden greatsword tightly held by Owen. Godslayer staff. Most of them had come here for this legendary staff. When Emily was defeated with a single strike, Owen had used this transformed staff. This made more and more mages convinced that this was indeed the Godslayer staff. If they could obtain this legendary staff, their power would surpass Owen's. His fame and everything he had would become theirs upon acquiring the staff. With these thoughts, many mages, greed grew, and their eyes turned blood red as they slowly advanced toward Owen. Master Owen, we should leave this place. You are attracting too much attention right now. The numerous mages gathered like hungry wolves, and Benedict finally snapped out of his previous shock, hoping Owen could keep a low profile and return to the Duke's mansion. Otherwise, more and more mages would converge here. After all, he had received news that many top-tier geniuses from across the continent were already on their way. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be for them. However, Owen ignored Benedict and the others, instead sweeping his gaze over the greedy mages. Most of them were between bronze and silver tier, not particularly strong. Almost none of them could match the earlier Emily. Seeing this, Owen raised the Godslayer sword in his hand, pointing it at the approaching mages. Do you all want to challenge me as well? The chilling light of the Godslayer sword was so fierce that no one dared to look directly at its sharp edge. If you have the guts, don't rely on the staff. Yeah, if you have the guts, let's fight barehanded. Many mages shouted. The reason Emily was defeated so quickly was that Owen had used what seemed to be the Godslayer staff. Otherwise, given Emily's previously overwhelming sword aura, Owen should have been the one to lose. Owen originally did not want to pay attention to these comments. After all, magical weapons, skills, and even pets were part of one's strength. In a life and death battle, only survival mattered, no matter the means used. However, under the immense pressure from Emily just now, he had faintly touched the threshold of Obsidify. With a bit more brutal combat, putting his body under tremendous pressure, he could fully master Obsidify. So, he put away the Godslayer sword and nodded toward the mage who had just provoked him. What is your name? Eos, I challenge you. The burly mage who had urged Owen to put away his weapon charged at Owen, his eyes full of excitement. Without using the Godslayer sword, he felt very confident in winning. After all, Owen was just a bronze tier level 9 novice, while he was a silver tier level 1 mage. He was a whole tier higher than Owen. As long as he unleashed an overwhelming magical attack instantly, he could crush Owen completely. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. You think you can challenge me? Just as the thought crossed Ios's mind, Owen's internal and external mana began to resonate. Black specks of light appeared faintly on the surface of his skin, mostly where Emily had attacked him before. It was evident that the early stages of practicing Obsidify relied heavily on external pressure. In the next moment, Owen took a deep breath, his mana surging wildly within him, penetrating his bones and flesh, and finally spreading throughout his cells. An unprecedented feeling of power surged within him. Owen threw a punch, and Eos, who had just formed an earthen barrier, was directly in front of him. Bang! However, it was futile. With a dull sound, Owen, like a human bulldozer, shattered the several-meter-thick earthen barrier with brute force. The shockwave from his fist rippled out like waves, each one stronger than the last, crashing heavily onto Eos. Thud! Ios's eyes widened as he watched Owen close in, spitting blood as he was sent flying, his face filled with disbelief. Everyone watching opened their mouths in astonishment. This was too fast. Eos was a silver tier level 1 mage, yet he was sent flying with just one strike. It even seemed like Owen hadn't used any skills. It must be some kind of dark magic. Otherwise, his explosive power couldn't reach this level. Definitely, to unleash such power with just his body, he must be at least a gold tier mage. Owen must be using some body-strengthening dark magic. Don't panic, everyone. No matter how strong he is, he's still human. He will get tired, and his stamina will run out. We'll challenge him in turns, not giving him a chance to recover. Seeing Owen's immense strength once again, the eye in the eyes of the crowd grew even stronger. However, with the Godslayer staff right in front of them, none of them were willing to leave. You don't need to come at me one by one. All of you, come at me together. Owen swept his gaze across the crowd, beckoning them with his hand. From his earlier use of Obsidify, he realized it had started to take effect. However, Ios's strength was too low to be of any real help to him. Since that was the case, he might as well have these small fry come at him all at once. Owen's words made every mage present feel an immense sense of humiliation. There were at least 100 mages here. Although their strength varied and they couldn't fully utilize their staffs due to the earlier restrictions, they were still a formidable force. And yet, Owen wanted to challenge all of them by himself. It was as if he didn't even see them as a threat. Such arrogance. Benedict and the others, upon hearing this, thought Owen had gone mad. Even Benedict, the strongest among the Wolf Guard, would have to consider retreating when faced with so many mages. After all, the combined magical attacks of so many mages were not something to be taken lightly. Should we forcefully take Master Owen away from here? I agree, we should get Master Owen out of here. This is no joke, if things go wrong, he could easily die here. The other Wolf Guards looked at Benedict, their eyes full of worry and urgency. Benedict sighed. Is Owen still too young and reckless? He should have been low-key, but he chose to be so ostentatious instead. Alright, just as Benedict hesitated for a moment and decided to act together to protect Owen, Owen suddenly charged toward the crowd of mages. Good, come on. He's coming to us on his own, we can't be blamed for what happens next. Many mages were so excited that they got goosebumps, as if the Godslayer staff was waving at them. Thus, they unleashed various magical attacks, all aimed directly at Owen. Their magic was densely packed. Owen dodged some attacks and used his Obsidify-enhanced body to withstand others. Although the magical attacks caused excruciating pain, they also made his body stronger, and the black specks of light on his skin became denser. If this continued for a while longer, the domineering Obsidify technique would completely reach level 1. At that point, both his physical body and internal mana would undergo a qualitative transformation. Thinking of this, Owen became even more excited, and his attacks grew faster. Bang, bang, Owen's fists and feet became his weapons. Any mage who got too close was sent flying before they could even defend themselves. So fierce, Benedict and the other wolf guards, who had initially planned to intervene, watched as Owen charged through the crowd of mages like a rampaging bull. They all had the same thought. Even though his tier wasn't high, he was like a tiger among sheep, gradually scattering the mages. This was something they could never hope to achieve. The mages attacking Owen also began to realize something was wrong. Their magical attacks seemed to hurt Owen, but each time he was hit, his body seemed to grow stronger. The most crucial part was that while they were feeling mentally exhausted and their mana was depleting from continuous attacks, Owen still looked as energetic as ever, seemingly unaffected. Monster. He's simply a monster. Some mages began to feel a growing sense of fear. Why is his combat power so terrifying? Not only is his combat power terrifying, but his recovery ability is also astonishing, as if he is constantly under the effect of powerful healing magic. What are we supposed to do against that? Despair. Deep despair. As a result, some mages with weaker resolve retreated in fear, fleeing from the nightmare. Like young man, with some mages retreating, the already shaken crowd fell apart, fighting and retreating, unwilling to stay any longer. With the support of the Order of Merlin, Owen felt increasingly invigorated as the battle went on. Seeing that no one dared to step forward and attack, Owen stood firm and shouted. Who else? This extremely arrogant voice echoed in everyone's ears. The already terrified mages didn't dare to stay any longer and fled in panic. This Owen was too frightening. As the mages fled, a faint layer of black light completely formed on Owen's skin. Obsidify level 1, Obsidian Skin, was successfully cultivated. In an instant, Owen's cells seemed to transform into black holes, wildly absorbing mana. His previously thin, malnourished-looking body suddenly became robust, and his skin took on a hidden black sheen. His flesh was filled with explosive power. He had a strong feeling that if he faced that group of mages again, he could gradually defeat them without even getting hurt. Having dealt with the numerous mages along the way, Owen continued with Benedict and the others toward Pharaoh's Tower. After crossing the Gobi Desert, Owen and his group entered an arid desert. Pharaoh's Tower lay in the center of this desert. As they ventured deeper, a deathly silence surrounded them. The corpses of numerous mages, buried by the yellow sand, were visible along the way. Reaching this point, Benedict and the wolf guards became much more solemn, surrounding Owen protectively like stars around the moon. With a serious expression, Benedict said, Master Owen, be careful. Pharaoh's Tower is a cursed place. The monsters inside aren't particularly high level, but they are extremely strange. Many cursed zombies roam here, and they can never be truly killed. There has never been an effective strategy to deal with them, so this place has been abandoned and few mages come here anymore. The cursed zombies surrounding Pharaoh's Tower were only bronze tier, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They hid beneath the desert sands, and there was no way to eradicate them completely. As a result, no one dared to fight on a large scale here. If they attracted a large number of cursed zombies, they would be surrounded and surely perish. The many mage skeletons in the yellow sand were a stark reminder of this danger. Cursed zombies, Owen was taken aback. Weren't the creatures around Pharaoh's Tower supposed to be mummies? But he suddenly remembered that, according to the anime setting, people in this world didn't know the term mummy. The Pharaoh's Tower was known from ancient texts. And based on his memory, the mummies here were indeed strange, but they had obvious weaknesses and should be easy to defeat. While Owen was pondering this, Benedict and the others suddenly grew more serious. Their gazes fixed on the distance. Ahead of Pharaoh's Tower, in the midst of the yellow sands, sensing the approach of strangers, the mummies lying beneath the sand raised their hands and slowly emerged from the ground. Chapter 14. Step back, all of you. The yellow sand surged. Hundreds of mummies reached out their hands and rose from the yellow sand, like a terrifying forest springing up from the ground. Their skin was dry and yellow, resembling wrinkled tree bark. Their eye sockets were deeply sunken, like two black holes. The white bandages wrapped around their withered bodies fluttered, making them look sinister and horrifying. Whoosh! A dried-up mummy, wrapped in white bandages, darted out of the soft yellow sand like a ghostly serpent. Its hands, like iron clamps, swiftly lunged towards Owen and his group. Benedict and the others, seasoned wolf guard veterans, sensed the mummy the moment it charged. They formed a protective circle around him, with mana surging from their bodies. Flame slash. Earth's protection. Thorn spike. Brilliant and colorful magical attacks bombarded the approaching mummy. This mummy was not high level. Under the barrage of dense attacks, its bandages tore apart inch by inch. Then its skin and flesh were engulfed by the turbulent mana, turning into dust that scattered to the ground. However, there was no trace of relief on the faces of Benedict and the wolf guard. They knew that even if these zombies were shattered and pulverized, they would rise again from the yellow sand, virtually immortal. Sure enough, under their watchful eyes, the mummy that had just turned into sand under the magical attacks extended a withered yellow hand from the sand once more. As this mummy reappeared, the dense wave of mummies behind it also rushed towards them. Each mummy was grotesque and terrifying, exuding a decaying stench. As they surged forward, they lifted the yellow sand, blotting out the sky and bringing a suffocating sense of death. Among the wolf guard, some mages were already pale with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The number of mummies was overwhelming, stretching endlessly into the distance. The crucial point was that they were utterly unkillable. Once engulfed by their encirclement, even a gold tier mage like Benedict would be exhausted, depleted of mana, and ultimately die there, buried by the yellow sand. Master Owen, you must go quickly. These cursed bandage zombies have found us, we must retreat now. Benedict hurriedly looked at Owen, instructing some of the wolf guard to escort Owen away while they stayed behind to cover the retreat. As Benedict spoke, the mummies charged. Benedict and the other mages, already prepared, unleashed various magical skills, pushing back or scattering the approaching mummies. However, no matter how fiercely they attacked, the number of mummies did not decrease. Instead, it kept growing. Fall back. Seeing them only trying to annihilate the mummies with sheer firepower, Owen shook his head. He now understood why they had been so tense since approaching this area. Clearly, Benedict and the locals had no understanding of mummies and naturally didn't know how to deal with them. As Owen spoke, Benedict and the others were taken aback. Even with the wolf guard working together, they were only barely holding their ground against the mummies attacking like ferocious wolves. For Owen to want to handle this alone seemed like a fool's dream. Before they could try to persuade him otherwise, Owen gazed at the withered mummies and threw a punch. Clear water elements gathered on his fist, forming what seemed like a gauntlet of flowing water, and then he struck the mummy square in the chest. With a bang, water splashed everywhere. The seemingly resilient skin of the mummy absorbed the water and suddenly shattered, cracks rapidly spreading until they covered every inch of its body. Then, like dry wood, it exploded and scattered, the fragments deeply embedding into the yellow sand before disintegrating into points of light. Benedict and the others were dumbfounded, their faces full of question marks. The cursed bandage zombie was killed. They rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they were seeing. After all, these cursed bandage zombies were terrifying, with many mages falling to them, and no attacks could completely annihilate them. But now, one had died by Owen's punch. Owen retracted his fist and stood still, ignoring the stunned gazes of Benedict and the others, a slight frown on his face, showing some dissatisfaction. This mummy was at bronze tier level 3, its dry body connected to the yellow sand, making it difficult to completely annihilate. Though using pure water elements could easily destroy it, killing it only yielded 9 experience points. To level up from bronze tier level 9 to silver tier level 1 required a whopping 10,000 experience points. The experience from one mummy was just a drop in the bucket. To reach silver tier, he would need to kill over 1,000 mummies. Fortunately, there were plenty of mummies here, and inside the Pharaoh's tower, there were many more ghosts to kill. Seeing Owen frown, Benedict and the others were puzzled. From their perspective, Owen had found a way to kill these cursed zombies. This was a dungeon that had remained unconquered by mages for countless years. And yet, Owen, on his first visit, had found the key to defeating it. He was nothing short of an unprecedented genius. No wonder even the proud Academy City ranked him as the #1 genius. But shouldn't he be ecstatic about finding the strategy at this moment? Step back. The experience points from a single mummy-cursed bandage zombie, or 2. Phew, leave the rest to me. Owen changed his wording to their term for the creatures, not wanting to explain too much to them. Too few experience points. Upon hearing this, Benedict and the others finally understood why Owen was frowning. Smiling, they said, Master Owen, you've already found their weakness. With your strength and our support, you should be able to reach silver tier level 1 after training here for about 3 days. 3 days. Owen shook his head. He chose the Pharaoh's tower because there were many small monsters here, allowing him to quickly gain experience with Starlet's help. 3 days was too long. Master Owen, 3 days is already very fast. Other mages don't even know how to deal with these cursed zombies. It wouldn't matter if it was 3 days or 30 years, they wouldn't make any progress. Benedict spoke earnestly. He was worried that Owen might act too hastily and cause a major disaster here. Although these mummies were just outer monsters with bronze tier strength, their numbers were overwhelming. They felt no pain and knew no fear. If caught in the midst of them, even a gold tier mage would be exhausted and eventually surrounded and killed. Therefore, the safest approach was to lure the zombies to a suitable location, eliminate them, and repeat the process. Owen understood Benedict's point. If he were an ordinary mage, following Benedict's method would be a safe way to train in. Breakthrough, no risk involved, but he was no ordinary mage. Wait here, Owen said calmly, as the Godslayer staff appeared in his grasp. His cold gaze swept over the mummies not far away. Seeing Owen's serious and composed demeanor, Benedict and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief. They feared Owen might act as recklessly as he did when challenging those other mages. Though those mages were strong, they were still human and only sought the Godslayer staff in his hand, with no intent to kill him. But these zombies were different. They had no intelligence and only knew how to kill. If surrounded by them, they wouldn't know how to protect Owen while dealing with the zombies. Master Owen may seem arrogant, but when faced with real danger, he listens to reason. Benedict sighed in relief. As he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the mana around Owen start to surge violently. Is Master Owen casting a spell? Some of the wolf guard frowned slightly. There was still some distance to the Pharaoh's tower. Casting spells now indicated Owen might be preparing a large-scale attack to deal with the zombies. It seems Master Owen plans to use a safe long-range attack method. That's good. Even if something unexpected happens, he can retreat quickly. Some wolf guard who specialized in long-range magic guessed Owen's intention. As they finished speaking, they saw a longsword made of light elements forming above Owen's head. These light swords were about the length of an arm, with pure water elements swirling around the blades, emitting a sharp, ghostly blue aura. Chapter 15 Silver Tier Level 1. Could this be the Judgment Light Sword that Emily gave to Master Owen? Benedict's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't seen Owen use this skill before, so it must have been a recent gift from Emily. For Owen to learn it in such a short time was nothing short of extraordinary. However, long-range magic, like powerful spells and even forbidden magic, usually required a long casting time. Typically, such spells were used for farming monsters. Owen had the wolf guard to hold off the zombies, there was no need for him to use such time-consuming skills. Owen ignored the thoughts of Benedict and the others. When the first light sword condensed, he felt an inexplicable lightness within, accelerating the condensation process significantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as the light sword above Owen's head split into 2, then 4, then 8, rapidly multiplying at a visible speed, exuding a pure and holy aura. Seeing this, Benedict, who had just thought Owen's casting time might be too long, twitched at the corner of his mouth. In just a single breath, 24 light swords had condensed. Each sword emanated an aura strong enough to threaten a silver tier level 3. How did he do that? Benedict and the other wolf guard exchanged incredulous looks. They had seen skills similar to the Judgment Light Sword before, but they typically took at least 10 breaths to condense. Moreover, the number of light swords Owen had conjured far exceeded anything they had seen. Was the gap between a genius and ordinary people really this vast? Their faces were full of astonishment. Then they suddenly realized, if the zombies began a massive uprising, surging like a tidal wave, the situation could become dire. Benedict and the others turned pale, but before they could voice their concerns, Owen waved his hand forward, and the 24 light swords, swirling with abundant water elements, suddenly shot towards the mummies below the Pharaoh's tower. With the blessing of Starlet, the light swords moved at an astonishing speed, creating a piercing whistling sound as they left long trails of pale blue mist in their wake, resembling rainbows under the light. The mummies patrolling the outskirts of the Pharaoh's tower, blocking strangers from approaching, barely noticed the anomaly. As their gun heads lifted, the light swords pierced their bodies, pinning them to the yellow sand. Then, the water elements on the light swords exploded, forming powerful shockwaves like cascading waterfalls, splashing countless white water droplets at incredible speed, piercing and annihilating the surrounding mummies. Sizzle. The harsh sound of corrosion rang out. The pure water elements in the light swords, upon contact with the mummies, acted like boiling oil on a fire, rapidly decaying their bodies before turning them into points of light and dissipating. After a series of explosive sounds, Owen immediately felt a surge in experience points. In an instant, over 100 mummies had died under the light swords. His experience bar shot up like a rocket, quickly advancing to 1/10. Starlet's level bar also grew significantly, and this was just the result of a single attack. Owen was very satisfied with this rapid growth. Gradual improvement was not his style. At the same time, as Owen swiftly annihilated over 100 mummies, the desert surrounding the pharaoh's tower suddenly began to tremble. More mummies crawled out from beneath the yellow sand, their hideous faces charging towards Owen with explosive speed. Their sheer numbers caused massive tremors with each step. Benedict and the others watched in horror at this scene, although they had anticipated this to some extent. But faced with the reality of an overwhelming zombie horde, even they had no choice but to consider a temporary retreat. Their hearts filled with fear, but Owen took a deep breath, his eyes not showing any trace of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, these mummies were not just mummies, they were walking experience packs. In an instant, with a thought, more judgment light swords floated above his head, their blades shimmering with water light. Then they whistled forward. The mummies charged fearlessly, ferociously sprinting with yellow sand billowing behind them. However, as they approached, what awaited them were countless light swords and sharp, terrifying sword auras. Where the light swords passed, mummies were cut into several segments, the cut smooth as mirrors. The water elements left in the wounds quickly infiltrated, decaying the mummies like clay, which then scattered to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire yellow sand area was filled with crisscrossing sword auras and the sounds of mummies falling. Meanwhile, the experience points Owen gained from slaying mummies soared rapidly. Especially Starlet's experience, it was getting closer and closer to level 2. Once it reached level 2, not only would it passively provide faster speed, but its power would also be much stronger. Good, if I keep this up, I should be able to break through to silver tier level 1 in less than half an hour. Owen calculated silently, then smiled with satisfaction. The gap between bronze tier level 9 and silver tier level 1 might seem small, but the difference in this major tier was immense. Under normal circumstances, a silver tier level 1 mage could even battle 3 bronze tier level 9 mages. Owen could already defeat opponents across tiers, and once he advanced to silver tier, his combat power would be immeasurable. Following behind Owen as they advanced towards the pharaoh's tower, Benedict and the others were dumbfounded by the constant slaughter of zombies by the light swords. Why did this zombie army, which had made countless mages tremble, seem so fragile and weak in front of Owen? The zombies couldn't even get close to Owen before being pierced by light swords and quickly perishing. It felt like they weren't on a dangerous battlefield but were on a leisurely sightseeing tour. It was simply a crushing advance. Meanwhile, as the mummy army was disturbed, the billowing yellow sand and fluctuations quickly attracted the attention of some nearby mages. What an incredible fluctuation. It seems to be coming from the direction of Pharaoh's tower. Is someone trying to conquer it? How is that possible? Pharaoh's tower is a cursed place. So many mages have tried to conquer it and met their doom there. It's been a no-man's land for a century. People don't even pass by it, they take detours to avoid it. A group of silver tier mages stood at a distance, looking on in astonishment. Pharaoh's tower had always been desolate and quiet, and it had been years since such disturbances were seen there, but since they were nearby, they decided to band together and take a look. If they encountered any danger, they could leave together. As they approached Pharaoh's tower, they noticed that the zombies that should have been scattered across the yellow sand had vanished. If not for the dense, chaotic footprints left in the sand, they would have doubted if the terrifying zombies had ever existed. The cursed bandage zombies have disappeared. What's going on? The zombies here shouldn't be able to be annihilated. The closer they got, the more alarmed the mages became. The zombies that should have been everywhere were now nowhere to be found. As they moved deeper, they saw the chaotic fluctuations emanating from the base of Pharaoh's tower. Then they saw dense light swords, controlled by a handsome young man, tearing through the zombie horde, mowing down the zombies like grass. Every zombie struck by a light sword emitted water vapor and then turned into points of light. The zombies were really being killed. How is he doing this? A group of mages stood in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Could it be that he killed all those zombies by himself? But his tier seems to be only bronze. Tier level 9 inches. Bronze tier level 9. He looks familiar. Isn't that Owen? Owen. Yes, Leslie's fiancé, recently ranked as the continent's top genius, rumored to wield the Godslayer staff. Oh, this is astonishing. As the group of silver tier mages continued to be repeatedly shocked, Owen, who had been sweeping through the zombies, stepped into the first floor of Pharaoh's tower. As he stepped into the floor, his experience bar suddenly emitted a burst of light. Silver tier level 1, he finally broke through. Chapter 16 Gold tier boss. As the glow of leveling up enveloped Owen's body, Owen felt as if he were wrapped in sunlight, his whole body filled with a sense of comfort. The surrounding elements were drawn to him, quickly converging into his body, forming a gentle stream that flowed through his limbs and bones, strengthening his physique. His already resilient body, thanks to training with Obsidify, now had an almost crystalline, translucent quality, with impurities being expelled. At the same time, his mind power surged like a tide, growing rapidly. If his mind power had previously been ethereal and formless, it now felt like a delicate, transparent veil. Though still somewhat intangible, it was now visible. With this qualitative change in mind power, Owen's perception of his surroundings became sharper, and his affinity for the mana in the air increased. So, this is silver tier level 1. Indeed, it is several times stronger than bronze tier level 9. At this tier, he had finally stepped into the realm where most of his peer prodigies resided. Feeling the abundant energy and mana within him, Owen realized that if he were to face Madeline again, he wouldn't need to rely on footwork, technique, or his knowledge of her to win by surprise. He could now confront her head-on and achieve victory with absolute strength. He then glanced at Starlet, his passive skill, noting that its experience bar was already halfway full. It wouldn't be long before it reached level 2. Once this passive skill leveled up, his combat power would increase even further. Benedict and the others around Owen noticed the glow of leveling up emanating from him. He broke through in less than half an hour. This speed is unbelievably fast. They each showed expressions of amazement. However, recalling how many zombies Owen had killed along the way, they felt a sense of relief. Such a breakthrough speed would be incredibly shocking for anyone else. But for Owen, it seemed almost trivial. Following Owen on his journey, they had witnessed many miracles and seen countless incredible feats. It seemed like nothing was impossible for him. The gap between bronze tier level 9 and silver tier level 1 is huge. Master Owen's current strength must be even more unfathomable. Benedict studied Owen, who was gradually recovering from his leveling up state, and a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. He sensed a slight feeling of danger from Owen, something he hadn't felt before. Previously, although Owen's combat power was astonishing, his tier was too low. Benedict, being a gold tier mage, saw a vast gap between them. However, with Owen's breakthrough, the tier gap narrowed. Even facing Owen, Benedict no longer felt confident in his absolute victory. And he was now a gold tier level 5 mage. Let's go, move forward. After stabilizing his newly elevated tier, Owen smiled at Benedict and the others, then proceeded deeper along the narrow passageway. although he had completed his task of leveling up. He had yet to obtain the Order of Thunder's order. To get this order he needed to enter the second floor of Pharaoh's tower and defeat the boss guarding it. Upon arriving here, Owen faintly felt the elements within him boiling. He was one step closer to the Order of Thunder. Benedict and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed. Although the first floor of Pharaoh's tower was more perilous, Owen seemed significantly more confident after his breakthrough. Tap, tap, tap. The passageway was dim and silent, the only sound being their footsteps on the yellow brick floor. Their progress didn't last long before Owen, leading the way, suddenly squinted his eyes. Ahead, the path opened up, and a dim blue light shone through, making him slightly uncomfortable. He found himself looking at a lavishly decorated, spacious palace. The palace had few furnishings. The four walls depicted bloody, cruel methods of mummy creation, etched in red sand. Wandering around these murals were specters, moving like mindless zombies. They looked gruesome, some were missing limbs, others were twisted together, heads biting each other, and some were human-animal hybrids emitting strange hisses. It felt like stepping into a living hell. Benedict and the others saw this and their expressions grew serious. Compared to the zombies outside the pyramid, these specters were all bronze tier level 8 or higher, with many being silver tier. They roamed every corner of this wide hall, exuding a terrifying aura that caused slight distortions in one's mind power. Owen squinted, feeling the restless mana within him. The Judgment Light Sword reformed in his hands. With his mana greatly increased, the Judgment Light Sword had grown nearly twice its previous size, shining brighter, as if each blade was a piece of pure white moonstone, exuding a more sacred aura. Owen waved his hand, and the light swords before him shot towards the stronger specters with a whoosh. As Owen made his move, the specters sensed his presence and immediately howled, rushing toward him. Their semi-floating bodies stirred up cold, chilling winds within the hall. However, as soon as these specters approached, they were effortlessly pierced by the light swords, turning into black smoke and dissipating. Though these ghosts were higher level and stronger, capable of affecting a mage's mind. Power. Owen's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. He dealt with them swiftly, finding it even easier than handling the mummies earlier, moving step by step towards the second floor with an air of leisurely stroll. Benedict and the others watched the specters wail and then turned to ash, their expressions stupefied. It felt like they were being carried through the dungeon by a powerful player, with nothing to do but follow. With Owen clearing the way, no specter could pose a threat to them. Initially, they had planned to take over when Owen got tired. But as they progressed, Owen showed no signs of fatigue, instead, he looked increasingly exhilarated. As they neared the entrance to the second floor, they were surrounded by silver tier specters. At the silver tier level, eliminating them was no easy task, and Benedict and the others grew serious. Owen also noticed this. The specters exhibited a strong aversion to the holy power contained within the Judgment Light Sword. As the Judgment Light Sword flew past, it only left scratches on the specters, making them even more frenzied. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with madness and killing intent. Dark flames leapt from their bodies, creating heat waves that distorted the air and minds, making it feel like they had entered a wailing hell, disconnected from their surroundings. Most of the wolf guard around Owen were affected, their eyes glazed over, and they appeared drowsy. Benedict, being a gold tier mage with remarkable mind power, was unaffected. Seeing many wolf guard nearly turned into mindless puppets by the fluctuating influence, he became anxious. At this moment, Owen felt a stir in his heart, and a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, after vanquishing numerous specters, Starlet had leveled up to level 2. Owen formed a sword with his fingers and pointed towards the void in front of him. Instantly, numerous Judgment Light Swords flew out densely, connecting end to end, forming a gigantic light sword. With the enhancement of Starlet, the Judgment Light Sword's attack speed was faster. Its power was also more terrifying. Whoosh! The giant light sword shot out, instantly dispersing the incoming invisible waves. The entire hall seemed to be enveloped in light, a blinding white expanse. Benedict squinted, finding the sword's brilliance too dazzling to look at directly. The other wolf guard, affected by the specters, awoke at that moment to see a world bathed in extreme white. The blue specters evaporated almost instantly under the light's radiance. The white light persisted for several breaths before dissipating. As the light faded, Benedict and the others were shocked to discover that all the ghosts in the hall had been wiped out. Then they saw Owen step by step ascending to the second floor of Pharaoh's tower. The Order of Thunder was now within reach. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 is this dungeon difficult? As Owen stepped into the second level of Pharaoh's tower, more information about Pharaoh's tower resurfaced in his mind. The Sphinx, a gold tier level 5 guardian boss of Pharaoh's tower, also held a secret, the Order of Thunder. Eliminating it would grant the key to unseal the Order of Thunder. This information was extremely secretive. Currently, only the original anime protagonist, John, and himself knew about it. According to the timeline, the 3-year promise was nearing, and John would soon come to reclaim the Order of Thunder. Owen had to act quickly. If he couldn't get ahead, it might cause unforeseen troubles, and he could miss this opportunity. After Owen entered the second level of Pharaoh's tower, the scene before him began to change. The first thing that came into view was a massive triangular palace. The walls of the palace were also adorned with various ancient, intricate murals, seemingly recording the past achievements of the pharaoh. Some areas had faded red powder, and the edges of the murals were decaying and cracked, exuding an aura of antiquity. In the very center of the great hall stood a gigantic 3-story tall statue. The Sphinx. It lay prone on the ground, resplendent as if forged from gold, like the eye of a storm, emanating waves of terrifying pressure that repelled anyone attempting to approach the great hall. This was a terrifying aura, a gold tier boss. And it's a gold tier level 5 boss. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out. Benedict and the others, who were following Owen, had also entered the second level by now. Upon seeing the Sphinx, they all tensed up, exclaiming in fear. Even the strongest among them, Benedict, was staring at the Sphinx in horror. A boss of this level was not something they could contend with. If they stayed here any longer and were noticed by it, they would be doomed. A gold tier boss was inherently stronger than ordinary spell beasts and represented the elite among human mages of the corresponding tier. To deal with such a boss, one would need to be an extraordinary genius of the same tier. Otherwise, only by overwhelming it with higher tier power and sheer numbers could one have the strength to take it down. Moreover, the Sphinx was covered in an indestructible golden armor that even gold tier weapons couldn't scratch. Leaving was the best option. Master Owen, this gold tier boss seems to be sleeping. We should leave quickly. If it wakes up, we might not make it out alive. Owen lowered his voice, but his expression grew even more serious, radiating determination. This Sphinx is indeed powerful. Owen nodded, then said earnestly, you all should leave here. Leave it to me to handle. It wasn't that Owen wanted to solo the boss, but among the Wolf Guard, only the leader Benedict was a gold tier mage and could provide some assistance. The other members of the Wolf Guard were all silver tier. If a battle erupted, they could easily be injured or even killed by the aftershocks of the fight. These Wolf Guard members had been diligent and dedicated along the way, and Owen didn't want anything to happen to them. Benedict and the others looked at Owen's confident demeanor with astonished eyes. If they hadn't interacted with Owen along the way, they might have thought he was crazy. Solo a gold tier level 5 boss. In doing so at silver tier level 1 himself. It seemed like a death sentence. After all, gold tier was a whole tier higher than silver tier. With such a huge tier difference, there was no chance of victory. Moreover, this was a boss. Its strength far surpassed a gold tier level 5, closer to that of a gold tier level 7 mage, who could only barely contend with it, let alone kill it. Owen facing it would be a certain death. Master Owen, we know your strength far exceeds your tier, but... Benedict quickly began to persuade. The other members of the Wolf Guard also chimed in. They had already gained a lot by advancing a level here, and it was best not to be overly ambitious. No buts. It's just a gold tier boss. I've undergone a transformative improvement. Despite their persuasion, Owen shook his head. If he hadn't broken through to silver tier and mastered Obsidify, he might still be cautious. But now, with the Godslayer staff and various god tier talents and skills, he had the strength to face this gold tier boss head on without hesitation. He would simply crush it. With that, the Godslayer sword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and charged directly at the Sphinx. Benedict watched Owen's retreating figure with a pounding heart, fearing for him. The Sphinx was entirely different from the zombies and specters Owen had encountered before. It was on a completely different level. Benedict, what should we do next? A wolf guard asked, trembling as he glanced at the Sphinx, which was beginning to stir and awaken, fear evident in his voice and body. Benedict furrowed his brow tightly. I don't know where Master Owen's confidence comes from, but since he insists, we'll have to let him be for now. When he faces setbacks, he'll naturally know to retreat. Let's be ready to protect him during the retreat. The other wolf guard members nodded and quickly began preparing healing potions and spells to delay the Sphinx. Roar. As Owen, holding the Godslayer sword, charged toward the massive Sphinx, the Guardian seemed to sense the intruder's presence. Its tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, emitting a crimson light like two burning suns, locking onto the approaching Owen. The Sphinx's massive front paw lifted, causing the ground to shake as if a hill were rising too. Crush him. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly, tearing through the air with a whistling sound, creating a suffocating pressure. A shadow loomed over Owen, completely enveloping him. The air around him seemed to compress, becoming almost a quagmire, restricting his every movement. For an ordinary silver tier mage, or even a gold tier mage, this claw would be unavoidable, imposing severe constraints. But mana surged within Owen, and a dark, deep glow quickly flowed over his skin, forming an armor-like cover. A powerful force coursed through him, dispersing the oppressive aura from the Sphinx's claw. His rapid breathing quickly returned to normal. Benedict and the others, who were about to take action, were suddenly surprised to see Owen break free from the Sphinx's oppressive aura. The Sphinx's level was so high that even from a distance, its pressure made them pale, their hands and feet cold with instinctive fear and trepidation. However, at this moment, Owen showed no fear. Instead, he exuded an aura of extreme fervor. The awakened Sphinx also didn't expect the tiny ant before it to break free from its oppressive aura. It hesitated for a moment, feeling a surge of anger at being challenged by such a lowly creature. Its front paw then accelerated towards Owen with even greater speed. Boom! As its paw smashed down, the Sphinx suddenly noticed the brilliance of Owen's greatsword increase exponentially. Without dodging, Owen met the attack head-on, resulting in a chaotic surge of magical energy. Although the Godslayer sword Owen wielded was severely restricted, it was still a legendary artifact, incredibly sharp. Driven by his mana, its blade shone like a bright white light. The Sphinx's front paw, as heavy as a mountain and seemingly forged from indestructible gold, clashed with Owen's sword. After a moment of deadlock, Owen was forced to retreat, his feet sliding on the ground and carving two deep black furrows. Although the Sphinx remained unmoved, the front paw that came into contact with the Godslayer sword bore a deep white gash several meters long, revealing the white bones beneath its flesh. The pain from its front paw caused the Sphinx to frown. Its mana surged, and the wound quickly healed. However, a hint of seriousness appeared on its human-like face, especially as it gazed at the dark golden greatsword in Owen's hand. With its golden body, even gold tier weapons couldn't harm it. Yet Owen, a mere silver tier level 1, had managed to wound it with his sword. Chapter 18 silver tier level 6. Pharaoh's Tower, 2nd level. Benedict and the others watched in amazement as Owen battled the Sphinx, each landing blows and dodging strikes. No wonder Master Owen was so confident. He can easily break through the Sphinx's defenses. But this is far from enough. The Sphinx hasn't really started fighting yet, it was just testing him earlier. Master Owen should know the danger of this boss by now and be preparing to retreat, right? Oh my god, Master Owen is charging again. As they discussed, they suddenly saw Owen rushing towards the Sphinx once more. How dare he? The previous attacks were just the Sphinx's probing moves, not even its full strength. Master Owen charging now was practically a death wish. Their hearts pounded in shock. The Sphinx, too, showed signs of anger. It suddenly opened its large mouth, about the height of a person, releasing a powerful suction that gathered the mana from the air, forming a spherical light in front of it. Then it forcefully spat the sphere towards the charging Owen. Boom! The moment the light sphere shot forward, it was like a meteor falling, tearing through the void, and black cracks spread out from its path. The terrifying chaotic energy waves made the entire second level of the tower tremble and undulate like the sea. Wolf God's protection. Benedict and the Wolf Guard had already exerted all their strength to activate their skills, forming a huge bowl-shaped protective shield over themselves. On the surface of the shield, the shadow of a giant wolf could be seen howling towards the sky. However, as the terrifying ripples from the light sphere swept over them, their combined shield was immediately dented by the successive impacts. All the Wolf Guard members turned pale, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Even though they were only caught in the aftermath, the attack was far beyond their strength to withstand. This is bad. Master Owen is in danger. Benedict's heart skipped a beat, and a look of intense worry appeared on his face. The mere aftermath was so terrifying that even the Wolf Guard, with their formation led by Benedict, the gold tier mage, were injured from the impact. It was unimaginable what kind of dreadful force Owen, who was facing the Sphinx's attack directly, would have to endure. Regret filled their hearts. They should have forcibly taken Master Owen away earlier. As they sighed in regret, Owen, facing the light sphere, swayed under the terrible magical ripples, like a lone boat in a storm, seemingly on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Owen's expression grew solemn, as expected of a gold tier level 5 boss. The Sphinx's oppressive and dangerous presence far surpassed that of Madeline. Under this immense pressure, the Obsidify on Owen's body became even darker. His body swelled like a black bear, and the Godslayer staff in his hand shone brilliantly with the gathered mana, becoming a dazzling beam of golden light. Slash! A sword strike cut through the void, and the golden sword energy tore the sky apart. It seemed as if heaven and earth were split in two, and all the mana on the second level of the tower was drawn to the sword energy. The house-sized light sphere, with its domineering stance that distorted the air, clashed with the sword energy Owen had desperately unleashed. For a moment, the entire pyramid shook. The ground exploded with the spread of terrifying ripples, carving deep trenches and raising clouds of dust. Even the murals on this level were shredded to pieces by the energy waves, turning into powder that drifted down. Benedict and the others, caught in the overwhelming energy of the collision, struggled to stand, losing their vision and hearing. Their world turned pitch black, and the turbulent mana pierced their protective shield, causing skin-cutting pain. It felt as if a river of swords had penetrated their bodies, leaving them covered in wounds and drenched in blood. Some of the weaker wolf guard were thrown against the walls by the chaotic energy, creating deep human-shaped dents. Their situation was relatively better, as they were standing not far behind Owen. In this chaotic elemental storm, Owen stood like an immovable rock, blocking wave after wave of destructive impact. The collision lasted for a full 10 breaths before it finally subsided. The black glow on Owen's body had dimmed significantly. Despite the Obsidify and his defensive measures, he was still heavily injured by the terrifying impact of the clash. It seemed he had endured it. Next, the God-tier talent order of Merlin activated, drawing elements madly into his body to help heal his injuries. Once his body had somewhat recovered, his vision pierced through the thick smoke and dust to see the Sphinx not far away. From beneath his feet, a fan-shaped sword scar deepened as it extended, even cutting through the boundary between the second and first levels. The further the sword scar stretched, the more terrifying it became. The blackened scorched earth within the sword scar emitted wisps of blue smoke, occasionally bursting open, releasing sharp waves of sword energy and chaotic elemental ripples, causing a sense of dread. As his gaze followed the sword scar, at its increasingly deep and terrifying end, the massive body of the Sphinx was embedded in the wall. From its brow to its abdomen was a crisscrossing, centipede-like grotesque wound, deep into its flesh and bone, nearly splitting it in two. The gold tier level 5 Sphinx had suffered a fatal blow. At this moment, its face was split apart, its blood-red eyes dimming as it struggled to lift its gaze toward the approaching Owen. Deep within its eyes, there was a mix of shock and unwillingness. This insignificant human, only silver tier level 1. He had blocked its skill attack and inflicted such grievous wounds with a single sword strike. Its massive body trembled, trying to rise, causing the entire pyramid to shake. But it struggled for only a moment before the wound torn open by the sword began to leak its vitality and mana, as if draining its strength and life force entirely. Its consciousness grew increasingly fuzzy, and its body felt heavier. Moments later, its tense body went limp, collapsing into a heap, and it completely lost consciousness. With the Sphinx's fall, an upgrade glow reappeared around Owen. Silver tier level 2, silver tier level 3, silver tier level 6. The upgrade light flashed 5 times in succession, and his tier jumped from silver tier level 1 to silver tier level 6 in one go. Even though Owen had anticipated a rapid tier increase after defeating the gold tier boss, he hadn't expected such a massive boost. As his tier advanced, his body absorbed the mana from the air like a greedy sponge. Every cell was saturated with elements, and the euphoric sensation made him feel as if he were floating on clouds. Meanwhile, Benedict and the others, who had been pushed to the edge of the second level by the earlier waves of energy, gradually regained their composure. They stared in shock at the massive Sphinx with its nearly torn open chest, their jaws practically hitting the ground. Had Owen really killed the Sphinx? Their hearts were in turmoil, as if this scene were a dream. This was a gold tier level 5 boss. Its terrifying combat power was something that even the combined strength of the wolf guard couldn't match. Yet now, it had been slain by Owen with a single sword strike. Did I see that right? Master Owen really did it. If he can single-handedly kill a gold tier level 5 boss, just how strong is Master Owen's combat power? Soon, their attention shifted to Owen. They felt that his sturdy frame seemed to contain an unimaginable power. He had repeatedly shattered their expectations, surpassing the limits of their imagination. Then, they noticed Owen's continuously advancing tier. The shock on their faces turned to numbness. Indeed, with a genius, anything unimaginable could happen. Owen took a deep breath, glancing at the Sphinx's body. He then noticed its corpse was beginning to dematerialize. A thunder's light flashed and flew to his forehead, transforming into a mysterious small pyramid. Chapter 19 Order of Thunder. Pharaoh's Tower, second level. Amidst the devastated ground, Owen touched the small pyramid on his forehead as it gradually faded. He knew he had obtained the opportunity for the Order of Thunder. He also discovered that his fate points in the system had increased to 600, totaling 900 points. Now, only 100 points more, and he could unlock the fate store. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he glanced at Benedict and the other Wolf Guard members who were slowly descending from the barriers. Except for Benedict, they were all seriously injured. The recent shockwave had been too terrifying. Even working together, they couldn't resist it, and their bodies were covered with cuts and drenched in blood, emitting a strong scent of iron. Seeing this, Owen spoke slowly. You should stay here and heal your wounds. I have some matters to attend to and will meet you back here later. Benedict and the others looked at Owen with deep respect in their eyes. After a brief hesitation, they nodded. They were in bad shape, severely injured, and even walking was difficult. They urgently needed to heal. Otherwise, if any unexpected situation arose, they would become a burden. Moreover, given Owen's combat performance so far, his strength far exceeded his tier, and he didn't need their protection. As for staying by his side to monitor his every move and prevent him from escaping, this was pointless now that Owen's strength far surpassed theirs. If he really wanted to leave, they couldn't stop him. Besides, Benedict had a strong intuition that Owen's temporary departure was for something significant. Owen was very knowledgeable about this place, even knowing how to kill the cursed zombies. He kept these thoughts to himself, not voicing them. Master Owen clearly had many secrets, but Benedict, as the leader of the Wolf Guard for many years, knew not to ask questions he shouldn't and not to speak unnecessarily. Seeing Benedict and the others nodding without objections, Owen gripped the Godslayer sword tightly and went to the bottom of Pharaoh's Tower. Pharaoh's Tower had only 2 levels. With the top-level Sphinx boss defeated, it seemed this dungeon was over. However, Owen was very familiar with the original story. At the bottom of Pharaoh's Tower, there was a hidden chamber that could only be accessed by defeating the boss and using a special method to enter. Since Owen had already eradicated all the specters on the first level of Pharaoh's Tower, the area was now completely empty when he returned. He glanced at the surrounding murals and walked to a wall depicting thunder and lightning. On this wall, numerous sinners who had committed great wrongs were bound to open-air iron pillars, subjected to heavenly thunder strikes to cleanse their sins. The Order of Thunder was exceptionally violent, and all the sinners struck by lightning were reduced to ashes, turned into charred remains. Seeing this, Owen touched the small pyramid on his forehead, which began to glow as his mind power surged into it. The hidden pyramid shimmered and materialized, emitting a golden light that merged into the wall. Immediately, the mottled scene on the wall scattered, revealing a golden door. Within the door, silver lightning flickered like twisted thunder snakes, intertwining to form a spinning vortex. The jumping lightning arcs crackled in the air, leaving it charred and releasing an aura of extreme danger and destruction. Even a gold tier mage would feel a chill at the sight of those lightning arcs, wanting to retreat quickly. After all, the destructive aura contained in the lightning could almost instantly tear and destroy the flesh. However, Owen remained calm. He knew that while the lightning at the entrance was indeed frightening, it was more of a deterrent to mind power. Its actual power was not as terrifying as it appeared. As an order, it carried a certain pride. Without sufficient courage and strength, even if someone stumbled upon this great opportunity, they wouldn't be able to grasp it. So, Owen smiled calmly and took a resolute step into the secret realm. As Owen stepped into the portal, bolts of lightning from the cave struck him, as if trying to obliterate him and turn him to ash. Owen felt a tingling sensation in his body and mind power, black smoke rising from his body, but it did not stop him from entering the portal. The golden portal flashed and quickly contracted into a pinpoint of light, then disappeared. Boom! Inside the secret realm, Owen was surrounded by continuous rumbling sounds, as if the heavens and earth were shattering. Looking around, all he could see was lightning flickering everywhere. Every corner of this space was filled with various sizes of lightning bolts, as if he had entered a world of thunder. Owen's body trembled as a tingling pain spread through him. The surrounding lightning, like writhing silver snakes, surged madly towards his body, infiltrating every pore and muscle, causing thunder to dance across his skin. The pain, like needles piercing his flesh, came from all over his body. Owen gritted his teeth and pushed Obsidified to its limit, his body glowing with black light, helping to alleviate the pain. He knew very well that the so-called Order of Thunder was actually this special lightning space. Only by absorbing all the lightning here could he truly master the Order of Thunder. He had to endure. Time passed slowly. The more lightning Owen absorbed, the less the needle-like pain affected him, transforming into a sensation that was somewhere between pain and pleasure. After a while, Owen took a deep breath, like a whale swallowing water, and gulped down the last remnants of lightning in the space. Now, Owen was surrounded by dancing lightning, densely packed, resembling a god of thunder, especially at his forehead, where the ethereal pyramid had vanished, replaced by a Z-shaped lightning rune. This rune appeared solid, emitting an aura of ultimate destruction, as if it could turn everything before him into nothingness. The Order of Thunder. He had finally obtained it. Owen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of lightning crossing his gaze. Simultaneously, his aura began to surge, and the light of advancement appeared around him again. Silver tier level 7. After acquiring the Order of Thunder, his tier had also increased. Furthermore, Owen noticed that his Obsidify had also been tempered by the lightning. Advancing to level 2, reaching the Magic Flesh stage. He was even close to level 3, Obsidian Bone. Gaining the Order of Thunder had far exceeded his expectations. No wonder the original protagonist, after obtaining the Order of Thunder, saw a tremendous surge in power, dominating this otherworldly realm and experiencing dramatic shifts over 30 years. As Owen prepared to leave, he suddenly discovered that his fate points had increased by 1,000, bringing his total fate points to 1,900. Fate Store. Upon realizing that he could now unlock the Fate Store with 1,000 fate points, Owen eagerly opened the system panel and selected the newly available option, Fate Store. Though he didn't yet know what it contained, he was certain that, given how hard fate points were to acquire, the store must hold many valuable items. As Owen quickly accessed the Fate Store, 3 shelves laden with various items appeared. Before him, the 3 shelves were divided into 3 main categories. Skill Scrolls. Basic Healing Skill 50 fate points, quickly restores stamina and mind power by consuming 10 drops of HP. Advanced Healing Potion 500 fate points, instantly restores full HP, stamina, and mind power. Order Fusion Spell 2000 fate points, Confuse Order. Order of Thunder Usage Skill 2000 fate points. Items. Order of Fire 600 fate points. Soul Crystal 700 fate points. Weapons. Sword of Damocles 10,000 fate points. Spear of Longinus 10,000 fate points. Bow of Ilt 10,000 fate points. The shelves were filled with an array of treasures. There were many amazing items, both expected and unexpected. All of them were top tier, some even divine. Particularly, the Order of Thunder usage skill caught Owen's eye. Though he had obtained the Order of Thunder, his proficiency with it was low, allowing him to perform only basic attacks. With the Order of Thunder usage skill, his understanding of the Order of Thunder would deepen significantly, enabling him to use many advanced techniques. Additionally, the Order of Fire was also highly tempting. After all, this was an exceptionally rare order that most mages might never see in their lifetime. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The Calamity of National Destruction. Owen had his eyes on many things. However, he currently only had 1,900 fate points. The Order of Thunder usage skill required 2,000 fate points, so he couldn't buy it yet. Although he could afford the Order of Fire, without the corresponding usage skill, it wouldn't significantly enhance his current strength. After some thought, Owen quickly made a decision. He clicked on Basic Healing Skill. Basic Healing Skill 50 fate points, rapidly restores stamina and mind power by consuming 10 drops of HP. Do you confirm the purchase? Owen chose to confirm. For a truly powerful mage, recovery ability was equally important. He already had the powerful forbidden physical technique, Obsidify, and the cultivation talent, Order of Merlin. The only thing he lacked was a recovery skill. Although this recovery skill required deducting his own HP, this small price was something he could easily bear. Soon, after Owen confirmed the purchase, the method to activate the basic healing skill appeared in his mind. He opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Owen. Level, Silver Tier LV7. Talents, Order of Merlin, Starlet LV2. Express, 100,000. Skills, Mana Void, Supreme Sword, Obsidify LV2, Judgment Light Sword, Basic Healing Skill, Order Fusion Spell, Order of Thunder Usage Skill. Weapon, Godslayer Staff 17. Luck, 90 max 100. Fate points, 1850 obtained by seizing protagonist opportunities, 1,000 points can unlock rewards in the Fate Store. After reviewing the panel, Owen was quite satisfied. It hadn't been long since he advanced from Bronze Tier LV9 to his current Silver Tier LV7. He had progressed by a whole tier in 7 levels. This level of advancement was extraordinary. It was something that would normally take an average mage years of arduous cultivation to achieve. If others knew about his upgrade speed, they would probably find it unbelievable. Such an unprecedented breakthrough speed had never been seen before. Owen glanced at the now empty space, his mind stirred, and the Order of Thunder surrounding him shot out. The void in front of him trembled, then split left and right, creating a passage extending forward. With a flash, Owen stepped into it and left the place. When Owen reappeared on the first floor of Pharaoh's Tower, he sensed that Benedict and the others, who were healing on the second floor, had mostly recovered. He looked at the sky outside Pharaoh's Tower. Absorbing and mastering the Order of Thunder had taken him about half a day, and now the sky was gradually darkening. He quickly walked up to the second floor, planning to return to the capital with Benedict and the others as soon as possible. With his strength now at Silver Tier LV7 and the Order of Thunder enhancing him, he could go and see his fiancée, the future Queen of Hell, Leslie. Master Owen. Seeing Owen step onto the second floor, Benedict and the others respectfully greeted him, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Although Owen had restrained his aura, making it difficult to sense his level, just standing there, he instilled a deep, bone-chilling fear in them. It was as if they were facing not Owen, but some untouchable being. Looking directly at him made their eyes tingle and ache. In just a few hours, it seemed Master Owen had undergone another transformation. No wonder he was ranked first on Academy City's genius list. Owen didn't mind the changes in Benedict and the others' expressions. Seeing that their injuries had mostly healed, he led them out. When the group exited Pharaoh's tower, it was already dusk. The orange light bathed the desert, and the breeze stirred the sand, adding a touch of desolation to the place. Meanwhile, at the edge of the desert, a red-eyed girl was fleeing in terror. She moved quickly, kicking up dust behind her, but her belly was extremely swollen, like a round ball, causing her to stop and catch her breath every now and then. However, as she alternated between fleeing and resting, the yellow sand behind her drew closer and closer. A group of dozens of burly men in iron armor, riding black maned horses, were chasing her, their eyes filled with ferocity. They had been pursuing her for 3 days, and the red-eyed girl had been fleeing for 3 days as well. Now, seeing her speed slowing down, she was finally reaching the point of exhaustion. Demoness, where do you think you're running to? Overthrowing Kyric Kingdom, what a fool's dream. Kill her, slice her to pieces, skin her alive, and I want to see what it feels like to destroy this which you dared to overthrow Kyric. The group of iron-armored men laughed heartily as they were about to catch up to the fleeing red-eyed girl. The leader, dressed in white battle armor, smiled coldly, picked up his bow and arrow, drew the bow, and knocked the arrow. Abundant golden elements gathered, making the already sharp arrow even more indestructible. Whoosh, the long arrow flew through the air. Hearing the sound, the red-eyed girl's pale, sweat-drenched face showed even more fear. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. Her body was suddenly pierced, blood and flesh splattering. The arrow's fierce force even sent her flying, finally pinning her to the yellow sand. The red-eyed girl, enduring the pain of being pierced, looked at the pursuing knights behind her pale fingers clenched tightly, even digging into her flesh, as she questioned, why? We never harbored any ill intentions towards Kyric. Why did you exterminate my snakefolk? Why must you drive us to extinction? She was a member of the snakefolk from the forests on the outskirts of Kyric, named Lyra, originally living peacefully with her people in the forest. However, a month ago, the high priest of Kyric ordered the entire nation to annihilate the snakefolk. The reason, the high priest prophesied that the snakefolk would overthrow Kyric. Yet, the snakefolk had lived in the forest for generations, isolated from the world, rarely interacting with other tribes, and because of this unfounded accusation, were all 10,000 snakefolk to be exterminated. If it weren't for her pregnancy, resting at the hatchery site outside the forest, she would have perished in that massacre as well. Why? You snakefolk were deeply sinful. If we say you are guilty, then you are guilty. The leader, Bana, dismounted coldly, gripping his spear tightly. He shook his head slightly, finding the red-eyed girl's words annoying. Killing this red-eyed girl will complete my achievement of slaying 100 snakefolk. It looks like she's pregnant, which will be excellent alchemical material. The knight behind him stared intently at her belly, licking his lips. No, don't hurt my child. Hearing that they were targeting her child, Lyra raised her hand in terror, protecting her belly. Seeing this, Bana's face twisted into an even more cruel smile. So you love your child that much? Let's cut it open and take a look. As soon as he spoke, his spear shot out like a snake, viciously aiming at her abdomen. No, the spear whipped up a cold wind, and Lyra's pupils shrank suddenly. Although she was the leader of the snakefolk and had reached gold tier level 9, her strength had greatly diminished due to her impending childbirth. Now, her strength was less than even silver tier level 1. However, a mother's determination can be fierce. She frantically gathered mana into her hands, gripping the spear tightly as it pierced toward her. The spearhead was sharp, and her magical defense was as fragile as paper. It penetrated her palm in an instant, tearing through flesh and bones, causing her bloody hand to convulse uncontrollably. The pain, which felt as if her fingers were connected to her heart, made sweat pour from her forehead, her whole body trembling, almost causing her to faint from the agony. But thinking of the child in her belly, she gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the spear, even as the force of the spear twisted her hands nearly into a pretzel. Tisk tisk, even now you resist. Truly stubborn. No wonder the prophecy declared your race evil. Bana's face showed no mercy. Instead, the scent of blood from Lyra's hands made him even more excited. With a twist of his spear, he severed her hands completely. Bright red blood gushed from her severed wrists, staining the desert. With her hands cut off, excruciating pain surged through Lyra, her forehead veins bulging, on the verge of madness. But thinking of her unborn child, she bit down hard, almost breaking her teeth, her voice hoarse as she begged, spare my child, I'll do anything. The other knights looked at the pleading Lyra, eyes filled with lustful intent. She is quite beautiful for a snakefolk leader. Why don't we have some fun with her before she dies? Chapter 21 still, I'll kill you in 1 second. The scorching yellow sand rolled, and the sand dunes stretched endlessly, the dust connecting the sky and the earth as the breeze blew. Watching the approaching knights, who were removing their armor, Lyra's exquisitely beautiful face twisted in pain, showing a hint of panic. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but then she thought of her unborn child. If she didn't satisfy these men's desires, her child would undoubtedly die. The last bloodline of the snakefolk would also be wiped out. Her heart ached, but in the end, she didn't retreat. Given up, have you? Good, no need to waste time. I hear the snakefolk taste quite good. Several knights laughed lewdly, pouncing on Lyra. The mighty Kyric cavalry has fallen to the point of gang attacking a woman. Suddenly, a voice called out. Though not loud, it thundered in their ears, making the knights' heads buzz as they stopped in their tracks. Who? Bana and the other knights frowned, looking in the direction of the voice. On a distant sand dune, a handsome young man moved like lightning, arriving in an instant. It was Owen, who was on his way to the capital. Owen looked at the pitiful Lyra lying in the sand dune and sighed slightly. He had noticed the situation here ever since the knights started shooting arrows at her. Snakefolk, being hunted. These keywords connected in his mind, bringing back a distant memory. The Kyric prophecy the kingdom would be destroyed by the snakefolk. Thus, the order was given to massacre the snakefolk. The snakefolk were slaughtered until rivers of blood flowed, almost completely exterminating them. The Kyric priests thought they could rest easy, but years later, a snakefolk who had escaped the massacre trained diligently and eventually destroyed Kyric. The prophecy came true. This event was quite significant in the original story. Thinking of the terrifyingly powerful snakefolk in the future and the immense goodwill he could earn with such a simple act, Owen naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Moreover, the methods of these knights were too cruel. If it was merely to break the prophecy, the massacre of the snakefolk could be somewhat understood. But such brutal killing, it was purely to satisfy their perverse desires. As Owen suddenly appeared, Bana and the others frowned slightly. They didn't recognize Owen, but from his ordinary grey robe, he must be a lowly commoner. Such a person dared to bark in front of them. Cold glares immediately focused on Owen, eyes filled with icy killing intent. A silver tier level 7 mage, so eager to meddle in others' affairs. Kill him too. Anyone friendly to the snakefolk is an enemy of Kyric Kingdom. Vada stared at Owen, thinking how insignificant and laughable Owen's silver tier level 7 status was compared to his own gold tier level 3 and the surrounding knights, all above silver tier level 5. Upon Vada's command, the furious knights, their silver tier strength fully unleashed, stirred the yellow sand, then an elemental spear formed and flew towards Owen. Lyra, seeing the spear locked onto Owen, showed deep concern on her pained face. When Owen arrived, she had a glimmer of hope, but sensing he was only silver tier level 7, she now hoped he would leave quickly. These knights were too ruthless. If Owen got involved, his life could be in grave danger. In Lyra's worried gaze, the elemental spear shot through the air like a black streak of light, instantly arriving before Owen. The sharp tip of the spear seemed to pierce through the air, ready to penetrate everything in its path. The knight who launched the attack chuckled. The spear was extremely powerful. Any cultivator below silver tier level 5 would be instantly obliterated if hit. But just as a smile appeared on his face, he suddenly saw thumb-thick arcs of lightning dancing on Owen's body, precisely striking the elemental spear. Crackle. A destructive aura spread. The elemental spear was instantly annihilated. The dozen knights who were ready to look back at Lyra suddenly froze, their faces showing astonishment. What just happened? The elemental spear was actually blocked. Vada, the highest ranking and most ruthless among them, narrowed his eyes. Although the thunder on Owen's body flashed briefly, he clearly sensed it. The terrifying power that erupted in that instant even made him feel a twinge of fear. Kyric people are truly as shameless as ever, Owen said, surrounded by arcs of lightning. His figure flickered as he appeared in front of Lyra, coldly eyeing the dozen knights. Kyric was notorious for enslaving spellbeasts and being the most ferocious and warlike among the kingdoms. The moment he appeared, they attacked to kill him without any justification. Who are you? Vada demanded, staring at Owen. As he spoke, the other knights surrounded Owen and Lyra, encircling them. The one who will take your lives. Seeing the knights closing in with killing intent, Owen's voice grew colder. As he spoke, he formed a sword with his fingers and pointed at a nearby silver tier level 8. Knight. The air rippled like water as a thumb-thick bolt of lightning shot from his fingertips, spreading forward to form a large web of electricity that struck the knight. The lightning struck with unimaginable speed. The knight's pupils contracted, but soon his face showed a sneer. He thrust his spear forward, its momentum powerful and surrounded by golden mana, exuding an aura of breaking through all defenses. However, just as he thrust his spear, the lightning struck. The moment his spear made contact with the lightning, it was instantly shrouded in black smoke, beginning to crack like porcelain. At the same time, the lightning spread from the spear along his body, causing him to feel a numbing sensation. His vision blurred, and then he collapsed, his body charred, as his breath gradually ceased. Brandon is dead. Seeing Brandon, who had endured the lightning strike, fall instantly, Vada and the others. Pupils contracted in disbelief. Brandon was a silver tier level 8, a full level higher than Owen. Yet now he had been killed in one strike by the lightning Owen controlled. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it. Lyra, who had been ready to close her eyes, saw Brandon killed by the young man in front of her with a single move and felt a shock in her heart. This young man, who seemed not to be of a high tier, possessed such terrifying strength. She had fought Brandon and the others before. They were battle-hardened knights, stronger than mages of the same level. She couldn't handle even one of them, and if it weren't for her speed, she would have been killed long ago. Yet with just a casual strike, Brandon was killed. What terrifying power, but in the next moment, her face turned pale again. Although this young man could kill Brandon, he was just one of the more than a dozen pursuers, including the gold tier leader. Owen couldn't possibly be a match for them. This kid is tricky. Attack together. Vada, after a brief moment of shock, showed even stronger killing intent. Brandon was a subordinate as close as a brother, having fought many battles together and survived countless life and death situations. Now, he was killed by this kid. Blood must be repaid with blood. Kill. Kyric knights cannot be insulted. The other knights roared, their aura becoming even more terrifying, exuding a thick smell of blood. Sir, their strength is too great. You should escape. I'll hold them off. Lyra's magic surged, ready to fight to the death. They don't have the strength to make me run. Just watch, Owen said confidently. Immediately, lightning appeared on his forehead, sending a strange wave straight into the sky. In the clear sky, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and flickering lightning illuminated the heavens and earth. The next moment, Owen waved his hand downwards, and thick bolts of lightning, as dense as rain, struck down, illuminating the area in a blinding white, engulfing all the knights in its fury. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The Spellbeast Queen is Mepet. Boom! Thunder descended from the sky, carrying the mighty power of the heavens. The dozen knights struck by the tree thick bolts of lightning all showed expressions of horror. The magical artifacts they activated and the defensive spells they cast instantly shattered under the onslaught of the lightning, turning to dust in a moment without a trace. The lightning then struck their bodies with unstoppable force, causing their hair to stand on end and their skin to tingle. The excruciating pain of their bodies being torn apart drove them to madness, making them scream in agony. But these screams didn't last long. Their bodies were soon reduced to charcoal, falling powerlessly to the ground, shattering into black ash. The wind blew, mixing the ash with the yellow sand, as if they had never existed. Owen watched this scene with great satisfaction. Even though there were gold tier mages among the knights, they were still nothing in the face of the Order of Thunder. And this was just his most basic understanding and use of the Order of Thunder, relying solely on the raw power of the lightning. If he could master it completely, the Order of Thunder would be 10 times more terrifying. Thinking of this, Owen felt even more anticipation for the Order of Thunder usage skill. Not far away, Lyra was already in a state of shock. She had forgotten the pain and fatigue in her body, her eyes fixed on the scene of the lightning falling and annihilating everything. A dozen Kyric knights, reduced to ashes with a mere gesture, something she had never even dared to imagine. You, who exactly are you? Vada, who had been struck into a blackened statue, looked at Owen in terror. Seeing the lightning crackling around Owen, he retreated in fear, his body trembling and shaking off the thick layer of charred skin. How could this seemingly ordinary guy, with such a tier, command such terrifying lightning? Even with his full defense, he had almost been obliterated. And he was a powerful gold tier level 5 mage. The next moment, Vada, filled with terror, felt the mana in his body surge. He suddenly turned and fled at his fastest speed. Yes, he chose to run away. Owen's power was too terrifying. The lightning strike not only injured him but also shattered his pride and courage. Owen's figure was like a nightmare, deeply engraved in his soul. This moment, he had only one thought, to escape and report back about Owen protecting the remnants of the snakefolk. In his days, he had a premonition that the high priest's prophecy might indeed come true. Not a single snakefolk could be spared, and this guy who controlled the lightning must also be killed as soon as possible. Did I say you could leave? Seeing Vada decisively turn to flee, already dozens of meters away in an instant, Owen's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and gripped the Godslayer sword tightly, infusing it with elements. A crescent-shaped sword aura suddenly flew out, seemingly crossing time and space, appearing mysteriously behind Vada. As Bada, activating his escape skill, saw he had put a great distance between himself and Owen, he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Immediately, his back armor split open, and his flesh felt as if it was being cut by some sharp aura. Bada was horrified and turned his head abruptly, only to see Owen holding a dark golden greatsword, slashing out a man-sized sword aura which had already closed in behind him. Even before the sword aura reached him, the sharp intent caused him deep, bone-chilling pain. This is the Godslayer staff. You are Owen. You are that Owen. At this moment, besides the hair-raising death crisis flooding his heart, some recent news flashed through his mind like a lantern, making his face even more shocked. According to intelligence, Owen had obtained the legendary Godslayer staff. However, his tier was supposed to be just bronze tier level 9. But now, his level had actually reached silver tier level 7. This breakthrough speed was simply astonishing. Moreover, the power he was displaying made Bada's heart turn cold. He, a dignified gold tier level 5 mage, could only flee in panic before Owen. The next moment, the sword aura closed in, and the pain in his torn back intensified. Even though Bada activated a secret technique, turning his whole body blood red, the sword aura was faster, making it impossible to avoid. Owen, Lord Alfonso of Kyric is on his way. If I die, he will not spare you. Facing imminent death and with no other options, Bada could only shout out in terror. Owen sneered disdainfully. He knew Alfonso and acknowledged him as a powerful prodigy. But so what? Slash. The sword aura tore through the air, and before Bada could continue his threats, his body was ripped into two halves. Blood splattered down. The remaining sword aura continued to spread through his severed flesh, grinding him into fragments and scattering them across the ground. Gold tier level 5 Bada was dead. Cough, cough. At that moment, Lyra, already exhausted and nearly drained of blood, coughed dryly, blood spurting from her mouth. Her lips were as pale as could be. Hearing the sound, Owen rushed to Lyra's side. Lyra lay weakly on the blood-soaked sand, her breath feeble to the extreme. Her swollen belly wriggled, and a fist-sized egg, stained with blood, emerged from beneath. Her already weak body, having given birth to this snake egg, seemed to collapse entirely, as if her bones had been extracted, leaving her limp on the ground. Seeing this, Owen knew she was at the end of her strength. Her exquisitely beautiful face, stained with blood, looked even more sorrowful and desolate. Owen quickly activated the basic healing skill, trying to heal her injuries. However, Lyra was like a candle flickering in the wind, a lamp in the rain. The speed of her recovery couldn't stop the drain of her life. Benefactor, don't waste your energy on me. I know my own body, Lyra said. Her nearly closed eyes suddenly brightened slightly when she saw the snake egg beside her, a brief surge of energy returning to her. The kindness of my benefactor, Lyra cannot repay, nor do I have the face to ask for more. But after my death, there will be no one to care for my child. The child is innocent. I only beg the benefactor to raise her. As she pleaded, she endured the pain and exhaustion, bowing her head to Owen. After 3 blows, Lyra's body stiffened completely, her blood and energy dissipating. The snake egg, not yet hatched, seemed to sense its mother's death, trembling slightly before falling still. Owen sighed, picking up the snake egg from the sand, his expression complicated. The kingdom will fall to the snakefolk. Kyric was eventually destroyed by the snakefolk. And that snakefolk was not the red-eyed girl before him, but the unhatched snake egg in his hand, the future spellbeast queen. One beast rises, and all beasts submit. Kyric slaughtered over 10,000 snakefolk, never imagining that the snakefolk destined to destroy their kingdom had not yet been truly born. Weighing the fist-sized snake egg in his hand, Owen realized that he had preemptively secured the future spellbeast queen, who would stir up immense chaos. However, he didn't have the means to hatch her yet and would need to wait for the right opportunity. Plus 4,000 fate points. The system's voice sounded. Owen was taken aback and then widened his eyes. 4,000 fate points. Such a large reward all at once. No wonder she is the future spellbeast queen. Owen, excited, quickly opened the fate store and began shopping. Order of fire, 600 fate points, purchased. In an instant, alongside the raging thunder within him, a scorching, turbulent magma-like aura surged through Owen's body. It felt as if there was a ball of fire in his chest, heating the air with each breath until it became distorted. Then, he bought the Order of Fire usage skill, Order of Thunder usage skill, and Order Fusion spell all at once. In no time, the 4,000 fate points he had just received were completely spent, leaving him with 1,850 fate points remaining. However, the benefits were enormous. In his mind, scenes of thunder and fire began to emerge. From weak lightning and small sparks, they gradually grew complex and magnificent, transforming into various forms. After experiencing extreme complexity and grandeur, they returned to simplicity and purity. Chapter 23 Dual Order. Having acquired the Order of Fire usage skill and the Order of Thunder usage skill, Owen felt as if he had transformed into these two great orders. Following their continuous evolution, his understanding of the orders deepened even further. The swiftness and ferocity of thunder, the fury and destruction of fire. These concepts emerged vividly in his mind. As these two orders returned to their purest forms, many derivative skills of the two orders appeared in Owen's mind. Each derivative skill was extremely powerful. If he had understood these derivative skills earlier, even the gold tier level 3 Bada would not have withstood the thunder strike from the sky. Owen smiled, very satisfied. The Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire, each appearing alone, would undoubtedly cause a stir in the capital. Even mages from outside the Azure Kingdom would be attracted. And now, he possessed both orders. Owen took a deep breath, feeling the surging order power within him. If his previous combat power had already exceeded his tier significantly, enough to contend with gold tier bosses, now with the blessing of the two orders he felt confident he could fight, and even kill, platinum tier mages. Reaching this point, he finally felt a slight sense of security. Not just among his peers, but even older prodigies could no longer pose a threat to him. He gradually calmed his excited emotions, buried Lyra's body in the desert, and then left the place with the snake egg, reuniting with Benedict and the others. Not long after Owen left, a young man with a deep and resolute expression, his eyes filled with determination, continued to head towards Pharaoh's tower amidst the increasing sandstorm. As he continued forward, the ornate necklace on his chest began to glow faintly, gradually transforming into a breathtakingly beautiful woman with crimson lips and pearly white teeth. The woman was mature and dignified, her figure gracefully curved, yet there was an inexplicable majesty about her that dispelled any thoughts of impropriety. As her phantom appeared, a soft voice flowed from her red lips. John, though your tier and combat experience have significantly improved over the past 3 years of hard training, you still lack something truly formidable. The Order of Thunder acquire it, and you will secure your place among the top prodigies. Hearing this, John tightened his slightly tattered robe and gazed at Pharaoh's tower with growing desire. The Order of Thunder, that's truly something remarkable. Thank you, Mentor Ymir. John responded gratefully, quickening his pace towards Pharaoh's tower. Under Ymir's guidance over the years, his tier had skyrocketed, and he had gained a profound understanding of various continental legends. Naturally, he knew about the rarity and power of the Order of Thunder. If he could obtain it, his strength would soar tremendously. Winning against the Imperial Princess Mary in their 3-year bet would be much easier, and he would make a name for himself in a single battle. As John eagerly and fervently approached Pharaoh's tower, his expression gradually turned perplexed. The place was too desolate. Not only was there no sign of any mage, but even the mummies Ymir mentioned were nowhere to be seen. Ymir's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. The unusual situation made her sense something amiss. She immediately urged John to increase his speed. John quickly rushed into the first floor of Pharaoh's tower, only to find it empty, like an abandoned pyramid. He looked around and suddenly noticed a wall covered in scorch marks from lightning, burning the original mural to a crisp black. John's heart sank at the sight. According to Mentor Ymir, the Order of Thunder was hidden beneath Pharaoh's tower. To access it, one not only needed to defeat the gold tier level 5 boss on the second floor but also find a specific mural to open the portal leading to it. Furthermore, the Order of Thunder was extremely volatile. If one's body wasn't strong enough or their mind not firm enough, they would be destroyed by the Order of Thunder. Otherwise, upon learning of the Order of Thunder's location, he wouldn't have waited so long to come. But now, it seemed the Order of Thunder had already been taken. Damn it, who did this? Who? John's initial excitement had now turned into a towering rage. The mana around him surged violently, causing the floor of Pharaoh's tower to crack and break apart, with chaotic energy waves spreading in all directions. The person who obtained the Order of Thunder is already far away. Head to the capital first, the 3-year bet is soon approaching. We can deal with this later, Ymir said, sighing as she looked at the scorched mural. John, hearing this, could only force himself to calm down. There was no point in getting angry now. With his current strength, he could still contend with Mary, though it would require more effort. Suppressing his fury, he quickly set off for the capital. The Order of Thunder, whoever dared to take my order, you'd better pray I don't find you, or else. A flash of murderous intent appeared in John's eyes. Meanwhile, in the capital, a series of explosive news stories, like giant stones dropping into a calm lake, have stirred up most of the mages into a frenzy. Confirmed news. Confirmed news. Owen is not only ranked first on the genius leaderboard, but the staff he holds has been confirmed as the Godslayer staff. The Godslayer staff, the legendary artifact, no wonder Owen's talent is ranked first. With such an artifact, even a dog could sweep through countless opponents. Indeed, Owen is not to be trifled with now. I heard that Emily from the Moonspring Kingdom challenged Owen and was miserably defeated. The Godslayer staff is of great significance. It's not just the prodigies who covet it, many forces have their eyes on it as well. Yes, the Bounty Guild seems to be eyeing the Godslayer staff too and is preparing to hunt Owen. I think the Bounty Guild's involvement might not be so simple. It seems they've received funding from Miss Madeline. The mages were all talking, each with their own theories. Inside the Duke's mansion, as rumors increasingly pointed towards Madeline, Duke Charles frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, Owen is Leslie's fiancé, and there's no need to hire the Bounty Guild to attack Owen. There might be someone behind the scenes stirring up conflict between Owen and the major mages. Sensing something amiss, Duke Charles convened a family meeting to figure out how to resolve this crisis. As various reliable and unreliable news spread like wildfire in the capital, the vice leader of the Bounty Guild, Tony, publicly challenged Owen to a duel, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Countless mages flocked to the Bounty Guild, awaiting Owen's response. In the imperial palace of the capital, King Albrecht sat upon his throne, listening to the recent news delivered by his guards. Upon hearing that Tony, the vice leader of the Bounty Guild, had initiated a duel with Owen, a faintly amused expression appeared on his face. He had already received some information about the Bounty Guild's plan to assassinate Owen. Now that it had turned into a duel, it seemed that too many eyes were on the Godslayer staff. If Owen were to be killed secretly, the Bounty Guild would likely be targeted by various powerful forces, unable to find peace. The Bounty Guild, being only after money, could not get entangled in such endless conflicts. But this is also good. Using this opportunity, the Duke's mansion will be drawn into the turmoil. King Albrecht's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his throne. Not far in front of him was a map of the Azure Kingdom's territories. At the borders of the map, many armies were marked in red ink that represented the forces loyal to House Ravenwood, occupying a large portion of the border armies. In the Azure Kingdom, the royal family needed to rely on several major forces to maintain national security. Duke Charles commanded a large number of elite troops, guarding the empire's borders, making his family the strongest, mainly responsible for external defense. This was also why King Albrecht was wary of House Ravenwood. If he could draw the Duke's mansion into the conflict and continually weaken House Ravenwood's strength, he would be more than pleased. Send the order. This duel will be personally hosted by the royal family. Let Owen and Tony have a fair and square fight. Soon, he gave the command. Regardless of whether Owen or Tony won in the end, with this incident stirring things up, the Duke's mansion would not be able to stay out of it. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Who's putting on a show? In the capital city. Following King Albrecht's order, all the top prodigies and mages hurried toward the royal arena. If Owen could have chosen whether to accept Tony's duel challenge before, now that King Albrecht himself was officiating, both Owen and Tony had no choice but to attend. Everyone knew that Tony, the vice leader, was currently a gold tier level 9 mage, nearly reaching platinum tier. He had been at this tier for many years, possessing extremely powerful combat abilities. He had once attempted to assassinate a platinum tier level 1 mage. Although he failed, he managed to wound his target and escape unscathed, gaining significant fame. Such a powerful mage, skilled in assassination, was a nightmare for many mages and the last opponent they wanted to face. Owen, on the other hand, was currently only a bronze tier level 9 mage, despite having previously defeated Madeline, a silver tier level 10 mage. However, Madeline had not yet reached gold tier, and there was still a gap between her and a true gold tier mage. Moreover, even if Owen's combat power was terrifying enough to rival a gold tier mage, Tony, as a gold tier level 9 mage and a nearly platinum tier assassin, left Owen with virtually no chance of winning. Despite the unequal nature of the duel, everyone's interest was piqued. Regardless of Owen's tier, his current reputation surpassed Tony's. He was the #1 genius on the continent. This was a position that had remained undecided for a long time until it was finally given to him. Previously, the top 3 prodigies on the continent were undecided, with only Carlos of the Nether Kingdom, who bore the purest bloodline of the Dark Emperor, ranked 4th. Carlos seldom made a move and kept a low profile. However, rumors had it that when he was at silver tier level 1, he could already contend with nearly gold tier mages. Years had passed since then, and his current tier and combat strength remained a mystery. Based on previous rumors, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Aside from this, there was the Godslayer staff. This was the artifact of the ancient Dark God King. Famous throughout the continent, even young children who had just learned to read had heard of it. Owen had managed to wield it. This was enough to shock everyone. As more and more prodigies gathered at the royal arena, some renowned prodigies and notable figures from various countries also began arriving. Princess Mary. Princess Mary arrived so early, it seems she has a great interest in Owen. I heard that His Majesty previously intended to marry her off to Owen, but Owen chose Leslie, that infamous troublemaker. At present, Owen indeed possesses extraordinary talent, but Mary is not only a princess, she is also the top disciple of Luna Academy, one of the 8 great academies on the continent. Speaking of which, I remember that 3 years ago, the jilted Prince John William made a 3-year pact with her. Prince William has been missing for 3 years, the 3-year pact is nothing but a joke now. Indeed, I've heard that Owen is already on his way back to the capital. After Princess Mary appeared in the VIP seats, all eyes turned to her and discussions ensued. After all, Princess Mary not only held a high status but also possessed exceptional talent and was one of the most beautiful women on the continent. She sat there gracefully, with her hands resting on her gown, exuding a noble aura. She paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd, much like a lofty swan disdainful of the attention of ants. However, moments later, she seemed to sense something and suddenly looked toward a distant spot. There, Black Mana surged, transforming into a cold young man dressed in a black robe. He stood tall, with an evil smile on his lips, his skin a chilling pale, emanating an aura that kept others at a distance. Carlos. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flash of uncontrollable anger appeared on Princess Mary's otherwise serene and stunning face. As the top disciple of Luna Academy, which originated from Moonspring Kingdom, where the saint was a spiritual leader, Mary was close friends with Saint Annie and her sister Emma. According to the original anime, Carlos practiced an extremely sinister spell during his attempt to break through his tier, and the key to his breakthrough was the blood of a saint, which had to be willingly given. To obtain the saint's blood, Carlos used his handsome face and deceitful words to quickly win the heart of Emma, the saint of Moonspring Kingdom at the time. During a secret meeting, he pretended to be attacked by a spellbeast and told Emma that only the blood of a saint could heal him. Without hesitation, Emma cut her wrist to save him. Faced with the saint's blood, Carlos had no resistance and directly caused Emma to bleed to death. Carlos not only deceived Emma's feelings but also schemed to kill her. The truth soon came to light. Because of this incident, Moonspring Kingdom and Nether Kingdom once erupted into a great war. However, both sides were equally matched and suffered heavy losses. Eventually, realizing that mutual destruction could lead to Azure Kingdom taking advantage of the situation, they were forced to cease hostilities. It was precisely because of this event that Mary wished she could cut the man who killed her best friend into 1,000 pieces. Annie, standing beside her, was also filled with rage. Though she said nothing, the fighting spirit around her was palpable. Under Princess Mary's furious gaze, Carlos merely smiled calmly and waved at her. Princess Mary, long time no see. He greeted her as if meeting an old friend he hadn't seen in ages, his tone warm and friendly. You. Carlos's casual demeanor only fueled Mary's inner killing intent. She abruptly stood up and charged at Carlos. Carlos squinted his eyes. Princess Mary, I have traveled from afar. Is this how Azure Kingdom treats its guests? As the 8th Prince of Nether Kingdom, he naturally had some privileges in Azure Kingdom. The royal guards frowned and intercepted the enraged Princess Mary. Princess, this is not the time to settle scores with Carlos. Owen and the Godslayer staff are the priorities. Mary's personal guards, knowing her history with Carlos, quickly tried to calm her down. Mary knew this, but thinking of the innocent Emma, deceived and killed by Carlos, made it hard to suppress her fury. Emma's spirit will never forgive you. In the end, Mary forced herself to calm down, her bright, star-like eyes fixed firmly on Carlos. Carlos shrugged indifferently and sat in the VIP seats with a smile. Meanwhile, Owen, carrying the serpent egg in a pack on his back, was traveling with Benedict and others, swiftly crossing the desert and drawing closer to the capital. Along the way, he noticed that few people attempted to intercept him. Those who did only followed him without issuing challenges, instead engaging in excited discussions. Frowning, Owen felt that something unfavorable to him might be happening in the capital. However, feeling the mana surging within him, he gained confidence. No matter what was happening, his strength had significantly increased, and there was no need to be timid. With renewed determination, Owen led Benedict and the others towards the capital at an even faster pace. Upon reaching the gates of the capital, Owen suddenly saw a messenger from the Duke's mansion rushing towards him. Master Owen, the vice leader of the Bounty Guild is challenging you to a duel in the capital. His Majesty has even gotten involved. You should leave for now. The messenger, panting heavily, hadn't finished speaking when Owen's mind flashed with the news about the Bounty Guild's vice leader. Tony, a nearly platinum tier strongman, skilled in assassination, with high proficiency in both white magic and dark magic. He wanted to challenge Owen, not assassinate him. Owen was momentarily stunned, but then quickly understood. This change was likely due to his immense fame. In less than a day, his name had probably spread across many factions on the continent. If the Bounty Guild acted against him in secret, it would cause endless trouble, which wasn't their way of making money. Challenging him to an open duel offered a chance to eliminate him and, rightfully, seize the Godslayer staff he possessed. It was undoubtedly an excellent choice for them. But Tony likely didn't realize that Owen was no longer just a bronze tier level 9 mage. Fine, if you want to fight, then let's fight. After a brief moment of thought, Owen decisively chose to accept the challenge. There were far too many people eyeing him now. The best way to handle this was not to avoid them but to showcase his formidable strength, making them reconsider any presumptuous thoughts. Tony, who had some notoriety on the continent and decent strength, was the perfect candidate for making an example. Having just learned about the duel, he didn't wait for the messenger to continue and immediately rushed towards the royal arena in the capital. When he left the capital, he was bronze tier level 9. Now, upon returning, he was already silver tier level 7. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 is their daily report here too. At House Ravenwood, Duke Charles, Leslie, Madeline, and several elder members of House Ravenwood sat around the round table with serious expressions. The Bounty Guild has really stooped to a new low, for an old vice leader to have the nerve to challenge a younger generation. If I were him, I'd find a wall to bang my head against. If it were just him challenging Owen, it wouldn't be a big deal. We could simply have Owen refuse. But since His Majesty has spoken, it shows that he has some opinions about our Duke's mansion. Regardless of His Majesty's views or how other mages see it, Owen's talent is exceptional, and he possesses the Godslayer staff. He must not be lost. The elders on either side of the round table spoke with irritation. They were very pleased with Owen's talent and strength. But now, various forces were meddling, especially the Bounty Guild's vice leader and nearly platinum tier elder openly challenging the young Owen, shamelessly disregarding their own reputation. You all worry too much. I've already sent several messengers to intercept Owen before he enters the capital. As long as he avoids this vortex, both the vice leader of the Bounty Guild and His Majesty will have to give House Ravenwood some face. Duke Charles, seated at the head of the table, remained quite composed. Being plotted against by various factions and even His Majesty was within his expectations. House Ravenwood had grown too strong and too prominent, drawing attention. Owen was in a similar situation, his fame too great in possessing the Godslayer staff, attracting too many eyes. However, precisely because of this, the top-tier forces were restrained from acting directly against Owen. As long as Owen kept a low profile, this matter would gradually fade away. The Duke's actions aligned perfectly with my thoughts. We cannot follow the path laid out by them. With the prodigies of various factions gathering in the capital, Owen's return would be the spark to ignite the powder keg. At that point, it would be extremely disadvantageous for House Ravenwood. An elder of House Ravenwood stroked his graying beard and nodded seriously. House Ravenwood is now at the center of the storm. The key to breaking this situation lies with Owen. The longer we delay, the more beneficial it is for us. Yes, based on Owen's previous behavior, he is a smart man and should quickly distance himself from the capital, this dragon's lair. Many nodded in agreement during the meeting. Although House Ravenwood was currently in the spotlight with countless eyes on them, as long as Owen did not show himself, they dared not make a move. House Ravenwood was not to be trifled with by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Without absolute profit to entice them, they would not risk everything. However, at this moment, a messenger suddenly rushed into the meeting, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Your Grace, bad news, Master Owen just arrived at the gates of the capital and headed straight for the royal arena. As the messenger finished speaking in a hurry, the previously noisy hall fell silent. They stared at the intruding messenger in shock, mouths agape. Owen went to the royal arena. Did they hear correctly? At this time, shouldn't Owen be leaving the capital as quickly as possible? Whether it was the vice leader of the Bounty Guild or other prodigies, they had long been eyeing him. Entering the capital at this time was tantamount to courting death. The House Ravenwood elders, who had previously thought Owen to be a smart man, now felt their reputations were at stake. What were the previous messengers doing? They were supposed to have Owen leave, not go to the royal arena. Seeing the oppressive atmosphere around the round table, the messenger could only speak up. The previous messengers did inform Master Owen, but Master Owen still forced his way into the capital. Commander Benedict and the others are still trying to persuade him. Before he could finish, the anxious Duke Charles interrupted, sent out a summons. Any family members not engaged in critical matters must go to the royal arena. Owen and the Godslayer staff must not be lost. Receiving Duke Charles's command, the messenger quickly turned and left to relay the orders. Why? What is Owen thinking? Has he gone mad? Tony's strength is comparable to a true platinum tier level 1 fighter. Owen's current strength is no match for him. It's just suicide. Perhaps his victory over the second young miss made him overconfident. The priority now is to stop Owen. As the group discussed countermeasures in the meeting room, the messenger suddenly returned. Your Grace, many of the family's elite and strong members have been deployed to the borders and other remote areas. Some are currently completing tasks assigned within the estate. For now, there are no strong fighters available. The messenger cautiously glanced at the gradually darkening face of the Duke and then quickly relayed the newly gathered information. Who is it? Who is plotting against House Ravenwood? Duke Charles's face was full of anger and confusion. The family had many experts, met to deal with the crises that might arise. But now, they had all been sent away. Clearly, someone was scheming against them in the shadows. However, thinking of the importance of Owen and the Godslayer staff, he could only suppress his anger for the moment and waved his hand decisively. Let's go to the royal arena. Although there were no powerful mages to escort him, Duke Charles himself possessed great strength and could protect Owen. After angrily leaving the meeting room, Duke Charles was quickly followed by Madeline, who, after a moment of thought, got up and followed him. While she didn't know what Owen had in mind, based on her previous understanding of him, especially his methodical combat style, she knew he wasn't impulsive or reckless. Since Owen chose to head to the royal arena despite knowing the situation, he must have his own plan. The other elders of House Ravenwood, seeing this, could only rise and leave, dragging their aged bodies. They were old and no longer had much fighting power. They just hoped that the Duke would succeed in all matters. After everyone had left, the messenger, with his head bowed, half knelt on the ground and earnestly addressed Leslie, who was sitting in the corner of the round table. Miss, the order has already been given for all the family's strong members to avoid this matter for the time being. Leslie paused for a moment, seemingly in thought, then nodded, you may go. Owen's appearance had caught her off guard, and he was someone she couldn't fully understand for the first time. However, through her meticulous planning, Owen was now trapped. The more he struggled, the faster he would perish. In the capital city, on the way to the royal arena, Owen could clearly sense the curious gazes of the mages in the capital. Meanwhile, Benedict and the other wolf guards shielded him in the center, all the while trying to dissuade Owen from participating in the duel. Master Owen, this duel is extremely disadvantageous for you. You should abandon it for now and return to the family to discuss this further. The family is full of experts who will protect and help you. Owen did not stop his steps towards the royal arena. He spoke slowly, I appreciate your concern, but first, the Duke's mansion will definitely not help me. Second, I have many doubts I want to verify with this opportunity. You don't need to worry about me. Remember to keep your eyes open and protect them. Benedict looked at Owen with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he was so sure that the Duke's mansion wouldn't help him. After all, he was now the Duke's son-in-law, and what did he mean by protecting their eyes? Not long after, Owen arrived at the royal arena. By this time, it was already crowded with top prodigies from various factions and countless mages who had come to watch the spectacle. The previously empty VIP seats were now packed with people. The scene was incredibly noisy, like a bustling marketplace. Among the gathered crowd in the capital, Owen quickly noticed a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance, wearing a monocle. He sat quietly in a corner of the VIP section, looking very low-key, with a book on his lap and a quill in his hand, occasionally writing in the book. Edward, the scholar responsible for recording the continent's history from Academy City. Seeing Edward, Owen felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Chapter 26 Tony and Carlos. Academy City is a massive neutral organization that not only educates but also records important historical events on the continent. It was unexpected that they would take this duel so seriously, sending such a scholar to the scene to record the event. Edward was no unknown figure. On the contrary, he was quite famous on the continent. He was responsible for updating the Daily Continent, an intelligence journal that many mages purchased to keep up with the major events happening every day. His presence indicated how important this duel was to Academy City. Besides Edward, Owen saw many prodigies in the VIP section. In the central area of the VIP seat sat a young man with fiery red eyes. His aura was unrestrained, hot and domineering. A faint, ancient, and majestic fire dragon seemed to coil around him, its pressure like a mountain, causing many prodigies to avoid getting too close to him. He must be Alfonso from Gowato Sanctuary, a prodigy known for enslaving spellbeasts. He was also the prodigy that Bada, the leader of the snakefolk hunters in the desert, had mentioned. As Owen's gaze fell upon him, Alfonso immediately sensed it. His battle spirit surged like fire, and the fire dragon coiled around him couldn't help but roar at Owen. The next moment, their eyes met and then parted. Interesting, to be able to withstand the majesty of the fire dragon king head on. It seems he's not entirely reliant on the Godslayer staff. The genius leaderboard ranking might have some credibility after all, Alfonso murmured to himself, his interest in Owen growing. After crossing gazes with Alfonso, Owen noticed a stunning woman surrounded by a misty aura. Her bare feet were white as jade, with clear spring water flowing beneath them, exuding a powerful life force. Moonspring Kingdom Saint, Annie. Recognizing her immediately, Owen knew she was another extraordinarily gifted prodigy with close ties to angels. Her sister, Emily, had recently been defeated by Owen. Both were proud individuals but kind-hearted, making them worth befriending. At that moment, Annie was also observing Owen, her soft, watery eyes filled with curiosity and strong battle spirit. Owen's sudden appearance had even alarmed the angels, indicating his extraordinary nature. However, based on his appearance alone, apart from being somewhat handsome, there didn't seem to be anything particularly remarkable about him. Recalling that Owen had returned Emily's aqua sword to her after defeating her, Annie felt a slight fondness for Owen. At least, from what she knew, Owen did not seem to be a despicable person. From Annie's gaze, Owen sensed a bit of goodwill, which surprised him, but he quickly understood it was likely due to the incident with Emily. However, he also knew that this bit of goodwill was insignificant compared to the interests of Moonspring Kingdom. When the time came, Annie would show no mercy if she had to act against him. At that moment, Owen suddenly sensed a chilling hostility, as if a hidden viper had its eyes fixed on him. Following this feeling, Owen saw Carlos, the 8th prince of the Nether Kingdom. Owen had a deep impression of Carlos. Before Owen was ranked first on the genius leaderboard, Carlos was ranked 4th, effectively making him the top prodigy on the continent. Relying on his pure Dark Emperor bloodline, he later became the second-generation Dark Emperor, known for his cunning and ruthless nature, much like a cautious yet venomous snake. This guy clearly saw Owen as his prey. Owen disliked this feeling and didn't like Carlos either. Carlos was too selfish and ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Annie's sister, Emma, was not only deceived emotionally by Carlos but also tricked into giving her saint bloodline from Moonspring Kingdom. When Carlos noticed Owen looking at him, he smiled politely, as if he bore no ill towards Owen. Such keen perception, to sense even a hint of my hostility. Devouring a prodigy like this would greatly enhance my Dark Emperor bloodline, much more than Emma from Moonspring Kingdom. Carlos's smile grew more sinister, feeling an impatient urge to devour Owen. Owen's gaze quickly swept over Andre from Sahano Church and Princess Mary from Azure Kingdom. These individuals were outstanding figures in their respective kingdoms and factions, destined to shine on the continent in the future. Now, they had all gathered here. Then, he saw Duke Charles and Madeline from House Ravenwood arriving late and taking their seats in the VIP section. Both frowned slightly at Owen, puzzled as to why he would attend the tournament. The vice leader of the Bounty Guild, Tony, had strength and combat experience far beyond Owen's. A duel with him was tantamount to suicide. However, given the current situation, there was nothing they could do but hope that Owen had some confidence in coming here. Otherwise, with so many factions gathered, even House Ravenwood would be under immense pressure. Under the watchful eyes of Duke Charles and Madeline, Tony, who sat in the front of the VIP section, ran a hand through his crescent-shaped white upright hair. His aged face gradually revealed a grim smile as he looked at Owen. In just one day, you broke through from bronze tier to silver tier level 7. Truly worthy of being the #1 genius on the genius leaderboard, he said. Unfortunately, I've killed many prodigies like you in my lifetime. Dying by my hand is no disgrace. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd quickly fell silent, looking at Owen with expressions of astonishment. Owen's aura had been restrained earlier, so they couldn't discern his exact tier. They assumed he was still at bronze tier level 9, at most having broken through to silver tier level 1, but now, Tony had revealed that Owen had advanced a major tier and 6 minor levels in just one day. Such a breakthrough speed was shocking. Even across the continent, there was no such record of rapid advancement. If Tony hadn't said it, they wouldn't have believed it was true. No wonder Academy City ranked Owen first on the genius leaderboard. Such a breakthrough speed is indeed astonishing. Even if it's not unprecedented, it's certainly unparalleled. Many mages turned their gaze toward Edward in the corner. Edward appeared calm and scholarly, writing with his quill as if nothing had happened. However, inside, he was already experiencing a tempest of emotions. Although he had anticipated Owen's extraordinary talent, the fact that Owen had advanced from bronze tier level 9 to silver tier level 7 in one day was still beyond belief. This was entirely outside of Academy City's expectations. Owen's talent was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Today, Edward was not just recording events, he was witnessing and documenting the birth of a miracle. After all, a mage's tier breakthrough is not easy. Such a significant improvement in one day is unprecedented in the annals of history. Carlos, who had already set his sights on Owen, now felt an uncontrollable peak of desire to devour Owen. His cultivation method was the most domineering form of dark magic, directly seizing others' talents. Owen's remarkable level advancement surely indicated a special talent. If Carlos could devour Owen, he could gain this talent, rapidly advance his own tier, devour more high-tier individuals, and his growth rate would surpass the imagination of other mages, possibly ushering in a new era of Dark Emperor history. With this thought, Carlos stood up and said, Master Owen, before your duel with Chairman Tony, why not have a match with me first for practice? Hearing this, Tony squinted. A duel between Carlos and Owen could deplete Owen's strength and reveal some of his techniques. This was beneficial for Tony. As the vice leader of the Bounty Guild, caution was ingrained in his very being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have maintained an almost flawless assassination record for so many years. Owen was different from those he had previously assassinated or fought against. Dealing with such a prodigy required careful planning. After all, Owen had come here willingly, which meant he was either extremely arrogant or had a method to counter him. Tony leaned towards the latter. Though he found it somewhat unbelievable, perhaps Owen truly had a way to counter him. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Stand up and get beaten. Carlos stepped forward to challenge Owen, and all the prodigies present watched them curiously. Before Owen's sudden rise to fame, Carlos was the most renowned top prodigy on the continent. His talent and strength were quietly admired by many. Now, with these two top geniuses about to clash, who wouldn't be curious? A Dark Emperor bloodline against a Godslayer staff bearer, no matter the outcome, this battle is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Edward tightened his grip on the quill in his hand, and the magic began to flow through his monocle, ready to document this momentous event. He had thoroughly studied both Owen, who had recently risen to fame, and the seasoned prodigy Carlos. Given their talents, their future achievements were boundless. He was extremely curious about who would prove to be the stronger fighter. On the surface, Carlos had been cultivating for many more years than Owen, and his tier was undoubtedly higher than Owen's current level. Thus, he should have a greater chance of winning. However, Owen's rise had been so rapid and mysterious that even Edward couldn't be certain Carlos would secure the victory. One thing he could be sure of, though, was that this battle would be incredibly exciting. High-ranking figures of the Empire, such as Duke Charles, looked at Carlos with his gentle smile and couldn't help but frown and become vigilant. They remembered clearly what Carlos had done in the past, even daring to plot against and harm the Saint of Moonspring Kingdom. What wouldn't he dare to do? This time, his challenge to Owen surely had no good intentions. Mary, Alfonso, and the others present also looked at the two with great excitement. They were all very curious about Owen and Carlos. Now, unexpectedly having the chance to witness their battle was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Through their fight, they would surely be able to see the talents and strengths that these prodigies usually kept hidden and might even learn some new things from them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Owen looked at Carlos, who had initiated the challenge, and beckoned him with a finger. Carlos was incredibly strong, with unique talents, and was destined to be the future Dark Emperor. Owen also wanted to fight him to see how much his own strength had grown. Since he had ventured into Pharaoh's tower, breaking through various levels, he had rarely encountered top prodigies. Carlos was a perfect stepping stone. Provoked by Owen's reverse challenge, Carlos's expression grew colder. As the 8th prince of the Nether Kingdom, no one had ever dared to disdain him like this. He cruelly licked his thin lips, then, in a flash, mana surged within him. Like a streak of black light, he charged at Owen, who stood in the royal arena. Possessing the Dark Emperor bloodline, Carlos had unimaginable talent in dark magic. As he instantly appeared in front of Owen, his muscles and bones trembled slightly. The blood-colored mana surged within him like a scarlet python, causing his entire body to turn slightly red. His palms swelled and hardened, emitting scorching heat, and his aura became increasingly fierce, with faint handprints appearing in the air. Landshatter. Carlos unleashed the Platinum Tier Dark Magic, a fusion of blood and magic. If this strike landed on someone, even a Gold Tier mage would suffer broken bones and torn tendons. Carlos, as expected of the top prodigy before Owen, is already at Silver Tier level 9. This move could probably kill a Gold Tier level 6 mage. What's even more terrifying is that Carlos excels in dark magic, which is far more unpredictable and explosive than white magic. Owen is in danger. The moment Carlos made his move, he went all out. It seems he holds Owen in high regard, perhaps too much so. As Carlos unleashed his powerful strike, the onlookers, sensing its immense power, were all shocked and began to discuss it fervently. The top prodigy's position should belong to this prince, Carlos declared confidently as his hand struck out, the wind howling and blowing through Owen's hair. Seeing Carlos's incoming strike, Owen could feel that its power was slightly stronger than that of the Gold Tier level 5 Sphinx. While the Spellbeast boss was formidable, it still fell short compared to the truly top-tier prodigies of the human race. However, having cultivated Obsidified to level 2, close to the level 3 Obsidian Bone stage, Owen remained exceptionally calm. When he had broken through to Silver Tier level 1, he had been able to kill the Sphinx. Now, at Silver Tier level 7, his strength had increased exponentially. It seemed he had overestimated Carlos. No, it was more likely that he had advanced too quickly in a short period of time. With that, Owen also threw a punch, black light swirling around his fist as he pushed Obsidify level 2 to its limit. For a moment, it was as if an indestructible black star was falling, tearing through the void, the air around it emitting a plaintive wail. Bang! The two fists collided, and a violent wind swept out, shaking the mana within a radius of tens of meters. Even the arena beneath their feet seemed to tremble slightly from the impact. This time, the two seemed evenly matched. But soon, the sound of bones cracking filled the air as Carlos's slender body was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc before landing at the edge of the arena. His hands were incredibly numb, especially his right hand, which had collided with Owen's. The bones in his fist had shattered, leaving his hand hanging limply, accompanied by excruciating pain. What am I seeing? Carlos was crushed by Owen in a single move, and it seems Owen used some form of dark magic. Defeating the heir of the Dark Emperor's bloodline with dark magic, this is an incredible irony. I can't believe how unreal Owen's strength is now. Carlos's earlier strike was immensely powerful, yet he was seriously injured by Owen's single punch. The onlookers, filled with excitement, couldn't help but stand up, craning their necks in disbelief at what they had witnessed. Owen's tier is only Silver Tier level 7, while Carlos's tier completely surpasses his, reaching Silver Tier level 9. Carlos is a top prodigy, how could this happen? Duke Charles and many other elders were equally stunned by the vast disparity revealed in just one exchange between the two. From Carlos's earlier use of Landshatter, it was clear he was indeed deserving of his genius. Reputation. The power and speed of that punch were something they would have taken very seriously, yet in front of Owen, he was completely overpowered. Under the gaze of the crowd, Carlos's chest heaved as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even in his proud and arrogant eyes, a trace of shock appeared. He could feel that Owen had used a highly domineering physical technique. The power in that punch was like a flood beast, unstoppable and relentless. The fist felt like a piece of well-tempered iron, impossible to resist. Where on earth did this Owen come from? Carlos's face was full of disbelief. He wanted to raise his hands and use dark magic again, but his right arm had been shattered by the fierce punch, hanging limply and sending waves of excruciating pain through his body. Carlos's entire body trembled, contorted in agony, on the verge of fainting. Damn it! The pain and the increasingly loud discussions around him twisted Carlos's expression, a trace of hatred and madness appearing on his face. Owen, you are indeed impressive, the strongest genius I have ever seen. However, you still don't understand the true terror of the Dark Emperor bloodline. Carlos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with great effort, steadied himself at the edge of the arena, and then made a gripping motion with his 5 fingers toward Owen. Come here. Gritting his teeth, a massive suction force suddenly emanated from his palm, like a small black hole, locking on Owen and pulling him closer. As a bearer of the Dark Emperor bloodline, his greatest talent was not cultivation, but devour. By devouring suitable targets, he could transform them into a part of himself using his devour talent. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Run when you can't win. This is, when the terrifying suction force emanated from Carlos's palm, many mages noticed it and became dazed, as if they had heard of it somewhere before. One of the top talents of the Dark Emperor, devour. No wonder Carlos remained low-key yet was still ranked 4th by Academy City. With such an extraordinary talent, once he grows, other prodigies won't be able to compare. This is bad. It looks like Owen is being pulled toward Carlos's devour talent. Many of the older mages, expressions changed one after another, shifting from initially supporting Carlos, to being shocked when Owen suppressed him with one move, and now to supporting Owen. Meanwhile, as Carlos pushed his talent to the extreme, Owen felt as if countless invisible tentacles were pulling at him. Want to devour me? Then I'll give you something to devour. Owen sneered, pretending not to resist as he was pulled closer by the suction force from Carlos's palm. Then, with a subtle movement of his mind, he sent the order of thunder directly into Carlos. The violent thunder's aura instantly filled Carlos's body, making him feel an indescribable comfort and strength. It was as if the void in his heart was greatly satisfied at this moment. This sensation made every cell in his body tremble with excitement. Tisk tisk tisk, you really do have some good stuff on you. This thing is filled with such a dense power of thunder, how could you be worthy of owning it? Carlos's smile grew wider and wider, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed that Owen's face, instead of showing regret or pain, displayed a mocking smile. Carlos's heart sank with a sense of foreboding. Then he realized that the mysterious thunder's aura he had absorbed was not stopping because his body had reached its limit. Instead, it was becoming more violent and uncontrollable. It was as if a volcano made of thunder had erupted inside him. Carlos's body, strengthened by years of practicing dark magic, could not provide much defense against the rampaging order of thunder. Boom! As Carlos's face grew increasingly grim while he speculated about the source of the power of thunder, his body could no longer withstand the aura's impact and exploded. Blood splattered across the arena, with many fragments flying onto Owen. The stench of blood filled the air. Looking at Carlos, whose body had been half destroyed by the Order of Thunder in an instant, Owen remained calm, having anticipated this outcome. The Order of Thunder was not something that just anyone could refine and absorb. If it hadn't been for the small pyramid shadow in his body strengthened by Obsidify, Owen wouldn't have been able to obtain the Order of Thunder. Carlos, inferior in every aspect and caught off guard by the volatile Order of Thunder, could only end up as he did now. Damn, Carlos absorbed Owen's mana, so why did his body explode instead? He has the Dark Emperor bloodline and was suppressing Owen before. How did this happen? Can someone explain what exactly occurred? Only Owen and Carlos know the full story. At that moment, everyone gaped in shock and started discussing the situation in bewilderment. Duke Charles, the elder powerhouses of the Bounty Guild, and others were equally stunned. However, their attention was more focused on the Order of Thunder drifting from Carlos's mangled body. The Order of Thunder. It's the Order of Thunder. Owen has already mastered the power of the Order of Thunder. No wonder he appeared so calm during the duel. Who exactly is Owen? He seems like nature's favorite child. Not only does he wield the Godslayer staff, but he has also mastered the Order of Thunder. The elder mages were almost hypnotized by the Order of Thunder. They had been searching for any information about an order for a long time, but there had been no news. The appearance of an order would cause a tremendous stir, with many covetous mages flocking to it immediately. On the royal arena, Owen ignored the crowd's discussions. He walked up to the severely injured Carlos, lifted him like a chick, and reabsorbed the order. Then, he prepared to finish off Carlos. Carlos, destined to become the future Dark Emperor, had been a threat to Owen before. Now, with their relationship so hostile, Owen knew he had to eliminate him as quickly as possible. Just as Owen was about to strike, the severely wounded Carlos, in a final desperate act, swallowed a golden recovery pill. As the pill entered his body, Carlos's mangled body immediately began to heal. His damaged meridians quickly recovered, and even his aura surged dramatically. A Regent pill, a miraculous elixir that can revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones, worth 40 million gold coins. He actually had one on him. No wonder he's such a cunning Dark Emperor, always leaving himself a way out, Owen murmured to himself as he observed the changes happening to Carlos. With the help of the Regent pill, Carlos not only recovered but also briefly touched the gold tier. He transformed into a Blackwing Falcon and fled at the fastest speed. The Blackwing Falcon is the fastest bird on the continent, and Carlos, proficient in the transformation arts of dark magic, was spurred by the intense life or death crisis to reach an extreme speed. Owen watched the rapidly receding black dot and chose not to pursue. If he wanted to, he could have used the Judgment Light sword combined with Starlit to kill Carlos with one strike, but Carlos had pulled out a Regent pill worth 40 million and near life. Renewing elixir. This indicated that the Nether Kingdom had thoroughly prepared for this encounter. Striking a fatal blow now would undoubtedly alert the top powerhouses of the Nether Kingdom. Thinking of this, Owen let Carlos go for now. After Carlos escaped, the crowd around the arena fell into a brief silence before erupting into a deafening discussion. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, we underestimated you before. If you continue to grow, it won't be long before his old bones are no match for you. Hearing the sudden applause, everyone turned towards the sound to see Tony sitting in a chair, his eyes filled with killing intent as he locked onto Owen and continued, unfortunately, today you will die by my hand. The opportunities and talents you possess will ultimately be nothing but an illusion. Faced with Tony's provocative words, Owen calmly stared at him and extended one finger. I'll kill you in one move. Owen must be crazy. He's even disregarding the vice leader of the Bounty Guild. Owen's experience is still too shallow, and he's too arrogant. A platinum tier mage is respected as a powerful figure anywhere on the continent. Owen's words shocked everyone present. Most of the mages watching were stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief. Many prodigies scoffed, not believing Owen could do such a thing. However, some female mages, gradually captivated by Owen's charm, looked at him with starry eyes, eagerly awaiting his next move, though it seemed absurd for a silver tier level 7 to kill a half-step platinum tier mage in one strike. The one who said it was Owen. They were filled with hope for Owen. And indeed, Owen had his reasons for saying this. Facing a strong opponent just a step away from platinum tier, all tricks and strategies were meaningless. In a battle between true powerhouses, it all came down to one move. The strongest move. Tony narrowed his eyes. Let me give you some advice. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony leapt onto the stage, his crescent-shaped, strange white hair instantly attracting attention. Owen, however, focused on the order fusion spell. This special skill allowed different orders to be fused together, making the power of the technique even more terrifying. The resulting fusion didn't simply add their powers together but multiplied them several times over. Owen took a deep breath and began merging the two spell marks floating on his forehead. Thunder and fire. The moment these two vastly different powerful orders touched, it felt as if Owen's head exploded, leaving him dizzy and disoriented as though he had taken a severe blow. However, this dizziness didn't last long. The thunder rune and fire rune on his forehead intertwined and fused together. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Brighter than the sun. The silver thunder and red flames intertwined like two differently colored serpents. Occasionally, sparks flew out, emanating a restless aura. Owen's breathing quickened, and his body felt like a volcano on the verge of erupting, ready to obliterate mountains. The air around him boiled, transforming into invisible waves that spread in all directions. Even the mages around the royal arena, who were keeping a safe distance from Owen, were affected by these waves. Their hair stood on end as they stepped back, faces filled with terror and astonishment. What is Owen doing? Such terrifying fluctuations. I can even sense a taste of death from it. Order of Thunder. No, there's another order. It's the Order of Fire. My god, Owen has mastered two orders. Obtaining one order is a rare and fortuitous opportunity. He has actually mastered two. As the terrifying aura emanating from Owen grew stronger, the mages present realized the terrifying source two completely different orders. After their initial shock, many mages were filled with jealousy and envy. Moreover, Owen was attempting to fuse these two orders into one. Is this what he meant by defeating Tony with one move? Such madness. They all knew that orders were the fundamental elements that composed everything in the world, each representing an absolutely independent order. Forcing them to fuse could have unimaginable consequences. No one knew what would happen if the orders of Thunder and Fire were fused. However, they did know that if the two orders had a violent repulsive reaction, the mages who had come to watch could be caught in the crossfire. Thinking of this, many cowardly and timid mages were already shaking like leaves, clamoring to leave quickly. But the aura emanating from Owen was becoming more terrifying. Even just a wisp of it made them feel as though they were walking through hell, a bone-chilling sensation. Unlike the crowd's terror, panic, and despair, Owen looked calmly at the two orders merging in his chest. He knew exactly what would happen when the two orders fused. Shortly after, the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire partially fused. Owen sensed even more terrifying fluctuations from within. With a thought, Owen pointed his finger, and a thin strand of intertwined silver and red lightning jumped from his fingertip. The silver and red intertwined to finally form a small black cross the size of a palm. The cross was exquisitely crafted, appearing as if it had been coated in crystal, making it gleam and shine. The cross didn't appear large, and its aura was completely contained. However, in its presence, mana seemed to be forcibly obliterated, turning into a void. Even the space around it became unstable, filled with web-like black cracks, as if it couldn't bear the power it contained. On the opposite side, Tony's aged face went through a series of changes, like a Sichuan opera face change. Tony's yellowed eyes were fixed on Owen. When the Order of Thunder surged from Owen, he sensed something was amiss. However, despite the Order of Thunder's strength, its wielder needed sufficient power to fully unleash its potential. Tony was confident that with his near platinum tier strength, he could utterly crush Owen. But when the Order of Fire emanated from Owen, Tony began to feel apprehensive and envious. Both the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire were known for their destructive and lethal power. Owen mastering both would significantly enhance his strength. If used in concert, even Tony would struggle to handle them. Only then did Tony understand why Owen showed no fear or respect toward him. It also explained why Carlos was so easily overpowered by Owen, despite both being top prodigies. At this point, Tony's expression became serious. He could no longer disregard or underestimate Owen. When Owen recklessly fused the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire, Tony was stunned, utterly flabbergasted. He could faintly smell death emanating from Owen. Especially when the black cross rushed towards him, Tony's breath almost stopped. How could this be possible? How could Owen successfully fuse two orders? Tony's mind was in turmoil, feeling as if invisible chains were binding him, rendering him immobile as the cross drew nearer. The space around him seemed to fold like paper, pressing in on him and absorbing all the mana around him. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. It felt as though any effort he made would be futile against the approaching cross, leaving him unable to muster even a shred of resistance. As the cross, a fusion of the orders of thunder and fire, bore down on Tony, everyone watching from the royal arena was horrified to see that in just an instant, the cross, with its space-shattering power, reached Tony. Under Owen's control, it lifted Tony into the sky. Whoosh! The speed of the cross was incredibly fast, quickly carrying Tony high into the air until he became a tiny black dot. Then, the cross suddenly expanded, radiating brilliant light and creating waves of heat in the sky, forming a giant, dazzling cross. The light from this cross was even brighter than the sun. The heat waves spreading from it caused the ground to tremble, and the mages present were pressed tightly into their seats, feeling as if they were being forcibly merged with the chairs beneath them. The ground beneath the intense heat waves began to emit billowing steam, turning red-hot, and developing fist-sized cracks as if all moisture had been evaporated in an instant. Weaker mages, unable to withstand the searing heat, saw their magical defenses collapse, white blisters forming on their bodies before they fainted with cracked lips. Even Duke Charles and his peers were affected, their expressions grave as they felt the terrifying ripples of heat from the sky. Their blood seemed to boil, their bodies unbearably hot, as if they might be vaporized. It was unimaginable what kind of dreadful impact Tony was enduring at the center of the cross. As the crowd swallowed hard and looked on in terror, they suddenly saw the massive cross in the sky explode once more. In that moment, countless bolts of lightning and flames intertwined and collided, illuminating the heavens and earth. The spreading magical waves formed a gigantic light dome that radiated in all directions. The sky thundered, and the ground shook and cracked, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Under the intensely spreading white light, even the indestructible royal arena seemed to be plowed through. The cracked and fragmented ground split open along the path of the white light waves, resembling fish scales scorched by boiling oil, bursting and rising, extending to the horizon. At this moment, under such a terrifying energy wave, not just the royal arena but the entire imperial capital was affected, lightly shaking. All the mages within the city turned their attention to the chaotic light in the sky, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. They had never encountered anything like this in all their years in the capital. In the palace, King Albrecht suddenly looked up at the terrifying collision that turned the sky and earth white, his expression unusually serious and grim. Your Majesty, this disturbance was caused by Master Owen fusing two different orders. The powerful elders of the council appeared beside King Albrecht, carefully guarding him and reporting the latest information they had received. Owen. King Albrecht was deeply shocked to learn that Owen was behind this. What level was Owen at? How could he unleash such terrifying power that it affected the entire capital? King Albrecht remained silent for a long time, his frown deepening. It seems Duke Charles's household has gained another monstrous talent. Given his prior engagement with Mary, I should have strongly supported it. Knowing the full story, King Albrecht felt a pang of regret for having let Owen slip away. If he had such a powerful figure under his command, he could have kept House Ravenwood and other restless factions in check. Unfortunately, there was no remedy for regret. Chapter 30. Chapter 30 Will the boy meets the girl. Meanwhile, in the Duke's mansion, Leslie also sensed the chaotic disturbance. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her expression remained calm. From the moment Owen decided to participate in the duel, she had suspected that he had a plan to win and had been keeping a close eye on his every move. Now, it seemed her intuition was spot on. Gather all the information we have on Owen and organize it for me. After this duel, I want to meet him personally, Leslie said slowly, her eyes flickering for a moment. In the dark corner, Charlotte immediately nodded and left. Before the duel began, she had already known the outcome from her lady's predictions. She was mentally prepared, but she had not expected Owen to unleash such terrifying power. This Owen had truly been underestimated. Outside the royal arena, John, who hurried over, along with Ymir inside the necklace on his chest, squinted at the dazzling cross, their expressions exceptionally grim. Damn it, that cursed Owen, he snatched the Order of Thunder. That was supposed to be mine. He's mastered both the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire and wields them with such proficiency. Taking them from him will be extremely difficult. Ymir, aware of John's jealousy, disappointment, and anger, continued to comfort him. Although orders are incredibly powerful and important, I have a family secret spell whose power is not weak at all. If you practice it diligently, your combat strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Hearing Ymir's promise, John finally calmed down a bit. Meanwhile, as the massive explosion in the sky gradually subsided, Owen heard the system's voice. Killed Tony, gained 600 fate points. Owen glanced at his total, now 2450 fate points. At that moment, his tier suddenly began to rise. Two upgrade lights flashed consecutively. His level increased directly from silver tier level 7 to silver tier level 9. Excited, Owen quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Owen. Level, silver tier level 9. Talents, Order of Merlin, Starlet level 2. Express, 04,800,000. Skills, Mana Void, Supreme Sword, Obsidify level 2, Judgment Light Sword, Minor Healing, Order Fusion Spell, Order of Thunder Usage Skill, Order of Fire Usage Skill. Weapon, Godslayer Staff 1/7. Luck, 90 max 100. Fate points, 2450. As Owen was about to close the panel, he noticed the fate store flashing. Curious, he opened it and found that a new item had been unlocked, the Mini Nuke. Mini Nuke. Owen's pupils contracted, thinking he must have seen something wrong, but after carefully reading it for a moment, the words didn't change. It really was a nuclear bomb, but this was clearly a magical world. How could there be something modern? After pondering for a moment, Owen recalled from the original anime that orders represented various elements that make up the world. However, they weren't called elemental of thunder or elemental of fire because each order represented a rule beyond the element itself. Moreover, different orders combined would create new rules. For example, the fusion of the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire gave him the power of explosions, which updated the Fate Store with a nuclear bomb. However, the original anime never mentioned any connection between this world and the real world. First, it was the mummy, and now it's the nuclear bomb. Owen felt that this world might hold more secrets. Stopping his thoughts there, he considered the power of the mini-nuke, capable of destroying a small city, a true weapon of mass destruction. Thus, Owen decisively purchased it. After deducting 1,000 fate points, Owen found himself holding a small white cross, about the size of a thumb. It was quite tiny. If not for the system prompt confirming the mini-nuke purchase, Owen would have thought he had bought the wrong item. The mini-nuke was really that small, but considering the system's products are always top-notch, Owen felt reassured and placed the white cross, or rather, the mini-nuke, close to his chest. Genius and madness are truly separated by a thin line. Fusing two orders together, such a crazy act only a madman would attempt, yet he succeeded. Though extremely dangerous, the power is terrifying. Even Tony, with his half-step platinum tier strength, had no resistance. Indeed, if Owen hadn't controlled the explosion in midair, we would all have perished if it had detonated in the royal arena. As the explosion from the cross gradually subsided, the mages around were filled with awe and began to discuss fervently. Their gazes toward Owen were now filled with respect and apprehension. Even the elder mages, who had previously looked down on Owen, now saw him in a new light. Owen had the power to kill Tony in one move, which meant he could potentially defeat, or even kill, any of these elder mages. Master Owen. As Owen was putting away the white cross, Edward, who had been in the corner, suddenly looked at him with fervent eyes, waving his quill. Master Owen, I have recorded your magnificent display, complete with illustrations. I just need to know, what is the name of the move you used to fuse two orders and create that terrifying attack? Edward wanted to document the event in great detail, as it was bound to be recorded in history. Other mages, remembering the explosion caused by Owen's move, shivered slightly and also looked at Owen with curiosity. Owen thought for a moment. The chaotic power produced by fusing the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire was like a powerful explosive. So, he casually said, let's call it TNT. TNT, Edward murmured the name a few times, not quite understanding its meaning. The other mages looked at each other, bewildered. While they recognized each character, they were at a loss when they saw them together. Edward glanced at the confused crowd, then back at the confident Owen, and proceeded to write it down in his book. Master Owen, it's recorded. Thank you for your support of Academy City. Although they didn't understand why Owen chose such an odd name, TNT sounded impressive enough. This Owen is truly fascinating. His talent and strength are unmatched, and his thinking is unique. In the VIP section, Princess Mary's haughty expression softened considerably as she gazed at Owen. She had seen and heard of many prodigious talents, but they all paled in comparison to Owen. Even she felt ordinary in his presence. No wonder her father had considered marrying her to him. While Mary's view of Owen changed, Owen walked slowly toward Duke Charles in the VIP section and bowed slightly. Your Grace. Duke Charles, just recovering from his earlier shock, saw Owen approaching to greet him. He met Owen's eyes calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Becoming increasingly satisfied with Owen, Duke Charles smiled warmly. Owen, did you encounter any trouble during your trip to Pharaoh's Tower? Were you injured? He looked at Owen with genuine concern, already considering him his son-in-law. After a few more polite exchanges, Duke Charles, aware of the many complex gazes around them, continued. Today's duel was arduous. You should rest at the Duke's mansion. Your meeting with Leslie has been delayed for too long. Come with me to the mansion. Owen thought for a moment and then nodded. Leslie had hidden her true power and ambition in the early parts of the anime, only revealing them 4 years later. Currently, Owen wasn't sure how strong Leslie truly was. However, now that he was a silver tier level 9 mage and had mastered 2 orders as well as possessing a mini-nuke, he felt more confident in facing the future Queen of Hell. On the way to the Duke's mansion, Owen, to be cautious, gritted his teeth and spent 500 fate points to buy an advanced healing potion. After all, having just fused 2 orders, he had endured unimaginable strain and pressure. Even if he had managed to appear unfazed, Leslie was very powerful, so he had to meet her in his best condition. Shortly after entering the Duke's mansion with Duke Charles, Owen's condition had fully recovered thanks to the advanced healing potion, and he felt refreshed. He had barely sat down when a maid entered the living room. Master Owen, Miss Leslie would like to see you. Please follow me. The maid finished speaking and then led the way. Owen's heart raced with nervousness and anticipation. Leslie, the legendary figure from the anime, he was finally going to meet her. And as her fiancée, no less. As Owen stood up to follow, the system suddenly issued a mission. Chapter 31 Boy Meets Girl. Host raises Leslie's favorability to 30, rewards 500 fate points. Host raises Leslie's favorability to 40, rewards 1000 fate points. Host raises Leslie's favorability to 50, rewards 2000 fate points in the God tier skill absolute copy. Hint, Leslie's current favorability is 20. If the favorability drops to 0, Leslie will 100% eliminate the host. Looking at the system tasks in front of him, especially the system's hint, Owen appeared calm, but his heart was pounding like a war drum, and his mind was racing, strategizing. From the system's hint, it seemed that he was not yet a match for Leslie. If she decided to take action herself, he would be undoubtedly dead. However, the fact that she had a favorability of 20 for him was somewhat surprising to Owen. It must be because Leslie had been observing his recent activities. Her favorability towards him could only be based on his outstanding talent and her curiosity about him. This was a good thing, but at the same time, if he couldn't satisfy Leslie, this scarce favorability would definitely keep dropping. Owen, you don't need to be nervous. Although Leslie's personality is a bit strange, she is actually a very good person. The fact that she is willing to see you proactively is unprecedented. She has a very good impression of you. Seeing Owen's body tense up a bit, Duke Charles knew he might be nervous. After all, Leslie's reputation wasn't great, so he spoke warmly to reassure him. Owen smiled at Duke Charles upon hearing this. If Leslie was really that easy to win over, she wouldn't be the Hell Queen who is patient, powerful, and cold as iron. Currently, Duke Charles and many others who saw her as a chaotic demon king were all in the dark about her true nature. Soon, led by a maid, Owen walked through luxurious pavilions and buildings, eventually arriving at a somewhat deserted independent courtyard in the back of the Duke's mansion. The maid stopped in front of the courtyard, made a gesture inviting Owen to enter, and said, Mr. Owen, the lady is waiting for you in the courtyard. Owen nodded, paused, and then slowly entered the courtyard. Watching Owen's back as he entered the courtyard, a complex expression flashed in the maid's eyes. She had been serving Miss Leslie for many years. Miss Leslie had a bad temper, and the marriage engagements the Duke had arranged for her were all disrupted by her and eventually came to nothing. Now, for Miss Leslie to take the initiative to see another man, especially in her private courtyard, was unprecedented. Owen ignored the maid's gaze as he walked into the courtyard. The first thing he saw was a towering tree in the middle of the yard. This tree was very peculiar, with lush foliage and branches that stretched skyward like a celestial wooden structure. Standing before it made one feel quite small. What struck Owen even more was that the dense leaves and branches of this tree were layered into 9 distinct levels, making it look like a giant tower from afar. Underneath this great tree stood a stunning woman with red hair and blue eyes. She seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Her features were delicate and painted, and when the soft golden light filtered through the leaves, casting mild shadows around her, it made her appear even more ethereal, like a flawless beauty in an oil painting. At first glance at the woman, Leslie's name surfaced in Owen's mind. Cold, noble, and absolute earthly beauty. That was Owen's first impression of her. Although Owen knew Leslie inside out, having participated in designing this character, seeing her in person still made his eyelids twitch and his steps involuntarily halted. While Owen was observing Leslie, her blue eyes also fell on him. Seeing him stop a short distance in front of her, a faint glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes, and the temperature of the air seemed to drop significantly. Owen, indeed, he was somewhat handsome, and his aura was exceptionally strong. She even sensed a faint, subtle feeling of danger from him. Danger. It had been a long time since Leslie had experienced such a feeling. For someone like this, if he could not be used for her purposes, then he must be utterly destroyed. There was no third option. You wanted to see me. Owen was the first to speak, breaking the silence between them. You are my fiancé. Naturally I should meet you, Leslie said calmly, but she emphasized the word, fiancé. Upon hearing this, Owen noticed that Leslie's favorability on the system panel dropped to 15. It seemed she was very averse to the idea of him being her fiancé. Just meeting her didn't increase her favorability, instead, it decreased. Owen's mouth twitched. Dealing with someone like Leslie, conventional methods wouldn't work, so, he seriously stared into Leslie's eyes and directly asked. Do you want to kill me? Leslie's slender eyebrows raised slightly. She had indeed felt a trace of killing intent towards Owen just now. However, she had completely hidden the trace deep in her eyes. Owen had actually sensed it. This man's perception was truly astonishing, so, she slightly restrained her emotions and asked. Why do you say that? Owen smiled slightly and confidently said, because I understand you. We've never had any interaction before, nor have we met. How could you understand me? Leslie responded noncommittally. Understanding someone doesn't necessarily require close contact. Your infamous deeds, such as burning down the palace of the third prince who was engaged to you, training hunting dogs, and teasing tutors, are well known. So, I do have some understanding of you, Owen said. Leslie remained calm. If that's all you know, then it's just the same old stories that everyone in the imperial capital knows. Before Leslie could finish, Owen continued. Yes, those things are well known, but I also know that they're just your cover. You even deliberately arranged for your subordinates to spread these stories. Hearing this, Leslie squinted her eyes, which suddenly turned icy, and she chuckled lightly, saying, well said, continue. Owen glanced at the system panel again, noticing that Leslie's favorability had dropped to 10. Clearly, having her secrets exposed increased her hostility towards him. However, Owen remained composed and continued, after you turned 14, you became extremely low-key, almost as if you vanished, because you knew that deceiving others and making them belittle you, diverting their attention away from you, had already achieved its purpose. You could start your real plan. Owen smiled, being the person who understood Leslie the most besides herself. Seeing a flicker in Leslie's eyes, he continued, during the time you were hiding, you unified the underground forces of the imperial capital through decapitation operations. To make your sister the leader of the Eagle Guard and further expand the influence of the Duke's mansion, you caused the death of the former Eagle Guard leader. You also took advantage of the birthday banquet held by House Copper for their young master, ambushing House Copper's strongmen and secretly poisoning them, causing them all to fall unconscious. Then, you had people set a fire, burning the entire bloodline of House Copper to ashes. The fortress where House Copper resided burned for 3 days and 3 nights. After clearing out opposing factions, you used iron-fisted methods to integrate scattered forces, forming the current Chrysanthemum Hotel, the strongest intelligence network in the imperial capital. Owen spoke confidently, as if these hidden, shadowy events had occurred right under his nose, witnessed by him personally. As he continued speaking, Owen noticed Leslie's favorability towards him had dropped to 5. With only a sliver of favorability left before she would personally take action against him, the atmosphere grew tenser. As her favorability towards Owen decreased, cold light began to emanate from her body, the air temperature plummeted, and even frost could be seen forming. At this moment, Leslie's mind was in turmoil, and her gaze towards Owen became sharper. Like icy blades. How do you know this? Who else knows? You should be aware that I can kill you right now and have more than enough means to cover up your death here. As she spoke, Leslie mobilized the mana within the courtyard, surrounding Owen in what felt like an invisible prison of ice and snow, leaving him with no escape. You are a smart person, since you know these secrets and dare to mention them in front of me. You must have enough confidence. I'll give you one chance to speak. If you can't satisfy me, you'll go to hell and keep my secrets well. Chapter 32, to be or not to be. In Leslie's heart, a cold intent to kill had already formed. The man in front of her knew too much. If she couldn't fully understand his intentions, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. Feeling the aura Leslie exuded, which almost completely isolated the courtyard in the Duke's mansion, Owen realized that Leslie probably had mastered some sort of domain ability. This was her stronghold, where she could use various terrifying methods. Owen already felt that his magical circuits were being locked by some technique. Clearly, Leslie had murderous intentions towards him. To a conspirator like her, the greatest fear is having her schemes exposed, especially the worry of being seen through by others. If what he says next doesn't satisfy Leslie, given Owen's understanding of her, she would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. At this moment, even though Owen had anticipated this, his breathing was slightly rapid. After a brief moment, he steadied himself and softly shook his head, saying, the Order of Ice is not the only order capable of seeing through people's secrets. The reason you can threaten so many people to work for you, creating meticulous and flawless plans, is because you possess the Order of Ice, which helps you see into others' bests. I have mastered the Order of Fire, which has similar abilities. Though my mastery of the Order of Fire is not as proficient as your mastery of the Order of Ice, the reason I know your past is because the Order of Fire continuously guides me. Owen spoke with great conviction. In reality, he was making it all up. The Order of Fire did not have the ability to perceive the past or future. But Leslie didn't know that, and neither did anyone else. So, he decided to gamble and use this to deceive Leslie. After Owen finished speaking, Leslie's favorability directly dropped to 1, reaching the most dangerous critical point. The Order of Fire can also see the past and future. So what? You're here just to deliver the order to me. It's perfect timing since I also need the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire right now. As Leslie spoke, her alabaster finger pointed directly at Owen's forehead. The bone-chilling cold seemed to freeze even the void. Owen neither dodged nor activated his mana for defense. Instead, he confidently said, you won't kill me. Oh, why not? Leslie asked coldly. Owen shook his head and said, you've done all this just to overthrow the Azure Kingdom's royal family. Killing me won't help you, it will only create more trouble. Are you afraid of death? Knowing so much, at this moment, Leslie's killing intent almost became tangible. Although, as Owen said, killing him wouldn't be of much help in overthrowing the royal family and might even affect her original plan, Owen knew too many secrets. As long as Owen lived, her plans and goals would face more risks. Seeing that Leslie's favorability towards him was about to drop to zero, Owen suddenly said seriously, I can help you. Leslie's finger, which was about to pierce Owen's brow, stopped. She hesitated slightly and asked, how can you help? Owen pondered for a moment and said, you now have enough power. The reason you don't dare to act is because you fear the top expert in the Royal Council of Elders. Even if you exhaust all your resources, you won't be a match for him. But if we cooperate, within a year, that expert will no longer be a threat. Seeing Owen speak with such seriousness, Leslie was shocked. In her estimation, it would take at least 4 more years for her strength to reach a level where she could contend with that top expert. However, considering Owen's astonishing rate of improvement, if he continued to advance at such a rapid pace, it might indeed be possible within a year. The sooner this matter is dealt with, the better. Currently, many new talents are rising within the royal family. The longer it drags on, the more difficult and risky it becomes. If Owen is truly willing to help her, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. But why would Owen help her? She never took others' help for granted. Owen's unsolicited assistance made her very uneasy. Seeing the flicker of uncertainty in Leslie's eyes, Owen knew that she was already tempted but didn't trust him due to her suspicious nature. So, he said slowly, the reason I'm helping you is because you don't seek to become the ruler of Azure Kingdom after overthrowing the royal family. You want to gain military power and destroy Kyric to avenge your family. You are not a simple opportunist. As he said this, a complex emotion flashed in Owen's eyes. Leslie was not actually Duke Charles's biological daughter but was born in the Kyric general's household. At that time, the general was conquering all directions, and his prestige in Kyric was growing day by day. Although the general had already sensed the suspicion of outshining the master and handed over his military power, preparing to retire to the countryside, unfortunately, the king of Kyric had already harbored strong murderous intent towards the general's household. Thus, on the way to retirement, the general's household was ambushed. Regardless of whether they were men, women, old, or young, they were all killed on sight. To prevent any survivors, their heads were all chopped off. This scene had an unprecedented impact on the young Leslie at that time. The sight of her father, mother, and siblings being beheaded haunted her dreams like a nightmare. Therefore, Owen could understand the fire of anger in Leslie's heart and her ruthless determination to seek revenge at all costs. And the most important reason is that I need your help to find a way to break the seal on the Godslayer staff, Owen said, flipping his hand to reveal the Godslayer staff and gently stroking it. The seal on the Godslayer staff had 7 layers in total, and 6 needed to be unlocked. This secret was known to no one but himself. He didn't want to divulge this information, but the Godslayer staff couldn't remain sealed forever. Given the current situation, the best way was to leverage the intelligence network of Leslie's Chrysanthemum Hotel to find a method to unseal it. Hearing this, Leslie felt a sense of relief. Owen had a request for her, which was what she hoped to see. In her view, a partnership without mutual interests was like a rootless duckweed. Seeing that the coldness on Leslie's body had unconsciously diminished, Owen slowly extended a hand to her. If you don't mind, shall we try to cooperate? Staring at Owen's outstretched hand, Leslie was silent for a long time before she spoke. The path with me will be very bloody and full of danger. As someone with a promising future, aren't you burdened by the thought of abandoning the light for the darkness? Owen laughed freely. To hell with the burden. I only follow my true desires. Without strength, what's the point of talking about romance and dreams? Only by surviving does everything have meaning. At that moment, a vivid scene unfolded in Leslie's mind. 10 years ago, when she first obtained the Order of Ice, she suddenly saw a vision of the future where the imperial capital lay in ruins, the people wailing in misery, the earth seemingly stained with blood, and countless skeletal remains holding mage staffs, howling in the wind. It was as if this continent had suffered an indescribable catastrophe. The casualties were devastating. Sometimes, when she closed her eyes slightly, she could see countless mages begging in pools of blood. She saw women and children weeping bitterly among the ruins. She couldn't make out the faces of the powerful enemies, only sensing that all the mages of that time had their spirits utterly shattered. And now, this world was a scattered mess. Only by uniting them could there be a chance to battle the unknown formidable enemy. She never believed in the fairy tale of people being born united. There was only one way to unify them, to defeat them all into submission. If anyone refused to submit, then they should be killed. Overthrowing the Azure Kingdom royal family and annihilating Kyric, though driven by her personal vendetta, was merely the first step of her journey. That mysterious enemy was unimaginably powerful, treating everyone else like ants. Her premonition, however, was something no one would believe, but the man before her, he was strong enough, he should understand. Thinking of this, Leslie smiled gracefully and grasped Owen's hand. Well then, let's have a successful cooperation. Chapter 33, Coming to Steal a Man. In the small courtyard, watching Leslie lost in thought, Owen didn't disturb her and was about to turn and leave. Just then, Leslie smiled gracefully, her entire aura seemed to have transformed, and she snapped out of her contemplation. Owen felt a slight tremor in his heart as the system's notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have acquired the skill Absolute Copy and received 2,000 fate points. Hearing the system's prompt, Owen swallowed in surprise. Leslie's favorability towards him had increased to 50. Just moments ago, her favorability was about to drop to 0. How could it rise so quickly? Was it because of their cooperation? That might be part of the reason, but it shouldn't be enough to boost her favorability to such an extent. Owen's eyes shifted as he thought, could it be because of my last words? Soon, he shook his head slightly and focused his attention on the skill Absolute Copy. Absolute Copy allows the complete duplication of any item type object on the target character. Currently limited to small items such as keys, tokens, etc. Absolute Copy is an absolute one duplication and has a certain failure rate. If the target character's tier is too high, not only will it fail, but the target may also notice something amiss. Furthermore, the copy and the original cannot exist simultaneously in the host's possession. After reading this, Owen felt a tinge of excitement. Although this skill had a chance of failure and could be detected by the target, in this magical world, there were many powerful small items in magical storage rings. According to the description of Absolute Copy, if successfully duplicated, it would be equivalent to getting something from nothing, obtaining the other party's small items, or even their magical storage rings with all the contents inside. If used correctly, this skill was simply divine. You came all this way and haven't had a proper meal. It's getting late, let's have dinner together, Leslie called out to Owen from behind. After speaking, she took the initiative to walk ahead and lead the way. Owen followed her, sizing her up. Her figure was excellent, with perfect curves, even though some of it was concealed by a hazy long dress, it still stirred one's imagination. However, Owen's attention was not on her figure but on the small items she carried, preparing to test Absolute Copy on her. Currently, Leslie's level was a secret, so Owen hesitated as he was about to make his move. According to the skill's description, the higher the target's level, the more likely they would notice the attempt. If he used the skill and got caught, it would definitely draw Leslie's attention, and that would be disastrous. However, after struggling internally for a while, Owen gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. After all, he would eventually marry her, and they would be the closest of companions. Even if he was discovered, it shouldn't matter too much, right? Immediately, Owen focused his mind and activated absolute copy. A faint, barely noticeable soft light emanated from his eyes, like two weak beams of light, gradually focusing on the necklace around Leslie's swan-like neck. From this necklace, Owen sensed a faint mana fluctuation, indicating it was some kind of magical artifact. As Owen watched with a mixture of tension and anticipation, the light in his eyes suddenly dispersed and disappeared. Copy failed. Owen blinked, somewhat expecting the first attempt to fail. Fortunately, Leslie didn't notice anything. She continued walking ahead, her expression and aura remaining calm. Owen breathed a sigh of relief and then tried the copy skill again. Copy failed. Copy failed. He tried 3 times in a row, all without success. And still, Leslie showed no reaction. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Owen's forehead. How high is this woman's level now? Why did the copy skill fail so quickly? Considering Leslie's terrifying strength, Owen decided to hold off on using the copy skill on her for now. The more he tried, the more likely he would be discovered. It was better to honestly improve his own strength for the time being. Once his tier increased, copying her items would be a natural progression. Under Leslie's guidance, Owen soon arrived at a dining hall. At this moment, the dining hall was already filled with steaming, delicious dishes. As soon as they entered, the rich aroma of luxurious ingredients wafted through the air. Each dish was made from extravagant ingredients, with each one costing as much as a commoner's monthly living expenses. No wonder it's the Duke's residence, truly extravagant. Owen remarked to himself and then noticed Duke Charles sitting at the head of the marble long table in the center of the dining hall, seemingly having waited for some time. Seeing Owen being brought to the dining hall by Leslie, Duke Charles was quite surprised. He knew Leslie's personality very well. If she hadn't accepted someone, there was no way she would bring them to the dining hall, let alone have a meal with them. It seemed Leslie had a good impression of Owen. How did Owen manage that? Duke Charles's curiosity was piqued. Everyone, take a seat. Today is just a simple family dinner. Owen, you don't need to be restrained, Duke Charles said with a slight smile. The maids in the dining hall immediately stepped forward, bowing as they pulled out the chairs for Owen and Leslie. They sat down on either side of Duke Charles. Although Owen had never been served by maids before, he had seen such things, so he appeared composed. He glanced at Leslie. Since entering the dining hall, she had been cold and silent, picking up her knife and fork to eat the food brought by the maids, like a dispassionate diner. Duke Charles was not surprised by Leslie's behavior. He simply smiled and focused his attention on Owen. Owen, since you and Leslie will be married in the future, you'll be part of the family. I see. Your background is somewhat unclear. Where do you come from, and how did you arrive in the imperial capital? Looking at Duke Charles, Owen felt like he was meeting his future father-in-law for the first time. It was clear he was being questioned about his origins. Owen seemed to remember something inside. Your Grace, I am originally from the imperial capital. Unfortunately, my parents passed away when I was young. After several years of wandering, I met my mentor, who took me to Middle-earth. I studied there for a few years and decided to come back to the imperial capital for some experience, so I returned here temporarily. Upon hearing that Owen's parents were deceased, Duke Charles discreetly glanced at Leslie before being drawn to Owen's mention of Middle-earth and mentor. The continent was vast, divided into many regions and islands. Middle-earth was an extremely mysterious place. Even Duke Charles had only heard rumors about it, tales of its mana being several times more concentrated than anywhere else. The mages there were exceptionally powerful and had built numerous sky cities. However, their immense power also made the mages of Middle-earth incredibly arrogant, looking down on everyone else. Other mages who tried to interact with them often found themselves rebuffed. Owen's mentor was from Middle-earth, no wonder he was so extraordinarily gifted and formidable in battle. Duke Charles had previously conducted some investigations into Owen, and based on his findings, Owen's story was likely true. This realization excited Duke Charles even more. He had initially just hoped to find a wealthy son-in-law, but Owen's background was far more impressive. Thus, Duke Charles became even more enthusiastic and amiable, showing genuine concern for Owen's current situation and offering his unwavering support if Owen needed any assistance. Owen, who currently lacked nothing, continued eating while casually responding to Duke Charles. Your Grace, Princess Mary has arrived and wishes to meet Mr. Owen. Halfway through their meal, a maid suddenly hurried in, bowed to the three of them, and announced, Princess Mary has arrived. The three of them were taken aback. Immediately, both Duke Charles and Leslie's gazes fell on Owen. Chapter 34 Coming to fight. Being stared at by Duke Charles and Leslie, Owen was bewildered. He had almost no interactions with Princess Mary. If King Albrecht hadn't mentioned a marriage alliance, he wouldn't have any connection with Princess Mary at all. Seeing Owen's confused expression, Duke Charles wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief and then prepared to stand up to greet the guest, accompanied by Leslie Ann. Owen, Your Grace, I came uninvited, please forgive me, Princess Mary said as she walked in, dressed in a luxurious pure white palace dress, like a proud and graceful swan. As she entered the dining hall, it seemed to brighten up a bit. Duke Charles quickly stepped forward and bowed. Princess Mary, it is an honor for my ducal residence to welcome you. Leslie and Owen also bowed. Princess Mary helped the Duke up. Your Grace, you labor tirelessly for the nation and are a vital minister, there's no need for such formality. Duke Charles exchanged a few polite words with Princess Mary, knowing that she, being a proud person, must have come to the ducal residence for something important. But since she didn't bring it up, he decided to feign ignorance. As expected, seeing Duke Charles only engaging in pleasantries, Princess Mary decided to speak up. She glanced at Owen, standing beside Leslie, and said slowly, Your Grace, currently all the young talents are staying in the royal palace. I intend to host a magic competition to foster friendly exchanges among the younger generation of the continent. I would like to invite Owen and Ms. Madeline to participate, as they are among the most renowned talents in the imperial capital and even the continent. When she mentioned most renowned talents, Princess Mary deliberately emphasized her words and glanced at Leslie, who was focused on eating. Duke Charles had been observing Princess Mary's actions. Noticing her gaze soften from noble and cold to somewhat gentle when looking at Owen, he realized something was amiss. Particularly after hearing about the magic competition, he was certain that Princess Mary had her eyes on his future son-in-law. Given Owen's strength, he would undoubtedly shine brightly in this magic competition. Madeline and Leslie might not perform as well, but if Princess Mary can shine in the magic competition and with some people fanning the flames. Duke Charles felt a bit displeased at this thought. Just as he was considering how to politely decline, Leslie, who had been silent all along, suddenly looked up and said, Sure, Owen will definitely go. Duke Charles twitched, staring at Leslie in astonishment. Despite Leslie being a troublemaker, her behavior today showed that she had a good impression of Owen. Why was she now handing over the man she had her eye on to someone else? Princess Mary was initially stunned, not expecting things to go so smoothly, especially with Leslie, Owen's fiancé, personally agreeing. She was overjoyed. She believed that with her charm, winning over Owen would be a piece of cake. Smiling slightly, she looked at the elegantly cold Leslie. Miss Leslie, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Soon, the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital will be yours. Leslie smiled faintly. Your Highness flatters me. Your beauty is unrivaled across the continent, far beyond my reach. I am merely a kind-hearted, naive vase. Duke Charles, Owen, Madeline. Princess Mary's mouth twitched as well. Kind-hearted, naive, this woman was too shameless. Princess Mary resolved that such an outstanding talent as Owen must not marry her. Determined to dig out Leslie's foundation, she extended another invitation. Miss Leslie, since this magic competition is about making friends through combat, why don't you join us too? Leslie shook her head and refused. I don't have much combat power, so there's no point in me going. Owen can go in my place. At the end, Leslie gave Owen a meaningful look. Owen had been puzzled by Leslie's immediate agreement for him to go, wondering if she was being sarcastic. Now, seeing her meaningful look, he nodded firmly. Princess Mary, I will definitely go. Princess Mary smiled charmingly at Owen, exuding an indescribable allure. Good, then I look forward to your performance. I'm sure you will bring glory to our Azure Kingdom and make a name for yourself on the continent. She praised him and then handed Owen a gold-embossed invitation, preparing to give another one to Madeline. Madeline shook her head and said, thank you for the invitation, Your Highness, but I'm currently tied up with Eagle Guard training, so I won't be able to attend. As Owen reached out to accept the invitation, he suddenly noticed a dark blue ring on Princess Mary's hand. Owen recognized it instantly. It was a matching pair with the ring of John's mentor, Ymir, from the original story. This ring was extraordinary. Owen felt a bit restless. Should he copy this ring? According to the original story, Princess Mary's current level wasn't particularly high, only silver tier level 6. However, due to the secret methods of Luna Academy, her perception was exceptionally keen. If he used the copy skill on her, she might notice. But the opportunity to get so close to Princess Mary was rare. After a brief hesitation, Owen decided to give it a try. Absolute copy. Owen's eyes emitted faint, barely noticeable glimmers of light, focusing on her ring. In just a moment, the copy failed. Owen's heart tensed. Fortunately, Princess Mary didn't react and simply retracted her hand slowly. Was he going to let such a golden opportunity slip by? Owen was unwilling, so he gritted his teeth and decided to try copying a second time. This time, to divert Princess Mary's attention, Owen took a step forward and gently held Princess Mary's hand. Princess Mary's hand was soft, like white jade, smooth and warm. Just a simple touch sent a tingling sensation through Owen. Princess Mary blushed, surprised by Owen's sudden gesture, and didn't dare look him in the eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Owen used the copy skill again. This time, it was successful. Perhaps because Princess Mary's mind was flustered, the skill worked. Immediately, Owen felt a surge of joy. Princess Mary feigned anger, retracting her hand, and asked, what are you doing? Owen thought for a moment and said, I just wanted to ask, during my duel with Tony, the explosion was quite loud. Did it affect the citizens? Princess Mary recalled for a moment and said, thank you for your concern for the people. The explosion happened high in the sky, so it didn't have much impact on the citizens. After saying this, she gave a slight bow to Duke Charles, then covered her blushing face and hurriedly left. As Princess Mary departed, a teasing laugh suddenly echoed through the hall. Owen followed the sound and saw Leslie staring at him, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. She had seen everything Owen had done. Owen's heart skipped a beat. Did Leslie see him using the skill on Princess Mary? Otherwise, why was she looking at him like that? If she had noticed, had she also pretended not to see when he tried to copy her necklace earlier? While Owen's mind was racing with these thoughts, Leslie lightly patted his shoulder and added, you truly live up to being the Duke's son-in-law. Seeing Leslie's demeanor, Duke Charles thought she was jealous. After all, her fiancé being so intimate with another woman in front of her was something no one could tolerate. The key point was that Princess Mary didn't seem to blame Owen, instead, she was blushing shyly. This was completely unlike the proud Princess Mary's usual reaction. This only solidified Duke Charles's belief that Princess Mary had fallen for Owen and was planning to poach him from the Duke's residence. So, Duke Charles cleared his throat twice and said, Owen, you're Leslie's fiancé. How could you agree to such a thing so easily and even surprise her like that? He subtly hinted, hoping Owen would recognize his role as Leslie's fiancé. Owen naturally understood Duke Charles's point and realized he had misunderstood. However, Owen didn't explain anything, he just nodded, showing he had taken the advice too hard. Seeing this, Duke Charles was satisfied and said, all right. As long as you understand, I need to discuss the Eagle Guard with Madeline. You two can talk among yourselves. Chapter 35, the second seal of the Godslayer staff. As Duke Charles led the other maids away, only Owen and Leslie remained in the dining hall, facing each other. Owen looked at Leslie in confusion. Why must I participate in this so-called magic competition? Leslie's eyes gleamed with profound light. Don't you want to unlock the Godslayer staff? This is the crucial first step. What does this have to do with the Godslayer staff? Owen was puzzled. The magic competition was merely an exchange among geniuses from various countries. To him, participating seemed like a waste of time. Do you know why I burned down the third prince's palace? Seeing Owen's lack of understanding, Leslie revealed a mysterious smile and continued, I discovered a fragment of the Godslayer staff in the third prince's palace. Oh, Owen's expression instantly turned serious. He knew that with Leslie's information network, she must have some news about the Godslayer staff. To be precise, it was the hilt of the Godslayer staff. The third prince found it in an ancient ruin in the mountains bordering Kyric, where 3 gold tier masters had fallen. After obtaining the hilt, they sent it back to the royal treasury immediately. At that time, I set a fire to distract them and secretly infiltrated the treasury. Due to the urgency, I could only get a rough understanding of the treasury's structure and didn't have time to find the hilt. However, I did come across an unexpected light. The Azure Kingdom's royal treasure map. At this point, Leslie narrowed her eyes. Starting a war required money, a lot of money, and the Azure Kingdom's royal family had accumulated wealth over thousands of years, enough to ensure no worries for the future. This treasure is crucial for my subsequent plans. However, after the fire and the breach of the treasury, the royal family strengthened the treasury's defenses. Now, the royal treasury is guarded by 12 gold tier level 9 masters, and there's a powerful array outside, said to be capable of instantly killing platinum tier masters. Able to instantly kill platinum tier masters, so, Owen blinked. After all that, what does it have to do with participating in the competition? Leslie looked at Owen, smiling. Can't you duplicate objects from people's bodies? Just use that method to copy the princess's emblem. Currently, only direct adult royal family members have the privilege to pass through the array into the treasury, and the princess is one of them. The passage token is their royal emblem. Owen's expression grew more serious upon hearing this. Royal family members usually keep their emblems well preserved and only wear them during important occasions. To copy it, I need to get very close to Princess Mary, which is only possible during the competition. Otherwise, there won't be another opportunity. Exactly. During the competition, you need to charm her. I can see she has quite a liking for you. Leslie's initially serious expression turned playful towards the end. Owen's mouth twitched. After a moment, he continued, what do I do after getting the emblem? Leslie tossed him a stone. This is an echo stone. Once you have the emblem, crush it. I will take action immediately. You then go directly to the treasury, retrieve the hilt of the Godslayer staff, and bring out the royal treasure map. Owen looked at the white echo stone in his hand, feeling a bit bewildered. He had never heard that the hilt of the Godslayer staff was hidden in the Azure Kingdom's treasury. This was never mentioned in the original story, nor was it ever stated that the Godslayer staff had 7 seals. In the original anime, the protagonist John obtained the Godslayer staff much later, and it was already in its complete form by then. The time Owen had traveled was still some distance from the main storyline. Moreover, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, his presence caused some deviations in the original story. This thought made Owen feel less secure. As the plot progressed, the more it deviated, the harder it would be for him to navigate smoothly, and there would be no further guidance. Everything would gradually rely on his own strength. Taking a deep breath, Owen's eyes grew more resolute. Given the increasing uncertainty of the future, the Godslayer staff would be his great reliance. Unsealing it was urgent. Let's settle this matter then. Owen nodded and left the dining hall. As the sky darkened, it was an excellent time for night activities. He could take advantage of the quiet night to scout around the palace. With his current skills, sneaking and scouting should still be quite safe. So, finding a secluded corner in the Duke's mansion, Owen made a large black robe out of some black cloth he found. Using it to cover his body and face, he blended into the night. He then suppressed his aura and slipped out of the Duke's mansion. As he walked through a corridor with an open window, he suddenly felt a breeze. A sense of unease arose in Owen's heart. Turning his head, he saw a mysterious figure in a hooded black robe approaching like a specter. Before Owen could react, he felt his body lighten as the figure grabbed him by the back of his clothes and lifted him out of the Duke's mansion. Owen tried to use mana to break free, but in the hands of this mysterious figure, all his mana and mind power were confined within his body, as if his magical circuits had been choked. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. It was as if the other person was a cat, and he was merely a mouse being toyed with. Owen felt a bit panicked and nervous, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. This person had managed to infiltrate the Duke's mansion, easily taking him out without alerting anyone else, not even Leslie, whose strength was still unknown. This indicated that the person's tier was extremely high, likely platinum level advanced, no, diamond tier. Perhaps even master tier. Under the guidance of the mysterious person, Owen was carried through the air to a small hill 10 miles away from the Duke's mansion. Upon reaching there, the mysterious person landed with Owen on the hilltop. Once on solid ground, Owen immediately looked at the mysterious person in front of him. At this moment, her white black robe was billowing in the breeze, and the cool moonlight shone on her face, giving her an ethereal, ghost-like appearance. Owen's eyelid twitched. He didn't remember doing anything so heinous to deserve this. In the next moment, as the moonlight fully illuminated the mysterious person's face, Owen's expression changed slightly. He recognized this person, John's mentor Ymir. Ymir was a legendary figure. It was with her assistance and support that John was able to rise so swiftly. Owen hadn't expected her to secretly bring him here. If you want to live, answer my questions properly. Ymir's face was cold, with an aloofness. In sternness that seemed otherworldly. This Owen had too much talent and was too mysterious. Even she was immensely curious about him. Such a person, if not understood and used for her purposes, would need to be eliminated. Quickly, why do you know about the Order of Thunder beneath Pharaoh's Tower? Which faction are you from? Faced with Ymir's interrogation, Owen, who had recognized her, calmed down completely and shook his head, saying, I'm just a wandering mage. A hint of killing intent flashed in Ymir's eyes but then slowly dissipated. If you don't want to tell, that's fine. I'm here to propose a deal. Owen looked at her and said, I know you are interested in the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire. Since it's a deal, what can you offer me? Ymir, with an air of arrogance, said, I can give you a map of all the Godslayer staff. Fragments. In her view, Owen's rise was likely due to the assistance of the Godslayer staff. However, the staff was incomplete, and its power had not reached its peak. Her initial intention was to seize the Godslayer staff and give it to John. However, the fragments of the Godslayer staff were scattered in extremely dangerous places. Rather than having John and herself take the risks to collect them, she decided to take advantage of this opportunity and let Owen collect them instead. Once most of the fragments were gathered, she would then eliminate Owen, the tool, and let John wield the complete Godslayer staff, significantly boosting his power. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Are you sure you want to act? Although Ymir had her calculations, she thought that, given her status and position, cooperating with an ant like Owen and allowing him to continue wielding the Godslayer staff while maintaining his genius reputation was a great favor to him. Moreover, the map she provided for the Godslayer staff fragments was genuine. Owen's current fame and strength were almost entirely due to the Godslayer staff. He had no reason to refuse. However, under her cold and proud gaze, Owen chuckled and said, give me the map of the Godslayer staff fragments. Don't you think this deal is a bit naive? Owen naturally understood Ymir's intentions, treating him as a pawn to be used. Although he was eager to unseal the Godslayer staff quickly, Leslie's intelligence network was also formidable, making Ymir's unsolicited kindness unnecessary. Moreover, as the seals of the Godslayer staff gradually unlocked, his strength would increase accordingly. If he still lacked maps for the other fragments, he could directly demand them from Ymir. Would she have the ability to refuse then? Owen's mocking refusal was entirely beyond Ymir's expectations. After all, in her view, this might be a transaction, but on the surface, it offered Owen great benefits. Owen could not only temporarily wield the Godslayer staff but also gather fragments to make the Godslayer staff even stronger. He had no reason to refuse. However, at this moment, he refused outright without any hesitation, and his words were laced with ridicule, as if he had already seen through her scheme. The feeling of being seen through by a lowly ant left Ymir first stunned and then filled with intense anger. At this point, if you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. Instantly, enraged by Owen, Ymir decided not to waste any more time on him. Her ethereal spirit body emitted a strange, invisible wave. Even though her current strength was less than a tenth of her peak, this wave was still incredibly terrifying. As the wave spread, the surrounding mana began to converge toward her, creating an astonishing phenomenon. Whirlwinds arose, and the mana within a few miles transformed into huge waves, crashing from all directions to engulf Owen. The waves of mana distorted the very air. Sensing this, Owen's breathing quickened. Although he knew Ymir's strength was formidable, merely gathering her power mobilized such a vast amount of mana. Her strength was entirely beyond what he could contend with at the moment. However, Owen had prepared for this. He slowly extended his hand, seemingly to channel mana in defense, but in reality, he was revealing a ring he had copied from Princess Mary. This is, sure enough, upon seeing the ring on Owen's right middle finger, Ymir's spirit body shuddered violently. Her previously sharp and fierce gaze seemed to lose focus. The massive waves of mana she had summoned were momentarily frozen in place due to her shock. Where did you get that ring? After a moment of stunned silence, Ymir's eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling light, her gaze like a sword trying to pierce through Owen's inner thoughts. Owen slowly rotated his hand, making the ring even more visible. This ring was inherited from my mother. Impossible. Ymir instinctively shook her head in denial. This ring held significant importance and extraordinary meaning. Owen was just a recently risen genius, how could he be connected to this ring? However, she had already repeatedly sensed the ring on Owen's finger. The ring was genuine. You say it's impossible. Fine, then let's say I stole it from someone else. Owen rolled his eyes as he spoke. Ymir's face alternated between red and white as she clenched her teeth in anger. Her intuition told her that Owen should have no connection to the ring, but the ring was indeed real. Part of her mission was to protect the bearer of this ring. With Owen wearing this ring, not only could she not harm him, but if he encountered danger, she would be obligated to protect him unconditionally. This was an extremely ancient contract, deeply tied to her family. Thinking of this, Ymir's chest heaved with anger, but in the end, she could only leave him with a vicious warning. You'd better be careful. With that, she turned into a shadow and left the hill. Owen squinted his eyes, watching Ymir's departing figure. He then looked at the ring on his finger, unsurprised by the outcome. The ring was a token. As long as he had it, Ymir couldn't harm him and would even have to protect him. This was also why he remained so calm after discovering that Ymir had abducted him. My current strength is more than enough to handle the younger generation, but when it comes to the older, more powerful individuals, I am still lacking. If not for this ring today, Ymir wouldn't have let me go. Owen adjusted his wrinkled black robe, his expression growing increasingly serious. With his appearance, the original plot had already deviated somewhat, and he now had to rely solely on his own strength. As a divine artifact, the more seals that are unlocked on the Godslayer staff, the more powerful it becomes. It was his best option for rapidly increasing his strength. I must get my hands on the hilt of the Godslayer staff as soon as possible. If I encounter a similar situation in the future, things could get very dangerous. I also need to resolve the issue of Princess Mary's ring soon. Taking a deep breath to suppress the sense of crisis, Owen used the cover of night to return to the Duke's mansion. Duke Charles had arranged for him to stay in a room next to Leslie's courtyard. After returning to his room, Owen lay on the bed, tossing and turning. He thought about how he could charm Princess Mary and duplicate her family emblem. Recalling the anime, he remembered Princess Mary's personality, her likes and interests. Growing up in the royal family, she had everything she could ever want, so there was nothing he could offer that she hadn't already seen. Having transmigrated into the body of an orphan, Owen had nothing of value to give her. As for her hobbies, there was no easy way to access them. In the anime, the princess didn't have much screen time, and after her duel with John, her role diminished. He vaguely remembered that Princess Mary was very passionate about swordsmanship and was always training in sword magic at Luna Academy. Such dedicated girls are generally more attracted to those who are much stronger than themselves. While the Godslayer sword was undoubtedly powerful, he felt it wasn't enough to fully impress the princess. The more he thought about it, the sleepier he became. Especially considering that on the first day of meeting his fiancée, he was tasked with seducing another woman. Owen couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it. Thinking about this now is pointless. I should get some sleep and deal with it when the magic competition starts. After much contemplation, the day of the magic competition arrived. Owen adjusted his clothes, a luxurious robe from the Duke's mansion, which was both form-fitting and durable, capable of withstanding normal sword attacks. It also emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance that kept him alert. Feeling in peak condition, Owen set off for the palace, escorted by Benedict and the Wolf Guard. The Wolf Guard moved at a moderate pace, ensuring Owen was well protected. After Owen defeated Carlos from the Nether Kingdom and eliminated Tony from the Bounty Guild, he had rightfully earned the title of the continent's top genius. His increasing fame drew more attention to him. With Princess Mary hosting the magic competition, many mages were even more curious about Owen. Therefore, Benedict and his team were extra cautious, fearing Owen might fall victim to an ambush. Not every kingdom could tolerate Owen holding the top spot on the genius leaderboard, posing a significant threat to their future. Fortunately, this was the imperial capital. Although many mages pointed at Owen along the way, their gazes filled with complexity, none dared block his path or challenge him. However, this calm did not last long. After passing through a street, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Owen narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression tense. Using his mind power, he sensed nearly 100 mages hiding in an alley not far away. Their auras were fierce and aggressive, like ferocious beasts. Kyrix mages, Owen recognized their origin by the various birds and beasts embroidered on their robes. As Owen scrutinized them, a middle-aged man at the forefront of the group fixed his cold, hawk-like eyes on him. Owen, it's time to pay for your actions. Chapter 37 Revenge. Owen, it's time to pay for your actions. As the middle-aged man spoke, Benedict and the Wolf Guard beside Owen tensed up, warily locking their eyes on the man. Kyrix insignia, what do you think you're doing? This is the imperial capital, not Kyrix, where you can do as you please. Benedict stepped forward, scrutinizing the middle-aged man, with mana subtly surging around him, ready to strike at any moment. Although they were still unsure of the true identity of these ambushers, the strong and fierce aura emanating from them, along with their killing intent, indicated they were not kind-hearted individuals. Given their attire, they were likely mages from Kyrix, and powerful ones at that. But why were they setting up an ambush here? Could it be that Owen's astounding talent had provoked their killing intent? With this thought, Benedict grew even more tense. Kyrix was known for its ruthless methods. Now, seeing so many of Kyrix's people gathered here, most of them at the gold tier level, the situation looked grim. Facing Benedict's questioning, the fierce middle-aged man ignored him, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Owen. Owen, when you killed my brother Bada, did you ever think this day would come? As he spoke, the path Owen and his group had come from was blocked by mages ranging from gold tier level 1 to level 2. The mages surrounding Owen and his party exuded a thick killing intent, converging into a chilling wind that made their bodies shiver. Bada. Benedict and the Wolf Guard exchanged glances, their faces showing signs of shock. They had all heard of Bada. He was a highly brutal leader from Kyrix, often tasked with their slaughter missions. His level was as high as gold tier level 3. Such strength would earn a certain level of respect in various kingdoms. Yet now, this murderous maniac was dead, and he was killed by Owen. Are you mistaken? We've never had any contact with Commander Bada, let alone killed General Bada. Benedict and the others couldn't believe it and thought it must be a misunderstanding. At this point, you're still trying to lie. The middle-aged man pulled out a white echo stone from his chest, his eyes filled with grief and anger as he infused it with mana. Instantly, the echo stone glowed, and a familiar voice to Owen started speaking intermittently. This is the Godslayer staff. You are Owen. You are that Owen. Owen, my Kyrix prodigy, Lord Alfonso, is on his way. If I die, he will not spare you. Hearing the voice from the echo stone, Owen immediately recalled the Kyrix mages he had killed outside Pharaoh's tower in the desert while they were chasing the snakefolk. It had only been a few days, yet here came the brother seeking revenge. Owen shook his head slightly, resolving to be more decisive next time to avoid such revenge incidents. The other wolf guards trembled upon hearing Bada's terrified pleas. Judging by the voice, it was indeed Bada. But how had Mr. Owen done it? Bada was a gold tier level 3 mage with extensive combat experience. The gap in strength seemed insurmountable to them, making it feel like a dream. However, the fact that so many gold tier mages had come to block them proved that Bada had indeed died at Owen's hands, and their killing intent towards Owen was intense. Remember, the one who will take your life is Bada's brother, Eric. Eric did not say much more to Owen. The thought of letting the person who killed his brother live even a moment longer was torture to him. With a furious roar, he charged towards Owen. Owen suddenly remembered that Eric was likely the man who had been glaring at him from beside Alfonso in the Royal Arena's VIP section. He must have been Alfonso's guard, now sent here to kill him. Realizing this, Owen's face grew cold as he looked at Eric and the other charging mages. If they dared to target him, they should be prepared to fall here. Kill. Eric's face twisted with fury, and scorching flames erupted from the markings on his body, transforming into a blazing tiger that almost merged with him as he charged forward with unstoppable momentum. The other gold tier mages surrounding the alley simultaneously activated their magical skills, aiming straight for Owen. Earth-shattering slash, resonance wave, wrath of the earth. A torrent of magical attacks descended, their terrifying power causing the streets to howl. With cold wind and the ground to tremble, the entire street was lit up like a rainbow. Benedict and the other wolf guards, caught under these attacks, turned pale, their legs instinctively trembling. This is the Imperial capital. How dare you act so brazenly? Benedict forced himself to stay composed, glaring angrily at the charging Eric. So what if we are? You're all about to die, and yet you dare to. Eric's eyes were colder than ever, looking at Owen, Benedict, and the others as if they were already dead, but before he could finish his sentence, Owen had already moved. The dark golden Godslayer sword appeared in his hand. A sharp aura suddenly filled the air, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Any mage who looked directly at Owen felt a sharp pain in their eyes, as if they were being cut. Some gold tier level 1 mages even shed tears of blood. Then, Owen took a step forward, a black light surging over his skin, with immense power radiating within him, obsidify. The moment his foot touched the ground, he seemed to disappear, reappearing abruptly in front of Eric. Eric's pupils contracted sharply, not expecting Owen's explosive speed to be so terrifying. He prepared to summon the blazing tiger to attack Owen. But a streak of golden light flashed, tearing through the pale void. The flames surrounding Eric and the roaring tiger were split in two by the sword energy. Eric stood frozen, feeling a numbness in his body as if all his strength had been drained. With a faint sound of a sword, starting from his brow, Eric's body was split in two, falling to the ground. The golden sword energy then burst like a fluffy pillow, transforming into countless fine strands, shredding his body into pieces of flesh and blood. In a single encounter, Eric was reduced to nothing. The mages surrounding Owen trembled, their eyes filled with uncontrollable terror, as if they were looking at a horrifying beast. Eric had been the strongest among them. For Owen to kill him so easily, how powerful was he really? They had previously believed that Owen must have used some insidious trick or special method to kill Commander Bada. But now, facing Owen directly, they realized they were completely wrong. Bang! The concentrated attacks from the mages fell upon Owen. However, he was already protected by the Judgment Light Sword, floating around him like white swimming fish. Their skills struck the light swords, causing them to dim slightly, but the remaining force that hit Owen was like an egg hitting a stone, instantly dissipating. Then, Owen swung the Godslayer sword in his hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swept out like a roaring sea, tearing through the air and striking the terrified mages. Before they could even react from their shock and terror, the sword energy flashed past, and their heads flew into the air, only to fall powerlessly to the ground. Splat! Splat! Blood gushed from their necks, filling the air with a thick, bloody smell. The remaining mages, drenched in cold sweat, turned to flee. But as soon as they moved, their bodies were sliced into pieces by the sword energy, scattering their remains all over the ground. Benedict and the others stood dumbfounded, as if they had turned into stone statues. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Why are you acting arrogant? Owen paid no attention to Benedict and the others. With a thought, he used mana to gather their staffs and weapons, drawing them to his side. He was particularly pleased to retrieve a ring from Eric's pile of remains. The ring, with its sapphire hue, was crystal clear and emitted a unique spatial ripple. A storage ring. This was a valuable item. Owen was thrilled because, in any kingdom, a storage ring was worth a fortune, typically owned only by nobles who could afford to buy and wear them with enough gold coins. Owen's mind power turned into a vortex, diving into the ring and dispersing Eric's remaining mental imprint, leaving his own mark. The internal space of the storage ring was vast, like a square room filled with a variety of items, mostly piled with gold coins, numbering in the thousands. Not bad. Owen was very satisfied and began placing the staffs and weapons from the mages into the ring. These were high-value weapons from gold-tier mages. Combined with the gold coins in Eric's storage ring, Owen realized he had suddenly become wealthy, possessing a fortune most mages could never earn in a lifetime. Additionally, having eliminated so many gold-tier mages, his experience bar had surged, bringing him just a step away from reaching gold-tier level 1. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, under the arena set up for the competition, Alfonso, Saint Annie, Andre, Princess Mary, and the young geniuses from important families of the Azure Kingdom had all gathered. They had been waiting for over an hour, yet Owen had not shown up, prompting quiet discussions. The magic competition has already officially started, and Owen still hasn't arrived. Is he planning to back out and not participate? I think he's hiding to protect his reputation, unwilling to show up. Let's forget about him. There's no need to wait for this coward any longer. He might never show up again. Many geniuses whispered among themselves. This time, Princess Mary's magic competition had piqued everyone's interest, especially in Owen, the top genius. Many had come with the intent to challenge him. However, with the key figure missing, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. In the audience, the royal family, the council of elders, some nobles, and other important figures like Edward from Academy City were also discussing quietly with furrowed brows. The focus of their discussion was mostly on Owen. Given his current fame and achievements, other geniuses couldn't compare to him, and even some older figures paled in comparison. Princess, I think we should start now. We can't keep waiting for him, Alfonso said impatiently. He knew that Owen's absence was likely due to Eric and his guard mages ambushing him. He didn't deny Owen's strength, but Eric and his guards were all gold tier mages. Even a platinum tier mage would have to take them seriously if they attacked together. Owen not showing up could mean that he had been killed by Eric and the mages. Even if he wasn't killed, he was probably seriously injured. If Owen did show up, Alfonso planned to take advantage of his weakened state to eliminate him. He coveted the order of fire within Owen. If he could feed it to his fire dragon soul, his own power would undergo an unprecedented transformation. After Alfonso's forceful statement, other geniuses quickly agreed. They were proud and confident in their own right. While they acknowledged Owen's extraordinary abilities, they too were prodigies. They couldn't wait indefinitely for Owen. Seeing this, Princess Mary nodded and said, "This magic competition aims to foster exchange and learning. You may take the stage to challenge or defend against other geniuses' challenges." Princess Mary briefly explained the rules and then announced the start of the competition. The magic competition officially began. 2 figures shot into the air. Saint Annie stepped onto the stage, barefoot, as if walking on water, appearing as if she had shrunk the distance between her and the arena. At the same time, Andre, with a hearty expression, charged onto the stage. His burly figure, like a humanoid beast, caused the ground to tremble slightly when he landed. "Since Annie is so eager, let me be the first to challenge. I've heard that the Saint's white magic is somewhat different from the white magic of Moonspring Kingdom." Andre clenched his fists, wrapped in bandages, like solid rocks, his fighting spirit intense. As a genius from Sahano, who had trained in dark magic for years, he was eager to exchange blows with other prodigies. For him, winning or losing was not important, participating was what mattered. Seeing that it was Andre challenging her, a rare smile appeared on Annie's usually cold face. She made a gesture of invitation, saying, "Let's keep it friendly. Please, go ahead." From what she knew, Sahano was a small country where church and state were unified, and its people enjoyed participating in events. They were generally good-natured. Andre was also known to be a good-natured person, so she intended to focus on the friendly exchange. With Annie's polite invitation, Andre did not hold back. He leapt into the air, his entire body seeming to be encased in a sturdy magical armor, making him a formidable force in both attack and defense. Annie, with a calm expression, simply adopted defensive measures, silently neutralizing each of Andre's fierce attacks, displaying a subtle yet effective technique. Even when Andre used his strongest techniques, he could not threaten Annie in the slightest. Only then did Annie strike, sending Andre off the stage. As they clashed, the crowd's discussions grew louder. Annie's strength is unfathomable. She effortlessly deflected all of Andre's attacks, clearly not using her full power. Yes, the first battle is already so interesting. I wonder who will come out on top in this magic competition. I think Alfonso has a good chance. He comes from Kyrick's Gowato Sanctuary, a place full of geniuses. Amid the crowd's discussions, Annie continued to battle various prodigies. Although she won all her matches, the mana consumption was significant, forcing her to leave the stage to recover. After Annie left, Alfonso rushed onto the stage. Instead of waiting for other prodigies to challenge him, he provocatively stared at the geniuses from Azure Kingdom. "Azure Kingdom scum, dare to fight me." His words shocked and angered the Azure Kingdom prodigies. Azure Kingdom and Kyrick were far from friendly neighboring countries. On the contrary, numerous wars had broken out between the two. Kyrick, with its spellbeast and fierce, domineering nature, frequently harassed the border cities of Azure Kingdom. Azure Kingdom, generally at a disadvantage and plagued by internal power struggles within its royal family, often chose to tolerate Kyrick's provocations, even resorting to paying reparations for peace. This made the people of Azure Kingdom resentful of their royal family and harbor animosity towards the people of Kyrick. Now, with Alfonso's arrogant taunts on their home turf, how could the Azure Kingdom prodigies tolerate it? Arthur of Azure Kingdom, here to challenge. A chubby young man, a silver tier level 8, leapt onto the stage. As the two stood on the stage, the audience buzzed with discussion. Alfonso may be a prodigy of Kyrick, but he is too arrogant, completely disregarding the Azure Kingdom's prodigies. Though he is indeed arrogant, he has the right to be. A gold tier level 7 at his age is rare, and his combat power is even more terrifying. It's rumored that he once fought a platinum tier level 3 expert and emerged unscathed. This time, it's Azure Kingdom's home turf, hosted by Princess Mary herself. If they can't suppress Alfonso, Azure Kingdom will lose a lot of face. As the crowd watched in anticipation, Arthur roared and charged at Alfonso. With his steps, the ground of the arena shook, transforming into sharp spikes that attacked Alfonso from all directions. Weak, too weak, locked onto by the spikes, Alfonso remained unmoved, standing proudly in place as he coldly mocked, "Are people like you considered prodigies? It seems Azure Kingdom is full of arrogant weaklings." Chapter 39, who else? As Alfonso's arrogant taunts echoed, he threw a punch forward. Instantly, a wave of heat surged, and red mana gathered on his arm, forming a human-sized fireball that rolled forward, crushing everything in its path. The fireball's path left the arena scorched and blackened, with deep, charred marks. The rising spikes disintegrated into dry dust upon contact with the fireball's intense heat, scattering helplessly to the ground. Arthur's face changed slightly, not expecting Alfonso's sudden burst of power to be so terrifying. He continued to channel mana, forming walls of earth in front of him. But these walls were shattered instantly by the fireball, which then slammed into his chest. Sizzle. The sound of burning and sizzling filled the air as Arthur was blasted back, landing flat on his back on the ground below the arena. Arthur's chest was burned to ashes, his skin covered in blisters that burst open, leaving gruesome burn scars. Even the surface of his skin and flesh had been seared, causing excruciating pain that made his whole body convulse. Despite falling unconscious from the pain, he still let out agonized groans. This scene caused the spectators to wince in pain, their faces showing a hint of fear. Alfonso went too far. This was supposed to be an exchange, not a duel. Yes, it was supposed to be friendly, but he still went all out. Even if Arthur's injuries heal, he'll likely be left with deep psychological scars. Many mages were dissatisfied with Alfonso's behavior. The geniuses from Azure Kingdom were especially furious, their anger blazing. Immediately, another prodigy from Azure Kingdom rushed onto the stage to challenge Alfonso. Alfonso accepted all challengers, maintaining his cold smile. He showed no mercy. In just half an hour, several geniuses from Azure Kingdom were severely injured. Alfonso grew more and more arrogant. The elders from the Council of Elders watching from the sidelines looked grim, their faces as dark as coal. Prince Austin, standing next to the elders, hesitated for a moment but finally stepped onto the stage under their urging gazes. He was tall and handsome, with a refined elegance. His golden hair shimmered in the light, almost glowing. The prince is stepping in. It seems Azure Kingdom has had enough. The prince is the first in line for the throne and personally trained by the elders. With him in action, let's see Alfonso's arrogance now. Does he really think Azure Kingdom has no one to stand up to him? Go, Prince, crush him. The prodigies of Azure Kingdom cheered enthusiastically. Amid the cheers, Prince Austin frowned slightly. Although he was a gold tier level 5 mage, similar in level to Alfonso, he had grown up under the protection of the Council of Elders and lacked much combat experience. Alfonso's fierce aura and impressive battle record left him with no confidence. Seeing the severely injured and wailing Azure Kingdom prodigies filled him with fear. However, with the elders of the Council of Elders watching him, he had to pretend to be calm and said, "Alfonso, you're too much. Do you think having strength means you can do whatever you want? Why can't I do whatever I want with strength? If you have the ability, defeat me or send troops to attack Kyrick." Alfonso laughed heartily, completely dismissing the prince. From what he knew, Prince Austin's position as the first in line to the throne was due to his marriage to one of the top disciples of the Council of Elders. It was a political arrangement to control the royal family. While this secured his position, it also made him a puppet. Such a person could never be a true leader. Being belittled by Alfonso, Austin frowned and then channeled his mana, creating dazzling petals that rained down on Alfonso like a storm. Seeing the incoming magical petals, Alfonso sneered. Although they appeared impressive, to his battle-hardened eyes, they were merely for show, lacking substance. Instantly, crimson flames erupted around his body. Like a fiery comet, he charged at Austin, evaporating the petals upon contact and dispersing them into vapor. Seeing Alfonso charging, Austin's face showed a hint of panic. He quickly retreated, casting elaborate water magic spells that transformed into various beasts, attacking Alfonso. However, Austin's attacks were disorganized. While they might be effective against lower-tier mages, they were of little consequence to Alfonso. However, Alfonso's flame defense was extremely solid, rendering Austin's attacks merely a waste of mana. Thus, a strange scene unfolded on the stage. Alfonso, like a moving flame, continuously pressed towards Austin. Meanwhile, Austin used various magical skills to retreat and maintain distance from Alfonso, trying to defeat him with his relatively weak attacks. The people of Azure Kingdom below the stage gradually had black lines forming on their faces. What was the prince doing? Why wouldn't he face Alfonso head-on? I think the prince is trying to lull Alfonso into a false sense of security, waiting for the right moment to unleash a big move and defeat him. I think so too. The prince is the Empire's first in line to the throne. He must have a plan. Let's wait and see. Many from Azure Kingdom took a deep breath and said this. However, before they could finish their words, Alfonso caught up with the prince, his swift flames like meteors blocking the prince's escape route. Seeing this, the prince panicked, quickly retreating and falling off the stage. You truly are a prodigy of the Gowato Sanctuary. Alfonso, isn't it? I've taken note of you. Your strength must be among the top in Kyric. Today, I am outmatched. We will battle again in the future. After falling off the stage, the prince heaved a sigh of relief, then cupped his hands towards Alfonso and hurried back to the audience. Alfonso's sudden powerful move had made him sense a threat of death, and he was relieved to have retreated in time. The many geniuses of Azure Kingdom were left slack-jawed, avoiding Alfonso's attacks all this time, and now, seeing that he couldn't dodge anymore, he just left the stage and surrendered. And even praised Alfonso's strength. Even though some among them had long heard that the prince was spineless, they hadn't expected him to be so lacking in responsibility at a critical moment. If he had given it his all, even if he failed, they would have considered him brave. But now, they couldn't accept what they saw. The geniuses from other kingdoms watching this scene were equally speechless. Perhaps Alfonso was right. From top to bottom, Azure Kingdom was full of cowards. Princess Mary, watching this, clenched the hilt of her sword, her body trembling slightly. She hadn't expected her elder brother, the first in line to the throne of Azure Kingdom, to be so disgraceful. It seems Alfonso is right. There's not a single brave person in Azure Kingdom. This empire should just dissolve. Alfonso spoke with increasing contempt, looking at the Azure Kingdom's geniuses as if they were mere pigs and dogs. Alfonso, don't be so arrogant. Fight me. Princess Mary, unable to bear it any longer, frowned deeply and rushed onto the stage, a resolute look on her face. She drew her sword and pointed it at Alfonso. Though sparring wasn't a duel to the death, and she knew her strength wasn't a match for Alfonso's, she still charged onto the stage, determined to fight to the end. Alfonso glanced up and down at Princess Mary and shook his head slightly. With her level of strength, she was no match for him. Even if she fought with all her might, it wouldn't change the outcome. Bang, bang. After a few exchanges and a clash of mana, Princess Mary was overpowered and sent flying off the stage by one of Alfonso's powerful strikes. She was in immense pain as she was thrown back, feeling herself land in a strong, masculine embrace. Slowly looking up, it was Owen. Chapter 40 Duel to the death. Owen had just arrived at the dueling platform, looking at Princess Mary in his arms with a serious expression, though his heart was pounding with excitement. What a great opportunity. On his way here, he was still contemplating how to get close to Princess Mary. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached, he encountered such a heaven-sent opportunity. He had already noticed the thumb-sized badge pinned to Princess Mary's heaving chest. The badge emitted a faint blue glow, displaying an endless sky that radiated a soft, veil-like light. Under this light, the surrounding mana seemed to become more active. Evidently, as he had anticipated, Princess Mary was wearing her family crest at this important occasion of the magic competition. Such close proximity was definitely a great chance to copy it. Absolute copy, activate. As Owen's burning gaze focused on the family crest on Princess Mary's chest, activating his magical skill, Princess Mary felt Owen's eyes become extremely bright, with a hint of inexplicable heat. Especially the masculine aura he exuded, it ignited her entire body. Her snow-white skin quickly turned pink, blushing with shyness and heat. Princess Mary had always been very proud since childhood. She had hardly ever been in such close contact with a man, not even sharing a room with one. Besides, Owen's talent and appearance made her feel inferior. She had already had a slight affection for him. Now, with Owen gazing at her so affectionately, her heart was pounding like a deer running wild. She instinctively turned her face away, not realizing that burying her cheek in Owen's chest made their relationship seem even more intimate. Owen has arrived. At this moment, everyone's eyes around the dueling platform fell on the approaching Owen. Owen was already a prominent figure in this magic competition. Alfonso's arrogant actions earlier made them even more eager for Owen's appearance. Though Alfonso displayed great strength, Owen had previously killed a half-step Platinum tier Tony with a single move. Many people wanted to witness the duel between these two prodigies. Under everyone's gaze, Owen's heart raced. Fortunately, Princess Mary was too flustered to notice. After a moment, absolute copy succeeded. Owen let out a slow breath and then gently placed Princess Mary on the ground. She was somewhat dazed, and as everyone's eyes focused on her, she quickly walked away from Owen, breathing rapidly, even forgetting to ask Owen for help. Princess Mary's sudden departure left a faint floral fragrance lingering on his fingertips. Owen steadied himself and then looked at Alfonso on the dueling platform. Although he had just arrived, he had heard Alfonso's arrogant remarks from afar. This person was simply too conceited. Recalling the assassination attempt by the Kyric mage, it was clear they were Alfonso's guards. Such an attack couldn't have happened without Alfonso's orders. Being surrounded by dozens of gold tier mages in an assassination attempt would be a death sentence for any gold tier mage. If it weren't for his strength surpassing that of an ordinary mage, he might have perished in their ambush. Owen remembered this grudge well. As Owen's expression gradually grew serious, Alfonso, whom he was staring at, also looked at Owen, his face showing a slight surprise. Seeing Owen's calm demeanor and lack of battle scars made him realize Owen hadn't faced the ambush from Eric's gold tier mages, which puzzled him. However, he quickly composed himself, his tightly clenched fists creaking. Behind him, the shadow of a fire dragon soul faintly appeared, greedily staring at Owen and flicking its red tongue, as if eager to devour him whole. This wasn't the first time he had seen Owen. Alfonso had already had a strong desire to challenge him. Upon learning that Kyric Commander Bana was killed by Owen, who also possessed the Order of Fire, his intent to kill Owen had reached its peak. The Order of Fire was a supreme item for nurturing the fire dragon soul. A lowly person from the Azure Kingdom dared to kill a noble Kyric commander. This was simply unacceptable. The Order of Fire was not something a lowly person like Owen should possess. Such a rare treasure would not be wasted in his hands. Furthermore, Owen's unprecedented talent and strength forced Alfonso to want to eliminate him quickly, not giving the Azure Kingdom any chance to rise. With a cold expression, Alfonso spoke, "Owen, a coward who bullies women dares to appear here." He took a step toward Owen, and an overwhelming and scorching wave of air, like an invisible mountain, pressed down on Owen. The crowd, seeing Alfonso's intense hostility toward Owen, was somewhat stunned but mostly cheered, urging the two to fight. Owen looked Alfonso up and down. From Eric, he had already obtained a storage ring and numerous gold coin treasures. As a renowned genius of Kyric, Alfonso surely had even more treasures on him than Eric. Especially with the faintly visible fire dragon soul on Alfonso, Owen felt a subtle sense of oppression, clearly indicating its extraordinary origin and immense value. Seeing Owen's somewhat greedy gaze, Alfonso frowned slightly. What was this guy staring at him for? With a cold snort, Alfonso spoke loudly, "Everyone here can bear witness. An Azure Kingdom person killed a Kyric individual. Shouldn't Kyric receive an explanation for this?" The crowd, hearing this, looked at Alfonso in confusion, not understanding his words. In the palace, King Aldrich, who had been silently watching the battle, furrowed his thick brows and glanced at the crown prince and the elders of the council. They also appeared puzzled, seemingly unaware of this matter. Over the years, facing repeated provocations from Kyric, the Azure Kingdom had always chosen to be patient and lenient toward Kyric, never having such an incident. Azure Kingdom's attitude towards Kyric has always been weak. Could Alfonso be mistaken? Yes, Kyric's mages are indeed more fierce and powerful than those of the Azure Kingdom. Even if a mage from Kyric were captured, it would typically be resolved through negotiations. Many of the prodigies from other nations whispered among themselves, finding the situation peculiar. Seeing the crowd start to discuss, Alfonso's face turned serious. He took out an echo stone from his pocket and spoke loudly, "This is the death message sent by our Kyric commander Bada not long ago. Everyone, listen carefully. This matter demands blood for blood." As Alfonso's voice fell, the echo stone began to emit sound. "This is the Godslayer staff. You are Owen. You are that Owen. Owen, our Kyric prodigy, Lord Alfonso, is already on his way. If I die, he will never let you go." As Bada's voice fell, the area around the dueling platform erupted in an uproar. They had heard of Bada's fierce reputation and his formidable strength, known for his killings in Kyric, but now, he was dead, and killed by Owen. Their first thought was disbelief. However, the echo stone couldn't be faked, and with Alfonso's confident demand for an explanation, the likelihood of the event being true was very high. However, in previous battles with the Azure Kingdom, they had always been in a disadvantage, causing everyone to fear Kyric's people. Owen not only dared to take on someone like Bada, the butcher, but also killed him without hesitation. Immediately after, Alfonso's cold words rang out again, shocking the crowd. "Commander Bada's death must be avenged. Today, you and I will fight to the death, and no one shall interfere." He was issuing a challenge to a duel to the death with Owen. A duel to the death is different from an ordinary duel. It is a fight to the death with no quarter given. The duel continues until one side dies, and during this time, neither party's allies can intervene. It is an extremely brutal way to resolve a grudge. They hadn't seen a duel to the death in a long time, and a duel to the death between two top prodigies was even rarer. For a moment, the eyes of all the mages present were fixed on Owen and Alfonso. They even held their breath, afraid to disturb the two. Chapter 41 Fire Dragon Core. With Alfonso's current strength, he stands a strong chance of winning even against a true platinum tier expert, and his methods are ruthless. If Owen accepts, the situation will be very dire for him. But with Bada's death, Owen and the Azure Kingdom must give an explanation, or Kyric will not let this go. That's right, Owen isn't without a chance either. Although we don't know how he managed to kill Commander Bada, Bada was a gold tier mage. Various voices emerged from the crowd of onlookers. The prodigies of the Azure Kingdom looked at Owen with hope. They all wanted Owen to accept the challenge and bring glory to the Azure Kingdom. After all, their kingdom had suffered a devastating defeat today, and only Owen might help them regain some dignity. Otherwise, they would find it even harder to lift their heads in front of Kyric in the future. Princess Mary's beautiful eyes shone with complex emotions. She hoped Owen would stand up at this moment and win glory for the Azure Kingdom. But thinking about the brutality of a duel to the death, she was very worried for Owen. She feared he might lose to Alfonso or encounter some unexpected mishap during the battle. As Princess Mary's expression showed her inner conflict, Owen smiled faintly and stepped onto the platform. "A duel to the death. Fine, it's time to settle the grudge between us." As Owen accepted the duel to the death, the crowd erupted in a clamor, their voices reaching the skies. Owen's decisive acceptance of the duel made Alfonso frown slightly, wondering where Owen got his courage from. But soon, he shook his head slightly. No matter what methods or confidence Owen had, in front of him and his fire dragon soul, Owen would eventually be reduced to ashes. The next moment, Alfonso roared, flames dancing all around him, as if he had transformed into pure, scorching fire, distorting the air on the platform. With a flicker, he was already in front of Owen. Owen was now the last pillar of support for the Azure Kingdom. Defeating him swiftly would be equivalent to crushing the backbone of all Azure Kingdom people. So, Alfonso showed no mercy in his attack, abandoning his previous playful attitude toward the Azure Kingdom prodigies. He intended to annihilate Owen with overwhelming force. Such a fast attack, Alfonso's killing intent towards Owen is too strong. With such swift speed and his special dark magic, even a platinum tier mage would find it difficult to dodge. As Alfonso directly attacked Owen, many low-level mages didn't even notice what had happened. Only a few powerful mages, squinting their eyes and frowning, watched the platform with grave expressions. From the moment Alfonso made his move, they keenly sensed that the atmosphere and combat level on the platform were far beyond the previous duels among the prodigies. This was a true fight to the death. Seeing Alfonso's fiery body already rushing toward him, Owen felt a wave of scorching heat at him. At this moment, the aura Alfonso exuded was even stronger than that of Tony, whom Owen had encountered before. The terrifying heat wave, capable of incinerating everything, was almost unbearable for him. No wonder he dared to propose a duel to the death. His strength truly allows him to transcend tiers and kill platinum tier mages, Owen murmured softly. Flames began to rise around him, enveloping him, causing the mana within and around him to surge violently. The Order of Fire had been activated. As the flames appeared around Owen, the scorching sensation Alfonso brought him immediately disappeared, replaced by an inexplicable feeling of comfort. Moreover, the flames surrounding Alfonso seemed to diminish significantly when Owen activated the Order of Fire, like a small flame compared to a great blaze. Alfonso's face darkened, but then a greedy look appeared on his face, and the lines under his skin started to emerge. His muscles began to bulge, filled with explosive power, causing his entire body to swell. Noticeably, dark magic, crimson flame body, Alfonso roared, and his muscles began to writhe rhythmically. From his feet, the terrifying power was transmitted layer by layer, converging into his fists. At the same time, the surrounding mana recklessly gathered into his body. His fists began to flow with boiling magma, continually compressed by his energy, reaching a terrifying level, distorting the air and leaving traces in the void. The explosive power of dark magic is truly terrifying. Is this Alfonso's true strength? Alfonso has delved into both dark and white magic. Although Owen possesses the Order of Fire, he probably hasn't mastered it for long. With just this, he can't be a match for Alfonso. His aura has increased at least twofold. Many mages looked at Alfonso in horror, feeling that at this moment, he was like a walking volcano. Even from a distance, they were drenched in sweat, experiencing the illusion of being evaporated. Facing Alfonso's sudden explosive punch, the flames on Owen's body began to condense in front of him, and he also threw a punch. Bang! At the moment of contact, both of their bodies trembled. Owen felt an overwhelming force sweeping in, as if it was going to twist and crush his arm. The flames on his fist also began to extinguish and disperse. Clearly, Alfonso's dark magic body technique had forcibly elevated his strength to a much higher level, temporarily putting Owen at a disadvantage. However, Owen also had a dark magic body technique, and it was even stronger. In an instant, black light, as indestructible as iron, surfaced on Owen's body, dyeing his skin and flesh black, making his body look like a steel sculpture. With the activation of Obsidify, Owen's previously trembling arm steadied, and his strength surged again, countering Alfonso's arm with a torrential burst of energy. For a moment, the entire dueling platform seemed to be torn into two parts under the collision of these two terrifying forces. Thick cracks spread out continuously from the center where they stood. A few seconds later, Owen stood as immovable as a mountain, but the platform beneath his feet had deeply caved in. Opposite him, Alfonso had been forced to retreat several steps. With each step back, the flames on Alfonso's body dimmed slightly, and his aura weakened. What kind of technique is this? Barely managing to steady himself, Alfonso looked at Owen in disbelief, feeling the soreness and numbness in his arm. He had already gone all out, even activating the powerful dark magic body technique, Crimson Flame Body, which initially suppressed Owen. But Owen had activated his own body technique, ultimately suppressing Alfonso instead. The many prodigy mages watching were also stunned, looking at the retreating Alfonso. Isn't Owen a white magic user? When did he learn dark mage techniques? And he's very proficient at it too. This time, Owen just caught Alfonso off guard. With Alfonso's methods, Owen will likely fall into a worse position as the fight continues. Although Owen had gained the upper hand, many mages still favored Alfonso. After all, Alfonso came from a noble background and had received the best training since childhood. It wouldn't be so simple for Owen to surpass him. Mr. Owen, you must win. Alfonso isn't so great after all. Mr. Owen, teach him a lesson. However, the prodigies and mages from the Azure Kingdom were all on Owen's side. Alfonso had been too arrogant before, and now that Owen was helping them regain their dignity, their opinion of him began to change. Obsidify, the technique Owen is using, should be the long-lost powerful body technique. How did he acquire it? This technique is extremely difficult to master, and he seems to be more than just a beginner. As the representative of Academy City, Edward pushed his monocle up his nose, his eyes widening in surprise. He had previously thought he had a thorough understanding of Owen, but it hadn't been long before Owen showed a new technique. Moreover, Edward had a strong intuition that Owen probably had some other powerful techniques that he hadn't yet revealed. Now, fighting against a formidable opponent like Alfonso, Owen might have to use all the techniques he had kept hidden until now. Chapter 42 Supreme Sword. On the stage, Alfonso steadied himself, took a deep breath to calm his agitated blood and hidden injuries, and stared at Owen with pupils that suddenly narrowed, becoming as sharp as a snake's eyes, exuding a hint of madness. At that moment, the fire dragon phantom behind him seemed to materialize. Its ferocious dragon mouth suddenly opened, revealing sharp fangs, and it let out a deafening roar towards Owen. Then, with claws tearing through the air, it appeared on the stage. Fire Dragon King, descend. As the enormous fire dragon, about 2 stories tall, appeared on the stage, the many mages watching were shocked, unable to stay seated, staring at it in astonishment. With its appearance, the stage became scorching hot. The heavy, lava-flowing paws made sizzling sounds on the surface of the stage, emitting rings of spreading heat, evaporating the sturdy blue stone and creating depressions. Fire Dragon King, this is a platinum-tier spellbeast. Such a spellbeast is arrogant and indifferent, yet Alfonso managed to subdue it across tiers. Many mages in Kyrat can control spellbeasts to enhance their combat power. Alfonso hadn't used it before, but now he has. Does he intend to completely crush Owen? With the Fire Dragon King's assistance, Owen will go from facing just Alfonso to confronting 2 powerful platinum-tier mages. His situation is perilous. Most of the mages gazed at the Fire Dragon King in fear. Any dragon-type spellbeast symbolizes strength and ferocity, possessing overwhelming power over mages of the same tier. Moreover, the monocompatibility between Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King is extremely high. Their combined power makes their combat ability even more terrifying. At this moment, even Princess Mary, who had high hopes for Owen, showed a trace of worry and panic on her cold, proud face. She had just deeply experienced Alfonso's immense strength, and this was no ordinary duel but a life-and-death battle. Under the watchful eyes of Princess Mary and others, Owen's gaze was also drawn to the appearing Fire Dragon King. Kyrat was known for mastering spellbeasts, something Owen was well aware of, but the strong bond between Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from the Fire Dragon King made it appear even stronger than Alfonso, who was using his physical techniques. The fusion of their auras created an oppressive force that even Owen could feel. In the younger generation, you're the only one who can make me use this move. To die under the combined attacks of the Fire Dragon King and me is not a wasted life. With the Fire Dragon King by his side, Alfonso's injured arm quickly recovered. His aura surged dramatically upon the Fire Dragon King's appearance, and a wave of overwhelming confidence filled his heart once more. He leapt onto the Fire Dragon King's head, looking down at Owen from above, like he was gazing at an insect. Dragon's breath. The next moment, Alfonso waved his hand, synchronizing perfectly with the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and, like a whale swallowing water, it absorbed the fire elements from the surrounding area, transforming them into molten lava, and spewed it towards Owen. Simultaneously, as the Fire Dragon King attacked, Alfonso's body was also imbued with the Fire Dragon King's agitated aura. His narrow eyes glowed with a fierce light. Immediately, a magical light array appeared in the sky above the stage, covering the area below. Complex light patterns intertwined and connected, forming a dark void of red and brown hues, exuding an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. At the moment the Fire Dragon King's breath locked on Owen, the surface of the complex magical light array writhed and then roared. Lava meteors, each the size of a millstone, fell from above, covering every corner of the stage. The simultaneous attacks from the Fire Dragon King and Alfonso came like an invisible pressure, binding Owen in place, his body sinking downward, giving him the feeling that there was no escape. What a terrifying attack. The stage itself can't withstand this aura. Even a platinum tier mage might fall here. Most of the mages present trembled in fear as they watched the dragon's breath, like a river of lava, and the countless falling lava meteors. Many began to retreat, some even activating protective magical skills. They doubted they could withstand the terrifying attack waves created by Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King. Is Owen, the genius recognized as the best in Academy City, really going to fall here? It's a pity. Owen is still so young. If given another 2 years, with his growth rate, he might have been able to fight Alfonso head-on. Now, however, he is about to fall into Alfonso's hands. The Azure Kingdom's prodigy may never recover from this setback. Regretful voices rose among the crowd. In this critical moment of life and death, a flash of light appeared in Owen's hand, and he tightly gripped the Godslayer's sword. The chilling sword aura swirled around him, tearing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. However, compared to the combined might of the Fire Dragon King and Alfonso, Owen's presence seemed as insignificant as a firefly compared to the bright moon, as if he would be crushed in an instant. Yet, Owen's expression remained calm and steady. The power of the man and the dragon was indeed terrifying, but so what? Before him, they were nothing more than crumbling earth and decaying dogs. Supreme sword, Owen silently chanted, gripping his sword with both hands and slashing forward. The sharp sword aura surged from the pale blade, transforming into a stark white ribbon dozens of meters long, lifting the air into waves and seeming to split the atmosphere in two, leaving a narrow vacuum passage. This move was an inherent skill of the Godslayer sword and one of Owen's trump cards. Compared to the first time he used it, Owen's physical body, internal mana, and mind power had all increased dozens of times. This sword finally exhibited an overwhelming and unstoppable force. As Owen swung his sword, all the watching mages felt a flash of white light before their eyes, causing intense pain and breathlessness. They then realized in shock that the previously overwhelming aura of the Fire Dragon King and Alfonso on the stage had been completely dispelled. Bang! The sword aura's ribbon met the Fire Dragon King's scorching breath, producing a deafening collision. The resulting chaotic shockwave shook the entire space, with escaping sword energy slicing open fine spatial cracks. The Fire Dragon King's blood-red eyes, the size of its head, showed a hint of surprise. This breath attack was its most powerful move, but the moment it clashed with the sword aura, it felt a tingling sensation as if facing life and death directly. Its breath, capable of melting and burning everything, was split by the sword aura and dissipated into rising heat waves. The relentless sword aura pressed on, and after dispersing the breath, it headed straight for the Fire Dragon King. Its crystal-like dragon scales began to crack and shatter under the impact, leaving white marks. What terrifying sword aura! The Fire Dragon King's expression changed drastically, completely unprepared for the sheer power of Owen's sword aura. Simultaneously, as the sword aura spread, the mana in the air stirred. The falling lava meteors were sliced in half by the sword aura, splitting repeatedly until they transformed into brilliant fireworks, exploding above the stage. This Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King's attack was blocked. At that moment, those who had believed Owen was doomed were all wide-eyed, utterly shocked by the rapid turn of events. Moreover, after blocking the attacks of the man and the dragon, the terrifying sword aura continued its assault, aiming to obliterate them both. Standing on the Fire Dragon King's head, Alfonso's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected his full-strength attack to result in this outcome. The incoming sword aura had already left crisscrossing blood marks on his body, like a thousand cuts, tormenting his mind. Screech. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion. As Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King realized something was wrong, the sharp sword aura had already struck them, producing a tearing sound. Owen took a deep breath, ready to sheathe the Godslayer's sword, but suddenly noticed a turbulent and chaotic aura rising from where Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King stood. More terrifying than before. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Be my stepping stone. As Owen vaguely sensed something amiss, the Council of Elders, Edward, and others craned their necks, staring at the stage shrouded in dust and chaotic mana. A gentle breeze blew through. The dust and mana dissipated, revealing a strange sight. At this moment, the surging sword aura of the Supreme Sword had already vanished. The Fire Dragon King's massive, wall-like chest bore a deep sword mark, almost split open, extending to its back like a bloody abyss. One could see its writhing organs and blood-soaked bones. A bit more sharpness in the sword aura, and the Fire Dragon King might have been cleaved in two. The Fire Dragon King's aura was weak, its breathing growing faint, occasionally letting out mournful cries as if it might collapse at any moment. Although Alfonso hadn't endured the full brunt of the Supreme Sword, the terrifying shockwaves nearly tore his body apart. He was covered in bloody wounds, with blood flowing continuously. What a terrifying sword strike. At this moment, countless mages watching the stage stared at the sword marks left on the Fire Dragon King and Alfonso, barely able to breathe. The deadly aura of the combined attack from Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King had been palpable to everyone. They all had the power to annihilate a beginner platinum tier mage. Yet now, not only had Owen blocked their attack, but he had also severely injured them with a single sword strike. How terrifying was Owen's combat power. They had thought Owen had reached his limit, but now it was clear he was far from it. Among the Council of Elders, the elders, faces flushed with excitement. Alfonso had been too arrogant before, but as elders, they couldn't break the rules to deal with him. Luckily, although the Azure Kingdom's geniuses were heavily injured and humiliated, Owen's comeback meant they could turn the tide and even enhance the kingdom's reputation. Princess Mary and other young prodigies were fervently shouting Owen's name with unparalleled enthusiasm. The entire stage was boiling with excitement because of Owen's sword strike. However, just as the cheers reached a crescendo, King Aldrich, Edward, and several other top-tier mages suddenly narrowed their eyes, looking at the weakened Alfonso and Fire Dragon King. In their perception, the auras of the man and the dragon seemed critically weakened, as if teetering on the edge of life and death. Yet, this gave them an inexplicable sense of impending danger. Could Alfonso still have some means left? King Aldrich frowned slightly. No sooner had he spoken than the bloodied Alfonso and Fire Dragon King on the stage shuddered, as if turning into a viscous liquid, eerily merging together. As their bodies fused, their darkened auras suddenly surged. Countless sparks flew from them, burning through the void and leaving dense black scorch marks. Forbidden art. Has Alfonso lost his mind? He's even using the dark state. Watching Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King gradually merge, Edward held his breath, his mind filled with a single thought. Alfonso had gone mad. The dark state was a bizarre condition where a contract spellbeast and mage fused together. In this state, the boundaries between human and spellbeast would dissolve, and even a slight mistake could result in complete annihilation. Even if successfully entering this state, they would become grotesque monsters, losing their minds and turning into mindless zombies. In short, the dark state was both extremely difficult to master and a desperate, all-out measure. As Edward exclaimed in shock, the other mages present shivered, their skin crawling and hair standing on end. The dark state was a well-known forbidden technique in dark magic. Once entering this state, one's strength could increase tenfold or even 100-fold. But it would also bring complete madness. Even though Owen's recent sword strike was impressive, facing Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King in their dark state would be an entirely different matter. Sure enough, under their watchful eyes, the mana in the air boiled, like some kind of adhesive, frantically gathering into Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King, causing them to fuse. more completely. Meanwhile, their sword wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The continuously rising aura surged like a flood, each wave stronger than the last, pressing the martial arts stage downward with a creaking sound. Owen, die for me. As Alfonso's twisted head gradually fused with the Fire Dragon King, a bizarre and frantic voice roared into Owen's mind, like sharp nails scraping against glass, causing immense discomfort. Then, the distorted form of the Fire Dragon King appeared behind Owen like a streak of light. Alfonso's mind remained twisted and insane. He knew that if he didn't quickly annihilate Owen, he wouldn't be able to maintain this state for long. Even if he managed to kill Owen, his own state would become extremely dangerous, so he dared not delay for even a moment. Appearing ghostly in front of Owen, Alfonso's sharp dragon claw immediately struck towards him, piercing through the void and surrounded by intensely compressed flames, burning the air. The power and speed of this attack far surpassed anything from before. In an instant, Owen, targeted by Alfonso, felt a chill on his back. The sharp aura from this claw attack made him acutely aware of the strong presence of death. However, as Alfonso's eyes grew more frenzied in his dark state, he suddenly noticed a peculiar wave emanating from Owen. The mana swirling around Owen was instantly sucked away. Without the support of mana, Alfonso's dark state immediately wavered like a rootless duckweed, and his already twisted and deformed body began to rapidly separate from the Fire Dragon King. No, feeling the magical vacuum around his body, Alfonso stared at Owen in disbelief, his arrogance and madness turning into terror. He could feel that the disappearance of the surrounding mana was caused by a unique wave from Owen, an invisible and intangible field. A field. At this thought, Alfonso's face turned pale. A field was something only Grand Magi could comprehend, representing a high-level use of magic. Owen was merely a silver tier level 9 mage, the concept of a field seemed incompatible with him. However, the dark state, being a forbidden secret technique, wasn't something that just any method could interfere with. Only a field, and a very special one at that, could achieve this. How many more secrets does Owen hold? The pride in Alfonso's heart seemed to have taken a heavy blow. Forced out of the dark state by the influence of the field, his already strained body couldn't handle it, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Whether in Kyric or in the Holy Temple, he had always been a shining genius, especially after subduing the Fire Dragon King with his strength and mastering the dark state. In his eyes, no one in the younger generation could rival him. This absolute confidence, which looked down on everyone, proved to be so insignificant. Before Owen, at this moment, Owen, who activated the Mana Void, slashed his sword towards Alfonso with a solemn expression. The power that Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King unleashed in their dark state would have seriously injured him if not for the Mana Void. A genius of this caliber was indeed far superior to ordinary spellbeasts and mages. To prevent further complications, it was best to eliminate him quickly. As Owen's deadly sword strike approached, Alfonso snapped out of his mental collapse and twisted his body to retreat, trying to evade the blow. But severely injured, he found escape impossible. Desperately, he kicked the heavily wounded Fire Dragon King in the back, using it as a shield against the fatal strike. Screech! The Godslayer sword easily sliced through the Fire Dragon King's neck. Its dull dragon scale shattered, its skin and flesh split open, the surface smooth as a mirror. Until Owen decapitated it, and its head fell to the ground, a fountain of blood gushed from its neck, turning the air a sinister shade of red. Seeing his contracted spellbeast meet a gruesome end, and with Owen attacking again, Alfonso, whose mind was already shaken, was instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. A letter causing a stir. He retreated continuously with a look of terror on his face, then, as if remembering something, he shouted with all his might. Eric, Eric, where's the mage of the guard? Save me, save me. He retreated while placing his hope on the guard. The guards had many gold tier mages, all battle-hardened, and Owen's current state was somewhat weak. As long as they acted in time, he would definitely survive today. As a favored genius, he didn't want to die. However, despite his continuous shouting, none of the mages of the guard responded to him. Where are the guards? A bunch of useless trash. Get out here now. Seeing Owen already close to him, Alfonso became even more terrified and panicked, his words filled with raging fury. The guards. Didn't you send the guards to assassinate me? As a mage of Kyric, you dared to encircle and kill me in broad daylight in the imperial capital. You have quite the guts. If you really want to see the guards, I will mercifully fulfill your wish. Owen shook his head, looking at Alfonso, whose ugly demeanor was fully exposed in the face of a life and death crisis. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even stronger and more red. Under Owen's murderous gaze, Alfonso trembled, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible, Eric and the others are gold tier mages. With your strength, it's impossible to kill them. When Owen arrived at the stage earlier, Alfonso had seen clearly that Owen didn't have much combat fluctuation on him. Although he had been delayed for some time coming here, it was simply a pipe dream to think that Owen could kill all of Eric and the others in such a short time. After all, according to their investigation, Owen only had a pair of wolf guards with him, among which the strongest was Benedict, the gold tier mage, who couldn't possibly be a match for Eric and his men. Owen smiled faintly, pulling out Eric's storage ring from his chest. You are considered a hero of a generation, so let me let you die knowing the truth. Alfonso looked at the storage ring in Owen's hand. It bore Eric's signature and had a unique design. He recognized that immediately this was undoubtedly Eric's storage ring. Eric was quite greedy, and considering the importance of this mission, he wouldn't have handed over his storage ring to anyone else, let alone to Owen. Eric and his team might indeed have met with misfortune. Alfonso's heart was filled with despair. His last hope was ruthlessly crushed by Owen. At that moment, Owen raised his sword and swiftly beheaded him. Alfonso had just prepared to beg for mercy, but his voice was forever silenced in his throat. Boom! With the successive slaying of the Fire Dragon King and Alfonso, Owen's level increased again. He advanced from silver tier level 9 to gold tier level 1, and his experience bar was very close to gold tier level 2. Although it seemed like just a single tier breakthrough, this tier was a chasm that most mages couldn't cross. Only by becoming a gold tier mage could one be considered to have respectable status and strength. At this level, they were essentially entering the middle to upper echelons of the empire. With the completion of his advancement, Owen felt a comfortable tingling sensation throughout his body, as if he had taken a refreshing nap. His body became stronger, his spirit more vigorous, and he resonated more strongly with the surrounding mana. At the same time, as Alfonso was a relatively important prodigy, Owen gained 1,000 fate points. Owen smiled slightly, feeling quite rewarded. Meanwhile, the many mages observing the battle were already stunned. Alfonso was a top prodigy from Kyric Gowato Sanctuary. Owen, as a prodigy of the Azure Kingdom, had killed him. Kyric would not take this lightly. Mr. Owen is too bold, daring to kill Alfonso. Kyric has long coveted our Azure Kingdom, and this might provoke another war. Alfonso was too arrogant and actively provoked us. He deserved to die. If we clash with Kyric, so be it. It's their fault in the first place. HMPH, Kyric has many mages and spellbeasts, far more than we can compare with. If a real war breaks out, how will we withstand it? At this time, many mages of the Azure Kingdom were panicking, thinking a war might be imminent. Some wealthy merchants and mages were already considering plans to leave as soon as Possible. Kyric is immensely powerful, and the Azure Kingdom is likely not their match. Originally silently observing this magic competition from the palace, King Albrecht and several high-ranking ministers hurried to the scene. Seeing the beheaded Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King, most of them felt heavy-hearted, though some ministers were elated, feeling a sense of vindication. Upon King Albrecht's arrival, he immediately looked anxiously at Edward. Edward, seeing King Albrecht's concern, spoke slowly, "Your Majesty, there's no need to be so worried. Alfonso initiated this life-and-death duel. Once agreed upon, it's sacred. Losing means death, and there's nothing to complain about." Moreover, Owen previously killed Kyric's Commander Bata. While we don't know how Mr. Owen accomplished this, according to the universally accepted laws of the continent, Commander Bata intruded upon Azure Kingdom territory without cause. Mr. Owen, being from the Azure Kingdom, was within his rights to act against him. Hearing this, King Albrecht and his ministers all breathed a sigh of relief. They were aware of these laws and regulations, but hearing it from the mouth of Academy City gave it more authority. At the very least, in terms of public opinion, Kyric's actions against the Azure Kingdom would be unjustified. At that moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Owen began to search Alfonso's belongings, especially his storage ring. Alfonso was a renowned prodigy, and he undoubtedly had many valuable items on him. Sure enough, after Owen carefully sensed Alfonso's storage ring, he discovered, besides high-quality weapons and 10 million gold coins, there was also a small brooding chamber specifically for hatching spellbeasts. This discovery excited Owen. It's known that living creatures can't be stored in a storage ring, but a small brooding chamber can. It creates a space within the ring where living creatures can be stored. Many powerful individuals place brooding chambers in their rings to ensure the safe hatching of their spellbeasts. A brooding chamber is priceless and can even sell for 20 million gold coins. This is equivalent to half a year's income for House Ravenwood. Clearly, the church spared no expense in cultivating Alfonso. After looting Alfonso, Owen's gaze turned to the Fire Dragon King. Its massive corpse, now deflated like a punctured ball, lay sprawled on the wrecked stage. Owen's fingers made a grasping motion, and from the chest of the corpse, he extracted a fist-sized crimson core. As a platinum-tier fire attribute spellbeast, the Fire Dragon King's beast core was invaluable and could be used to help incubate the snake egg. A snake egg hatched with a Fire Dragon core would yield a spellbeast far superior to those hatched normally. However, Owen didn't rush to start the incubation process. After all, the snake egg was one of his greatest secrets and a powerful weapon for the future. Placing the Fire Dragon core into his storage ring, Owen thought for a moment before crushing an echo stone he retrieved from within. This was the echo stone Leslie had given him, indicating the start of their operation when crushed. Afterward, Owen calmed himself and slowly took out an emergency letter, sealed with Kyric's grand seal, from Alfonso's storage ring. "Your Majesty, this was found in Alfonso's storage ring. Please take a look." Owen courteously used mana to float the letter over to King Albrecht. King Albrecht glanced at the contents of the letter, and a surge of anger suddenly appeared on his stern and dignified face. Though the anger quickly subsided, King Albrecht was now the focus of everyone's attention. And all the ministers closely watched his every move. Seeing the king's anger, their gazes swiftly locked onto the letter. Such outrageous bullying. Chapter 45, the Azure Kingdom's treasure. After reading the urgent secret letter, almost all the ministers were livid with anger, their voices filled with fury, and their eyes seemed to want to tear the people of Kyric apart. The content of the letter was simple. Alfonso and others were instructed to cause as much trouble as possible in the imperial capital of the Azure Kingdom, preferably resulting in the deaths of some Kyric mages, giving the Kyric royal family a reason to wage war against the Azure Kingdom. "Your Majesty, for years Kyric has repeatedly violated our borders, committing atrocities and oppressing the border populace. We've shown endless forbearance, yet they continue to push their limits." Standing beside King Albrecht, Prime Minister Wilson, with a stern face and a hunched elderly frame, angrily said, "For years, the Kyric Empire has allowed bandits to harass our borders, excusing it by claiming these bandits were unruly fugitives, causing the border populace to suffer. However, we all know these so-called bandits are merely Kyric's mercenaries. General Stanley, who has defended the border for years, has enough experience to deal with Kyric. Since Kyric has deliberately provoked us and targeted the Azure Kingdom, war is inevitable. It's better to strike first and gain the upper hand." With Wilson, a highly respected Prime Minister of the Azure Kingdom, speaking up, many ministers nodded in agreement, calling for a crusade against the Kyric Kingdom. Over the years, the Azure Kingdom had shown restraint towards Kyric, but this was the final straw, and they could no longer tolerate it. The Prime Minister's words are too impulsive. Hastily starting a war now will disrupt the Empire's order. Continued forbearance is still the best course of action. Indeed, Kyric is too powerful. If war breaks out, it will be extremely unfavorable for the Azure Kingdom. Sending envoys to negotiate is the right way now. Several ministers, upon hearing the talk of war, shivered and quickly voiced their opposition. For a moment, the war faction and the peace faction were at each other's throats, unable to convince one another. Eventually, they all turned their gaze towards King Albrecht. King Albrecht looked at the converging gazes, hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, "This letter comes from Gowato Sanctuary and does not represent the Kyric royal family. We cannot rashly start a war. The matter of launching an attack can be discussed later." With King Albrecht's voice calming the situation, the peace faction ministers breathed a sigh of relief, showing satisfied smiles. Wilson and several other ministers began to breathe heavily, wanting to say something, but seeing King Albrecht's resolute gaze, they held back. They could only sigh helplessly, then glare angrily at the cheering ministers before quickly turning and leaving. King Albrecht watched Wilson and the others depart, slightly furrowing his brow. At that moment, several attendants rushed in hastily. "Your Majesty, bad news." Their expressions were extremely fearful, having rushed all the way here, their breath weak and labored. They dared not rest for a moment, practically sliding on their knees to King Albrecht and the others. "Your Majesty, 2 late-stage platinum-tier powerhouses have breached the palace and abducted the 8-month-old fourth prince. 12 high-level gold-tier guards have already gone in pursuit." Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in an uproar. This was the imperial capital, the palace. How could intruders penetrate so deeply and even abduct a prince? What a heinous act. The queen, standing beside King Albrecht, turned deathly pale and fainted on the spot from shock. "Pursue them. This matter will not end until death." King Albrecht's aura surged, like a raging beast, as he chased toward the horizon. The Crown Prince, the Council of Elders, and other core members of the royal family followed, their faces showing a mix of anger and astonishment. Princess Mary, following at the rear, slowed down slightly as she was about to leave. She gazed tenderly at Owen, who was standing on the stage. "Owen, thank you for restoring the Empire's honor today. Those who abducted my younger brother might be from Kyric. Please be careful." After expressing her concern, Princess Mary's cheeks flushed slightly before she continued following King Albrecht and the others to intercept the 2 audacious platinum-tier mages. Owen nodded at her, indicating his understanding, though his mind was already elsewhere. The fourth prince's abduction clearly indicated that Leslie had received his message and had begun their operation. Due to the sudden and severe nature of the prince's abduction, other prodigies and mages were caught off guard, becoming both cautious and curious. Although the Azure Kingdom had been somewhat weak in external affairs over the years, its internal strength remained quite formidable. It was unimaginable who would have the audacity to target a member of the royal family during such a grand event. If caught, it would be a crime warranting the extermination of their entire family. Alfonso was just killed, and now this happens. It feels like something Kyric would do. I don't think so. If Kyric did this, they would have even less reason to act against the Azure Kingdom. But if it wasn't Kyric, two late-stage platinum tier mages are not easy to come by. In any faction, they are the backbone and pillars of strength. Many mages discussed as they left, not wanting to get too entangled in the matter. As everyone departed, Owen took advantage of the chaos, gradually concealing his presence and began to stealthily make his way towards the kingdom vault. As Owen moved deeper, he could faintly sense the distant battle fluctuations between the 12 gold tier guards and the 2 platinum tier powerhouses. The 12 gold tier guards were cooperating seamlessly. With the aid of their formation, even the 2 platinum tier powerhouses were having their escape significantly delayed. Owen paused, gazing at the 2 platinum tier mages in the distance. They had both reached the level of platinum tier level 7. Mages of this level were incredibly powerful. Even from a distance, Owen could feel a slight sense of oppression emanating from them. Even the previously darkened Alfonso probably couldn't compare to either of them. The higher one's level, the more difficult it became to break through. Many people spend their entire lives unable to reach the platinum tier, and these two seem to have the potential to reach the diamond tier. Their talent and strength were not to be underestimated. Such figures would be renowned wherever they were, and that Leslie could mobilize such high-level combat power indicated the immense strength of the Duke's household. Owen's expression grew even more serious. Although Owen had known that the Duke's household, especially Leslie, was no simple entity, it had only been a suspicion before. Now, he had a deep, personal understanding. With the 4th prince taken away, nearly all the palace's strongmen had been deployed, allowing Owen an unobstructed path. He smoothly arrived at the kingdom vault in the palace. The kingdom vault covered a vast area, resembling a circular iron fortress situated in the heart of the palace. As Owen approached, he felt an increasingly strong sense of oppression, like a flowing current pushing him back. Owen squinted his eyes, slowing his pace. At that moment, a brightly colored bird flapped its wings, attempting to fly over the vast kingdom vault. However, as it neared the vault, what Owen perceived as an invisible glass-like protective shield suddenly crackled with streaks of lightning. ZZZT. The bird collided with the invisible shield, sparking and flashing with lightning. Its bright feathers turned black, and its stiff body fell, emitting black smoke from its mouth and nose. With a faint smell of burning, bang, the bird fell in front of Owen, shattering like a piece of charcoal. Seeing this, Owen cautiously stopped. Leslie had previously mentioned that the kingdom vault was not only guarded by 12 gold tier mages but also protected by a defensive array bought by the royal family at a high price from the Middle-earth auction. Seeing it now, its reputation was well deserved. Owen tightly grasped the family crest he had copied from Princess Mary in his palm. According to Leslie, the only way to safely penetrate the kingdom vault was with a royal family crest. Owen hesitated for a moment. The power of this array was daunting even to him, but remembering that a fragment of the Godslayer staff was inside, he mustered his courage and slowly entered the array. Princess Mary's crest emitted a soft glow, like a giant transparent bubble, enveloping him. When it made contact with the powerful transparent barrier, they seamlessly merged, allowing Owen to be pushed inside. Then, his figure vanished from the front of the kingdom vault. The moment Owen entered the kingdom vault, a blinding white light shone before his eyes, so dazzling that he could barely keep them open. After closing his eyes and adjusting for a moment, he realized he had seemingly entered a mirrored space. Everywhere he looked above, below, and all around were white mirrors. These mirrors not only reflected Owen's image but also seemed to contain independent spaces within them, holding all sorts of peculiar and rare items. Chapter 46, the second form of the Godslayer staff. Spatial magic. Owen examined the surrounding mirrors, vaguely sensing that they weren't real mirrors but rather spatial magic resembling illusions. Without the family crest, anyone entering here would be lost among the mirrors, unable to obtain any of the items within. The more the Azure royal family cherished these treasures, the more layers of protection they added to the kingdom vault. Owen's excitement grew. After all, only items that the royal family valued would be kept here. Owen immediately used his mind power to manipulate mana perception, spreading out like invisible tendrils in all directions. Every mirror around him contained an independent mirrored space, each holding a single treasure. The interwoven light and shadows from the mirrored spaces created a dazzling and confusing spectacle. A master tier staff, and it's forged from the horn of an earth dragon. If this were to be auctioned, it would drive platinum tier mages mad, and even diamond tier mages might bid for it. In one of the mirrors, Owen perceived a crescent-shaped staff. It was covered in dense dragon bone patterns, as if an earth dragon was coiled around the staff, exuding an oppressive aura that slowed one's breath. If Owen didn't already have the Godslayer staff, he wouldn't have passed up this earth dragon staff. 9-leaf begonia, the bones of a void spellbeast. A cursory glance at the surrounding mirrors left Owen dazzled and drooling over the treasures. The depth of the Azure Kingdom's heritage was indeed astonishing. However, Owen quickly suppressed his greed. The mana fluctuations in this space were unique. Even with Princess Mary's family crest, taking too many items would undoubtedly alert others. Finding the Godslayer staff was the top priority. As Owen's expression grew serious, he suddenly noticed an ancient parchment scroll in a nearby mirrored space. The parchment was yellowed, as brittle as a thin crisp, but it emitted strong mana fluctuations. Its appearance matched Leslie's description of the royal treasure map almost exactly. Owen's eyes lit up as he carried the family crest into the mirror. Inside, the space was small but brightly lit. He slowly unrolled the parchment, examining it with curiosity. The terrain, the inscriptions, and the unique mana fluctuations left on it. This was indeed the treasure map of the Azure royal family. It was also the item Leslie had been yearning for. It was rumored that the greatest treasure of the Azure Kingdom was stored there, a heritage left by the ancestors of the Azure royal family. It was not to be opened unless the kingdom faced the danger of destruction. Owen was quite curious about this. As he closely examined the treasure map, he squinted and murmured with interest. So, the treasure is located in the mountains at the border between Kyric and the Azure Kingdom. No wonder there has been constant warfare between the two countries. The greatest treasure of the Azure royal family isn't gold, but... Before he could finish speaking, the kingdom vault suddenly trembled, indicating that someone guarding the vault had been alerted. Owen quickly stored the parchment in his storage ring and, not daring to waste any more time, rushed out of the mirrored space. He expanded his senses, continuing his search for the Godslayer staff fragment. As Owen continued his in-depth search and neared the center of the space, he noticed that the mana fluctuations from the mirrors were becoming weaker. While he was feeling puzzled, his eyebrows raised as he locked onto a mirror that had no mana fluctuations at all. Inside the mirrored space was a very ordinary wooden box, about the size of a head. The wood was yellowed and dull, showing no remarkable features. However, this was the kingdom vault of the Azure Kingdom. The items stored here were rare and extraordinary treasures that would cause a sensation in the outside world. The more ordinary something appeared here, the more unusual it likely was. Besides, Owen's intuition told him that this box was not simple. Without hesitation, Owen rushed into the mirrored space. Once inside the small space, he realized that not only was the mana around the box isolated, but even the mana within his own body felt repelled and unusual. He attempted to use his mind power like a light veil to cover the wooden box and probe its secrets. However, the box seemed to be an excellent shield, preventing him from sensing anything inside. However, upon closer inspection, Owen suddenly noticed a conical hole at the top of the box. It seemed perfectly shaped to fit the Godslayer staff. Owen's heart surged with excitement. No wonder the Azure royal family had kept such tight control over the news of obtaining the Godslayer staff fragment. Even if they had revealed it, no one would have believed it. Without the main body of the Godslayer staff, even if someone obtained this wooden box, they wouldn't be able to open it. Thus, it could only be temporarily stored in the kingdom vault. This wooden box could only be opened by him. Feeling a slight joy in his heart, Owen grasped the Godslayer staff in his right hand. The dark gold staff emitted a radiant golden light, making the small mirrored space appear as if it had been coated with a layer of gold leaf. Then, as if sensing something, the Godslayer staff began to hum softly, seemingly wanting to fly out of his hand and toward the wooden box. Seeing this, Owen hesitated no longer. He inserted the bottom of the Godslayer staff into the top of the box. Click. The seams of the wooden box fit perfectly with the Godslayer staff. Owen gently turned the Godslayer staff, and the box, like a tightly clenched fist, slowly opened, revealing a section of the Godslayer staff's handle. The handle was not large, emitting a soft glow and exuding an indestructible aura, as if neither the passage of time nor any magical attack could destroy it. Then, as the box opened further, the handle rose and fused with the Godslayer staff. At that moment, Owen suddenly felt a sense of completeness, as if something missing had been restored. The Godslayer staff then began to tremble more violently, and a vast wave of mana surged. From within it, boom, the immense mana wave expanded rapidly, filling every corner of the mirrored space. Unable to withstand this terrifying power, the mirrored space quickly developed spiderweb-like cracks and shattered. As this mirrored space broke apart, the terrifying mana wave spread in all directions, affecting the entire kingdom vault. All the mirrors in the area shook violently, and the space became unstable, as if it would shatter under the intense mana waves. Owen gripped the Godslayer staff even tighter, feeling a terrifying power flowing into him. Although it didn't elevate his tier, it deepened his connection with the Godslayer staff. The Godslayer staff also became more responsive and agile, no longer the cold, unyielding weapon it had been. The waves and aura it emitted were now several times stronger. Even though his tier hadn't changed, his combat power increased significantly thanks to the enhanced Godslayer staff. If he were to fight Alfonso and the Fire Dragon King again with the enhanced Godslayer staff, the Supreme Sword would wipe them out instantly, giving them no chance to fight back. As Owen felt the transformation of the Godslayer staff, the system's voice slowly sounded. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the second form of the Godslayer staff Guardian Shield. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Guardian Shield skill Echo Barrier. Owen wasn't surprised by the system's announcement. The Godslayer staff had 7 forms in total. Previously, unlocking the Supreme Sword form granted him powerful offensive skills. Now, it seemed he had unlocked a defensive form. With a touch of anticipation, Owen looked at the system interface. Guardian Shield, the second form of the Godslayer staff, grants the skill Echo Barrier. All projectile attacks can be absorbed by the Guardian Shield and reflected back with 3 times the damage. Note, this skill ignores level differences but can only be used twice a day. After reading the skill description, Owen was so excited he almost burst out laughing. A divine skill, another divine skill. Although it only deflected projectile attacks, ignoring level differences and reflecting 3 times the damage was incredibly powerful. This skill touched upon the level of fundamental rules. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 Am I Doomed? Staring at the Godslayer staff in his hand, which was now emitting an even more dazzling light, Owen couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Although there had been some risks in venturing deep into the kingdom vault this time, he had truly obtained a fragment of the Godslayer staff and unlocked the second seal of this ancient artifact. Moreover, he had gained the Echo Barrier, a divine skill. And this was merely the second form. It's hard to imagine how powerful the Godslayer staff would become after unlocking all 7 forms and what kind of insane god tier skills it would possess. As expected of an ancient artifact, the true weapon of the original protagonist, John. Owen sighed, preparing to collect his breath and leave contentedly. But at that moment, his ears twitched, and he suddenly heard a commotion outside the kingdom vault, followed by voices questioning loudly. What was the disturbance just now from the kingdom vault? Who's in there? Owen found the voice familiar. It seemed that the mana fluctuation caused by the fusion of the Godslayer staff's handle had been noticed. After all, the kingdom vault was the most critical place in the Azure Kingdom and was under constant scrutiny. If it weren't for Princess Mary's family crest, he wouldn't have been able to venture this deep, even with the 12 gold tier guards absent. In the next moment, Owen sensed the Crown Prince Austin, with a stern expression, preparing to enter the kingdom vault. This Crown Prince, really afraid of death. Owen shook his head slightly. At this moment, while everyone in the royal family followed the 12 gold tier mages to rescue the young prince, Austin stayed behind with the palace guards, using this as an excuse to remain in the palace. Based on what he knew about the Crown Prince, under the influence and persuasion of the Council of Elders, he was solely focused on inheriting the throne, uninterested in anything else, adopting a cautious approach, and unwilling to face any danger like a flower in a greenhouse. Owen didn't take the Crown Prince alone seriously, but behind him were at least 500 elite palace guards, surrounding the entrances and exits of the kingdom vault layer by layer. These palace guards were not only powerful but also absolutely loyal, chosen from among the royal relatives. They wore armor made of a special alloy, making them impervious to swords and spears, and providing some resistance to magic. Even a platinum tier warrior trapped by them wouldn't be able to escape quickly. It seemed he was now a fish in a barrel. Owen's heart tightened, and he quickly looked around. In this special space, mirrors surrounded him on all sides, seemingly endless, with no suitable hiding place. Once the Crown Prince led his men into the kingdom vault, there would be nowhere to hide, and he would be discovered quickly. However, Owen soon thought of something, suddenly looking up at the sky of this space. Although there was no escape around him, the upper part of this space had a weak point that could give him a slim chance of survival. Thinking of this, Owen was about to activate his mana and leap out of the kingdom vault from above as quickly as possible. But just as he activated his mana, he felt a sudden chill on his back, as if needles of ice were piercing into his body. His mind tensed up immediately, feeling an icy killing intent silently locking onto him. If his mental power hadn't been enhanced multiple times, this intense killing intent would have severely affected his spirit. The person targeting him was at least a high-level gold tier warrior. I know you're in there. Come out now, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, trespassing in the kingdom vault is a crime punishable by death, and your family will be exterminated. The Crown Prince Austin said with a highly excited expression. He hadn't expected that while avoiding danger and hiding in the palace, he would encounter someone trespassing in the kingdom vault, a perfect opportunity. With his strength and the guards near the kingdom vault, the trespasser stood no chance this was a godsend. While I still have some patience, come out now. Austin's voice grew louder, making the air buzz. At this moment, Owen's expression in the kingdom vault became even more serious. Now, with that intense killing intent locked onto him and Austin blocking the entrance to the kingdom vault with his guards, escaping seemed almost impossible. At this point, Owen's expression turned cold, a trace of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. To leave safely, the only way was to eliminate everyone here. Since most of the main forces in the palace had gone to rescue the fourth prince, if he could swiftly kill these people, he could definitely leave before the palace experts arrive. Just as Owen made up his mind, the doors of the kingdom vault suddenly opened, and two shadows rushed in. It was the golden-haired crown prince Austin and a woman in a white robe by his side. Owen's gaze immediately fell on the woman beside Austin. She was young, dressed in a noble platinum robe, extraordinarily beautiful but with an expression as cold as ice, her delicate eyebrows resembling two thin swords piercing ones heart. The intense killing intent he had felt earlier emanated from this woman. Owen paused for a moment before recognizing her. Chelsea, the chief disciple of the Council of Elders, Austin's wife, and a gold tier level 8 genius. As Owen was scrutinizing Chelsea, Austin, who had entered the kingdom vault, also immediately saw Owen. Austin's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Earlier, Owen had been on the stage, killing the arrogant Alfonso, who had disregarded the Azure Kingdom's geniuses, earning respect for the kingdom and becoming a hero in many people's eyes. But now, he was inside the kingdom vault, something only traitors would do. Then, Austin took a step back in fear. He had witnessed Owen's strength firsthand and knew he was no match for him. However, upon seeing Chelsea beside him, he regained his confidence. Although he wasn't a match for Owen, his wife was a prodigy nurtured by the Council of Elders, a formidable fighter cultivated by the combined efforts of many elders. She was the stabilizing force of the Council of Elders. She could even contend with a platinum tier mage. As long as Chelsea takes action and he provides assistance, Owen wouldn't stand a chance. Feeling confident, Austin took 2 steps forward, looked Owen up and down, and taunted. I knew it. You're always flaunting yourself, but I knew you harbored ill intentions. I told my father many times, but he didn't believe me, saying I was jealous of your talents. Now, your true colors are revealed. Your treacherous ambitions, plotting against the kingdom vault, make you deserve nothing but death. As the crown prince finished speaking, Owen shook his head in disbelief. When he had helped Azure Kingdom save face, Austin had remained silent like a wooden dummy. Now, having caught him in a vulnerable moment, Austin barked incessantly. Chelsea, staring at the Godslayer staff in Owen's hand and then at the opened wooden box beside him, questioned. You must be Owen, the owner of the Godslayer staff. No wonder you targeted the kingdom vault. We spent a long time trying to unlock this box without success, and now you've taken advantage. As she spoke, her tone grew increasingly cold. Since you're here today, you and that staff are staying. With that, a powerful surge of mana erupted from Chelsea, like a raging tide, each wave stronger than the last. Her strength clearly exceeded gold tier level 8, nearing platinum tier. At that moment, 500 palace guards marched in behind her, their presence spreading like invisible tendrils, locking onto Owen. The oppressive aura layered upon itself, causing the ground of the kingdom vault to sink slightly and the space to hum faintly. Owen immediately sensed danger, his expression growing serious. Facing both Chelsea and Austin, 2 gold tier mages, was already a tough situation. But now, 500 palace guards had surrounded him too. If a battle broke out, it would undoubtedly create a huge commotion, alerting the mage corps in the palace. That would make the situation even more dangerous. Even without alerting other mages, the combined strength of these powerful mages in front of him exuded a palpable sense of death. Compared to facing the dark state of Alfonso, the situation was 10 times more perilous. Chapter 48, An unexpected person. Do you think I have a chance? Inside the kingdom vault, the atmosphere was tense. Surrounded by Chelsea, Austin, and other mages, Owen took a deep breath, glanced at them, and spoke. Austin gave a cold smile. Daring to set your sights on the kingdom vault is a path to death. Even if we kill you 100 times, it wouldn't redeem your sins. In his mind, he was the future king of the Azure Kingdom. The treasures within the kingdom vault were already his, and he wouldn't allow anyone else to touch them. Moreover, Owen's talent and pretty boy looks drove him mad with jealousy. Seeing Owen always made him feel an intense sense of inadequacy, as if he couldn't compare to him in any way except for his background and family. Such a person didn't deserve to live in this world. Only he could be the most dazzling existence on this continent. Enough talking to him, Chelsea suddenly spoke, gradually manipulating the mana in the space, keeping a close watch on Owen's every move. I know all your skills and moves inside out. You want to use the same technique you used to kill Tony, right? That move is indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, TNT requires too much charging time. I won't give you the chance. Chelsea was very cautious. Although Owen was now in a desperate situation with no way out, as long as he wasn't dead, she wouldn't let her guard down. And indeed, Owen's TNT move required some time to charge. Previously, when dealing with Tony, no one knew or understood this skill initially, giving Owen the opportunity to charge up and use it successfully. But because of the terrifying lethality of this move, many began to study ways to counter it. The simplest and most practical way was to not give Owen any time to charge up. Seeing Chelsea's confident expression, Owen's mouth twitched. Chelsea really understood him well. She had found the flaw in his strongest move. So, Owen had to temporarily suppress the thought of using TNT. The Godslayer staff wriggled and transformed into the Godslayer sword, which he gripped tightly in his hand. Although there was no opportunity to use TNT, Owen still had the supreme sword and other skills. Chelsea and the others could not take him down without paying a heavy price. With the Godslayer sword in hand, the compatibility between the weapon and Owen surged, adding a sharp aura to his presence. As his killing intent surged, it swept towards Chelsea and the others like a continuous rain of thorns. At this moment, the killing intent, like a knife, sliced Chelsea's delicate skin, leaving shallow blood marks. Even with her significant strength improvement, Chelsea struggled to withstand the sharpness of the Godslayer sword. Austin trembled all over, feeling as if Owen's killing intent was a chilling cold current, making him extremely uncomfortable. The 500 palace guards behind them also shivered slightly but quickly steadied themselves, staring intently at Owen with solemn expressions. Clearly, they hadn't expected Owen, even in a seemingly hopeless situation, to maintain his composure and unleash such terrifying killing intent. Owen had only just reached gold tier level 1 and was already this formidable. If he continued to grow, it was unimaginable how powerful he would become. As Owen's killing intent heightened, they suddenly noticed Chelsea's aura fully erupting. She moved like lightning, charging towards Owen. Austin quickly suppressed his fear and followed Chelsea, charging at Owen from behind. The two moved in perfect sync, attacking from the left and right like two unstoppable streams of light, leaving Owen no room to defend or evade. At the same time, the 500 well-trained palace guards formed a cohesive unit. Mana gathered above their heads, transforming into a massive, blood-stained blade several dozen meters high, which slashed down towards Owen's head. At this moment, Owen's entire body was locked on from all angles, his hair standing on end, truly sensing the threat of death from them. Just as his aura peaked and he prepared to activate the supreme sword, a sudden, inexplicable pressure thundered down from the top of the kingdom vault. At this moment, everyone inside the kingdom vault felt a thunderous roar in their minds, as if a waterfall from the heaven had pierced through their bodies, making them unbearably uncomfortable. The mana they had been controlling twisted and nearly dissipated under the immense pressure. Chelsea and Austin felt as if they were bearing heavy boulders on their backs, their bodies sinking and their mana dispersing. They looked up at the top of the kingdom vault with expressions of extreme dread. Suddenly, the bright kingdom vault turned dark and gray, the atmosphere oppressive and somber. Gray dust swirled in the air like silver sand, and as the pressure continued to descend, it pressed them lower, making their bones creak and pop like exploding beans. The 500 palace guards behind them, who had formed the blood-stained blade, fared even worse. The magical phenomenon they had conjured shattered under the immense pressure, the fragments of chaotic magic swirling back uncontrollably. The guards, suffering from the backlash, spat blood simultaneously, their energy drained, and they hunched over, gasping for breath. Before they could recover, they were horrified to find the terrifying pressure descending relentlessly upon them. Under that pressure, their bodies exploded like flesh bombs, scattering dark red blood, shattered bones, and innards across the ground, creating gruesome patterns. Screams echoed endlessly, gradually drowned out by the continuous sound of explosions. Soon, the area where the 500 guards had stood became a foggy crimson mist, emitting a pungent smell of blood, a scene reminiscent of hell. In the midst of this blood mist, Chelsea and Austin were also crushed to their knees by the immense pressure. They felt the temperature around them plummet to freezing, moisture in the air crystallizing into ice, and the blood on the ground turning into eerie ice crystals. Time and space seemed to freeze. Then, a cold voice slowly echoed through the space. After all these years, you haven't improved at all, Chelsea. As this voice resounded, Chelsea jerked her head in the direction it came from. High above the kingdom vault, a cold woman in an exquisite long dress floated like a deity, surrounded by white ice and snow that seemed to worship her, lifting her graceful body as she slowly descended. It was Leslie. Chelsea's light blue pupils contracted sharply. Leslie. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could it be her? Chelsea's face was filled with astonishment and anger. Leslie had shaved Chelsea's head bald when they were children, leaving Chelsea with a lingering fear of her. Rumor had it that the eldest daughter of the Duke's mansion, Leslie, had been disciplined into submission and had become a shed and flower vase. But now, what was she seeing? Walking on air, Leslie had such profound cultivation. It was well known that mages capable of flying were either top-tier powerhouses or possessed extremely rare and precious secret techniques. Judging by the pressure Leslie was emitting, she was clearly the former. Given her current strength, which could suppress Chelsea with mere pressure, Leslie's power was nothing short of unfathomable, comparable to that of a platinum-tier mage. At the same time, Owen also looked in surprise at Leslie, who had landed beside him. He hadn't expected her to personally get involved in this matter. It was also his first time truly witnessing Leslie's strength. Strong, terrifyingly strong. No wonder the system had determined that he was absolutely no match for Leslie. Even with his TNT technique, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. With her here, he was safe. Occasionally relying on someone else didn't seem so bad. Seeing Leslie standing beside Owen like a pair of conspirators, Chelsea's expression turned to one of anger and accusation. Leslie, do you know what you're doing? Killing the palace guards, breaking into the kingdom vault, you're committing treason. After speaking, she felt a wave of fear. Leslie had hidden her strength so deeply and now acted so boldly, indicating she had long harbored treacherous ambitions. This news must be spread quickly, or else everyone would remain in the dark, and Leslie might actually find an opportunity to succeed. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. How long can you last? Facing Chelsea's questioning, Leslie did not respond directly. She glanced at Chelsea and Austin and shook her head slightly, saying, I never imagined that the genius girl of the Council of Elders would end up marrying a man like this. I can't tell if it's tragic or lucky. Although Austin was the crown prince, his talent and character were nothing special. He was merely a puppet of the Council of Elders, benefiting only from his birthright. Chelsea's talent and beauty had long been recognized among the upper echelons of the Azure Kingdom, shining like the brightest gem. Austin was simply not worthy of her. Despite being enemies, Leslie couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Humiliated by Leslie's words, Austin, who had never been insulted in such a manner, felt his anger surge, veins bulging on his forehead. You, a traitor, dare to spout nonsense here. Kneel before me and bow your head. Otherwise, not only you but the entire House Ravenwood will be annihilated. Despite feeling Leslie's formidable power, Austin was the crown prince, the future heir of the Azure Kingdom. Any woman who married him would be marrying up. Leslie, this wayward woman, dared to disrespect the royal authority and criticize him. Seeing Austin speak, Chelsea, though internally disdaining him, could not bear to see Leslie humiliate her husband. Taking a deep breath, she summoned light blue water elements within her, forming a person-sized water bubble that gradually repelled the oppressive force pressing down on her. She spoke furiously. Leslie, if you have the guts, stop using secret techniques and fight me to the death. Let's see if I can't tear that foul mouth of yours apart. As she spoke, the water elements around her body seemed to react, suddenly surging. The mana in the entire kingdom vault gathered into streams of water, like thousands of poisonous snakes in the air, attacking Leslie. These mana-formed streams of water were highly penetrative, looking like thousands of water arrows densely filling the space. As they whistled forward, they created a continuous sound of rushing water. Each arrow, resembling a water saw, twisted the air as it moved. Standing beside Leslie, Owen felt the penetrating power emanating from the water arrows from all directions. Even he narrowed his eyes slightly at the intensity. Chapter 49. How long can you last? Chelsea, a top-tier genius from the Council of Elders, indeed lived up to her reputation. Even Owen could sense the danger from her attack. Facing this move, even an early platinum-tier mage would likely feel instant despair and helplessness. He glanced at Leslie beside him. Her expression remained as calm as ever, as if these formidable water arrows didn't concern her at all. In the next moment, just as the water arrows were about a meter away from her, she took a step forward, and a white mist of cold air emanated from her body like a dense fog. The cold air spread and rolled out, covering the ground with a layer of transparent ice crystals as thick as a thumb. Snowflakes fell from the air like drifting willow catkins. The piercing water arrows froze into icicles the moment they passed through the mist, their forward momentum halting as if embedded in an invisible ice wall. Simultaneously, the temperature in the air plummeted. Chelsea shivered, feeling as if she had lost control of her body, her mind becoming hazy. She forced herself to focus but found that all the water arrows she had conjured were frozen. The cold air, freezing the ground, mist, and mirrors continued to spread as Leslie approached. Even the surrounding mana seemed frozen, unable to be manipulated. Chelsea's face turned pale, her lips quivering from the cold as she instinctively stepped back, trying to distance herself from Leslie, the source of the chilling air. Her fighting spirit gradually faded, replaced by fear and dread. She had always thought that even if Leslie's tier was higher than hers, it couldn't be by much. After all, she had been rigorously training for years, supported by various rare and precious resources. Her tier advancement, if not the fastest, was certainly among the best. But the techniques Leslie now displayed were beyond her comprehension, and the terrifying cold made her feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Leslie's tier and strength were at least one major tier above her own. Although Chelsea was reluctant to admit it, her instincts told her that her suspicions were correct. With her fighting spirit completely extinguished, Chelsea quickly changed her strategy. She spun around and leapt into the air, attempting to escape as quickly as possible. But as soon as she turned, a wave of cold air enveloped her, making her feel as if she had stepped into an ice cellar. The cold permeated every part of her body, freezing her skin, flesh, muscles, bones, and mana in an instant. Already panicked, Chelsea felt her thoughts becoming sluggish under the weight of 1,000 pounds. Her eyes widened in terror and disbelief. Why was she so helpless in front of Leslie? Why was it so difficult to even summon her mana? As horror etched across her face, Leslie had already approached from behind, lifting Chelsea like a small chick. Chelsea felt a surge of intense humiliation. As a prodigy, when had she ever experienced such helplessness and disgrace? Despair soon followed. She could clearly sense that her entire magical circuit was suppressed as if frozen. She couldn't feel any mana. No matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. She was like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered, and a frozen one at that. Fear, terror, despair, pleading, all these emotions flashed across her face. But her throat was full of ice crystals, making it impossible to speak. Leslie glanced at her, her snow-white hand emanating cold air that crystallized the moisture. In the air into an ice blade, she held it tightly in her slender fingers. Rest in peace, the elders of the Council of Elders will join you soon. Leslie said calmly, then slowly cut Chelsea's throat. As the wound opened, blood infused with ice crystals gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The Crown Prince, standing nearby, was already staring in stunned silence. Chelsea, his wife, with strength comparable to a platinum tier mage, was not only dominant among the younger generation but also held a significant position among the older mages. Yet, in front of Leslie, she couldn't put up any resistance. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, but Chelsea's blood splattering on his face felt all too real, and the overpowering stench of blood overwhelmed his senses, causing his already strained mind to collapse completely. His eyes lost focus, and he looked dazed and defeated. After eliminating Chelsea, Leslie acted as if she had done something trivial. She turned to Owen and handed him the ice dagger. Do things thoroughly. Kill someone for me, without leaving traces with your Godslayer staff. Finish it quickly, and then we can leave. Before Leslie had finished speaking, Owen took the ice dagger and decisively slashed, beheading the Crown Prince. As the prince's head flew and then hit the ground, the family crest on his chest shattered. At the same time, the ancient clock atop the palace seemed to sense something and suddenly began to chime. Hearing the distant chimes, Leslie looked at Owen and smiled slightly. Let's go. This place is about to become a battleground. Owen nodded, understanding that after killing the Crown Prince, Leslie's recognition of him had noticeably increased. He also realized that there was no turning back for him now. Meanwhile, a mage squad consisting of 12 battle-hardened gold tier mages formed a circular formation, encircling two figures in the middle. One of the two wore a black robe and held a baby, while the other, dressed in white robes, stood protectively beside him. Both wore masks that completely concealed their faces. Although they were surrounded, their expressions remained calm. In contrast, the encircling mages looked weary, drenched in sweat, and their formation seemed precariously unstable. The 12. As the standoff continued, it became increasingly unfavorable for the mage squad. The 12 exchanged glances and nodded slightly, their eyes filled with determination. These two were too strong. Prolonging the fight would only make things worse for them. It was better to risk everything and launch a combined spell attack. If they could injure the two, reinforcements from the Empire would soon arrive, and then there would be no escape for them. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Tonight, the royal palace is sleepless. However, just as the 12 were about to release their complex and brilliant light patterns, they suddenly heard a deep bell sound coming from the direction of the royal palace. Gong, gong, gong. 1, 2, 3. 3 rings signified an emergency recall. Their hearts sank immediately, indicating that an urgent situation had occurred in the royal palace. Gong, gong. The bell did not stop and rang 2 more times. 5 rings indicated internal chaos within the palace. The 12 of them shivered involuntarily and looked towards the royal palace. Gong, gong. The bell still did not stop. 2 more deep rings sounded. The bell stopped. 7 rings meant that a member of the royal family had fallen. The 12 gold tier mages were astonished. Every member of the Azure Kingdom's royal family was under strict protection. Yet now, someone had fallen. Who exactly was the royal family member? The 12 gold tier mages were anxious and confused. When they turned their heads, they suddenly noticed that the 2 masked experts, one in black and one in white, had disappeared without a trace. On the ground where they had been standing was a swaddle, inside which a healthy baby prince was crying. The 12 gold tier mages looked at each other, then quickly took the baby prince and rushed back to the palace. Early the next morning, a piece of news that shocked everyone gradually spread. Have you heard? The Crown Prince and Princess Consort were actually murdered inside the royal palace. Is that true? The Crown Prince and Princess Consort are powerful, and they were in the heavily guarded palace. How could they be killed? Who has the strength and audacity to do such a thing? The Crown Prince is the first in line to the throne. Who would dare spread such rumors? The palace is now under lockdown. It's said that the Queen burst into tears upon hearing the news, and His Majesty's hair turned white overnight. I heard that too. The Crown Prince and Princess Consort were beheaded by a mysterious figure. The scene was extremely gruesome. Who could the murderer be? If they can kill the Crown Prince and Princess Consort, what can't they do? Could it be Kyric's doing? Alfonso was killed, and they've been eyeing our Azure Kingdom covetously. Although Kyric has the motive, their experts wouldn't act without the Empire noticing. I think the Crown Prince's and Princess Consort's deaths have nothing to do with Kyric. If it's not them, who else could it be? The Crown Prince had almost no enemies and was under strict protection. Without profound strength, it's impossible to assassinate them and escape unscathed. This incident quickly stirred up a storm, causing unrest in the capital. Almost everyone was discussing this matter. The capital had always been relatively peaceful and stable, and even the killing of mages was rare. Let alone the critically important Crown Prince. As the public discussed, previously unknown details began to emerge. Many previously suspected perpetrators were gradually ruled out. If Kyric isn't the culprit, and neither are the Crown Prince's enemies, then it can only be the mountain forces who did this. I think so too. What kind of place is the capital? What kind of strength did the Crown Prince and Princess Consort possess? Only the mountain forces have such strength and possibly the motive. The focus of the discussions gradually shifted to some mysterious forces with various speculations. However, the most frequently mentioned was the so-called mountain forces. This mountain forces doesn't refer to any specific power but rather to certain mysterious sects or groups residing in famous mountains and rivers. Most of them have a long history, deep foundations, and are filled with experts. They generally don't involve themselves in worldly affairs and focus solely on their own cultivation. Once they step into the mortal world, they almost always stir up storms across the continent. Assassinating the Crown Prince is very much in line with their unique style. Meanwhile, in the royal palace. In the grand hall, King Aldrich, whose hair had turned white overnight, sat on the throne, holding his aching head, his eyes vacant. He couldn't understand why the crown prince and princess consort, who hadn't provoked any major enemies, were killed in the kingdom vault and in such a gruesome manner. Your Majesty, the 12 guardian mages have arrived. Suddenly, the voice of a guard rang out. King Albrecht abruptly raised his head. In front of the neatly standing ministers, the 12 gold-tier mages knelt down with heavy expressions. Seeing the 12 mages who guarded the kingdom vault, King Albrecht's bloodshot eyes bulged slightly, and he shouted in a frantic tone. What happened? What on earth happened? The kingdom vault was guarded by you, yet the crown prince and princess consort were killed there. 500 guards also died tragically. You must give me an explanation. Hearing King Albrecht's questioning, Alex, the leader of the 12, knelt and crawled to King Albrecht. Your Majesty, yesterday we were normally guarding the outer perimeter of the kingdom vault, but the baby prince was suddenly taken by 2 mysterious individuals. In our urgency, we pursued them, and we do not know what happened in the kingdom vault afterward. 2 mysterious individuals. Are you sure there were only 2? King Albrecht clenched his fists and stared at Alex, finding it hard to believe. He knew about the baby prince being taken, but due to the crown prince and princess consort's murder, he had to urgently investigate, putting that matter aside in his grief. Now hearing that just 2 people had driven away the 12 gold-tier mages, he was astonished. Alex nodded firmly. At first, we intended to easily capture those 2 rebels, but we didn't expect that they were both platinum tier with immense power. If they hadn't spared the baby prince and us, merely trying to delay us, we would have perished at their hands. As he spoke, Alex and the others once again recalled the 2 figures, one in black and one in white. They covered themselves tightly with white robes and wore masks that only exposed their eyes, making it impossible to determine their identities. However, their strength was undeniable. They were definitely platinum tier mages. Among mages, reaching platinum tier is exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In any faction, such mages are considered core members and elite warriors. The fact that 2 of them could be mobilized at once shows the immense power and influence of the mastermind behind them. Thinking about the deaths of the crown prince and princess consort, it became clear that the abduction of the baby prince was merely a distraction. The true objective was the kingdom vault, which the crown prince and princess consort were temporarily guarding. After all, the crown prince and princess consort were killed in the kingdom vault. Platinum tier mages, whoever it is, daring to plot against our Azure kingdom and murder the crown prince, they must pay with blood. King Albrecht, understanding Alex's thoughts, slammed his hand on the armrest of his throne, causing the entire hall to tremble. Immediately contact the Council of Elders and request their intervention. We must thoroughly investigate who killed my son, as well as the Council of Elders' second disciple. Alex and the 12 others nodded repeatedly. They were all members of the Council of Elders, so requesting the elders' help was not difficult. However, given how deeply the mastermind had schemed, it wouldn't be easy to uncover the truth. Though they had reasons for leaving the kingdom vault, they could have escaped the charge of dereliction of duty. Now, they could only atone for their sins by finding the real culprit. After Alex and the others left, Princess Mary looked at the angry and haggard King Albrecht. Her own sorrow intensified, but she raised her swan-like neck and comforted him. Father, I have also contacted the headmaster of Luna Academy, my most respected mentor. She will come to the capital to help us. I am sure she will find the murderer in the shortest time possible and avenge my brother and sister-in-law. The headmaster of Luna Academy. When Princess Mary mentioned her mentor, a noble and elegant figure appeared in King Albrecht's mind. He paused for a moment and then nodded, saying, Good, you have truly grown up now, thinking of your father. You did well in this matter. Seeing King Albrecht's expression relax slightly, Princess Mary let out a sigh of relief. She then noticed that his gaze had shifted to the Minister of Internal Affairs. The mastermind must be brought to justice, so my son can rest in peace, and I can find solace. Take a 1,000,000 gold bounty and go to the bounty guild. Hire them to identify the culprit. In addition, immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the kingdom vault. Count everything day and night to determine what is missing. As King Albrecht's orders were methodically issued, the minister who received the command hurriedly began to act. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Discussion with Leslie. In the grand hall, as the ministers with serious expressions departed, King Albrecht's demeanor slightly eased. Although the murderer was well hidden, with no clues yet, it was clear that yesterday's elaborate scheme was aimed at the treasures within the kingdom vault. By carefully inventorying the vault and identifying the missing items, they could gradually narrow down the suspects. After all, every item in the kingdom vault was invaluable and extremely rare. Thinking of this, King Albrecht's furrowed brow relaxed a bit. He looked at Princess Mary and slowly said, Considering the time, your 3-year agreement with John is almost due. Now that Kyriak is eyeing us covetously and the mastermind is targeting our royal family, you must prepare well and not bring disgrace to the royal family again. As he spoke, King Albrecht's tone grew more serious. The crown prince's death had already tarnished the reputation of the Azure Kingdom, causing many to lose their reverence for the royal family. If Princess Mary were to fail again, the royal family's prestige would be utterly shattered. Princess Mary placed her right hand on her chest and solemnly saluted, Father, rest assured. This time, in the 3-year agreement, I will ensure John's crushing defeat and bring glory to the empire. Seeing Princess Mary's confidence, Prime Minister Wilson, impeccably dressed in his official robes, stepped forward and said seriously, Your Majesty, Princess Mary, representatives from the Nether Kingdom, Moonspring Kingdom, and other royal families have already arrived for this 3-year agreement. Kyriak has sent their crown prince this time, accompanied by numerous armed escorts, most of whom are military-level forces. It seems they are not here with good intentions. King Albrecht gently rubbed his forehead and sighed, these are troubled times. After a moment of hesitation, he steadied himself and said, Send word for General Stanley to return to the capital. As soon as he said this, the ministers in the hall looked at each other in astonishment and began to murmur among themselves. General Stanley, who had reached platinum tier many years ago, was a renowned powerhouse of the Azure Kingdom. It was because of his presence that Kyriak dared not invade directly with their army. A single man holding off 1,000 troops. If General Stanley returned, there would be no one to guard the border. If Kyriak abandoned their principles and launched an invasion, there would be no top-tier expert to stabilize the situation at the border. Your Majesty, after much deliberation, Wilson decided to speak up and offer his advice. Refraining from actively attacking Kyriak was one thing, but the border's strength and army should not be easily redeployed. However, as soon as he started to speak, King Albrecht understood his concerns and waved his hand, saying, No need to say more, my loyal subject. I have considered this thoroughly. Let it be decided. The meeting is adjourned. With that, King Albrecht turned and left. The ministers, left looking at each other in dismay, could only shake their heads in resignation. The king's authority was supreme, and all they could do now was comply. In the courtyard of the duke's residence, Leslie's estate. Unlike the heated discussions and clamor outside, tall trees grew freely, with golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the ground. In this light and shadow, Owen and Leslie sat facing each other at a stone table. On the stone table was a chessboard for international chess. As they played, the crossing of the pieces faintly revealed the clash of blades and swords. Leslie moved a piece and slowly said, Our first collaboration went smoothly. Not only did we unseal the second layer of the Godslayer staff, but we also obtained the map to the royal treasury. Owen smiled faintly and put away the evenly matched chessboard. Let's stop here for today. We have important matters to discuss. I had been wondering why Kyric frequently invaded the Azure Kingdom, but now I understand. As he spoke, he took out a piece of yellowed parchment from his storage ring and placed it on the stone table. Leslie glanced at the treasure map, and a rare smile appeared on her usually expressionless face. The yellowed parchment depicted a vast monostone vein, stretching hundreds of miles. Its estimated yield was in the billions of tons. It was located right at the border between the Azure Kingdom and Kyric. Monostones are incredibly precious to any power kingdom. According to the market price, one monostone could be exchanged for 100 gold coins. They are also one of the recognized currencies on the continent, highly valuable. People typically do not use monostones as currency unless absolutely necessary because they also contain mana, which can supposedly activate advanced magical devices. Every year, mysterious organizations in Middle-earth purchase monostones, often at extraordinary prices. A complete and vast monostone vein represents an immense fortune. Over the years, the Azure royal family had never disclosed this matter. But upon careful thought, some clues could be found. Despite the Azure Kingdom's generally poor financial situation, the royal family lived in extreme luxury and opulence. The Prime Minister had previously submitted a report to King Albrecht about this issue, but King Albrecht casually replied that he had not used the gold and silver from the kingdom vault, and the matter was dropped. It now seems that the Azure Kingdom's royal family had been secretly mining and selling monostones to Middle-earth. Because it was a secret trade, all the proceeds were pocketed by the royal family. No wonder the Azure Kingdom's royal family had always been so arrogant and domineering, treating the common people with disdain. It turns out they had the backing of monostones. With the wealth from selling monostones, even if their extravagance increased tenfold, it would still be enough. According to the map, the wealth accumulated from selling monostones over the years was secretly stored in a chamber under the mighty mountain. Even though the royal family had squandered much of it, the wealth in the chamber was still an astronomical figure beyond imagination. Leslie's throat tightened, her eyes fixated on the map. She felt a sense of astonishment. Such a large vein, such important information, and the Chrysanthemum Hotel had no prior knowledge of it. The core members of the royal family are mostly under surveillance, so it's impossible for them to handle this matter secretly. Could it be that another family close to the royal family is secretly managing this? Leslie's mind raced, thinking this was highly likely. Previously, she had focused too much on the royal family and hadn't paid much attention to other families. She immediately took out an echo stone and contacted Charlotte, instructing her to thoroughly investigate this monostone vein and scrutinize the families closely associated with the royal family. Charlotte was somewhat surprised by the order but didn't ask questions and promptly led her team to begin the investigation. After a moment of contemplation, Leslie looked at Owen. Although things are progressing smoothly so far, I've heard that General Stanley is returning to the royal city, and there are signs that experts from the Council of Elders and the headmaster of Luna Academy are also on the move. This is partly due to the 3-year agreement, but after the Azure royal family investigates the kingdom vault, they will likely realize that the Godslayer staff fragment is missing and will suspect you. It's only a matter of time before you are discovered. Delaying further is not in our favor. Owen nodded, aware of the situation, but he remained calm and added. I've heard that the Crown Prince of Kyric is already on his way. He holds a high position in Kyric, and his visit might be related to the monostone matter. Leslie squinted and asked, do you have any ideas? Owen tapped his fingers on the stone table a few times and said, I didn't expect that after Alfonso's death, Kyric wouldn't go to war directly but would instead send their Crown Prince. However, this could be a good thing. Owen paused at this point, looking into Leslie's bright eyes, and continued. What do you think Kyric would do if their Crown Prince were to die within the Azure Kingdom? Would the general still return? Owen smiled sweetly, as this was exactly what she had in mind. A serious investigation into the Crown Prince's death by the Azure Kingdom would be very unfavorable for them. They needed to forcibly divert their attention. The death of Kyric's Crown Prince was the perfect distraction. Once he was dead, the Azure royal family would be overwhelmed with chaos. She had thought that such a ruthless idea would be the first thing to come to her mind alone. But Owen had the same look of certainty. This young man, with talent and temperament far exceeding others, might truly be a gift from the heavens. As Leslie's gaze toward Owen grew more special, Owen coughed twice and said, you go and kill the Kyric Crown Prince. I'll empty the secret chamber. Remember, you must act swiftly. I'll leave 10% of the treasures in the chamber. Once we're done, we must return immediately. Leslie smiled slightly. Chapter 52, starting the incubation. After discussing with Leslie, Owen wasted no time and quickly returned to his room to make some preparations for his trip to the border mountains. First, he took out Alfonso's storage ring. When he had defeated Alfonso on stage earlier, Owen had only conducted a brief inspection of the ring's contents and had not yet had a chance to inventory it properly. Now was the perfect time. Among the contents of the storage ring, what caught Owen's attention the most was the brooding chamber. Brooding chambers were rare and extremely valuable. As the storage ring glowed, the roughly 3-meter brooding chamber slowly appeared before him. The brooding chamber looked like a delicate glass house, with a recessed groove in the center. Magical runes flowed along the surface of the groove, exuding a sense of profound mystery. Owen channeled his mana to open the brooding chamber, and a rush of gentle, pure mana washed over him, akin to returning to a mother's embrace, bringing an indescribable warmth and comfort. Taking a deep breath, Owen carefully placed the snake egg, which he had kept in his bag, into the groove of the brooding chamber. Instantly, the groove sank slightly, and the door of the brooding chamber slowly closed. A denser concentration of mana began to swirl around the snake egg, gradually enveloping it. Seeing this, Owen nodded in satisfaction and put the brooding chamber back into the storage ring. He then started to inventory the other items Alfonso had stored in the ring. Alfonso carried many things with him, and Owen spent nearly half an hour examining them. From the collection, he found 2 particularly useful items. One of them was a skill book designed for spellbeasts to learn new skills. It's worth noting that skill books allowing mages to learn new spells were already quite rare and could fetch high prices at major guilds and auctions. However, skill books that enabled spellbeasts to acquire new skills were even rarer. For a kingdom like Kyric, which relies on enslaved spellbeasts for combat, such a skill book is even more precious. As a prodigy of the church, Alfonso had access to the most top-tier resources. This skill book was no exception. It contained a gold-tier fire-type area of effect spell Lava Blast. The power of this spell was incredibly formidable. It seemed that Alfonso had intended this skill book for his Fire Dragon King, but he hadn't anticipated being abruptly killed by Owen. Based on Owen's understanding of the snake egg, it would initially hatch as a spellbeast that could only cast water-type magic. While it would have a high affinity for water magic, its combat effectiveness on land would be somewhat limited. After the snake egg hatched, they would likely be in the interior, far from water sources, making it difficult for the snake to quickly become battle-ready. However, the presence of this skill book gave Owen a different idea. Teaching it some fire magic first would not only provide a means of self-defense but also enable it to master both water and fire magic in the future, achieving true invincibility among spellbeasts. After all, fire and water spellbeasts typically counter each other. If a spellbeast could master both elements, it would not only be difficult to counter but the complementary nature of the two types of magic would make it even more powerful. Moreover, Owen had already mastered the Order of Fire. With proper cultivation, the spellbeast skills might grow infinitely powerful, approaching master tier. The intricacies of the order could do much more than simply enhance a mage's combat abilities. Thinking of this, Owen felt a new wave of anticipation for the unhatched snake egg. He gently stroked the egg and said, I haven't given you a name yet. How about Serafina? In the original anime, John used her mother's name for her, but Owen did not do the same. You are a child I have raised. To bestow upon you a name of my own choosing is our first bond, he said. The snake egg seemed to understand, moving slightly and rubbing against his hand. He smiled gently and then turned his attention to a secret letter. This letter was about a future prophecy predicting that a snakefolk spellbeast would destroy Kyric. Although Owen had previously heard of this prophecy, he wasn't very clear on the details. From this secret letter, he now saw the complete prophecy. It stated that Kyric would be destroyed by a giant serpent flying in the sky. After reading it, Owen couldn't help but feel amused. Through the original anime, he knew that the spellbeast queen's father was a divine beast from the Middle-earth seas, a prince of the Korivor serpent clan. Korivor serpents are special spellbeasts that can grow infinitely by devouring the cores of other spellbeasts. Their life cycle is divided into 4 stages: serpent, flood serpent, sea serpent, and celestial serpent. Normally, a Korivor serpent can only take human form after reaching the sea serpent stage. From the fragments of the original story he remembered, in ancient times, a powerful Korivor serpent at the celestial serpent stage left his family and came to the continent, where he fell in love with a human woman. This woman was the princess of Kyric at that time. They fell in love and gave birth to a half-human, half-serpent offspring. When the king learned of this, he was furious and sent a supposed Grandmaster tier warrior to slay the celestial serpent. He then exiled their child to the deep mountains at the west of Fen 4. Elves. The princess, heartbroken by these events, starved herself to death. The exiled children survived in the mountains and eventually formed the snakefolk. This history explains why Kyric harbors such deep resentment and contempt for spellbeasts and enslaves them. However, as time passed, the people of Kyric gradually forgot about the existence of the Korivor serpent clan. Most of them believed the prophecy referred to the snakefolk, leading to their massacre. The snake egg Owen possessed was the child of the snakefolk queen and a Korivor serpent prince from the Middle-earth seas. Owen did not know why the Korivor serpent prince had come here or where he was now. In the original anime, this story was only revealed to the protagonist John after the spellbeast queen took human form. With this in mind, Owen placed the fire dragon core into the brooding chamber as nourishment for the snake egg. The Korivor serpent clan is unique in that they grow in tier by devouring beast cores. The fire dragon core was excellent nourishment and would enhance its affinity for fire elements. Such an opportunity never appeared in the original anime. After completing these tasks, Owen glanced at the sky outside the window, packed his belongings, and headed towards the secret chamber marked on the map. Meanwhile, in a courtyard not far from Owen, Charlotte appeared like a ghost beside Leslie and reported, Miss, the crown prince of Kyric is about to enter the mountains at the border. That place is well suited for ambushes. Hearing this, Leslie's beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Understood, you may go. After Charlotte nodded and retreated, Leslie glanced at the distant horizon. Her figure then disappeared like drifting snow. Thousand Peaks, located at the border between Kyric and the Azure Kingdom, is a stretch of rolling mountains covered in lush trees and complex terrain. This place used to be very quiet, a paradise for spellbeasts. However, as the scorching sunlight, like golden needles, bathed the land, the sound of horses and wheels rolling over stones began to echo through the mountains. A convoy from Kyric heading straight to the Azure Kingdom moved steadily forward, tightly guarded by soldiers at both ends, resembling a long dragon winding through the jungle. In the middle of this long convoy was a particularly luxurious carriage, its roof bearing the royal flag of Kyric fluttering in the wind. Inside the carriage sat a handsome and elegant young man, dressed lavishly, with an air of authority between his brows. This was none other than the crown prince of Kyric, Billy. Opposite him sat an old man in a black robe, his hood covering his face, making it difficult to see his features. His aura was entirely withdrawn, resembling an ordinary elderly man. However, when Prince Billy's usually disdainful gaze fell upon him, it rarely showed a hint of awe and respect. Thousand Peaks, endless and vast. We've been traveling for 2 hours and still haven't reached the end. It truly lives up to its name, Prince Billy remarked as he scanned the surrounding mountains. Then, as if remembering something, a glint of greed and disdain flashed in his eyes. The Azure Kingdom possesses such a vast monostone mine, a rarity across the entire continent. Unfortunately, the Azure Kingdom's royal family is a bunch of cowards, only selling the mines to Middle-earth. If our Kyric controlled these mines, conquering the Azure Kingdom, annihilating the Moonspring Kingdom, and even challenging the strongest Cloud Empire to unify the continent would not be a problem. The more Prince Billy spoke, the more excited he became. He knew well the precious and rare nature of monostone mines, treasures that Kyric dreamed of possessing. Yet such a valuable treasure was in the hands of the Azure Kingdom's royal family. It was a complete waste. Only Kyric could fully exploit the potential of these monostone mines. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Didn't you want to see me? Seeing Prince Billy's growing disdain for the Azure Kingdom's royal family, with contempt gleaming in his eyes, the black-robed elder remained silent for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, Alfonso, Bada, and Eric were all prodigies of Kyric, yet they all perished within the Azure Kingdom. You must not underestimate the dangers on this trip. Billy nodded slightly in acknowledgement and respect for the elder's advice, but his gaze remained disdainful as he replied. The church people are just a bunch of worthless fools. I've long been displeased with them. They hardly contribute during external battles, yet they spread their doctrines at home, deceiving the people and undermining the influence of our Kyric royal family. They even concocted some prophecy, slaughtering the snakefolk within our borders. Why did they suddenly lose their nerve when they reached Kyric? Anyway, they're all church people. If they die, so be it. Reducing their arrogance is beneficial for us and gives us a legitimate reason to seek justice. Billy narrowed his eyes, looking confident and composed. The black-robed elder remained silent, knowing Billy's stubborn nature. Although he outwardly respected advice, he ultimately followed his own will. Seeing the elder's silence, Billy paused and asked, You rarely speak, and now that you're back in your homeland, is there nothing you want to say? This black-robed elder was his guardian, shrouded in mystery. Even now, Billy knew little about him, except that he was powerful, steady, and experienced. Before this journey, Billy's father had repeatedly instructed him to heed the elder's advice. After a long silence, the elder shook his head and said, That was all a long time ago. What's past is past. Then, changing the subject, he continued, besides witnessing the 3-year agreement between Princess Mary and Prince John, and using Alfonso's name to gain some benefits from the Azure Kingdom, you must have other objectives for this trip, right? Otherwise, sending a general would have sufficed. Prince Billy seemed to think of something, licking his lips and smiling with a bit of obsession. Indeed, I have heard that Leslie, the eldest daughter of Azure Kingdom's House Ravenwood, is stunningly beautiful, even surpassing Princess Mary. She has a rebellious personality, which is exactly the type one like. The lady's father introduced to me are all too bookish and boring. The Black Robe Elder's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked up at Prince Billy, shaking his head. Your Highness, House Ravenwood is the most powerful military faction in the Azure Kingdom. They are not to be trifled with. Leslie is notoriously unruly and arrogant. If you plan to pursue her, please think twice. She is not someone to be taken lightly. Billy had anticipated the elder mentioning Leslie's personality and immediately interrupted him. What does her family's military power matter compared to my status as a prince? Besides, unruly is she. I'm an expert at taming fierce spellbeasts. I want to see if she'll still be so defiant in bed. Before he could finish, the Black Robe Elder seemed to sense something, tensing up. He quickly grabbed Billy's collar and leapt out of the carriage, landing in a nearby thicket. Frowning, Prince Billy was about to question the elder when he suddenly felt a chilling cold descend from the heavens. The air, ground, and vegetation were all covered in a thick layer of frost. Along with the sweeping cold came a terrifying pressure, as heavy as a mountain, crushing down on everything. The air began to crackle, and white dust swirled like dandelion fluff. Under this oppressive cold, time seemed to stand still. The convoy and the soldiers escorting it creaked under the pressure, their knees buckling as they all fell to the ground. Some soldiers, realizing the dire situation, tried to channel the mana within their bodies to stand up against the overwhelming pressure. As various forms of mana began to glow brightly from their bodies, the cold in the air intensified. A stronger wave of pressure mixed with the icy chill surged down like a flood from a burst dam. Those lower-ranked soldiers, under the influence of the cold wave, were directly turned into blood mist, which then condensed into snowflakes resembling blooming crimson plum blossoms. The carriages and supply wagons, protected by the soldiers, were shattered by the cold wave and quickly buried in the rapidly forming ice and snow. Billy, watching the sudden scene, turned pale, grateful that the Black Robe Elder had taken him to a safe distance, otherwise he would have become part of the blood mist. The elder, with furrowed white eyebrows, lifted Prince Billy into the air, away from the spreading cold wave. As they ascended, the forest path below them was engulfed in snow, a white expanse with only the occasional fragments of carriages and blood-stained bones as evidence of the terrifying attack that had just occurred. Before Billy could catch his breath, he suddenly saw large patches of gray-black clouds forming in the air around them, surrounding them completely. The gray-black clouds churned, and pale, sharp ice blades emerged from the fog, flying towards them like a dense rainstorm, forming an impenetrable wall of ice, giving them no chance to evade. The Black Robe Elder formed a hand seal in front of his chest, and golden light immediately burst from his hands, enveloping him and Prince Billy in a golden balloon-like shield. The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the dense ice blades hit the golden shield, shattering into ice shards that scattered everywhere, leaving countless slightly concave white spots on the golden shield. Below the Black Robe Elder and Prince Billy, some higher-ranked leaders had struggled to escape the cold wave. However, when the ice blades swarmed like locusts, they were unable to resist any longer, and the blades sliced them into bloody skeletons that collapsed into the icy ground. At this point, aside from the Black Robe Elder and Prince Billy, the nearly 1,000-strong convoy had all perished, covered by ice and snow. Who dares? Show yourself if you have the guts. Prince Billy was both terrified and furious as he saw the convoy annihilated in an instant. Kyric had always been the one to act domineeringly. When had they ever faced such an attack? It was clear their attackers had no respect for Kyric. Oh, didn't you want to see me? A calm, emotionless voice echoed through the forest. Hearing this voice, Prince Billy's heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded familiar, and he quickly looked toward a swirling mass of gray-black fog. Not far away, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Leslie with her long hair. She stood in midair on ivory-like long legs, surrounded by ice crystals, like a fairy of ice and snow, aloof and mysterious. Leslie, Prince Billy's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected the woman he had longed for day and night to appear here. Nor had he expected that she, a notorious troublemaker, would mock him the moment she showed up. Fine, it's good that you're here. Once I capture you, we'll see if your mouth is still this sharp. Prince Billy laughed in rage, ready to rush forward and attack Leslie, but the Black Robe Elder beside him grabbed him tightly. Stand down. This person's strength is such that killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. The Black Robe Elder's cold words stunned Prince Billy, leaving a look of disbelief in his eyes. Leslie, like the Black Robe Elder, was standing in midair. Only a handful of mages in Kyric could achieve this. The Black Robe Elder was his protector, a true master tier mage in the early stages, a genuine mage grandmaster. His ability to stand in midair was due to his high tier level and exquisite control of mana. How could Leslie do this? Wasn't she just a pretty face? Why did she possess such formidable power? As the Black Robe Elder's aura fully locked onto Leslie, she shifted her gaze to him. To her, Prince Billy was insignificant, but the Black Robe Elder's strength intrigued her. His gaze was also peculiar, as if he recognized her. Chapter 54. Long time no see. High above 1,000 peaks, the Black Robe Elder's expression grew serious under Leslie's gaze. I didn't expect that after so many years in the Azure Kingdom, you would have reached Platinum tier and can even walk in the air. This shows your affinity with mana has reached a level beyond ordinary mages. Your talent is truly astounding. Generally speaking, only Diamond tier mages could walk in the air. However, he also knew that some extraordinarily gifted individuals often broke the usual rules. Clearly, Leslie was one of them. And she had hidden her true power well. It wasn't until she revealed herself that he fully understood her strength and talent. Such a talented and patient individual was undeniably terrifying. Thinking of this, a strong killing intent surged in the elder's eyes. The Kyric royal family letting you go was the biggest oversight, but no matter, youth is still youth. I'll deal with this hidden danger myself. As he spoke, he glanced at Prince Billy beside him. With a surge of mana, he sent Prince Billy to a safe distance. Stay far away and don't interfere. Leslie has reached Platinum tier, you are no match for her. The bottle's shockwaves could obliterate you. At this moment, the elder's black robe fluttered, and his aged face was revealed under the hood. Leslie's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this face. Hearing the elder's words, Prince Billy became more compliant. He knew the terrifying power of a master tier mage, who could be considered a pillar of the nation. Even his father treated such a figure with great respect. Such a powerful mage could level mountains and shatter peaks effortlessly. To such a mage, a city was just a larger toy, with the strength to overthrow it. Among his peers, Billy was considered a prodigy, having reached gold tier level 7 like Alfonso. However, in front of a master tier mage, he was still as insignificant as an ant. As he retreated, he felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. It was rare to witness a master tier mage in action, and observing such a powerful figure firsthand was even more exceptional. Learning from this experience could greatly benefit his future. His only concern now was that Leslie's strength might be too weak. According to the elder, Leslie was at Platinum tier. Such a level, coupled with the terrifying pressure she had just exerted, was indeed far beyond that of her peers and even more formidable than many veteran powerhouses. However, the Black Robe Elder was at the early master tier level, 2 full tiers higher than Leslie. This was an insurmountable gap. Billy was worried that once Leslie witnessed the elder's terrifying power, she would flee in desperation. Yet, as he looked at Leslie, he noticed her calm demeanor, showing not a trace of fear. This made him frown slightly. Given Leslie's current tier and strength, why wasn't she afraid of the Black Robe Elder? Where did she get her confidence and courage? Leslie glanced at Prince Billy and said calmly, I didn't expect the prince to mobilize one of Kyric's only 2 master tier mages for this trip. Quite a grand gesture. Long time no see, Lord Brian. Do you still remember those little girls who died by your hand? From the fluctuations in the Elder's aura, she had long recognized his level and terrifying strength. This was the man who, under royal orders, slaughtered her entire family. Master tier mages were extremely rare. She was sure she couldn't be mistaken. Brian was among the best, excelling in the study and mastery of formations and forbidden arts. But the more formidable he was, the more it stirred her fighting spirit. She had never faced a mage of this caliber before. Her previous opponents had all been too weak to make her go all out. This top-tier powerhouse, the man responsible for her family's blood feud, would be her perfect test. In the next moment, snowflakes around Leslie fell more densely, and the howling wind seemed to transform the world into a frozen wasteland centered on her. Brian's expression grew more serious as each breath he took brought cold into his body, causing a stabbing pain in his lungs. He was somewhat bewildered. Given the gap in their levels, Leslie's magical attack shouldn't have affected him this much. He stared intently at Leslie. This cold was no ordinary chill, it was lowering his body temperature, as if some order force was at work. Before Brian could investigate further, his pupils suddenly contracted. Leslie's figure vanished amidst the swirling snowflakes. When she reappeared, she was already in front of him. The cold in the air intensified, causing a stiffness throughout his body, making it momentarily difficult to channel his mana. In that brief moment of sluggishness, a special rune manifested in Leslie's palm. It resembled an enlarged hexagonal snowflake, or perhaps a sharp silver blade. As the rune appeared, the wind and snow in the air grew more agitated, tearing apart towering trees below and churning the ground as if plowed. The icy rune enlarged in Brian's vision, giving him a sense of watching a slideshow. He could track Leslie's attack, and it should have been easy to block. But due to the cold's effect, his movements and even his thoughts had become sluggish. In this swamp-like lethargy, complex and mysterious array patterns began to weave across his chest. From the center of the array, a cluster of scorching flames burst forth. The entire array seemed half ignited, a blazing fire dispelling the cold in his body and rapidly raising the surrounding air temperature. World-scorching flames. With a cold gaze, he activated the array, which burst into a dazzling brilliance and expanded several times over. From it surged a torrent of searing flames, making the air sizzle and crackle. Leslie's icy rune, about to land on Brian's chest, met a strong repelling force and collided with the torrent of flames. Sizzle. The contact between fire and ice immediately exploded into a boiling cloud of steam, enveloping several miles in dense mist. The collision of cold and hot currents churned the massive cloud, breaking it into pieces. Moments later, the gigantic steam cloud, stretching from the ground to the sky, was ignited by the surging flames at its center. Instantly, the white mist erupted into a fiery red blaze, resembling a crimson fire cloud, emitting a terrifying heat that evaporated all moisture. The massive fire cloud then exploded with a thunderous roar. Blinding flames swept in all directions, encompassing the land and sky. For a moment, it seemed like only extreme fire elements raged in the area, with all other mana being repelled and incinerated. Prince Billy, who had already retreated several miles away, watched the scene in shock. Despite having activated protective magic, the incoming heat wave almost set him on fire, turning his skin red and blistered. Had he been at the battle center, he would have vaporized instantly, leaving no remains, just like the towering trees. Is this the terrifying combat power of top-tier mages? Prince Billy was deeply shaken. In the face of such a horrifying battle, he felt insignificant, truly like an ant gazing up at the heavens. However, his awe quickly turned into a cold realization. Although he didn't understand the exact method Leslie had used, the icy rune she had summoned was completely destroyed by the Black Robe Elder. Even the solid ice had been ignited. It was clear that the Black Robe Elder's strength completely surpassed Leslie's. At this moment, she was either dead or severely injured. Immediately, Prince Billy started moving toward the Black Robe Elder, but he noticed that the Elder's expression was very serious, without a trace of triumph. His deep eyes were fixed on the center of the flames. Prince Billy followed his gaze. The area was still filled with turbulent currents, like a fog, obscuring the view. However, within it, a familiar presence could be distinctly felt. Under the watchful eyes of Prince Billy and Brian, the mist seemed to be blown away by some powerful force, revealing Leslie once more. Leslie was now covered in thick ice and snow, her aura robust, seemingly unaffected by the previous fiery onslaught. In fact, Brian's keen senses detected that Leslie's aura was continuously rising, becoming increasingly violent. Chapter 55, Lord of the Dark Tower. Indeed, the gap of an entire tier isn't easily bridged. In that case, let's face this properly, Leslie said, slowly closing her eyes. When she reopened them, her pupils had transformed into cat-like slits, and an earth-shattering mana wave erupted from her, rapidly elevating her level to mid-master tier. As her aura surged, it seemed a massive vortex appeared around Leslie, drawing all the mana in the surroundings into her body. Her muscles and bones suddenly grew, making her limbs appear even longer and breaking the ice encasing her, adding a wild aspect to her demeanor. This scene left Prince Billy and Brian stunned. Mid-master tier, Leslie's strength had instantly left by an entire tier. This was inconceivable. The higher one progressed in cultivation, the greater the disparity between tiers. Even a small level difference was an insurmountable gap. An entire tier was the difference between heaven and earth, capable of instantaneously determining the outcome of a battle. Yet Leslie, right before their eyes, had ascended to mid-master tier. Such an extreme increase was unheard of. In all his years of training, Brian had never encountered such a bizarre secret technique. It seemed Leslie had employed some form of dark magic, especially given the significant enhancement to her physical body, which resembled beast transformation. However, she did not exhibit the usual dark magic aura, making Brian uncertain. Is this the power of a master tier? It truly is extraordinary, Leslie remarked, her cat-like pupils gleaming with a seductive, intoxicated look. Compared to her previous diamond tier self, her mana now surged like a mighty river, a qualitative leap. Her mind power had also increased significantly, becoming more tangible and enhancing her perception immensely. She could clearly see an autumn cicada miles away and hear its calls as if it were beside her. It was a complete transformation. Feeling the unprecedented power within her, Leslie's eyes sparkled, and she clenched her slender fingers tightly. The dark ring on her hand flashed, and a snow-white spear like a dragon appeared in her grasp. A sharp aura emanated from her, roaring like an enraged dragon towards the sky. She raised the spear, pointing it at Brian, with swirling ice converging at its tip like a tornado. In the next moment, Leslie, like a beam of white light piercing the heavens, charged at Brian. Brian's expression grew uncharacteristically serious. If the earlier Leslie had merely hinted at a sense of danger, the current Leslie made him feel as if he were facing a true dragon soaring through the heavens. He sensed a powerful crisis and pressure from her, no different from facing other master tier mages he had encountered. In an instant, Brian, looking brave, dared not be careless. He formed hand seals with both hands simultaneously, and brilliant golden and fiery lights burst forth from his left and right hands. The golden and red glows acted like two black holes, absorbing the surrounding mana and stirring up howling gales. With the augmentation of these lights, Brian seemed to transform into a golden giant ablaze with divine fire, his stature growing larger, surrounded by complex formations that hinted at an immortal aura. Clang! In a flash, the two peak power beings collided. Every part of Brian's body became an indestructible weapon, clashing with Leslie's snow-white spear. Sparks flew like waterfalls from their point of impact, while a startling white shockwave expanded like a bubble, affecting the mountainous forest. The surrounding mountains trembled slightly, rocks exploded, and ancient trees in the forest were felled in patches, unable to withstand the pressure of the shockwave. As Brian and Leslie continued their fierce battle, it became evident that as Leslie grew more adept at mastering her newfound power, she began to gain the upper hand. Prince Billy's face, once filled with awe and fear, now showed sheer disbelief and terror. He knew well the strength of the black-robed elder, yet now Brian was being overpowered by Leslie. If word of this got out, it would undoubtedly cause sensation across the continent. No matter how talented Leslie is, at her age, it's impossible for her to have broken through to Master Tier. Prince Billy shook his head vigorously, convinced that the power Leslie was displaying didn't belong to her. He believed that if the black-robed elder could hold on for a little longer, he would definitely be able to subdue Leslie. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Leslie's spear, like a dragon, pierce through Brian's abdomen, embedding the entire spearhead into his golden body. Brian's aura quickly diminished, and he staggered back, struggling to maintain his balance. Brian realized he had underestimated Leslie, both in her mastery of magic and her formidable spear technique, which could not have been developed overnight. The chilling aura surrounding the spear had constantly affected him, causing his performance to deteriorate. As he distanced himself from Leslie, clutching the wound in his abdomen, a glint of madness appeared in Brian's eyes. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to fall. He had to resort to forbidden magic to eliminate Leslie swiftly, giving her no chance. Though it would come at a cost, he deemed it worthwhile to deal with Leslie. Immediately, his storage ring glowed, and a bizarre staff with 9 beast heads appeared in his hand. His aura surged dramatically, as if bolstered by powerful force. I must admit, you are the most talented and powerful among the younger generation I have ever seen. It is your honor to die by the 9 beasts, Brian stated, as if declaring a fact. He then raised the staff with the 9 beast heads high, channeling the mana from within and around him into it. Instantly, the eyes of the beast heads glowed dark green, emitting beams of green light. These lights formed a continuous array centered on the staff, faintly revealing the silhouettes of 9 ferocious spellbeasts encircling Leslie like mountains. A terrifying aura locked onto her. Brian's expression grew solemn. The forbidden spell, the 9 beasts, was exceedingly brutal and would not dissipate without bloodshed. Even renowned Master Tier mages had been slain by the 9 beasts. How could Leslie stand a chance? Prince Billy's face showed a mix of shock and anticipation. He knew the forbidden spell, the 9 beasts, was the black-robed elder's trump card. Once unleashed, it could even kill Master Tier mages. Leslie's fall seemed inevitable. Under the overwhelming pressure of the 9 ferocious beasts, even Leslie felt a tingling at her scalp, almost compelled to kneel in reverence, unable to withstand their oppression. However, she quickly took a deep breath, and a colossal ancient black tower appeared behind her. This black tower was shrouded in dark clouds, immense and indistinct, dwarfing the mountain like 9 beasts, making them appear as small as a single level of the tower. The black tower stood 9 stories tall, reaching into the heavens. With the appearance of the black tower, the pressure on Leslie vanished. The forbidden array, which centered on her or rather the black tower, was instantly crushed. As the array was shattered, Brian suffered a backlash, staggering backward with a dazed expression, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. Struggling to regain his footing, his attention was immediately drawn to the towering black structure. In front of the black tower, he, the surrounding land, and the very sky seemed insignificantly small. A look of terror and disbelief crossed his face as he seemed to realize something. Impossible. This is. He couldn't believe his eyes, having only seen a fleeting mention of the black tower in ancient texts. Glancing at Leslie, his expression changed again. Could it be that you are? Chapter 56, The Mystery in the Mind. Could it be that you are? Brian's voice trailed off, his eyes widening in horror as if he had stumbled upon an inconceivable truth. Before he could finish speaking, Leslie, now covered in a cold aura, moved with the agility of a cat. She leapt through the air, her speed increasing tenfold as if she had crossed the boundaries of time and space. Her spear thrust out swiftly, piercing Brian's throat, causing blood to spray forth. Brian's expression froze, and his tense body went limp like a deflated balloon. Ice crystals began to form at the wound where the spear had pierced him, quickly spreading to cover his entire body. Leslie gave the spear a sharp twist, and Brian's head flew high into the air. His frost-covered body shattered like fragile porcelain, breaking into pieces the size of soybeans, falling to the ground and turning into even finer ice crystals, covering the earth. Brian was dead. Not far away, Prince Billy's face still held the excitement from when Brian had unleashed the 9 beasts. However, his eyes were now locked in a permanent stare at Brian's head, which was filled with horror, unwillingness, and terror. To him, Brian's death felt like the world collapsing. A Master Tier mage, a legendary figure of the nation, his guardian, yet now, he had been slain by Leslie. He couldn't even comprehend what method Leslie had used just now. Why was Leslie's power so terrifying? In the midst of his shock, Prince Billy suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The black-robed elder, such a powerful mage, had been easily killed by Leslie. He stood no chance against her. Run, run. Every thought in his mind was replaced by the urge to survive. He had to escape immediately. Damn it, his father hadn't allowed him to bring his giant wolf mount. The death of the black-robed elder, the deeply hidden strength of Leslie. These two crucial pieces of information had to be relayed to his father as soon as possible. Just as Prince Billy turned to leave, Leslie's eyes fell upon him. Her gaze made Billy tremble, his limbs growing cold, as if he were being locked onto by an ancient beast. In the next moment, without Leslie appearing to make any move, Prince Billy's cheek suddenly swelled, a blood-red cat's paw print appearing on his face. He flew backward, tumbling dozens of meters through the air before crashing heavily into a large rock, kicking up dust. He barely managed to steady himself after the impact. Prince Billy coughed, feeling as if his internal organs were shattered by the blow. Having never experienced such pain, his face contorted, and he let out a hysterical groan. However, seeing Leslie standing before him, he quickly gritted his teeth and shouted, trying to appear fierce but faltering in fear, "Leslie, what do you think you're doing? Do you know what it means to harm a royal family member?" Leslie moved in a breath to stand before him, staring coldly at him. "Harming the royal family? It's not my first time. Say hello to my father for me down below." With those words, she thrust her spear through the prince's head. Blood sprayed from the back of his skull, staining the rock and emitting a foul odor. At that moment, a graceful figure flashed by. Leslie glanced at Charlotte, who had arrived like a shadow, and ordered, "Cut off this guy's head and send it along with Brian's to the king of Kyric. Oh, and take this Azure Kingdom royal crest that Owen obtained and send it as well." As she spoke, she took Princess Mary's family crest from her storage ring, wiped Owen's scent off it, and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte nodded, like a faithful servant, took the crest, and then left with the heads of Brian and Prince Billy. Shortly after Charlotte departed, Leslie's face suddenly turned pale. Her long body weakened, and a wave of endless exhaustion, fatigue, and pain washed over her. Her body softened, and she leaned on her spear, half kneeling on the ground, blood continuously streaming from the corners of her eyes, staining her cheeks red. Meanwhile, Owen, traveling swiftly, arrived at the rugged terrain of Thousand Peaks. He headed toward the center of the mountain range. The peaks here were more majestic and perilous, shrouded in a natural mist that looked like a sea of clouds between the mountains. Despite the blazing sun, only scattered rays of light penetrated the shifting mist, casting dappled shadows. Venturing deeper felt like entering a natural labyrinth. Ancient trees and shrubs grew wildly, blending with the fog to obscure vision and perception. Without the treasure map's guidance, Owen would have had a hard time finding this place. As he moved further in, the fog grew denser. If not for the soft glow emanating from the treasure, Owen would have struggled to tell north from south. No wonder the monostone deposits here had remained undiscovered for so long. The area was a perfect natural maze, easily leading people astray. Moreover, Owen sensed the presence of numerous spellbeasts within the white fog. Some spellbeasts were hibernating, waiting for nightfall. Others hid within the mist, ready to launch a lethal attack upon spotting prey. Suddenly, a black shadow shot through the fog, heading straight for Owen. It was a green venomous snake, coiled and ready to strike, its fangs bared. But as it neared, Owen, the mana radiating from him turned it into a splatter of flesh. Following the treasure map's guidance, Owen gradually made his way deeper for about half an hour until the white fog began to thin out. Ahead, he could vaguely see the outline of a valley. This valley was the location marked on the treasure map. Owen's eyes lit up instantly. After trekking through the forest for so long, he had finally found the treasure's location. However, before he could proceed, he squinted and focused on the deepest part of the valley. He sensed several unusual presences there. Quickly, he concealed his aura and used the shrubs and leaves to hide himself as he moved closer to the valley's depths. The closer he got, the more he noticed the path was littered with chaotic footprints, and on either side lay the bones of soldiers in military uniforms. It seemed that many soldiers were stationed in the valley. Owen became even more cautious. Based on his previous conversations with Leslie, this monostone mine was likely being secretly exploited by the royal family and their allied houses. Judging by the current situation, this assumption was almost certainly correct. What is this? As Owen reached the valley entrance, he suddenly saw raggedly dressed soldiers stiffly pushing mine carts along the railway tracks. The carts were filled with black stones radiating a strong magical aura. Monostones. Seeing the stones, Owen's breath quickened. He immediately recognized the black stones. If sold outside, a minecart full of monostones would be worth tens of thousands of gold. Coins would be snapped up instantly. There were many such carts in the valley, each one following the tracks into a massive warehouse not far away. Once emptied, the carts were sent back into the mine, operating in a well-ordered routine. The tracks extended deep into the mountain, where soldiers wielding pickaxes and other tools could be seen digging into the mines with rhythmic precision. These emaciated soldiers gave off no sign of life, they seemed like corpses. They emanated a peculiar mana fluctuation, as if they were being manipulated like puppets, mechanically performing various mining tasks. What an unusual necromancy, Owen muttered in amazement. This type of magic, capable of controlling corpses, was extremely rare and difficult to master. He hadn't expected to encounter it here. His gaze moved back and forth across the soldiers, corpses, searching for the mage. Controlling them, the vast valley was filled with these puppet-like soldiers, lifeless and scattered everywhere. With almost no living people in sight, House Ashbourne's emblem. Suddenly, Owen's expression tightened as he spotted a camp in the middle of the valley. On the camp's banner was a mound of pearls, the emblem of House Ashbourne. Chapter 57. Chapter 57 heard you're rich. House Ashbourne was very famous in the Azure Kingdom, known as the foremost wealthy family. They were experts in commerce, with businesses spanning across various kingdoms. It appeared that the family collaborating with the Azure Kingdom's royal family was indeed them. As Owen's mind power gradually extended toward the tent, inside, two corpulent men lay comfortably in rocking chairs. A table before them was laden with a variety of delicious dishes, emitting tempting aromas. Standing around them were many soldiers' corpses, obediently following their orders and attending to their needs. Another mine collapsed, burying over 300 bodies. We've been losing more and more corpses lately. It's about time to create another batch of zombies, Robert said, downing a gulp of wine, his ruddy nose growing even redder. Then he seemed to sense something, frowning slightly in displeasure. Sean, who was looking up at the map hanging in the tent, scratched his curly, disheveled white hair and shook his head. There's no unrest at the border, so there aren't any corpses available for us to use. I suggest we just take a few thousand people from the nearby villages and turn them into zombies. They have no real value alive anyway. Robert nodded in agreement. That could work. Their physical condition can't compare to soldiers, but we can make do. Besides, given the current situation, Kyrick is eyeing us greedily. There will be plenty of bodies soon enough. Then let's send a few teams of zombie soldiers to wipe out those villagers. Sean's eyes turned cold as he was about to give the order, but he suddenly noticed a figure appear in the tent. Both Sean and Robert immediately stood up from their chairs, their expressions serious as they eyed the young man warily. The youth, handsome with a deep and restrained aura, was none other than Owen. Owen. Sean and Robert recognized Owen at the same time, a look of surprise flashing across their faces. Although they were deep within Thousand Peaks, they were well informed about external affairs and knew about the rising fame of Owen. But shouldn't he be at the Duke's mansion? How did he end up here? You must have been a mouse in a past life to find such a hidden place, Sean said, his old face full of seriousness as he stared intently at Owen. The location of the monostone mine was a closely guarded secret of the Azure Kingdom royal family. Even some princes and princesses were unaware of it. When a traitor leaked the information to Kyrick, the royal family was furious and granted the mining rights to House Ashbourne, which specialized in necromancy. The first batch of living miners had long been turned into zombies because the dead keep secrets better than the living. Moreover, this place had a natural labyrinth. Even if someone stumbled upon it by accident, they would become hopelessly lost and eventually fall prey to spellbeasts. They had only been able to reach this place safely by following special guidance. So how did Owen manage to find it? It doesn't matter how he found this place. We can't let anyone else know about the monostone. We need to kill him quickly and turn him into a zombie. A genius like him would make a valuable addition, Robert said, rubbing his red nose and looking at Owen with interest. Owen's name was well known. He was recognized by Academy City as the greatest genius of the era. His exceptional talent was well proven by his numerous achievements. The likes of Madeline and Carlos, renowned figures in their own right, had all fallen to him. Even senior figures like the vice leader of the Bounty Guild had met their end at his hands. Agreeing with Robert, Sean nodded. Seeing that Owen hadn't taken out the Godslayer staff, he frowned and said, "Where's the Godslayer staff? You should have it with you. Hand it over, and we'll give you a quick death." As he spoke, the aura of two platinum tier level 4 mages emanated from them, causing the ground to crack and spread outwards in fan-shaped fractures. As the two powerful auras swept towards him, Owen shook his head slightly, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. He had already sensed the area and knew that apart from these two esteemed elders of House Ashbourne, there were no other living beings around. This scarcity of personnel likely contributed to the secret of the monostone mine remaining undiscovered for so long. As for their strength, Platinum Tier Level 4, though formidable to most mages and representing absolute power, Owen did not consider them a significant threat. His focus shifted to the area behind them. There, a half-open storeroom door revealed piles of mana stones, emitting a tempting glow. There were also many treasures belonging to the Azure Kingdom's royal family stored there. Well, it seems you have been quite diligent over the years, Owen remarked. He didn't want to waste time on them. Obsidify activated instantly, surrounding Owen in a black glow. His wild and domineering mana stirred up the dust at his feet. Seeing Owen's arrogance, Robert and Sean's faces darkened. Kid, don't think that defeating a few juniors gives you the right to boast in front of us. Today, we'll show you what it means to have people beyond people and heavens beyond. Heavens, as seasoned Platinum Tier mages, they had never been so belittled by a youngster. As they spoke, the corpses in the tent, seemingly responding to their anger, suddenly fixated their lifeless eyes on Owen and began to attack, bringing with them a nauseating stench of decay. These soldiers' corpses were quite resilient and had been specially treated, resembling mummies. Their body hardness was comparable to Bronze Tier mages. Though not very powerful individually, they were fearless and numerous. For those without sufficient strength, being overwhelmed by them would lead to death from mana depletion. However, Owen had some experience dealing with zombie-like creatures. Numerous Judgment Light swords formed above his head, creating a holy halo. One by one, the flying swords shot out, leaving long trails in the air. The foul odor was instantly purified. The first zombie to approach Owen was pierced through by the light sword, which continued to impale the zombies behind it, forming a skewer of undead. When the light swords exhausted their energy, they exploded, purifying the zombies into ashes that scattered to the ground. Seeing that ordinary zombies couldn't get close to Owen, Robert and Sean exchanged glances. The storage rings on their fingers glowed, and two blood wolves the size of carriages appeared beside them. These blood wolves were also corpses, covered in silver, needle-like fur. As soon as they emerged in the tent, they made the ground sink slightly under their weight and emitted a strong stench. Their presence was vastly more powerful than the soldier corpses, causing the mana in the tent to boil as if ignited. Owen's expression grew slightly more serious. The aura of these two blood wolves was strong. Before their deaths, they must have been close to Diamond Tier. Now, as Robert and Sean's puppets, they were equivalent to Platinum Tier Level 4 strength. Owen, don't say we didn't give you a chance. This is your last opportunity. Surrender, and we'll give you a quick death. The appearance of the blood wolves made Robert's face more confident and smug. They were both Platinum Tier Level 4 mages. With the blood wolves, they could even contend with a Diamond Tier mage. And now they faced only a Gold Tier Owen. Owen had many secrets they wanted to uncover before turning him into a zombie. As they looked at him mockingly, Owen responded with a smile and asked, I'm curious, do you have the skill book for controlling corpses with you? I'm quite interested in that technique. Before Owen finished speaking, Robert and Sean's faces turned grim. Coldly, they commanded the blood wolves, kill. In an instant, the blood wolves powered up and charged at Owen. With a thought, Owen summoned flames in his left hand and lightning in his right, then rushed toward the blood wolves. Bang! Owen's fists met the blood wolves' claws in midair. The clash caused the air to explode with a deafening roar, creating shockwaves that shattered the tent and shook the surroundings. Compared to the blood wolves' claws, Owen's hands and feet seemed tiny, like fireflies against the moon. However, with the Order of Fire and Order of Thunder enhancing him, flames and lightning erupted from his body the moment they made contact. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. You have the power of a demon god. In the midst of the chaos in the large tent, scorching flames and roaring thunder surged and swelled like erupting magma and writhing silver snakes, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. In an instant, Owen's body was engulfed. The emanating waves of power turned the ground into a charred black mess, sending up columns of black smoke. The claws of the two blood wolves that came into contact with Owen seemed to sink into a quagmire, immediately enshrouded by thunder and flames. Their iron-like tough fur crackled and sizzled under the relentless assault. The magma and thunder both contained the power of order. Despite the blood wolves being as powerful as Platinum Tier mages, they couldn't withstand the power of order. After a brief struggle, the silver fur on the blood wolves' bodies began to shrivel and blacken, and their desiccated flesh showed cracks like tree bark, oozing thick black blood. Although the blood wolves' claws were injured, they were now zombies and felt no pain. Instead, they snarled more fiercely, pressing down on Owen with greater force, accompanied by waves of foul-smelling air. Magma and thunder coiled around Owen's hands, but under the immense pressure, they began to recede, their glow and aura dimming slightly. Owen's eyes showed a hint of gravity. These two blood wolves were indeed once near Diamond Tier in their ferocity. The power they unleashed now was truly terrifying. Even a Diamond Tier mage might find it hard to match these two blood wolves in physical strength and power. However, Owen was clearly not in that category. He pushed Obsidify to its limit, with an indestructible black light swirling around him. His hand, like a black iron forge, clashed fiercely with the blood wolves. Do you have a death wish? Seeing that Owen was not retreating but advancing, attempting to match the blood wolves in physical strength, Sean and Robert chuckled. However, the next moment, their smiles froze. As Owen pushed Obsidify to its limit, combining it with the Order of Fire and Order of Thunder, he managed to forcefully knock the two fully powered blood wolves away. In Sean and Robert's eyes, the two blood wolves were like towering mountains, their explosive power capable of shattering mountains and severing peaks. Yet, in a head-on clash with Owen, they were actually repelled. How strong was Owen's physical body? A look of astonishment crossed their faces. Spellbeasts generally had stronger physical bodies than mages, and these two blood wolves were nearly 2 whole tiers higher than Owen. Now, Owen felt more like a humanoid beast to them. Boom! The two blood wolves, struck by Owen, flew out like massive meteors, tearing through the tent and hurtling backward, flying dozens of meters through the air before crashing to the ground, creating a huge pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. The sound of their landing snapped Sean and Robert out of their shock, and they stared intently at Owen. For a Gold Tier Level 1 to unleash such combat power was beyond reason. This guy is too strange. Let's strike together and eliminate him quickly. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the intense killing intent in the other's eyes. The two blood wolves were the strongest of all the zombies they had crafted. Yet even when attacking together, they were no match for Owen. This guy was more monstrous than the rumors suggested. Everyone else had overestimated Owen, but after this brief encounter, they realized they had underestimated him. Having made their decision, the two immediately summoned bone staffs into their hands. The bone staffs resembled miniaturized human skeletons, with hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie green light, staring intently at Owen and emitting a soul-stirring, eerie glow. Owen's body instantly tensed up, his whole body feeling as if pricked by needles, aching and numb, causing a momentary daze before he regained his senses. At the moment of Owen's daze, the two men sneered coldly, gripping their staffs and charging towards him. Simultaneously, the zombies outside the tent immediately dropped what they were doing and roared as they rushed towards Owen. In an instant, the valley shook as if it were collapsing, creating a massive landslide. Amidst this immense upheaval, Owen became the focal point, the core of the turbulent storm, as if the entire world was bearing down on him. The ground beneath Owen's feet cracked open instantly, spreading countless intersecting fissures like a spider web. However, this anomaly lasted only a moment. Owen took a deep breath, his left hand entwined with flames while his right hand flashed for the dark golden light, and the Godslayer sword appeared in his hand. The agitated mana around Owen surged, and then a swath of crimson flames swept towards the zombies behind him. Within these flames, furious silver thunderbolts flickered. The approaching zombies were turned to ashes by the fire and thunder before they could even strike Owen, scattering all over the ground. Meanwhile, Owen focused most of his attention on Sean and Robert. The Godslayer sword radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a massive dark golden sword energy, cutting visible cracks in the pale void like a sharp blade. Supreme sword. Once again, it shone with its rightful brilliance in Owen's hand. Nothing it couldn't cut, nothing it couldn't break. The incoming sword energy reflected in their eyes. Sean, at the forefront, felt as if his pupils were being sliced open, blood trickling from the corners of his eyes, causing a stinging pain that made his scalp tingle. Robert, behind him, felt his scalp nearly explode, and the mana swirling around his body dispersed significantly. It seemed that under this sword energy, they were trembling and wailing. Danger, extreme danger. Their minds were completely overwhelmed with thoughts of terror. It seemed that no conventional means could resist or evade this strike. It was as if this sword had severed their very lives. They had never experienced or felt anything like this before. Almost simultaneously, the two men did not advance but retreated, their bone staffs colliding. The ghostly flames in the skull's eyes exploded, transforming into fiery specks that swirled around them, faintly outlining a colossal skeletal phantom. This skull resembled a human skull, with numerous eyes forming a delicate ring from its brow. At this moment, these eyes were closed, but from the corners of the eyes, grayish-black mist began to rise, hinting at the possibility of opening, causing the void before them to emit wailing sounds. Owen's pupils slightly contracted as he saw the trajectory of the Supreme Sword slow down for the first time. Kid, being the first to die under the thousand-eyed demon god is an honor. Seeing the deadly sword energy slow down, Sean and Robert immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their faces twisting into sinister smiles. The thousand-eyed demon god descended. This extremely rare combined magic spell. Even in the vast realm of dark magic, it was a particularly unique and terrifying presence. Both of them had diligently practiced within House Ashbourne and had finally mastered it. Previously, no one was worthy of them using it. They initially believed that relying on their own strength, especially with the corpse animation spell, was enough to dominate the continent. They didn't expect the first time they would use it would be against Owen, a gold-tier mage. Thousand-eyed demon god, your supreme sacrifice is ahead. Your humble servants beg you, strike now. Robert suddenly cut his palm, letting the blood drip onto the top of the fused bone staff. The blood flowed over the white skull, dyeing it crimson. As the white skull transformed, the thousand-eyed demon god's phantom behind them became even more realistic. The originally closed eyelids began to twitch slightly, and the mist escaping from the eye corners turned blood red. Whoosh! The sword energy of the supreme sword came crashing down, heavily striking the illusory demon god's head, almost cleaving it in two. Roar! A pain sound burst from the throats of Sean and Robert. The thousand-eyed demon god descended, immensely powerful, yet requiring a certain amount of time to gather strength. Now, their bloodlines were connected to this wisp of the demon god's avatar. If this illusory head were shattered, it would also mean their demise. Fortunately, despite the strength of Owen's sword, the demon god's head contained a trace of the true demon god's power. This was something Owen couldn't possibly comprehend at his current level. It was the power of a true god. After their gruesome screams, the two men immediately forced themselves to stay focused, absorbing all the controlled zombies into the demon god's phantom behind them. In just an instant, the demon god's phantom became even more solid, and the cracks caused by the supreme sword began to heal rapidly. Then, the demon god's originally serene face became bloodthirsty and ferocious. At that moment, the eyes on the demon god's head suddenly opened wide. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Do you think only you have the power of a god? The pure black eyes, each the size of a millstone, wriggled within their sockets like the deepest black worms, exuding an indescribable evil aura, as if the deepest pits of hell were trying to drag anyone who looked into them into the abyss. Owen's gaze met those dense eyes, his head ringing, nearly exploding in an instant. Everything before him plunged into darkness, losing all sense of the surrounding environment. An unprecedented feeling of unease surged within Owen. This attack must be the strongest killing move that Sean and Robert, these two platinum-tier mages, could unleash together. Such an attack, imbued with the demon god's power, even if just a sliver, was divine power, something no ordinary mage could withstand. Divine power. Do you think only you possess divine power? Owen steadied himself, grasping the Godslayer staff tightly. Then, golden light surged forth, transforming into a guardian shield that stood before him. Die. Go to hell. Sean and Robert, their sanity nearly eroded by the demon god's whispers, had eyes turned pitch black, void of any whites, and they screamed at Owen with manic fury. Then, black light shot out from the deep eyes of the demon god behind them. The black light was like spreading black ink, filled with extreme pollution power. Wherever it passed, daylight turned into night, and any light it touched was devoured completely. As soon as Owen's guardian shield appeared, the black light seemed to already be there, crossing the gap of time and space and striking it fiercely. The arc on the surface of the guardian shield flickered, and the light of the demon god, which could blacken space and light, did not penetrate it, as if it was forever frozen in place. Seeing this, Sean and Robert's chaotic minds were shocked, their faces full of horror and disbelief. This move was their combined effort, bolstered by the sacrifices of so many zombies. Not even a platinum-tier mage, let alone a diamond-tier mage, could withstand this terrifying power. After all, it contained the power of the demon god. As they stood in absolute terror, their pupils suddenly shrank again. They saw the arc of the guardian shield that blocked the demon god's light wriggle slightly, as if an invisible hand was reflecting the demon god's light back. The returning demon god's light grew thicker, like a black trunk, retracing its path, shattering the void, and striking the demon god's head fiercely. Bang! The demon god's head trembled, and the blood-red eyes that had opened were pierced by the reflected demon god's light. Boom! Countless cracks spread from the demon god's head, and Sean and Robert bore the brunt of the backlash. Their eyes exploded like bombs, blood splattering, leaving sunken eye sockets. Through their eye sockets, one could even see the brain shattered by the shockwave. Their expressions froze in death, never understanding why the demon god's light failed to kill Owen, and instead was bizarrely reflected back, growing several times stronger. This was completely beyond their comprehension. As their pupils constricted and they died on the spot, the guardian shield in front of Owen gradually receded, transforming back into the Godslayer staff. Looking at the dissipating demon god's head and the fallen bodies of Sean and Robert, Owen gripped the Godslayer staff even tighter, a deep satisfaction on his face. The demon god's light had been extremely terrifying, even the supreme sword had only managed to heavily damage it, not completely dispel it. If the demon god's light had actually struck him, with its immense power, he would have been severely injured if not killed. Fortunately, the guardian shield could block and reflect projectile-type magic attacks, tripling their power in return. Even the power of a demon god, as long as it was a projectile-type attack, could still be countered by the guardian shield. Owen glanced around the valley. With Sean and Robert dead, the remaining zombies all collapsed to the ground, their eyes dim and lifeless as if they had become true corpses. Seeing this, Owen immediately walked over to the two bodies and took their storage rings. The storage rings appeared extremely luxurious. Owen rubbed them for a moment, then flooded them with mind power, shattering the residual mental imprints left by the two. Inside, he found a mountain of mana stones, numerous supplies, and various miscellaneous items. The most notable and pleasing to Owen was a yellowed skill book corpse animation spell. This magic, which could turn corpses into his servants, intrigued Owen greatly. As his power grew, especially with his cooperation with Leslie and their plans against the Azure Kingdom's royal family, it became increasingly difficult to rely on solo efforts. He needed a powerful and completely loyal group of mages. However, achieving this was obviously not easy. It required a lot of time and resources, both of which he lacked. But now, with the corpse animation spell, once he learned it, he could use corpses as soldiers, as puppets, essentially becoming a one-man army. He believed that even if these zombies lacked intelligence, as long as they followed orders and didn't betray him at crucial moments, even the strongest mages would be drained of their mana and perish against them. In high spirits, Owen immediately began to peruse and study the corpse animation spell. This corpse animation spell is indeed exquisite. It requires a high level of mind power, but that's not an issue for me. Let's use the bodies of these two as practice. After all, they were platinum tier powerhouses. Once Owen thoroughly familiarized himself with the corpse animation spell, he looked down at Sean and Robert's bodies, mind power emanating from his brow. Initially, this mind power was as gentle as moonlight, but as soon as it was ignited by a small flame, it transformed into a white flame waterfall, enveloping the bodies. Under the burning of the spiritual fire, the bodies began to stiffen, and their dissipated auras gradually transformed into Owen's unique aura. It was as if they had become extensions of Owen himself. Deep within Owen's mind, he felt a subtle connection with these two bodies. The burning of the spiritual fire did not last long before Owen's face turned slightly pale. These two were, after all, platinum tier mages. Even in death, the residual mana and their mind power within their bodies were difficult to cleanse. Fortunately, he successfully followed the corpse animation spell and transformed their bodies. Owen wiped a thin layer of sweat from his forehead as Sean and Robert's hollow-eyed bodies stood up, stiffly standing beside Owen like zombies, ready to obey his commands. Owen tested their ability to perform actions and cast magic spells, and they executed them as instructed, like robots following commands to the letter. Satisfied, Owen then looked at the two fallen bloodwolves and the other zombies. He proceeded to store them in his storage ring. As they were merely corpses, they did not cause any rejection or confusion within the storage ring, quickly filling it to capacity. Owen was very pleased with this. Such a massive zombie army would be a formidable weapon. After completing these tasks, Owen walked into the storeroom with great anticipation. From his earlier glimpse, Owen could see that the storeroom contained numerous treasures and mana stones, far surpassing the storage rings of Sean and Robert. This treasure trove was not just a repository for mana stones but also a backup kingdom vault prepared by the Azure royal family. As Owen stepped inside, he immediately felt a dense wave of mana wash over him, warming his body. He swallowed hard, his attention completely captivated by the mana stones piled into small mountains before him. Just one of these small mountains of mana stones would drive every kingdom and power in the world mad. After all, the value of mana stones was incredibly high due to the pure and vast mana they contained. Mana stones played an irreplaceable role in tier breakthroughs, staffs, formations, and many other areas. The fervor for mana stones was deeply ingrained in every mage's bones. Even though Owen had known about the abundance of mana stones here, seeing them in person still left him in awe. Chapter 60 War. Having these mana stones was beyond the wealth of a nation. If kingdoms could be sold, these mana stones would be enough to buy several of them and still have plenty left over. Owen stood there, gazing in awe for a moment before snapping back to reality. He quickly opened his storage ring and began to sweep all the mana stones into it. As Owen continued to collect the mana stones, delving deeper into the vault, the small hills of mana stones began to dwindle, replaced by various treasures stored there. Holy Moon Bow, Red Dragon Flowing Light Armor. Holy Grail, priceless treasures were piled up here, each capable of causing a sensation in the outside world. Owen thought for a moment and decided not to take all the treasures. Instead, he left a portion behind. He also placed the mini-nuke he had previously exchanged in the mall at the base of the Azure family's Holy Grail. While Owen was dealing with the two from House Ashbourne, in Kyric, the ministers had already gathered in the council hall, seated around the long oval conference table. Your Majesty, Owen from Azure Kingdom is becoming increasingly unruly. He even dared to harm commanders Alfonso and Bada. Does he have any regard for Kyric and the church? The military minister, seated in the center, angrily patted the table, venting his dissatisfaction. If we don't eliminate this person quickly, it will not only damage the reputation of Kyric and the church but also leave a lingering threat. Your Majesty, I agree with the military minister. We have underestimated Owen. A person recognized by the Godslayer staff as a rare genius, possibly once in a century or even a millennium. I suggest issuing a kill order for Owen and retrieving the Godslayer staff. Many ministers expressed deep agreement with the military minister's view. Kyric had always bullied others. No other country had dared to bully and despise Kyric. Whether for the sake of their reputation or the Godslayer staff, they could not let Owen go. Especially the representatives of the church present at the meeting, their emotions were also ignited. Alfonso was a top talent that the church had painstakingly nurtured, yet he was killed by Owen. Your Majesty, we believe that Owen is still young and not a significant threat. The real issue affecting Kyric is the prophecy of the High Priest. The High Priest has never been wrong, and this matter concerns the fate of our nation. I second this. Your Majesty, although most of the snakefolk have been purged, there might still be some who escaped. This matter requires serious attention. We need to eliminate both the domestic and foreign snakefolk to prevent endless future troubles. Many ministers focused their attention on the prophecy concerning the snakefolk. Compared to Owen, this issue had more far-reaching implications. They hoped the king would prioritize dealing with it. As a result, many ministers argued fiercely in the court. Your Majesty, while both Owen and the snakefolk issues are significant, they are not the most urgent matters. John and Princess Mary's 3-year agreement is about to expire. This is what we should discuss and prepare strategies for. Exactly. Previously, the Azure Kingdom's reputation soared because of Owen. If we secretly assist John in defeating Princess Mary, we could greatly humiliate the Azure Kingdom in front of all the major kingdoms. Another minister spoke up, and the entire council hall was filled with noisy discussions, everyone offering their own strategies and opinions, creating a tense atmosphere. King Kyric, seated at the head of the table, watched the noisy ministers, feeling overwhelmed and slightly frowning. Recently, many unexpected major events had occurred, each of great importance, and most were related to Owen and the Azure Kingdom. This made him quite irritated. Just as he was about to take a sip of tea to calm his nerves, a guard suddenly rushed in, half kneeling on the ground, and said, Your Majesty, a secret emissary has arrived, claiming an unknown employer sent him with something that you would definitely want. Hearing this, the previously noisy ministers immediately fell silent, all staring at the half-kneeling guard with a mix of confusion, curiosity, and caution in their eyes. King Kyric hesitated briefly but then nodded. The minister's bickering was making him irritable, and if this truly was good news or something he needed, it could help ease his mood. Seeing the king nod, the guard quickly retreated, and soon, a figure cloaked in black entered, carrying an exquisite box. As the cloaked figure approached, an elderly man with white eyes behind King Kyric frowned slightly, his murky eyes fixed intently on the newcomer. He sensed a familiar and special aura emanating from the box in the cloaked figure's hands, which made him tense slightly and speak up. You said someone hired you to deliver this item. Who hired you? The sudden question from the white-eyed elder startled both King Kyric and the other ministers. After all, this white-eyed elder was one of Kyric's 2 master-tier mages. Moreover, he was a high-level master-tier mage with unfathomable strength, who typically guarded the king and was almost like his shadow, rarely speaking. Now, he was proactively inquiring. Though the ministers were surprised, they respected the white-eyed elder greatly and turned their attention to the cloaked figure. Under their gazes, the cloaked figure remained unfazed and calmly said, "The gift my employer has asked me to deliver to His Majesty is something he currently needs very much. I am not at liberty to disclose my employer's identity. My employer says that while Kyric is strong, there are still many forces that need to be dealt with. His Majesty will understand once he opens the box. I will not disturb you further." With these final words, the cloaked figure placed the box on the council table and pushed it towards King Kyric. As Kyric was about to inquire about the contents, he saw the cloaked figure vanish like a wisp of smoke. The sudden disappearance of the cloaked figure heightened the minister's alertness. "Your Majesty, this person is shrouded in mystery and unwilling to disclose his employer's identity. The item he delivered might be dangerous. I suggest caution," one minister advised. However, the white-eyed elder shook his head slightly and said, "Your Majesty, the cloaked figure just now was merely a projection. The box contains no dangerous magical fluctuations and is not a trap. The sender likely possesses considerable influence." King Kyric nodded, then slowly opened the box, his curiosity growing stronger. What could be inside? What did the sender go to such lengths to deliver? Could it be a map of the Azure Kingdom's territory, or perhaps? As King Kyric's interest peaked, the queen beside him also grew curious and leaned slightly to get a look. Their gazes met as they peered inside. Light penetrated the box, dispelling the darkness, revealing black hair and then 2 faces. Twisted in extreme terror, their pupils suddenly contracted as they recognized these familiar faces. Brian, Prince Billy, these were their severed heads. In an instant, King Kyric's scalp tingled with shock. He had considered the possibility of many things being inside the box, but he had never imagined it would be his own child and one of the kingdom's guardian mages, Brian. At that moment, the 2 heads felt like sharp swords piercing deeply into his heart. His heartbeat thundered, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. The queen, having never seen such a scene before, screamed, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Seeing the king and queen's drastic reactions, the other ministers immediately crowded around to look into the box. Their pupils also shrank suddenly, feeling a sense of surreal disbelief. 2 bloody heads, Master-tier mage Brian and Prince Billy. Not only had they been killed, but their heads had also been severed and sent here. The ministers recoiled in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Even the white-eyed elder, who had seen countless storms, had his pupils contract suddenly. He now understood why he had sensed a familiar aura from the box. He also noticed that between the 2 heads lay an Azure Kingdom emblem. Chapter 61, the revelation of the incident. An Azure Kingdom emblem. Seeing the emblem in the box, the white-eyed elder's expression grew even darker. Although the entire scenario seemed like an obvious attempt to frame the Azure royal family, it aligned perfectly with Kyric's desire to wage war against the Azure Kingdom. Moreover, Brian was a master-tier mage. He had previously gone to the Azure Kingdom with Prince Billy, only to meet such a fate. The number of mages capable of this was very small, likely only that ancient and formidable figure from the Azure Kingdom. Your Majesty, the Azure Kingdom has gone too far. This is an outrage. I suggest we immediately send troops to the Azure Kingdom and demand an explanation from their king. Yes, Your Majesty, this is intolerable. The Azure Kingdom has repeatedly provoked us. If we, Kyric, continue to tolerate this, they will only become more arrogant. The ministers, after regaining their composure, began to speak out angrily. King Kyric, also unable to bear it any longer, surveyed his furious ministers and said, "This time, King Aldrich must give me an explanation." With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Summon the cavalry, infantry, and spellbeast corps immediately. All families with fighting capabilities in Kyric must mobilize. Also, send word to Kyric's foremost general to lead 300,000 soldiers to the Azure Kingdom." The white-eyed elder hesitated and then asked, "Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. Shouldn't we seek the opinion of the Emperor Dowager?" King Kyric remained silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly. The Emperor Dowager has been deeply immersed in cultivation and has not concerned himself with worldly affairs for many years. There is no need to consult him. Seeing this, the white-eyed elder remained silent. The ministers quickly took their orders and left. In the Duke's mansion, within the courtyard, soft light poured down. After a day and night of rushing around, Owen finally returned here, letting out a slight sigh of relief. "How did it go on your end?" Just as Owen sat down to drink a cup of hot tea and rest, Leslie's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Her long hair fluttered, carrying a chill. However, as she sat down on a stone bench opposite Owen, she seemed both tired and bored, lazily stretching, which accentuated her enticing curves. Owen couldn't help but feel that Leslie was extremely alluring at this moment, causing him to stare a bit more than usual. Noticing Owen's fixed gaze, Leslie asked, "What are you looking at?" Owen coughed twice. "Nothing. The treasure map was accurate. 90% of the monastones and treasures stored in the Azure Kingdom have been looted." After listening to Owen, Leslie nodded in satisfaction. Although Owen sometimes seemed unserious, he handled matters very well. She was particularly surprised to hear that Owen had eliminated Sean and Robert from House Ashmore. After all, these 2 were seasoned mages with considerable strength, reputed to possess a combined magic that was said to pose a threat even to diamond-tier mages. After that, she composed herself and briefly recounted her actions in intercepting and killing Prince Billy and Brian. At the moment, merely looting the Azure Kingdom's royal treasury, though it greatly impacts the royal family's foundation, isn't enough to pose a fatal threat. To overthrow the Azure Kingdom within a year, the progress still seemed a bit slow. Understanding Leslie's thoughts, Owen said, "To threaten the royal family, we need to first clip its wings. The royal family's biggest support is the Council of Elders. If something happens in the capital, King Aldrich will certainly take the entire royal family to the Council of Elders headquarters, which is 100 miles from the capital." Oh, seeing that Owen seemed to have a plan, Leslie blinked her eyes, her expression showing some confusion. "You intend to lure them to the Council of Elders and eliminate them all at once. But the Council of Elders is filled with powerful individuals." Before Leslie could finish, Owen smiled and said, "That's why the key is to ensure that when the royal family evacuates, they bring the remaining treasures to the Council of Elders headquarters. At that time, both the Council of Elders and all the mages will be wiped out. This step is crucial to the entire plan." By the end, Owen's expression had become much more serious. Owen was very aware of the mini-nuke's power. It could easily level a hill. The mages inside, no matter how powerful, wouldn't be prepared for a nuclear explosion, as it was entirely outside the magical system and couldn't be anticipated or defended against. Hearing this, Leslie, although unsure of Owen's confidence, had a vague sense that he had tampered with the treasures left behind. But what kind of tampering could give Owen such confidence and certainty? So, as long as we make the royal family evacuate to the Council of Elders, bringing those treasures with them, the Council of Elders will be destroyed. Leslie looked seriously at Owen. Owen nodded. Trust me, once we achieve this, you'll witness an unprecedentedly massive firework display. Leslie stared at Owen with a mixture of doubt and curiosity, while Owen's gaze remained resolute as he met her eyes. After a moment, Leslie slowly said, I can leverage my network to arrange an auction in Academy City. The item to be auctioned will be the Azure Kingdom's treasure map. The royal family will undoubtedly try to move those treasures, and the best place for them to transfer the treasures would be the Council of Elders. Hearing this, Owen's eyes lit up. Leslie was indeed a master of intrigue. She immediately came up with such a brilliant plan. Having Academy City conduct the auction was perfect. Academy City always remained neutral, and no one dared to question the identity of the sellers in their auctions. Their confidentiality was top-notch. Moreover, Academy City had a vast information network across the continent, capable of spreading the news quickly. I'll take care of this. I'll ensure the auction in Academy City is widely publicized, attracting all major kingdoms and powerful individuals. This will definitely prompt the Azure royal family to move their treasures to the Council of Elders. Secondly, we'll schedule the auction for a month from now, giving us enough time to prepare and avoid any interference from other factions that might disrupt our plan during the auction. Leslie confidently laid out the plan, considering many details and potential changes. Owen was impressed. If he didn't know Leslie's relatively young age, her meticulous approach would have made him think she was an old mastermind, planning everything down to the last detail. Indeed, some people were born to be schemers. After discussing the details with Leslie and finalizing the plan, Owen prepared to leave the courtyard. However, just as he reached the gate, he suddenly saw a delicate white hand blocking his way. Madeline squinted her large eyes, scrutinizing Owen as if he were a heinous criminal. Madeline, is something wrong? Owen asked, puzzled, as he looked at her. Madeline glanced at Leslie in the courtyard, grabbed Owen's hand, and pulled him out of the courtyard. She then pushed him against a wall. Feeling Madeline's eyes getting closer, Owen felt a bit uneasy. Could it be that Madeline, his sister-in-law, had developed feelings for him? Just as he was about to speak, Madeline gritted her teeth and said, Owen, was it you who did the Kingdom Vault job? The Azure royal family had entrusted the investigation of the Kingdom Vault to the Eagle Guard, and Madeline was the commander. After some investigation, she quickly discovered that the box containing the Godslayer staff fragment had been opened and immediately thought of Owen. However, due to the duchy's reputation and her sister's safety, she had to suppress the matter temporarily and hurried over to confront Owen. I don't understand what you're talking about, Owen replied coldly. Madeline ignored Owen's denial, her voice rising, don't play dumb. I'm trying to save you. In the duchy, I've already discovered that the wooden box contained the handle of the Godslayer staff. This can only be your doing. Owen shook his head. What makes you think that? Madeline snorted. If you have the guts, take out the Godslayer staff and show me. Owen stared at Madeline unhurriedly. If it was me, what would you do? Seeing Owen's demeanor, Madeline sighed and stepped back, her body slightly weak. I knew it was you. We're doomed. Robbing the national treasure and killing the prince if this gets out, my sister, the duchy, and I will be ruined beyond redemption. Chapter 62 Escape. Outside the courtyard, looking at Owen, who seemed indifferent as if it had nothing to do with him, Madeline's heart sank to the bottom. Owen had an engagement with her sister Leslie, and the marriage contract had already been signed, making him closely tied to House Ravenwood. Even if the family handed him over, House Ravenwood was already under heavy suspicion due to its military power, and the royal family would definitely seize the opportunity to take action against House Ravenwood. So, even knowing that this audacious rebel was right in front of her, looking at her with an indifferent expression, Madeline could only suppress her emotions and glared at Owen. How did our House Ravenwood end up with someone like you? As the current commander of the Eagle Guard, I can temporarily suppress this matter, but I don't know how long I can keep it under wraps. His Majesty and the Council of Elders are very concerned about this matter. I will do my best. I have already contacted some friends in Seaside City. Tonight, you should take your sister and leave here, go as far as you can. I will try to handle the rest. Tomorrow is the 3-year agreement between Mary and Prince John. His Majesty and the Council of Elders shouldn't react so quickly, so you still have some time to escape. Looking at Madeline, who had the appearance of a worried mother, Owen felt a sense of warmth and couldn't help but smile slightly. Although he knew that Madeline's diligent efforts to help him were largely for the sake of House Ravenwood, it was still rare for someone to take such great risks to plan a way out for him and Leslie. So, Owen was about to speak to persuade Madeline not to be so agitated, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Madeline. You don't need to thank me. I owed you a big favor from the previous martial arts tournament, so after this, we're even. After saying this, she snorted, turned around, and prepared to leave quickly. However, after a few steps, she seemed to remember something, stopped abruptly, turned back to Owen, and loudly warned. Don't you dare have any designs on my friend Mary, and if you ever break my sister's heart, I won't let you off. As she spoke the final words, she seemed to think of some terrible outcome. With tears in her eyes, she glanced at Leslie inside the courtyard and left angrily. Owen watched her with a mixture of amusement and gratitude. It was clear she intended to shoulder the responsibility and buy them time. With the weakest body, she bore the heaviest burden. Madeline was as proud and defiant as ever. Leslie walked up to Owen. They're about to find out. Owen nodded and grunted in affirmation. Leslie looked at Madeline's departing figure and smiled faintly. Isn't my sister adorable? Hearing the first part, Owen instinctively nodded, but the implication made him twitch his mouth involuntarily. The next morning, after freshening up, Owen walked out of his room in high spirits, only to find Charlotte bowing and waiting at the door. Seeing Owen come out, Charlotte's expression was as serious as a block of ice. She began her report earnestly. Master Owen, the young lady has already arranged for Academy City to handle the auction, and the news will start spreading today. Additionally, the 3-year agreement between John and Mary is today. Many prodigies have already gathered at the royal arena. Carlos, whom you severely injured before, has also arrived, bringing 2 platinum tier strong in his guards. Upon hearing this, Owen immediately pictured Carlos's gloomy eyes. The second Dark Emperor in the original story had become much more cautious after his last defeat. This time, he had even brought 2 platinum tier mages, showing his extraordinary talent and status in the Nether Kingdom. Moreover, the main force of the Council of Elders has also arrived. Particularly, the Dean of Luna Academy from Moonspring Kingdom, who is Mary's mentor, has come as well. He is a significant figure. Mary's mentor, the Dean of Luna Academy. Owen's expression turned much more serious. She was indeed a legendary female mage, with some past connections to King Aldrich. While her presence here to support Mary was understandable, Owen couldn't shake the feeling that she had other motives. Thinking about how Mary seemed to have a fondness for her, Owen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, sensing an ominous feeling. Furthermore, the young lady specifically asked me to inform you that the mountain forces of the Cloud Empire are also paying close attention to this matter. Charlotte's already serious expression grew even more solemn as she said this. Mountain forces, Owen murmured to himself. He knew that the mountain forces didn't refer to a specific faction but rather to some super sects stationed in famous mountains and rivers. They mostly had long histories, deep foundations, and their internal strength far exceeded mundane imagination. They were like colossal beings atop the peaks, overlooking the mortal world. They generally didn't meddle in worldly affairs, focusing only on their cultivation. But whenever they appeared in the mortal realm, they would stir up a storm on the continent. Logically, the 3-year agreement between Mary and Prince John, though widely spread, shouldn't be significant enough to attract the mountain forces. Yet they had still sent people here. According to our latest information, the mountain forces in the Cloud Empire are from the Sun Moon sect. This sect is fond of cultivating enchanting techniques, and its members are top-class beauties. This time, they've even sent a saint. Additionally, Davis, the eldest son of the Prime Minister of the Cloud Empire, has also come to the capital to witness the 3-year agreement between Mary and John. Hearing this, Owen's mind raced. He felt that this 3-year agreement was becoming overly significant. Too many heavyweight figures had arrived, and it was being taken too seriously by too many kingdoms, which seemed off. Will the down-and-out Prince John be able to make a comeback and defeat the White Swan Mary after 3 years? Or will Mary completely trample John into the dirt, making him an ordinary man? Place your bets, place your bets. The capital's major casinos and bars were already in an uproar. Business had been exceptionally good for these establishments ever since the 3-year agreement between Prince John and Mary was approaching. Many people took pleasure in this event and participated in the betting games to varying extents. After being rejected by Mary, Prince John had kept a low profile for 3 years. There were many rumors about his intense training and terrifyingly rapid improvement in strength. However, the truth of these rumors remained uncertain. The only certainty was that Mary had been diligently training over the years. Not only had she become a student at Luna Academy, but she had also been taken as a disciple by the dean. She was truly a favored child of the heavens. As a result, the vast majority of people in the betting circles, bars, and other places favored Mary to win. However, many natives of the capital favored Prince John instead. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Back then, Prince John shouted this phrase that became famous across the continent. Those who know shame will strive to improve. Over these 3 years, he must have gone through countless life and death trials. He may not be much weaker than Mary. I think so too. I've heard that Prince John has now reached gold tier level 8. He's a truly top-notch genius, even more so than Mary. Your source is too unreliable. 3 years ago, Prince John was just a bronze mage. How could he have improved so much in such a short time? Indeed, it's impossible. I've heard that Mary, the royal family, the council of elders, and even her mentor all place great importance on this battle. Prince John doesn't have the same resources. How could he possibly compare to Mary? At this moment, the capital was teeming with people. Every hotel was fully booked. Whether they were local street vendors or people from other kingdoms who had traveled here overnight, everyone was talking about this event. The capital was in a state of uproar, with everyone's attention focused on the 3-year agreement. Rumors were spreading, stirring the pot and adding fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, the wealthy and influential had already gathered outside the palace, packed tightly together, forming a sea of people as far as the eye could see. Chapter 63. What a cliché plot. Countless eyes of the dignitaries and nobles were fixed on the depths of the royal arena, filled with anticipation and curiosity. So many prodigies have gathered here. This 3-year agreement is the grandest of betting years. But why haven't we seen Owen? Wasn't he supposed to participate in this 3-year agreement as well? Yes, most of the prodigies are already here. Is Owen not planning to attend? I mainly came here to see him. He has been at the Duke's mansion and hasn't appeared in a long time. After scanning the royal arena, many people showed slight disappointment on their faces. The 3-year agreement was indeed highly anticipated, but more people wanted to use this event to catch a glimpse of the rising star, Owen. After all, Owen was not only unmatched among the younger generation but also outshined the older generation of strong warriors. Who wouldn't want to see such a legendary figure? Meanwhile, in the VIP seats of the royal arena, the prodigies and representatives from various forces were also scanning the crowd, searching for Owen. The 3-year agreement had caused a huge stir back in the day, drawing curiosity and attention from all the kingdoms. However, this attention was not enough to make the kingdoms send such heavyweight figures. Their core purpose was to see Owen, to witness if he was as dazzling as the rumors claimed. Owen had previously stirred up a storm in the Azure Kingdom, becoming a renowned figure. How could they not pay attention to such a genius? However, after scanning the crowd, they did not see Owen's figure, causing them to frown slightly and their gazes to fall on Mary. Among all the prodigies present, Mary had a good relationship with Owen. It was said that she had sent an invitation to Owen specifically for this 3-year agreement. Previously, King Albrecht had even intended to marry Mary to Owen. Since Owen had not arrived yet, Mary might know the reason. Under their watchful eyes, Mary stood beneath the arena, surrounded by members of the Council of Elders and the royal family. On one hand, they were there to ensure her safety at this crucial moment, and on the other hand, they were helping her adjust her state and breath. With so many kingdoms witnessing this event, Mary could only win, she could not afford to lose. Otherwise, the Azure Kingdom's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Mary was clearly aware of this. However, her expression remained calm. For this day, she had been diligently training, whether in the capital or at the academy. According to the intelligence she had received, John seemed to have been training hard as well, but with her resources and assistance, she did not believe John could surpass her. This battle was hers to win. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mary was also distracted, searching for Owen's figure. This battle was meant to put the past behind her and completely sever ties with John. On such an important day, she hoped for Owen's presence. However, Owen was nowhere to be seen. My dear sister, at such a crucial moment, where's your beloved Owen? Said Saint Annie of the Moonspring Kingdom, standing beside Mary, unable to resist teasing her as she looked around. Hearing Annie's teasing, Mary's cheeks turned slightly red. Ever since Owen had saved her from being thrown off the arena, she had to admit she liked him more and more. But she didn't expect others to have noticed this as well, and the matter had become widely discussed. Annie, stop talking nonsense. Since Owen accepted the invitation, he will definitely come. Just wait, Mary said with a roll of her eyes, speaking softly. But I want to see him up close beforehand. Don't worry, I have no romantic interest in Owen. I just want to see his talent and spar with him. This isn't just my thought. Every prodigy and representative from the various kingdoms who dared to come here shares this idea, said Saint Annie, scanning the eyes in the VIP seats, her bare feet surrounded by swirling water vapor, and her expression growing more serious. Mary followed Saint Annie's gaze and noticed that everyone was staring at her. From the faint murmurs she could hear, it was clear they were discussing Owen and herself. This made Mary's cheeks even redder, and her determination to win grew stronger. Whether for the sake of the royal family's honor or for Owen, she couldn't afford to lose this time. Meanwhile, in the central area of the VIP seats, a young man in a black robe with gold embroidery sat on a chair, looking at Mary with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Is she really Mary? Her strength seems quite average. As the eldest son of the Prime Minister of the Cloud Empire, Davis had seen many prodigies. While Mary might be considered top tier in the Azure Kingdom, she was nothing special in his eyes. Isn't Owen here yet? Losing interest in Mary, Davis turned to look at a young woman beside him. She was dressed in a sheer, gauzy outfit that resembled translucent mist, perfectly wrapping her curvaceous, fair body. This semi-transparent attire exuded an unusual allure. This woman was none other than Monroe, the saint of the Sun Moon sect. When Davis asked her, Monroe didn't respond immediately. She simply raised her jade-like, half-seductive hands, resting her beautiful face on her snow-white thighs, revealing a generous glimpse of her cleavage. Her actions left many prodigies around them with parched mouths, their gazes seemingly glued to her, unable to look away. Seeing how every move Monroe made was filled with inexplicable allure, Davis frowned slightly, feeling his resistance to her diminish. He knew well that Monroe was like a razor, born with a seductive charm. Deep entanglement with her would only lead to being drained dry. Even he felt a bit wary of her, but he also saw this as an opportunity to get closer to her or the Sun Moon sect she represented. However, Monroe seemed uninterested in engaging with him. Glancing at Davis, Monroe said slowly, "Are you free tonight? I'll be waiting for you in my room. Dual cultivation will benefit us both." She glanced around at all the male mages present, none of them caught her eye. By comparison, the previously unimpressive Davis now seemed like a suitable partner for dual cultivation. As for Owen, despite the rumors of him being the continent's top genius, she hadn't seen him in person and wasn't sure he would even show up. So, she decided to keep Davis as a backup. Hearing Monroe speak, Davis understood her true intentions. He cleared his throat and said, "I think I'll pass. The other women in your Sun Moon sect are quite excellent." As the Prime Minister's son, he naturally represented the interests of the royal family. The Sun Moon sect, being a powerful yet unstable factor, needed to be approached gradually and with caution. Besides, don't you think that John would be a good choice? Davis's gaze shifted to the rest area at the edge of the arena. John had arrived some time ago, but most of the attention was on Mary in the search for Owen, leaving him largely unnoticed. Gold tier level 8 is indeed impressive in the mundane world, but it's not quite up to your standards, Monroe said, shaking her head slightly. Seemingly sensing Monroe's gaze, John felt his blood boil and couldn't help but look back at her. Seeing her stunning figure and face, a desire to conquer her immediately arose within him. Focus, now is a crucial moment for practicing the secret technique. At this moment, Ymir's voice sounded in John's ear, forcibly calming his agitated mind. Upon hearing this, John sobered up and restrained his desires, fully concentrating on merging his staff and weapon. You may have missed out on the Order of Thunder and the Order of Fire, but there are powers in this world beyond the orders that can dominate. This technique, Armament Merge, is a secret skill of my family. It allows you to merge your weapon and staff into your body, using them as a monocore. A mage who trains this way will have strength surpassing others of the same tier. Chapter 64 as expected of the original MC. In the rest area at the edge of the arena, the mysterious staff in John's hand, its light now restrained, gradually transformed into a cloud of earthy yellow gas under Ymir's guidance. This gas seeped into John's body, condensing into a deep, special rune on his chest, resembling a miniature version of the staff. His aura grew even more profound and subdued, pressing down on the ground beneath him, causing it to sink as if it could no longer bear his weight. John slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging mana within him and the immense power emanating from his chest. A look of solemn determination appeared on his face. 3 years of painstaking cultivation had led to this moment of settling old scores. The humiliation of being rejected 3 years ago would be repaid 100-fold today. With a step, John pressed down on the ground, causing a deep indentation as he flew up and landed heavily on the arena. The 3-year agreement has arrived, Mary. John, I'm here to challenge you. As he charged onto the arena, John's previously restrained aura exploded outward with his twisted, frenzied voice, stirring up invisible ripples of wind. Gold tier level 8. The spectators near the arena looked up in astonishment at John. Most prodigies of his generation were only at the silver tier, and even the most exceptional had just broken into the gold tier. But here was John, revealing an extraordinary level right from the start, causing many mages who had previously underestimated him to change their expressions drastically. The further one progressed in cultivation, the greater the gap between each tier, becoming almost insurmountable. Across the capital, the Azure Kingdom, and even the entire continent, prodigies who reached gold tier level 8 at such a young age were exceedingly rare. And now, John had joined the elite rank. It was impossible not to be shocked and amazed. Making a strong first impression, this John is very confident about today's battle. To reach this tier in just 3 years, he is indeed an exceptionally rare genius. His chances of winning this battle are high. If he continues to break through at this pace, he might be the number one, second only to Owen. That's right, I've heard that this 3-year agreement is not just a battle, they also made a wager. I heard that if John loses, he will have to serve the Azure Kingdom for life, responding unconditionally to their missions. I've also heard that Kyric has already begun mobilizing for war. If John loses, he might be conscripted into the army, answering the Azure Kingdom's call. The battlefield is a place where death is almost certain. But if John wins, Mary will become John's maid, serving him for 3 years. Tisk tisk, the stakes are high no matter who wins or loses. No wonder both John and Mary are taking this so seriously. The crowd looked at John standing on the arena, his aura raging, with a look of anticipation on their faces. They hadn't seen such a spectacle in a long time. At that moment, as John rushed onto the arena and issued his challenge, Mary, holding her longsword, leapt gracefully onto the platform amidst the expectant gazes of the Council of Elders and the royal family members. She landed lightly, like a falling leaf, her beautiful eyes fixed on John not far away. John's breakthrough to gold tier level 8 had indeed shocked her, but that was all. She had also made thorough preparations to win today. Are you still just at silver tier? John sneered as Mary landed on the arena, his domineering aura crashing towards her like a tidal wave. Mary's body trembled slightly. She deftly played with her longsword, and wisps of sword energy, like white silk, began to flow from her body, swirling around her. The domineering aura approaching her was immediately torn apart by the slender sword energy. Mary's aura also surged at this moment, and in an instant, she reached gold tier level 8 as well. The sharpness of her aura clashed fiercely with John's heavy and domineering presence, creating a whirlwind in the center of the arena, neither side willing to back down. Gold tier level 8 Mary was clearly a silver tier mage before. How could she have such a massive breakthrough and improvement in such a short time? Many mages looked at this scene in disbelief. Previously, when Mary fought Alfonso, she was only at silver tier level 9. This sudden increase seemed too extraordinary to be true. Mary's expression remained calm as she listened to the crowd's exclamations. She had been using a secret technique from Luna Academy to suppress her tier, aiming for a significant breakthrough. A day ago, in preparation for this battle, with substantial support from the royal family and the Council of Elders, she lifted the suppression, causing her tier to surge to gold tier level 4. Then, with the help of special potions from the Academy, her tier rapidly increased to gold tier level 8. Though she didn't know how John had managed such a swift breakthrough, he could forget about overwhelming her with his tier alone. No wonder she's backed by Luna Academy and the Azure Kingdom's princess, John thought, slightly surprised by the scene before him. His current tier was achieved entirely through Ymir's guidance and help, along with countless adventures and the special armament merge technique that allowed him to fuse with a unique staff. He had thought he had left Mary behind, but she had caught up. Since you have made thorough preparations for today, you should also remember the wager we made back then, John said, taking a deep breath and showing a hint of reminiscence on his face. Mary nodded seriously. I remember, but in the end, the one who will be defeated is you. Is that so? Since you acknowledge the wager, let's have everyone here bear witness. If I lose, I will serve the Azure Kingdom for life. If Mary loses, she must be my maid for 3 years. John's emotions grew more intense as he spoke. Although the spectators were already aware of the wager, hearing John confirm it again made their breaths quicken. Their eyes were fixed on John and Mary, not wanting to miss a moment of their battle. The stakes of this wager were enormous. Enough talk, let's begin. Mary wanted nothing to do with John and aimed to defeat him quickly so she could ask Owen why he hadn't come to witness the event. As soon as she finished speaking, the light on Mary's lungs were intensified, radiating a pure white glow that exuded a holy and pure aura, clearing the surrounding air. Seeing Mary attack proactively, John laughed heartily. The staff in his chest emitted a special light that spread along his body and onto the arena, transforming into an ancient formation that covered the entire platform. Immediately, the dense patterns on the arena emitted powerful magical waves, transforming into thick earth patterns that intertwined, creating massive blocks of earth the size of houses. Encircling Mary like barriers, these barriers began to spin rapidly, distorting the space around them. Trapped within these patterns, Mary's vision quickly blurred and became chaotic, giving her a disorienting feeling as if she were in a vast desert. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air echoed. A massive earth pattern surged toward Mary, shining brightly and enveloped in a thick, earthy aura, locking onto her. Mary's pupils contracted as she struck forward with her sword, one slash after another. Her sword strikes were light waves crashing in succession, creating numerous afterimages. Fierce sword energy continuously flew from her blade, striking the incoming earth pattern. Boom! Under the intense bombardment of sword energy, the advancing earth pattern slowed down. However, more earth patterns rapidly formed behind it, crashing forward with unimaginable force. They shattered the sword energy and continued their relentless charge towards Mary. Chapter 65. Am I late? As the earth patterns continued to surge towards her, Mary instinctively tried to dodge. However, as soon as she lifted her foot, yellow rays of light emerged from the formation beneath her, wrapping around her legs. Her bones creaked under the pressure, as if caught in iron clamps, rendering her alabaster legs immobile. At that moment, the earth pattern crashed into her like a meteor. Mary staggered back, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Her body felt as if it was being crushed, the pain relentless, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite her body being fortified by secret techniques and potions, making her stronger than an ordinary mage, the impact was too fierce for her to withstand, leaving her severely injured. Struggling to stabilize herself, Mary suddenly realized that her mana and blood circulation were shackled by the heavy yellow glow entwining her body. With your current strength, you are only fit to kneel before me as a lowly maid. Having suppressed Mary in a single move, John couldn't help but laugh maniacally, despite having anticipated this outcome. 3 years, 3 long years of ridicule. No one knew how he had endured the mockery. For this day, he had endured countless hardships and life-threatening situations, living rough and facing numerous trials. Now, he would use his absolute strength to crush Mary beneath his feet. From now on, the revered Mary is nothing more than a lowly maid before me. Mountain pattern. With a surge of mental intensity, John's fervent shout echoed as he raised his hand towards Mary, pressing down forcefully. Boom! Another massive earth pattern emerged, charging towards Mary with increasing ferocity. As the earth pattern surged forward, it absorbed the light from the formation below and the surrounding patterns, transforming into a towering hill that charged towards Mary. At that moment, Mary felt as though her body was about to be crushed. Her soft skin cracked, blood oozing out, and her bones creaked in agony, as if she were about to fall under this attack. The onlookers were horrified by this scene. John and Mary were both gold tier level 8 mages. They had expected a balanced fight, but Mary was already injured and on the brink of death as the battle had just begun. John's combat prowess was terrifying. Some platinum tier mages, watching the slightly deranged John, wore brave expressions. They had a strong feeling that even they might not be able to withstand this move. John's current battle strength was approaching platinum tier. Saint Annie, the Council of Elders, and the members of the royal family couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, their hearts hanging in suspense. John's displayed power far exceeded their expectations, and his techniques were extremely rare, not quite order yet resembling order in a mysterious way. They couldn't fathom it at all. As everyone held their breath, their expressions tense, Mary also sensed the overwhelming danger. She gripped her sword tightly, its blade glowing with watery light. Sword energy from all directions rapidly gathered onto the blade. With a mighty slash, a white streak appeared, like a surging river, piercing through the void. It manifested in front of Mary and collided with the hill pattern. Boom! The river of sword energy collided heavily with the hill pattern, spreading a deafening roar. The hill pattern trembled slightly, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying force. The royal arena trembled violently, the ground cracking, and even the clouds in the sky were torn apart by the spreading sword energy. The numerous mages watching from the edge of the arena, despite sensing the danger early and activating their magical defenses, found the impact too overwhelming. Those closer to the arena were directly blasted away, their faces pale, as their protective spells crumbled like paper against the onslaught. In the next moment, countless sword energies, centered around the river of sword energy, shattered like being thrown into a meat grinder, turning into light particles that fell to the ground and dissipated. After the river of sword energy shattered, Mary's body shuddered, growing even weaker. The hill rune then unrelentingly crashed into her, causing her blood to boil instantly. She was sent flying like a broken kite, her breath weakening as she fell beneath the arena, coughing up blood. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, with everyone staring dazedly at Mary beneath the arena. The 3-year agreement had ended just like that. John had defeated Mary with overwhelming force, revealing the vast difference in their strengths. Moreover, Mary's defeat not only disgraced the Azure Kingdom's royal family but also meant she had to abide by the wager and become John's maid. This thought shattered the hearts of many of Mary's admirers like glass. Many students from Luna Academy also stared in disbelief. They were well aware of Mary's strength, she was among the top talents even in their prestigious academy. Yet now, she had been defeated by John. As countless people sighed in amazement, the crowd suddenly noticed something, and exclamations arose. Owen is here. As these voices echoed, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Even the top prodigies like Davis and Monroe, who had initially lost interest, looked at Owen with renewed curiosity. At this moment, Owen appeared very young, with short hair shining cleanly in the sunlight, accentuating his handsome face with an added touch of charm. As Owen walked over, Madeline in the crowd widened her eyes in shock. She had clearly told Owen to escape with her sister, yet he dared to come here. If the matter of him killing the eldest prince was exposed, there would be no escape for him. How could he dare? In the midst of everyone's attention, Owen shook his head slightly. He had no intention of attracting attention. He had only come because Mary had sent him an invitation. Not showing up would have been rude and unusual. He planned to leave after watching the event, but upon arriving, he witnessed Mary's crushing defeat. Owen shook his head and stepped forward to help the weakened and terrified Mary to her feet. Being knocked off the arena meant she had lost according to the rules and must now become John's maid as per their agreement. Deep down, Mary felt a surge of despair. Rather than break her promise or suffer humiliation, she considered ending it all. But seeing Owen brought her a moment of peace. As Owen helped Mary up, he glanced at her 10 white fingers. Noticing she wasn't wearing any rings, he sighed in relief. It seemed she wore that particular ring only as a decoration and didn't keep it on during battles. Thus, his deception with Ymir that he was the one needing protection remained undiscovered. The sight of Owen helping Mary, with Mary looking at him with deep emotion, confirmed the previous rumors to the onlookers. It wasn't just that Mary was interested in Owen, it seemed Owen also had feelings for Mary, as he had twice now saved her from dire situations. This Owen is quite the romantic. I like that, Monroe said, licking her red lips, feeling a sudden fondness for him. Meanwhile, other top prodigies who knew Owen's strength became wary. Owen had appeared just as Mary was defeated. What did this mean? Was he here to seek justice for Mary? But wasn't he Leslie's fiancé? As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the one whose emotions fluctuated the most while watching Owen help Mary was John on the arena. Seeing the man who had stolen his Order of Thunder and possessed the Order of Fire, and knowing that Mary, the woman he thought of as the epitome of perfection, was deeply in love with Owen, despite him being someone else's fiancé, filled John with boundless anger. In jealousy. Owen, since you dare show up here, let's settle this with a fight, John roared. Chapter 66, the battle between the original and the current MC. On the arena, as John's angry and provocative voice echoed, all eyes turned to him in shock. From the power John had demonstrated, it was clear he was formidable. Even Mary, who had the combined training of the Azure Kingdom's royal family and Luna Academy, had suffered a crushing defeat. However, Owen was regarded by most mages as the true top genius. Although his current tier was relatively low, the potential he showed in battles made him seem unfathomable. Despite John's impressive combat strength, many instinctively felt Owen had a better chance of winning. The prodigies from various kingdoms, especially Davis, Monroe, and Carlos, watched with keen interest. Their primary reason for coming was to learn more about Owen. Now, with John stepping forward to challenge Owen, they were eager to see Owen's abilities and strategies tested. The Council of Elders and Luna Academy members also turned their attention to Owen. Unlike the others, they hoped Owen would accept John's challenge. They had some confidence in Owen's combat skills. If he defeated John, it would not only restore the Azure Kingdom's honor but might also offer a way out of Mary's predicament. Neither the Council of Elders nor Luna Academy could accept Mary becoming John's maid. It would be a severe blow to their dignity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, John, seeing Owen's silence, coldly pressed him further. What, are you afraid to accept my duel? Mary, you are my maid now. I order you to immediately leave Owen. He is your enemy now. As John grew increasingly aggressive, Ymir, residing in his necklace, frowned and communicated telepathically to him. John, Owen's strength is not simple, and you two might not even be enemies. Ever since she saw the ring Owen wore, Ymir had a complete change of heart about him, though she hadn't shared this with John. Now, with John provoking Owen, seemingly intent on a life or death struggle, she felt very conflicted. After all, whoever possessed the ring was her protector. Ymir, you know how important orders are. Only by obtaining them can I reach the pinnacle faster and better. Besides, Owen has both the thunder and fire orders. I am destined to defeat someone like him. Didn't you say that I am the chosen one? John replied to Ymir's message with serious determination. In his mind, the orders, the Godslayer staff, and even the glory Owen possessed rightfully belonged to him. Seeing John's resolute attitude, Ymir felt even more anxious but couldn't mention the contract ring. She could only try to persuade him again. This matter can't be rushed, it needs to be approached gradually. I have already taught you our family's secret techniques, which are no weaker than orders. You mustn't act against Owen now. John's expression grew serious, not understanding why Ymir, who had always supported and looked out for him, was now obstructing him regarding Owen. Could it be that Ymir valued Owen's talent? Thinking this, a ruthless glint flashed in John's eyes. The more this was the case, the less he could let Owen remain. Mary, why are you still not coming over? Are you planning to renege on our 3-year wager in front of all the mages on the continent? John continued, intending to use Mary as leverage to force Owen to comply. Hearing John's urging voice, a look of struggle crossed Mary's beautiful face. She longed to remain in Owen's embrace forever. But the widely known wager left her confused and conflicted. But thinking of the kingdom's unwavering promise and the reputation of Luna Academy, which could not be tarnished because of her, she could only bite her lip, reluctantly looking at Owen as she prepared to walk towards John. Seeing this, Owen sighed softly. He originally didn't want to accept this duel, it was a turbulent time, and keeping a low profile was best. However, at that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Defeat John and receive 10,000 fate points. Kill John and receive 12,000 fate points. Seeing this, Owen blinked and carefully examined the fate point rewards. After confirming he hadn't misread, his heartbeat quickened. Previously, completing tasks or triggering key plot points only yielded a few hundred, at most a few thousand, fate points. But now, it offered 10,000. This was 10 to 100 times more than before. No wonder John was the protagonist in the original anime, the fate points rewarded were immense. With such a large number of fate points, he could finally browse the fate store with some capital instead of just window shopping. I choose. Owen initially intended to choose the second task, to kill John, since it offered 2,000 more fate points. However, upon reconsidering, defeating John once would grant so many fate points. If John remained alive, he would be like a walking fate point ATM. Knowing all of John's opportunities, it would be easy to outmaneuver him. Keeping him alive would be more beneficial. Thus, Owen decisively chose task 1, to defeat John. After quickly making up his mind, Owen reached out and grabbed Mary, who was walking towards the arena. Mary was stunned as she saw Owen leap onto the arena. Seeing Owen finally step onto the platform, those who had been criticizing him for being cold-hearted and ignoring Mary immediately stopped their verbal attacks. The Council of Elders and members of Luna Academy, who had been in despair, now felt a glimmer of hope. If Owen didn't accept the challenge, there was nothing they could do since, strictly speaking, this matter wasn't directly related to him. Owen is truly a blessing for our Azure Kingdom, a pillar of the nation, a true statesman. Even some of the stubborn elders had a greatly improved opinion of Owen. Previously, Owen had helped the Azure Kingdom by eliminating Alfonso, and now he was helping to save face. Only a loyal servant of the Empire would do such things. Madeline couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the praise from the elders, royal family members, and Luna Academy. The Kingdom Vault incident was also Owen's doing. If they knew this, she wondered what their expressions would be. However, with Owen gaining more recognition now, even if his actions were exposed later, he might have a chance to redeem himself by his merits. As the crowd buzzed again, Owen, standing on the arena, directly addressed John. You want to challenge me, that's fine, but we need to set a wager between us as well. If I win, you give me the thunder and order of fire. If you win, your wager with Mary is nullified. With these words, the crowd erupted in excitement once more. Order. Owen actually put 2 incredibly precious orders up as a wager. Hearing this, many mages couldn't help but show expressions of greed. Orders were legendary treasures, and obtaining just one was already a stroke of immense luck, promising a limitless future. 2 orders, that was something they couldn't even dream of. And now, Owen was using them as a bet. Mary, knowing the importance of orders, turned even paler and more weak-looking. Owen, change the wager. 2 orders is too much. She had absolute confidence in Owen. But John's strength was formidable. If Owen slipped up, the price would be too high. Hey, I accept this wager. John quickly nodded in agreement. Although he sensed Owen's confidence, feeling like he was sure to win, the opportunity to get 2 orders was too great to pass up. Missing this chance might mean waiting a long time for another. John's prompt agreement was exactly what Owen had anticipated. The allure of orders was immense, and for John, it was an irresistible temptation. Chapter 67 Obsidify Level 3. With John agreeing to Owen's proposed wager, everyone present held their breath, eyes fixed on the 2 of them, afraid to miss any detail of the impending battle. John's terrifying displayed power and Owen's unprecedented talent made the crowd eagerly anticipate their fight. Especially Carlos, Monroe, and Davis, who had been ordered to come, all held a strong curiosity about Owen. To them, Owen was a mysterious allure. Boom. As countless gazes converged, the atmosphere on the arena quickly grew tense and oppressive. John's gold tier level 8 aura spread out, his robe billowing in the wind, exuding an oppressive, mountain-like pressure that caused the arena's surface to crack and crumble, sweeping towards Owen. At the same time, light patterns began to radiate from John, quickly covering the entire arena. The many mages watching this scene all had serious expressions. Mary's previous crushing defeat was due to this special technique, which forcibly suppressed her and led to her rapid collapse. None of them had yet understood what this special technique of John's was, only feeling that the air grew heavier with the appearance of the light patterns. Owen, within the light patterns, felt this even more keenly. It was as if he had entered a special gravity space, where both the flow of his blood and the circulation of his mana were affected, resembling a weakened version of a domain. But a domain was something John shouldn't be able to master at his current level, even with Ymir's assistance. The original storyline has changed, but John's techniques are still powerful and domineering. The Chosen One indeed lives up to his name. Owen's expression grew more serious, and suddenly, a gold tier level 2 aura emanated from him, stirring up waves on the arena. After killing 2 mages who enslaved zombies, Owen's level had reached gold tier level 2. As Owen's aura spread, many mages were shocked, feeling a sense of awe. 1 month ago, Owen had been only at bronze tier level 9. Now, he had broken through to gold tier level 2. Such a rapid breakthrough was beyond their imagination. It was too fast, crossing an entire tier. Gold tier level 2, this guy's breakthrough speed is truly monstrous, Carlos murmured to himself. Previously, when he fought Owen, he could still overpower him with his level. But now, with Owen's level increase, Carlos found himself lagging behind in every aspect. This deepened his sense of defeat and strengthened his determination to catch up to Owen. Aside from the rarely seen mountain forces, Carlos now regarded Owen as his greatest rival. Although his level is not particularly outstanding, his aura is extremely concentrated. It seems he is not only proficient in white magic but also highly skilled in dark magic, Monroe remarked, seriously observing Owen. Her usually alluring eyes were now filled with a serious intent. Owen's level was significantly lower than John's, trailing by 6 small levels. While this gap might not allow for an instant kill, it should easily permit suppression. However, under John's oppressive aura, Owen stood motionless, as solid as a rock. The mana around Owen swirled and was manipulated by him. Even the mana within his body gathered at the surface, forming an impenetrable armor that dispersed John's oppressive aura. Storing mana within the body was definitely a dark magic technique. Owen performed it effortlessly, indicating his profound mastery of dark magic. Hearing Monroe's exclamation, Davis became even more convinced that coming here in person today was the right decision. The stronger Owen's talent, the greater the future threat to the Cloud Empire. It was crucial to understand him thoroughly from now on. As the prodigies grew more eager for the impending battle, John began by forming hand seals. The staff at his chest radiated dazzling light, like a scorching golden glow, continuously supplying him with abundant mana. The light patterns on the ground gradually transformed into dense hill-like patterns, surging towards Owen. When Owen arrived, he had already sensed the formidable aura, a perfect blend of magic and power. For mages who were not strong in both aspects or had obvious weaknesses, this technique posed a lethal threat. Mary's mana was sufficient, but her strength and physique were too weak, which is why she was quickly injured and defeated. Owen, having trained Obsidify to level 2, possessed a physique far superior to that of a typical mage. Instead of retreating, he advanced, surrounded by flickering arcs of lightning, swiftly charging towards John, leaving an irregular white trail behind him. Boom, boom, boom. With the Order of Thunder and Obsidify activated, Owen moved like a human-shaped juggernaut, smashing through the light pattern formations. Any hill-like patterns that attacked him were instantly shattered, breaking like porcelain. As Owen charged forward, he appeared unstoppable. John's eyes widened slightly. Though he knew Owen had many techniques, he hadn't anticipated such explosive power that even the hill patterns could withstand. Owen's mastery of the Order of Thunder was especially impressive. Despite John's attempts to alter the formation to trap Owen in the center, Owen managed to evade each time with precision. The Order of Thunder, originally my order. If I had this order, my strength would progress even further. Owen's exceptional use of the Order of Thunder made John even more jealous, with greed almost spilling from his eyes. At the same time, Owen watched John with great interest. Through continuous combat, he gained a better understanding of the light pattern formations John activated. He realized that the skills and magical attacks John used weren't entirely his own. The glowing light on John's chest hinted at a unique staff's presence. It seemed that John wasn't entirely human at that moment but rather an immensely powerful staff. This revelation brought to Owen's mind the secret technique of Ymir's family. Armament Merge. It was a legendary secret technique that allowed one to merge with a weapon, enhancing combat power. The higher the quality of the weapon, the stronger the power. It appeared that John's formidable strength and his ability to match Owen blow for blow were due to Ymir providing him with a legendary staff and enabling him to merge with it. Legendary staffs were extremely rare, often involving orders and domain levels. This likely explained John's ability to form these intricate formations. After a few more exchanges with John, Owen realized this was a great opportunity. If John could merge with a legendary staff, then perhaps Owen could merge with the Godslayer staff. The enhancement John received from the legendary staff was significant, so how much more powerful would the Godslayer staff make Owen? With this thought in mind, Owen continuously channeled the Order of Thunder, steadily closing in on John. John's confusion grew as he couldn't comprehend Owen's intentions. However, he couldn't distance himself from Owen, as Owen's speed suddenly surged. The lightning around Owen became more intense, like countless white steel wires entwined around him. Flames began to erupt beneath his feet, exploding and propelling him forward several times. Faster. John couldn't evade in time. Seeing Owen rush towards him, he quickly condensed the formation's light patterns, forming a heavy, shrinking mountain, attempting to suppress Owen. The air screeched under the pressure. But at that moment, Owen's eyes locked onto John's ring, and he focused his mind. Mana Void, activate. In an instant, the surrounding mana and John's formation light patterns were pulled into Owen's domain, converting into the purest mana and gathering within Owen. Within a single breath, the formation's light patterns dissipated, and the surrounding mana was completely drained. John was utterly shocked, having never anticipated such an eerie occurrence. Mana was to a mage as water was to fish. Terrified, he instinctively retreated. At that moment, a unique glint flashed in Owen's eyes. Absolute copy, activate. Chapter 68 Armament Merge. Due to being within the mana void, John was reduced to a strong ordinary person, completely powerless to resist absolute copy. Thus, a ring quickly appeared in Owen's hand. Owen immediately probed his consciousness into John's storage ring. Armament Merge. He quickly found the special secret technique taught by Ymir. Seeing this, a broad smile spread across Owen's face. Such a unique and powerful secret technique was finally his. Ignoring the retreating John, Owen waved his hand, and the Order of Thunder and Order of Fire flew out from his forehead like two ancient runes, hovering above his head. They intertwined, each emitting a silver, white, and crimson light curtain. As the runes rotated, the light curtains gradually merged, forming a barrier exuding a dangerous aura. The space showed slight scorch marks, as if the barrier had divided it into two worlds. After ensuring his protection, Owen immediately began studying and comprehending Armament Merge. Soon, Owen understood the cultivation method of Armament Merge. It was unique and carried certain risks. The more powerful the staff, the greater the changes and backlash encountered during fusion. However, once successfully fused, the boost to tier and strength was immense. Without hesitation, Owen took out the Godslayer staff from the storage ring, placing it before him. He then began channeling mana elements into the Godslayer staff according to the Armament Merge technique, while also infusing his mind power into the staff, attempting to refine and merge it right there. John, who had retreated earlier, suddenly felt a sense of relief as familiar mana once again gathered around him. He breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly noticed the barrier occupying half of the arena. Because it was formed by the Order of Thunder and Order of Fire, he could only vaguely see Owen sitting cross-legged inside, seemingly cultivating. The more John observed Owen's cultivation method, the more familiar it seemed to him. Isn't this the cultivation method for Armament Merge? John thought, stunned. He had spent a long time training in it, so the technique was deeply imprinted in his memory. How did Owen also know it? His face darkened, and he suddenly launched an attack on the barrier. Meteor-like magical orbs, summoned by him, descended from the sky with long flaming tails, crashing heavily on top of the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if powerful explosives were detonating, causing the entire barrier to shake slightly. The rotation speed of the thunder and fire slowed a bit. Chaotic mana clashed with the space, creating countless sparks and deafening booms, sending waves of force rippling outward. The arena's surface buckled and shattered into rings of debris, as if plowed. However, John's magical meteors only slightly disturbed the barrier, not affecting Owen inside at all. Facing the spreading shockwaves, John grimly watched the seemingly indestructible barrier. He then channeled the abundant magic within him and launched another attack on the barrier. Break for me, John roared, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Mana within a radius of tens of meters began to boil violently, transforming into elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, madly bombarding the barrier. However, the rotating order on the barrier and the descending light curtains remained as an unchanging, eternal presence. Despite the relentless attacks, the barrier stood firm. Seeing John's intense emotional upheaval, Ymir grew anxious. She had noticed that Owen had seemingly used some domain power and even copied the ring from John's hand, now cultivating Armament Merge inside the barrier. If Owen successfully completed his cultivation, John's chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. However, with the contract ring in Owen's possession, Ymir was bound to protect him and could not intervene. As John's repeated attacks began to lose power and he sought help, Ymir could only shake her head and communicate telepathically. There are many powerful individuals here with highly sensitive perceptions. I cannot act. Moreover, the barrier formed by the two orders is not easily broken. Hearing this, John's heart sank to the bottom. His greatest trump card was Ymir. In the past, he had relied on Ymir's help and guidance to escape life and death situations. Now, Owen's strength and techniques were so bizarre that even John's confidence in his victory wavered. The best chance now was to break the barrier. He could see that Owen was at the critical moment of cultivating Armament Merge. As long as he broke the barrier, even if he didn't attack further, Owen might suffer a backlash. In the midst of John's increasingly desperate attacks, Owen, within the barrier, slowly closed his eyes. The Godslayer staff, placed before him, was gradually transforming into a dark golden water sphere under the guidance of his mana and mind power. The water sphere floated before him, exuding a divine pressure that seemed to crush the surrounding space. Even as the owner of the Godslayer staff, Owen felt immense pressure, subtly rejecting his spirit. Owen knew that he had reached the most critical juncture. Steadying his mind, he bore the immense divine pressure and forcibly absorbed the dark golden water sphere into his body. The golden water sphere, imbued with divine pressure, caused a burning pain just by touching Owen's skin. His skin broke out in goosebumps, and the stinging pain made him instinctively want to stop. But Owen's mind power far surpassed that of an ordinary mage. Enduring the increasing pain, he persevered through the ordeal. What is Owen doing? I don't know. It seems like he's preparing to merge with the Godslayer staff. His aura fluctuates, and if it weren't for the barrier, I would think he had already lost control. Now it's getting harder and harder to see through Owen, but if this keeps up, his barrier will eventually be broken, and Owen will be in danger. Many people didn't understand Owen's intentions. They were whispering among themselves when suddenly, a wave of violent energy surged from within the barrier, shooting straight into the sky. The barrier, which had remained unbreakable under John's attacks, was suddenly pierced by this energy. The two order runes flew back into Owen's body. Immediately, the energy wave grew even more terrifying, turning the clouds above into a swirling storm and bringing down a suffocating, terrifying pressure. What is that? Without the interference of the barrier, everyone could clearly see what was happening inside. The liquid form of the Godslayer staff had completely merged into Owen's body. His skin was now covered in a black glow, as hard as indestructible black gold. His skin, flesh, and bones were pitch black, emitting an aura of invincibility. Obsidify successfully broke through to level 3, reaching the obsidian bone stage. This advancement greatly enhanced Owen's physical strength. Simultaneously, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new passive skill, Supreme of All. Supreme of All. Owen's eyes widened as he carefully examined it. This passive skill had no levels, and its description was simple: Supreme Staff, King of all methods, unrivaled in a lifetime. After reading it, Owen felt that this description was much more abstract than the system's other introductions. Even Owen couldn't understand the specific function of this passive skill. Reflecting carefully, he recalled that the original work didn't mention this passive skill either. However, since it was a new passive skill resulting from the breakthrough of Obsidify and the fusion with the Godslayer staff, it had to be extraordinary. How did you acquire this skill? At this moment, John, having calmed his agitated aura, stared intently at Owen. Judging by Owen's current aura change, he was definitely cultivating Armament Merge. But this skill was clearly an exclusive secret of Ymir's family. How I got it is none of your business, Owen replied, giving John a sideways glance and shaking his head slightly. Previously, John was not a match for him even with this skill. Now that Owen had learned it, he feared John even less. Owen's disdain was evident, making the ever-proud John burn with endless rage. Although I don't know how you learned this technique, your quick breakthrough means your foundation is as weak as floating duckweed. This time, I won't hold back. Chapter 69 is Owen about to lose. This time, I won't hold back anymore. As John's cold and resolute voice rang out, he struck his chest forcefully. The legendary staff embedded in his chest, which emitted a dazzling light, began to vibrate slightly. Waves of abundant mana immediately spread from the staff to his entire body, causing intricate golden patterns to crawl all over him. This seemed to be a form of dark magic as well. His already formidable presence began to rise continuously at this moment. It was as if he was bathed in an ocean of mana, instantly dispelling the weakness and fatigue from moments before. Everyone watched in shock as John not only recovered in an instant but also ascended to an even higher level. They were astonished by his powerful recovery methods. Even a platinum tier mage would likely fall behind in a prolonged battle against him. The dark magic emanating from John gave them an illusion of an invincible, golden deity. Every move he made was imbued with immense mana. Compared to before, the sense of danger John exuded was now much more intense. Just gazing at him made them feel a piercing pain in their hearts, instinctively wanting to keep their distance and revere him. Golden glaze, eternal immortality. John let out a long howl towards the sky. His body, covered in golden patterns, began to swell as he charged towards Owen, transforming into a golden crystal form that created a sharp wind as it moved. In an instant, he had already reached Owen, moving at an extreme speed, making the spatial barriers seem like mere decorations. Golden glaze, it's actually this dark magic. Seeing John already in front of him, Owen was also somewhat surprised. This dark magic was renowned in the original story and was a signature move of the protagonist John. Upon casting it, not only does one's body become invincible, but various buffs are also applied, significantly enhancing combat strength by more than double. It is said to be second only to top-tier dark magic like Obsidian. It seems that he has mastered this dark magic to an exceptionally high level. With the legendary staff support, he has nearly perfected it. Don't think you're the only one who knows dark magic. Your so-called genius ends today. John's expression was extremely ecstatic. Not only was he empowered by the golden glaze, but he could also feel that Owen's aura was being suppressed by his own. The difference in their levels, along with the dark magic he wielded, had completely widened the gap between them. As John unleashed his power, his attack speed became increasingly swift, and the strength of each strike grew significantly. Even though Owen activated Obsidian, appearing like a deity in the night, he couldn't defeat John in a short time. Instead, they clashed fiercely, with the entire arena shaking and nearly reduced to ruins. Is this John's true strength? Seeing John's ferocious and rapid state, Davis, Monroe, and other mages were stunned, their eyes wide open. If John's earlier display of power only gave them a faint sense of threat, now they felt they might be defeated under his relentless assault. John's power made them somewhat apprehensive. Owen, Mary and Madeline couldn't help but tense up, a deep worry flashing through their hearts. John's strength is increasing. It seems he has been enduring humiliation and hiding his potential, a genius overlooked by Academy City. Among the crowd, Edward adjusted his monocle, his curiosity growing. Although John's previous performance was impressive enough to be considered among the top talents, such a character would still pale in comparison to Owen. But now, John had revealed strength comparable to Owen's, sparking Edward's genuine curiosity about him. After all, Owen was recognized as Academy City's top genius, while John's notoriety was primarily due to his disgrace of being rejected by Mary. Now, he is able to battle Owen on equal terms. Although his methods are quite unconventional, he indeed possesses such strength. This person is worth paying close attention to. What caught Edward's attention even more was Owen. In just a few days, Owen had advanced from silver tier to gold tier, and his techniques had become increasingly enigmatic. If Owen's level weren't so low, John, despite being an exceptional genius, would not stand a chance against him. Owen's rapid growth astonished Edward even more, as there had never been such a remarkable prodigy in the continent's history. As countless eyes were completely drawn to their battle, John fought more vigorously and began to outpace Owen. The pure, flawless golden glaze on his body seemed to merge with the light, making his attacks even more formidable. Suddenly, John's eyes lit up, as if he had found an opportunity. A blood-red dagger materialized in his palm, which he then gripped tightly. The appearance of the blood-red dagger brought a chilling, murderous aura to the air. In the eyes of the onlookers, the world seemed to turn monochrome, with only that eerie blood-red standing out, chilling to the core. Dragonslayer dagger. Grasping the blood-red dagger, John instantly became frenzied. The mental waves he emitted grew agitated, with the faint sound of a dragon's wail echoing incessantly. Owen suddenly felt his surroundings shift dramatically. He saw a blood-red dragon appear behind him, its two grotesque claws clasping his body. Tightly like an inescapable prison, John let out a sinister laugh and swung the dagger, plunging it deeply into Owen's abdomen. With the dragon's soul binding his body, Owen couldn't break free. The dagger easily tore through his clothes, pierced his magical defenses, and even Obsidian dimmed under the dagger's crimson gleam. In an instant, the dagger penetrated Owen's abdomen effortlessly. Dragonslayer dagger. That's a legendary weapon that has truly slain dragons and is stained with their blood. Even a mere scratch from it would be fatal due to the dragon's curse. Seeing the dagger in Owen's abdomen, many elder mages' expressions changed drastically as they snapped out of the dagger's influence. They all recognized this legendary malevolent weapon. Even a platinum tier mage would be doomed if struck by the dagger, let alone Owen, a gold tier mage. This dagger itself possesses a soul-reaping ability and is tainted with the dragon's curse. Both the wielder and the victim will be forever shrouded in misfortune. Edward knew the Dragonslayer dagger the best, his face turned pale, and his monocle fell from its socket without him even noticing. It's over. Everything is over. His heart was full of shock and regret. Any mage wounded by the Dragonslayer dagger would die instantly without exception. Although Owen was a genius, his strength was too low. Even mages a tier above him couldn't withstand the Dragonslayer dagger, let alone Owen. Now, Owen was doomed. Such an unprecedentedly gifted individual had died here, right under his nose. The other mages were also agape with shock. No one had expected the situation to escalate to this point. John had hidden such a trump card wielding the legendary Dragonslayer dagger. This battle between the two seemed to have truly come to an end. Just as they were about to lament for Owen, they suddenly noticed that the Dragonslayer dagger, which had pierced into Owen's abdomen, began to shimmer and gradually transform into stardust, disappearing. No, it wasn't disappearing at all. It was being absorbed by Owen. At that moment, a strong wave of mana erupted within Owen, causing the vibrating void to roar. The system swiftly displayed a notification. Armament merge successful. Successfully absorbed the legendary weapon, Dragonslayer dagger. Gained express, Order of Merlin passive activated, tenfold increase. After the system notification ended, Owen's level surged rapidly, breaking through all barriers. Gold tier level 3, gold tier level 4. Directly advancing to gold tier level 8, he leapt 6 levels in an instant. Chapter 70 ready for a brawl. On the arena platform, Owen's heartbeat pounded like a war drum, and dense, viscous mana surged turbulently within him. His body swelled slightly like a balloon, veins bulging all over. Numerous black impurities and grime were expelled from his body under the impact of the raging mana, forming a foul-smelling black membrane on his skin. The mana swirling around him burned like flames, quickly drying the black membrane, which then flaked off his black powder, revealing his refined, bronze-colored skin. An unprecedented feeling of strength filled his entire body, making his eyes gleam and his breath sharp as arrows. It felt as if a single thought could stir up a mana storm. He felt like a sovereign ruler of the world. It was only at this moment that Owen understood what, supreme of all, truly meant. The Godslayer staff was indeed a divine artifact, the king of all staffs and weapons on the continent. No weapon has the right to attack its king, it will only be devoured. By devouring others' weapons, it can convert them into experience, truly worthy of the Godslayer staff. Owen's face lit up with joy. His recent gamble had paid off. Although the Dragonslayer dagger was a legendary weapon, it was insignificant in the presence of a divine artifact, especially the Godslayer staff. Feeling the vast mana elements within and around him, Owen couldn't help but let out a triumphant howl and then smiled at John. He had to admit, John was truly his lucky star. Not only had he delivered the armament merge, but he also brought the legendary Dragonslayer dagger, significantly boosting Owen's power in a short time. Legendary weapons are extremely rare and difficult to come by. Even if one is fortunate enough to encounter one, without the right opportunities and strength, gaining recognition from such a weapon is nearly impossible. As Owen smiled at John, John's expression was as if he had eaten something foul. Whether it was the armament merge or the Dragonslayer dagger, these were John's hard-earned trump cards. Now, it felt like he had handed them over to his greatest rival. This realization drove him mad with rage. He clutched his hair tightly, unable to believe it was real. Even Ymir, within John's necklace, showed a rare expression of shock. From the moment Owen used absolute copy, she sensed things were going wrong. Owen was too mysterious, and their understanding of him was too limited. Now, all of John's techniques and trump cards had not only failed but had also become Owen's tools for victory. Give back the Dragonslayer dagger, John, growing more furious, glared at Owen. The Dragonslayer dagger was his most potent weapon, he couldn't just let it go. Owen's response was a blood-red dragon that surged out from his forehead. The dragon was originally only the size of a thumb, but as it emerged from Owen's forehead, it rapidly expanded, growing to a size of several dozen meters, larger than the arena itself. This was the vengeful dragon's remnant spirit within the Dragonslayer dagger, imbued with an extremely terrifying killing intent. Owen intended to turn John's own weapon against him. John had already suffered some backlash from using the Dragonslayer dagger, and now, suddenly facing such a terrifying magical attack, he was forced to muster his mana for defense. However, as soon as his mana formed, it was mercilessly shattered by the charging dragon, which then struck him hard in the chest, sending him flying off the arena. Boom! John's body crashed heavily into the ground below the arena, creating a deep crater several dozen meters wide, shrouded in darkness and swirling with dust. No, John, his body racked with pain and drained of strength, let out an unwilling roar. He had trained tirelessly for years to soar to the top and make a name for himself on the continent, only to be overtaken and surpassed by Owen. It was a complete failure. Not only did he fail to obtain Owen's order, but he also lost his own skills in the Dragonslayer dagger. Coughing up a mouthful of blood from the physical pain and intense frustration, John collapsed into the crater. As John's energy reached its lowest point, the Council of Elders, the royal family, and the headmaster of Luna Academy, who had been closely watching the battle, all breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the twists and turns of the battle, Owen ultimately defeated John, preserving Mary's honor as well as the reputation of the royal family in the academy. Meanwhile, Davis, Monroe, Carlos, and other prodigies looked on in utter astonishment. Not only had Owen defeated John, but his strength had also clearly increased significantly. Breaking through in battle, growing stronger the more he fights. They had only heard of such feats, but it happened truly and unmistakably with Owen. Especially as Owen's tier rapidly increased, they even had a sense of not being able to detect Owen's aura at all. If the pre-breakthrough Owen gave them a faint sense of danger, the post-breakthrough Owen's aura was completely indiscernible to them. This change could only mean that Owen's level had significantly increased. Edward, coming to his senses, adjusted his fallen monocle back into place. He scrutinized Owen with an uncertain expression and asked, "May I ask, Master Owen, what level have you reached now?" With Edward's voice, everyone's attention turned to Owen. Seeing that even Edward couldn't see through Owen, they were even more astonished. Edward was a renowned figure in Academy City, known for his arrogance and fearlessness. Yet now, he was showing such respect to Owen. What level had Owen reached? They had all seen the glow of Owen's upgrade just now, but the light was so dazzling and fleeting that no one could tell exactly how much he had advanced. However, it was clearly not just 1 or 2 levels. When Edward asked, Owen thought for a moment before replying, "Not that much, just gold tier level 8. Gold tier level 8. Everyone gasped, wondering if they had misheard. Gold tier level 8. Owen had been just gold tier level 2 moments ago and had now advanced 6 levels. Such a massive increase was terrifying. It was well known that for most mages, even advancing a single level could take months or even years. Advancing 7 levels in one go was unimaginable. Yet this seemingly fantastical event had occurred right before their eyes. Comparing oneself to others can really be frustrating. In a simple battle, Owen has made such a tremendous leap, truly worthy of being called the continent's greatest genius. Such a figure has never been seen before, in any age. To fight him would surely bring improvement and insight. Indeed, even in defeat, to face such a prodigy would immortalize one's name in history. It's a life well lived. Quickly, many prodigies, despite their shock, felt a strong surge of fighting spirit. Owen, last time we didn't have the chance to fight. Today, with everyone here, let's have a match. Andre, with his bold and forthright nature, felt a deep-seated desire to fight, spurred by Owen's combat prowess and talent. Even though he knew he wasn't a match for Owen right now, Owen loomed like a towering mountain, overshadowing the brilliance of all other geniuses. In his presence, others could scarcely be called prodigies. One person, dominating an entire era. To Andre, this was their misfortune. Given the current circumstances, they might never surpass Owen, living forever in his shadow. Yet, it was also their fortune. A prodigy like Owen was destined to become a legendary figure. To live in the same era, to witness his growth, and even to challenge him was a rare opportunity. As Andre stepped forward with immense enthusiasm, other prodigies couldn't sit still. They rose with determination, issuing their challenges to Owen. After all, challenging other prodigies no longer held any significance. Only by defeating Owen could they face a true challenge. Following Andre's bold move, many top geniuses on the genius leaderboard couldn't help but stand and speak up as well. Annie of Moonspring Kingdom challenges Owen. Seeing Annie, standing barefoot and surrounded by a mist, many were amazed. This usually low-key and reserved saint was also stirred by Owen's fighting spirit. Chapter 71 Geniuses. Monroe of the Sun Moon sect, here to challenge. Monroe, who had been seated in the VIP section, glanced at the coldly elegant Annie. Stretching lazily, she showcased her voluptuous figure, making it even more alluring. Her semi-transparent attire revealed her fair skin in the most enticing way. Monroe's voice carried a seductive tone, drawing the attention of most male mages like an invisible hand. Their gazes fixed on her, drooling and looking utterly mesmerized. Are the mountain forces getting involved too? Edward and the headmaster of Luna Academy looked slightly grim. They had understood that the Sun Moon sect had sent a saint to observe, intending to use this opportunity to gauge Owen's abilities. But seeing her actively participating was still surprising. The mountain forces were known for their mystery and strength, often ignoring matters outside their domain, believing that nothing happening below could affect their status. Their involvement now was an unprecedented sign of how much they valued Owen. They knew very little about this saint of the Sun Moon sect, Monroe, and were extremely curious. Especially Davis, who had accompanied Monroe, found himself breathing more slowly. As the son of the Prime Minister of the Cloud Empire, he had tried to learn about Monroe without getting deeply involved with the Sun Moon sect. Until now, there had been no good opportunity, but Monroe's interest in Owen sparked his. Owen, turning his thoughts quickly, Davis stood up, looking at Owen on the platform, and said loudly. Davis, son of the Prime Minister of the Cloud Empire, here to challenge Owen. With Davis's declaration, many kingdom representatives couldn't sit still. The Cloud Empire's influence was vast and its power formidable, deeply impacting the surrounding kingdoms. They knew they weren't Owen's match but wanted to challenge him to show their alignment with Davis and, by extension, the Cloud Empire. Voices challenging Owen echoed like a chorus, filling the air and making the blood within one's body almost boil with excitement. Owen had always adopted an open-arms approach to challenges from his peers. However, the number of challengers this time was simply overwhelming. Accepting each challenge individually would mean battling indefinitely, possibly never finishing. Most importantly, Owen felt that their strength wasn't enough to pose a real threat to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Owen looked at the numerous prodigies eager to challenge him and spoke in a voice like a resounding bell. All of you, come at me together. Together. At Owen's words, the challengers were stunned, their voices seeming to be choked by an invisible hand. They had encountered arrogant people before, but never anyone as brazen as Owen. He intended to take on all the prodigies by himself. Even the older generation was shocked, looking at Owen with astonished faces. Facing so many prodigies alone was something even they wouldn't be confident about. Owen was indeed too arrogant. However, upon reflection, they realized that Owen might not be entirely wrong. After all, he had already demonstrated that he was on a higher level than all the prodigies present. He was not in the same league as top-tier prodigies like John. Perhaps only he could dare to say such words. The deathly silence of the numerous prodigies was entirely within Owen's expectations. He sighed and, looking over the crowd of prodigies, said, I just want to defeat all of you here or be defeated by you. After all, constantly winning without ever experiencing failure is not good for me. His provocative words, though not loud, cast a shadow over the faces of all the prodigies, igniting a fierce anger within them. This is too much. Does he really think we're nothing? Although he is very arrogant, his words aren't entirely wrong. With his strength, he is indeed not someone any single one of us can handle alone. Let's team up and teach him a harsh lesson. Many prodigies were infuriated. In their respective kingdoms, they were the top talents. Always greeted with flowers and applause. When had they ever faced such humiliation? As the crowd of prodigies grew increasingly agitated, Madeline and Mary looked at Owen with worried expressions. Although they both knew Owen's strength was immense and unfathomable, they were concerned that facing so many prodigies at once might result in Owen being overwhelmed or seriously injured. Owen, maybe you should take a moment to adjust yourself first, Mary called out loudly. Her words were meant to buy Owen some time to recover and to make him realize that accepting the challenge of so many prodigies was no trivial matter. Mary's voice caused the hundreds of eager prodigies to pause and look at Owen. They knew that attacking together was unfair, and they naturally wanted to challenge Owen at his peak to see his true limits. Facing the questioning looks from the crowd, Owen shook his head and said, no need, all of you attack together. I hope you don't disappoint me. As he spoke, Owen activated his basic healing skill, quickly restoring himself to peak condition. Seeing Owen's aura return to its peak, the numerous prodigies, who had gathered in front of the arena, were shocked once again. They had only seen such rapid recovery skills on John before, and now Owen displayed the same ability. How many more hidden techniques did this guy have? In an instant, the numerous prodigies, who had initially planned to hold back, took a deep breath and decided to use their most powerful techniques. They needed to teach Owen a profound lesson. They knew that while they might not be able to defeat Owen in single combat, if they couldn't beat him together, they would have no face to return to their kingdoms. Moreover, many of the more perceptive prodigies felt that this might be their only chance to defeat Owen. If they missed it, they might never have such an opportunity again. Attack together, don't hold back. Since he has such confidence, let's give him a proper lesson. Don't give him any time to gather strength. If he uses techniques like TNT, even if we join forces, we won't stand a chance. The prodigies strategized while mobilizing the brilliant mana elements within and around them. Owen's challenge had backed them into a corner where they couldn't afford to lose, or they would become laughingstocks and forever be recorded in the annals of Academy City. Witnessing this scene, Edward's blood was boiling. He felt he was witnessing the birth of a legendary moment in history. Regardless of the outcome, this battle would be the focus of future discussions for generations. No one before had been as audacious or confident as Owen. The royal family, council of elders, Luna Academy, and other factions discarded all other thoughts, fully immersing themselves in the spectacle. This battle had truly captured everyone's attention. In the center of the arena, Owen's robes billowed in the wind. Facing him, the 100 prodigies activated their most powerful techniques. Chaotic magical fluctuations formed a tide that connected the heavens and earth, sweeping across the world. The sky above them was dark and tumultuous, like the reopening of chaos, with the wind and clouds roaring. Arrow of the angel. Annie's holy wings unfurled behind her as she drew the celestial longbow in front of her. An arrow, hovering between reality and illusion, was pulled to its limit and then shot through the air. The arrow transformed into a dazzling beam of angelic light, radiating 7 colors under its glow. Faint sounds of a divine realm echoed as it descended upon the arena. Yin-yang chaos. Monroe narrowed her eyes as a crescent moon shadow appeared in her left hand, resembling a delicate silver jade plate. In her right hand, a fiery sun materialized, like a compressed flame radiating pure yang energy. As she clasped her hands together, a celestial fox appeared behind her, racing towards Owen and shattering the bright sky along its path, plunging it into darkness. Chapter 72 Legend across the continent. Carlos, who had long been eyeing Owen, now stared at him intently, a serious expression on his face. A writhing black tentacle emerged from the void behind him, like a towering black pillar exuding a maddening, terrifying aura. The tentacle surged towards Owen, staining the space around it with a desolate, decaying hue, like a bleak oil painting. The magical attacks from everyone followed one after another, filling the sky with a myriad of colors. The countless chaotic mana collisions created utter turmoil in the sky. Even with Owen's strength, the onslaught of magical attacks gave him a fleeting sense of facing death. Clearly, Owen's earlier words had truly angered them, and they were now attacking without holding back, using their most lethal moves. The many veteran figures watching the battle felt a chill run down their spines. Among them were individuals who had broken through to Platinum Tier or even Diamond Tier. As the magical attacks surged towards them, the veteran figures instinctively felt fear. Facing such attacks themselves, they knew they would be severely injured, if not killed. These young mages were no ordinary individuals, they were the top talents from various kingdoms and factions. Each had a high reputation on the continent, especially Annie and others who were on the genius leaderboard. Their combat abilities far exceeded their levels. Should we just let Owen continue this madness? Owen is the top genius. If he dies, it would be a huge loss for our Azure Kingdom. I also think we should stop this chaos. Owen is the cornerstone of our Azure Kingdom. Without him, our top talents will always be weaker than those of other kingdoms. It's already too late. So many prodigies attacking together with such powerful waves of mana are not easy to fend off. As the members of the Council of Elders retreated in fear, Madeline and Mary couldn't help but channel their mana, preparing to help Owen block some of the attacks. They knew their strength was insignificant in the face of the overwhelming onslaught, but they couldn't bear to see Owen fall. At this critical moment, a shadow of the Godslayer staff began to emerge on Owen's chest, emitting a dazzling golden light. This golden light quickly formed a bowl-shaped shield around him, enveloping him in its protective glow. The Guardian Shield had been activated. Boom! Countless long-range magical attacks bombarded the shield like missiles, creating ripples on its surface that spread outwards. Amidst the dense magical barrage, a broad smile appeared on Carlos's face. Although he didn't understand why Owen had proposed to challenge all the prodigies alone, this situation presented Carlos with a great opportunity. Now he had a clear understanding of the gap between himself and Owen. It was not a gap that could be bridged by single combat. With so many prodigies present and Owen's arrogance, this was a perfect opportunity. If they could manage to injure Owen together, he would have a chance to secretly devour Owen's flesh and blood. Given his unique Dark Emperor bloodline, he would gain Owen's talents and possibly utilize them even better. So, he kept a close eye on Owen within the shield. Once the shield broke, it would be his moment to strike. Many other prodigies had similar thoughts. Owen's extraordinary talent was a threat to them in their respective kingdoms and factions. A dead Owen would be the best research subject they couldn't allow him to continue living. But under their watchful and hostile eyes, the shield around Owen remained unyielding. It was as if all the attacks were mere illusions, quickly absorbed and nullified by the shield. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Carlos's fists clenched involuntarily as he stared in disbelief, his deep eyes wide with shock. Had their combined attacks really been so effortlessly blocked? The others who had launched their magical assaults were equally stunned, looking at the seemingly unbreakable shield around Owen. What kind of technique was this? They had never seen Owen use it before. It was utterly unbelievable. To their further amazement, after Owen had deflected all the long-range magical attacks, the shield around him trembled slightly and then began to emit a dazzling light. As the brilliance reached its peak, the shield around Owen transformed into an intensely radiant sun, impossible to look at directly. Everyone squinted their eyes, finding it difficult to look directly at the intense light. Suddenly, the brilliant glow expanded like a blown-up bubble. The various attacks that had been absorbed into the Guardian Shield were now simultaneously unleashed. The terrifying energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. The myriad magical attacks collided with the reflected magic, creating a dazzling display of fireworks in the sky. Chaotic waves spread out in all directions like a massive circular blade, tearing up the arena and sending nearby mages flying, coughing up blood, their faces pale as paper. Due to the unique properties of the Guardian Shield, all projectile attacks were reflected back with triple the force. Consequently, even though the subsequent attacks from the prodigies were more intense, they were all crushed and obliterated by the reflected attacks, producing earth-shaking booms. Some of the weaker mages fainted outright from the impact, bleeding from their orifices. Even top-tier prodigies like Carlos, Monroe, and Davis were left looking weakened and disheveled, retreating several dozen meters. A few moments later, the chaotic waves finally subsided. Everyone mustered their strength and looked towards the center of the disturbance. There, the waves had calmed, revealing a sunken arena. In the center of the depression stood Owen, his robe spotless and unruffled, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. In stark contrast to the bedraggled prodigies, Owen stood dull and composed. Owen is unharmed. Seeing Owen standing there with a stable aura, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, but Owen's figure remained unchanged. He wasn't just unharmed, his aura was completely unperturbed. The earlier explosion had been terrifying. Owen, positioned at the very center, had emerged unscathed. Owen actually did it. He deflected all those attacks from so many prodigies. Owen, what are his true limits? Even a platinum tier mage would struggle to withstand such attacks. Owen has created a miracle. Moments later, countless pairs of eyes looked at Owen as if seeing him for the first time, with exclamations of amazement and disbelief echoing continuously. Today, they witnessed a miracle, unprecedented in history. Edward, recording the event, had his pupils suddenly contract. Although he had anticipated this outcome, seeing Owen truly achieve it deeply shocked him. No, this matter is too significant. It could affect the future of the continent. I must report it. Back to Academy City immediately. Edward quickly decided and wrote down every detail of the event. He then used magic to send the urgent message to Academy City. Meanwhile, other factions present also realized the importance of the event and used their own means to report it back as quickly as possible. Owen had created a miracle today, making history. Carlos felt a flash of despair. Today's events had undeniably dealt a significant blow to him. So many prodigies together were no match for Owen alone. Owen, where did he come from? Could he be a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, the so-called chosen one? Even that might not compare to him. Monroe rubbed her injured chest, wondering if the Sun Moon sect had been detached from the world for too long. Chapter 73 after the aftermath. The originally highly anticipated 3-year appointment was now completely overshadowed by Owen's glorious feat of defeating hundreds of prodigies single-handedly. The major kingdoms, top factions, and even the reclusive mountain forces were all paying close attention to this event. The level of importance they placed on Owen reached unprecedented heights. After all, the combined forces of the prodigies from various factions couldn't defeat Owen, illustrating the vast gap between them and him. However, what surprised everyone even more was the sudden news from Academy City early the next morning, which caused an uproar in the imperial capitals. Did you hear? Owen seems to have been ranked on the Celestial Leaderboard by the Masters of Academy City. Celestial Leaderboard. You must have misheard. He should still be ranked first on the Genius Leaderboard. To enter the Celestial Leaderboard, one must at least reach Diamond Tier. That's right, the Celestial Leaderboard is reserved for the continent's top-tier powerhouses, requiring at least Diamond Tier strength to qualify. Owen's talent and combat prowess are undeniably extraordinary and unprecedentedly powerful, one mage remarked. But he admitted himself yesterday that he is only Gold Tier level 8. While this is top tier among the younger generation, it's still far from diamond tier. Above gold tier is platinum tier, a gap that most mages find insurmountable. The difference in power is immense. Listing Owen on the celestial leaderboard seems unrealistic and misleading. Academy City is known for its rigor. They wouldn't make such an unreasonable move just for hype. The mages in the imperial capital discussed this hotly. Every change to the celestial leaderboard drew immense attention, and the fact that it involved Owen added fuel to the fire. Amid their heated debate, the daily newspaper published by Academy City began circulating among various kingdoms and factions. When people read the newspaper, from commoners to nobility, they were momentarily stunned and confused. Owen had indeed made it onto a leaderboard, but it wasn't the celestial leaderboard. Instead, he was ranked first on the domination leaderboard. Domination leaderboard, what's that? I've never heard of it before. Many mages frowned, wondering if there had been a printing error. While such a possibility was highly unlikely, they were well acquainted with the leaderboards published by Academy City, and the domination leaderboard was unheard of. Upon closer inspection, they found a brief explanation of the domination leaderboard in the newspaper. The domination leaderboard is ranked above the genius leaderboard, reserved for super geniuses who dominate all peers of the same tier. Such individuals are too exceptional to be listed on the genius leaderboard alone. Only by creating a new, higher-level leaderboard can their extraordinary talent be properly recognized. After reading Academy City's explanation, everyone was dumbfounded. The Academy City's leaderboards had remained unchanged for thousands of years. During that time, there had been proposals to create new leaderboards, but they were all rejected by Academy City with stern refusals, citing the traditions and rules set by their ancestors and predecessors as unchangeable. But now, for Owen, those stubborn old conservatives had made an exception. They created a new leaderboard just for Owen, and he was the only one on it. This showed how highly they valued him. It was an incredible honor. As long as Academy City existed, Owen's name would be immortalized with this leaderboard until someone comparable or superior appeared. Neither the elder mages of Academy City nor the major factions and kingdoms believed such a person would appear again. Owen was too extraordinary, a unique figure in the annals of history. While the appearance of the domination leaderboard created a storm of emotions among the masses, Owen, the center of it all, seemed indifferent. He lounged in the Duke's mansion, sipping tea and enjoying a life of luxury. It wasn't that he had become complacent. His popularity had surged, with numerous factions eager to meet him and countless mages idolizing him. The Duke's mansion was surrounded by layers of mages, all waiting for a glimpse of Owen. Owen didn't like such scenes, so he stayed within the mansion, waiting for the excitement to die down. Additionally, Leslie had already spread the news about the treasure map auction through Academy City. The plan was progressing smoothly, without needing Owen's intervention. All he had to do now was wait for the right moment. Owen had heard within the Duke's mansion that the Azure royal family was furious about the treasure map leak and was taking it very seriously. They had mobilized guards to search for the culprits who had entered the kingdom vault. To prevent the treasure map from falling into the wrong hands, they had prepared 6 months' worth of tax revenue to take to Academy City for the auction. Although 6 months of Azure Kingdom's tax revenue was an astronomical figure, it was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the treasure. Meanwhile, Kyric had already mobilized his forces, marching towards the border with great momentum to avenge Prince Billy and Grand Protector Brian. This issue had also caused a significant uproar in the royal court. General Stanley had been called back to defend the border, and the Azure Kingdom's army was being mobilized. The royal court was incredibly busy. Owen took a sip of red wine, enjoyed the sun for a while, then waved to dismiss the serving maids. With a thought, his mind power delved into his storage ring. Several days had passed, and the snake egg in the incubator looked more round and full, emitting a strong mono wave. Flames traced along the eggshell, resembling lava, emitting heat waves that accelerated Seraphina's hatching. Clearly, the Fire Dragon King's beast core was significantly aiding Seraphina's incubation. It wouldn't be long before the future Queen Seraphina would emerge. If I get more beast cores, the hatching speed should increase, and Seraphina's development would be even better. Owen rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, and decided it was time to gather more beast cores for the snake egg. After all, he had nothing else to do at the moment. With this in mind, Owen got up and headed towards the back gate of the Duke's mansion. The mansion was vast, while the front gate was packed with people. The back gate was relatively free of onlookers. With some caution, he could easily slip away. As Owen entered the courtyard and approached the back gate, a stooped steward immediately bowed and said, "Owen, His Majesty summons you. Please follow me immediately." Hearing this, Owen's eyes narrowed slightly. The king wants to see me. This is the first time. Could it be about Mary? Owen shook his head. The steward glanced around and then whispered, "Owen, the royal envoy is already waiting outside. Please proceed immediately." Guessing wouldn't help, so Owen turned and left the Duke's mansion, heading towards the royal palace. As soon as Owen left the courtyard, Charlotte, who moved like a shadow, appeared beside Leslie and briefly reported the situation. "You said he was taken away," Leslie murmured. "Yes, the king sent an envoy to the mansion to fetch Owen," Charlotte reported in detail. "What do you think King Albert wants with Owen this time?" Leslie asked casually. "It should be about Princess Mary," Charlotte replied cautiously. Rumor had it that Princess Mary was very fond of Owen, and their ambiguous relationship was widely discussed in the imperial capital. Hearing this, Leslie nodded first, then shook her head before asking again, "Charlotte, how many strong members of the Council of Elders have entered the imperial capital now?" Charlotte thought for a moment and said, "Besides an elder and 4 platinum tier mages who arrived initially, Mac has also arrived with another elder." "Mac has come too." Leslie raised her eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing across her stunningly beautiful face. "Yes, Mac is here as well." Everyone in the imperial capital knew that Leslie and Mac were childhood friends. Back then, Leslie was a mischievous troublemaker, and Mac was the son of the Council of Elders' Grand Elder. Both were renowned for their looks in the imperial capital. At that time, to outsiders, the two of them seemed like a perfect match. "No, something's not right." Leslie furrowed her brows, pacing back and forth. An inexplicable sense of danger slowly spread through her mind. "Charlotte, has anyone unusual entered the imperial capital recently?" Leslie suddenly asked. "Unusual people?" Charlotte thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Kyric has sent the penal minister." Hearing this, Leslie abruptly stopped. Her cold, stunning face was filled with icy determination. "Something's happened," Leslie exclaimed, pulling a few badges from her storage ring and tossing them to Charlotte. "Order Benedict to cut off all communication between the imperial capital and the outside world. Command the Eagle Guard to surround the imperial capital. Order the Duke's Mansion's Lion Guard to mobilize fully. I want the imperial capital under control within 12 hours. Direct the Black Rose Underground organization in the imperial capital to coordinate with Benedict and the Lion Guard. Contact the Bounty Guild with a large reward. Kill anyone who dares to block our way on the spot." Charlotte took the badges, stunned as she listened to Leslie issue command after command. Her mind went blank. She had been anticipating this moment for a long time, but she hadn't expected it to come so suddenly. Is there a problem? Leslie asked, frowning. At that moment, she resembled a true empress, exuding a powerful aura with every gesture. Lord, are you planning to? Charlotte's throat tightened as she asked in a low voice. Yes, the plan has been accelerated, Leslie said coldly. Understood. Charlotte, receiving confirmation, hesitated no longer. She disappeared from the courtyard in a flash. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. The storm is coming. The Royal Palace, Council Hall. Led by a royal envoy dressed in a golden robe, Owen entered the core location where Azure Kingdom discussed domestic and foreign affairs. This hall was entirely white, with a large arched ceiling adorned with various gems that emitted bright, multicolored light. Chairs surrounded the hall's edges, enclosing the spacious area. At the front of the hall, King Aldrich sat with a stern expression, resembling a mountain, his presence heavy and oppressive. Seated beside him was an elderly man with a cane, exuding a suffocating pressure. Despite his frail appearance, he felt like a dormant beast, subtly suppressing everyone in the hall. This man wore the official attire of Kyric, with a blood-stained axe embroidered on his chest, marking him as the Kyric penal minister. In any kingdom, the penal minister was a figure of immense power and terrifying strength. But with Kyric currently at war with Azure Kingdom, their penal minister had come to Azure Kingdom with great pomp and was treated as an honored guest. What did this mean? A growing sense of unease filled Owen as he quickly scanned the hall. Many familiar faces were present, all holding high positions or prestigious status. Nearly all members of the Azure royal family were present, including Mary, who looked at him with a complex expression. Beside Mary sat two elders from the Council of Elders and the Grand Elder's son, Mac. Additionally, the headmaster of Luna Academy, dressed in a tasteful purple gown, sat in a corner, her eyes full of interest. The atmosphere in the hall was both subtle and complex. However, all this was quickly disrupted by Owen's arrival. At the forefront, King Aldrich angrily pounded the armrest of his throne, glaring furiously at Owen as he walked to the center of the hall. Owen, do you know the crime you have committed? The hall fell silent at these words. Owen had already sensed trouble, with so many powerful figures gathered here, especially with Kyric's penal minister being treated as an honored guest, the situation was dire. King Aldrich's sudden question was clearly directed at him. Owen couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. However, the more critical the moment, the calmer Owen became. Only by staying truly calm could he find a way to break the impasse. Owen, do you know who I am? At this moment, Kyric's penal minister spoke coldly, his voice grating like chains rubbing together, making one feel uneasy. Your Excellency, as Kyric's penal minister, if you have any business with me, please feel free to speak. Owen had noticed him from the beginning. It seemed this man was the one orchestrating today's challenge. As he spoke, Owen discreetly began adjusting his state. The situation was already precarious, and strength was his greatest asset. Owen's calm demeanor made Mac, the son of the Grand Elder, look even more displeased, his face full of disdain. Tisk tisk tisk, Owen, I must say, your boldness matches your strength, growing more reckless by the day. How dare you murder the Crown Prince of Kyric within our borders? He spoke directly, making the accusation clear and pointing the blame squarely at Owen. Having grown up with Leslie, Mac had always considered her his woman. Although Leslie was a bit unruly and he had not proposed to her due to weighing the pros and cons, in his heart, Leslie was already his. Even if Leslie hadn't acted against her previous fiancé, he would have done so secretly. But he hadn't expected that Leslie wouldn't reject Owen this time. Moreover, as Owen's fame skyrocketed, Mac grew even more resentful. As the son of the Grand Elder of the Council of Elders, his status was comparable to that of a prince. He should have been in the spotlight, winning the beauty's favor, but now, Owen had taken it all. How could he tolerate this? As Mac laid out the accusation, even those who had been prepared for this news felt a jolt. Assassinating a prince of another kingdom was a crime punishable by death. Moreover, Kyric had long-eyed Azure Kingdom with hostility. Despite Azure Kingdom's constant concessions, they hadn't expected Owen to act so brazenly. The penal minister's face darkened. The death of Crown Prince Billy was a severe blow to the pride of everyone in Kyric. Billy, with his exceptional talent and abilities, had already been chosen as the Crown Prince. Yet, Owen had killed him. Even Billy's protector, the Master Tier Brian, had been beheaded. If Azure Kingdom and Owen didn't pay for this, what face would Kyric have left? Glaring at Owen with obvious killing intent, the penal minister spoke, did you think your tricks could escape our elder's eyes? Even if you erase the traces, he can still see the mana. Imprint. Hearing this, Owen immediately recalled Leslie asking for the Merry family's crest. Leslie had planned to frame Azure Kingdom for the crime. Kyric had long sought a legitimate reason to attack Azure Kingdom. However, Owen hadn't expected such a powerful mage in Kyric who could trace the erased mana back to him. Owen pondered briefly and then ignored the penal minister, instead focusing on the still talkative Mac. This isn't a place for you to bark like a dog. You'd better not provoke me, or I might not be able to control myself and kill you. A flash of killing intent flickered in Owen's eyes. However, Mac, unfazed, continued to provoke him. Even in such a setting, you dare to threaten to kill me. Are you admitting that you're behind Prince Billy's murder? Mac knew he couldn't match Owen's strength. But if he could pin Billy's murder on Owen, Kyric would inevitably retaliate. This way, Mac might reap even greater benefits from the ensuing chaos. At that moment, a melodious and magnetic female voice rang out. House Ravenwood, here to see His Majesty. As the words fell, Leslie arrived with Duke Charles and Madeline. After greeting the king, Duke Charles and Madeline exchanged bewildered looks, not understanding why Leslie had suddenly brought them to the palace. Previously, she had been a recluse, rarely stepping out of her home. However, despite Duke Charles feeling somewhat bewildered, he was experienced in reading the room and immediately sensed that something was off. He cautiously looked towards King Aldrich and asked, Your Majesty, what is happening? Why have so many people been gathered? Owen is a hero, so why is he standing here? Seeing Duke Charles' apparent ignorance, King Aldrich became even more enraged. Charles, as a duke, how can you not know that your son-in-law killed Kyric's crown prince Billy? Kyric has presented evidence, and this matter has caused a huge uproar. Do you know what a war between our countries would mean? Can your family bear the consequences? Duke Charles had rarely seen King Aldrich so angry. Hearing his words, cold sweat began to form on Duke Charles's forehead. From King Aldrich's demeanor, it was clear that this was not a baseless accusation. There was concrete evidence proving Owen had killed Prince Billy. But Owen had always seemed harmless, so why would he kill Prince Billy? After his initial shock, Duke Charles, with a serious expression, questioned, Owen, is this true? Before Owen could respond, Leslie interjected, speaking earnestly, Father, Prince Billy's death is indeed the responsibility of our Duke's household. Duke Charles was taken aback and was about to ask Leslie for an explanation when King Aldrich, following Leslie's lead, continued, since you have admitted it, the Duke's household must bear some responsibility for this incident due to poor oversight. Owen, as the main culprit, should bear the primary responsibility. Effective immediately, he will be handed over to Kyric for their judgment. Additionally, we will cede territory and pay reparations to settle this matter. Penal Minister, what do you think? Chapter 75, The Punishment of Owen. Ha ha ha. Seeing Leslie actively betray him, Mac couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then looked at Owen with pity. The mighty domination leaderboard prodigy, the pioneer of Academy City, how ridiculous. To be sold out by your own fiancé, such a clown, truly the biggest joke. As his voice fell, everyone couldn't help but direct their gazes toward Owen. Leslie was known to be a playboy, doing things entirely based on his whims. They had heard of this before, but they didn't expect him to backstab Owen at such a critical moment. King Albrecht now just wanted to quickly quell Kyric's anger, so he coldly said, Owen, given the circumstances, do you have anything to say? Owen looked at King Albrecht, his eyes growing colder. What is there for me to say? From King Albrecht's behavior from beginning to end, it was clear he intended to keep the peace. Regardless of whether Owen was guilty or not, as long as Kyric wanted him punished, Albrecht would hand him over without hesitation. To such a person, Owen had nothing to say. Owen didn't argue, indirectly admitting to the matter. This shocked everyone present once again. Regardless, Owen's talent was extraordinary. If he could reasonably prove his innocence, they would still be willing to speak for him and form a good relationship. Especially for Mary, Owen's words made her feel as if the sky was falling. When she first heard the news, she thought it was impossible, that it must be a misunderstanding. Owen had no motive to harm Prince Billy. But Owen didn't defend himself, indirectly admitting to it. Her heart surged with emotions, her body trembled, and she fainted. Owen, however, remained calm throughout. Leslie's statement suggested she was guiding the situation, likely planning something significant. This enigmatic woman couldn't possibly just sell him out like that. All Owen needed to do was cooperate with her and finish the act. At this moment, King Albrecht snorted coldly, glanced at Owen, and announced, Owen is brutal and immoral, assassinating Prince Billy, leading to conflicts between the two nations, causing suffering and displacement among the people. From today, the engagement between Owen and Leslie is annulled. King Albrecht was very satisfied with Leslie's performance today. Owen's current reputation was significant. If he didn't admit to killing Prince Billy, even as the Emperor, it would be difficult to make a direct decision against Owen. Fortunately, with Leslie speaking out, he could quickly deal with Owen. Then, King Albrecht turned to the penal minister of Kyric Kingdom and said, Owen's crimes are heinous, so he will be handed over to Kyric for punishment. Additionally, due to the severe impact of this matter, Azure Kingdom will compensate Kyric. As King Albrecht's series of statements fell, the faces of everyone in the hall changed significantly. Even if Owen was indeed the assassin of Prince Billy, treating him this way seemed excessive. No matter what, Owen was the top talent and a meritorious person for Azure Kingdom. But everyone could see King Albrecht's attitude. Challenging him now would bring no good. Seeing King Albrecht's ruthless stance, Owen sighed softly. The royal family is the most heartless. For the interests of the Azure Kingdom's royal family, King Albrecht was willing to sacrifice anything. Owen's silence was seen by King Albrecht as a sign of compliance, saving the trouble of dealing with him. The penal minister of Kyric was very satisfied with this outcome. Although Prince Billy was highly valued domestically, the compensation from Azure Kingdom made him very satisfied. The value of one Owen was incomparable to 10, 100, or even 1,000 Prince Billys. King Albrecht scanned the crowd and glanced at Leslie. Since I have annulled your engagement, I will find someone else for you. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Mac of the Council of Elders. Mac, being the son of the Great Elder, was an excellent choice in terms of background, talent, and strength. Leslie's performance had satisfied King Albrecht, making her an ideal pawn to place a spy. I believe Mac is an excellent choice in every aspect, perfectly matching Leslie. What do you all think? King Albrecht scanned the ministers. Though his tone was inquiring, the unmistakable authority in his words was clear to everyone. Your Majesty, Miss Leslie has shown her loyalty to Azure and is a loyal minister. And Mac, as the son of the Great Elder, is the future pillar of Azure Kingdom. They are a perfect match, Your Majesty, I second this. Leslie and Mac have known each other since childhood. With your approval, it proves they are a match made in heaven. Some sycophantic ministers began to speak, singing praises to King Albrecht. Mac, sitting among the attendees, was filled with joy. Leslie's beauty was renowned in Azure Kingdom, with many admirers unable to win her favor. Now, this beauty had come full circle back into his arms. Mac couldn't suppress his smile, quickly stood up, walked to King Albrecht, and said respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting this marriage. Just as Mac finished speaking, Leslie suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have objections. The ministers, who had already begun to smile and prepared to congratulate the couple, were stunned. At such a critical moment, Leslie was refusing. Everyone looked at Leslie in disbelief. King Albrecht was also slightly surprised, but considering Leslie's contributions today, he smiled kindly and asked, What concerns do you have? Feel free to speak. If it is within my power, I will certainly fulfill it. Under the gazes of everyone, Leslie did not falter and seemingly innocently said, Your Majesty, handing over Owen, compensating Kyric, annulling my engagement, and then arranging a new one for me, all because Kyric's prince died. These words were undoubtedly harsh. Although the truth was clear, bringing it to light was a direct slap in the face to the Emperor. And Azure Kingdom, was she implying they feared Kyric? Going so far as to sacrifice a domestic talent and pay compensation. Setting aside whether Owen committed the act, even if he did, the two countries were already on bad terms. Eliminating Kyric's crown prince should have been a point of pride. So, King Albrecht's mouth twitched slightly. He thought Leslie was just naive and nodded stiffly. Yes, seeing this, Leslie frowned slightly and continued to ask, Your Majesty, I don't understand. What difference does it make if a useless person dies? How can it compare to someone like Owen? Upon hearing this, the people who already had issues with Leslie's words were instantly in an uproar. It seemed that Leslie wasn't ignorant. On the contrary, she understood everything. The sarcasm in her words was exceptionally piercing. What did Leslie mean by this? Leslie, watch your tone. You previously said that the Duke's mansion should take responsibility for this matter. An elder from the Council of Elders couldn't help but speak up, coldly reprimanding her. Leslie glanced at the dark and thin elder with disdain and rolled her eyes. I only said that the Duke's mansion should take responsibility. I never said that Prince Billy was killed by Owen. Prince Billy wasn't killed by Owen. Upon hearing this, everyone became even more perplexed by Leslie, the playgirl, and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. King Albrecht, Kyric's penal minister, and the elders of the Council of Elders all fell to sinking. Feeling, for them, it was acceptable that Owen was the culprit. Owen indeed had the strength, and there was evidence pointing to him. But now, Leslie was adamantly stating that Owen was not the killer. Leslie, do you know who the real killer is? King Albrecht asked sternly. This is no trifling matter. If you can reveal the real killer, I can guarantee your safety. Really? Leslie looked King Albrecht up and down. Chapter 76, The Bloodstained Conference. King Albrecht's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Leslie had always maintained the image of a sheltered young lady. Prince Billy was a gold-tier mage, powerful and always accompanied by a protector. On the other hand, Owen was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. The culprit was definitely him. Leslie, this matter concerns two nations. How can it be treated as a joke, King Albrecht? showed deep displeasure and motioned for Leslie to step back. He didn't want her to continue causing trouble. Seeing this, Leslie smiled and said, "Your Majesty, do you know how Austen and Chelsea died?" Hearing Leslie mention the Crown Prince and Chelsea, King Alberic's eyes immediately turned blood red. This matter had always been a sore spot for him. His own prince was killed in the capital, and the culprit had yet to be found and avenged. As an emperor, this was incredibly humiliating. However, there were currently no clues regarding the matter. "You know who the killer is?" King Alberic's bloodshot eyes stared at Leslie, like a lion about to go berserk. Leslie nodded. Then, Leslie looked at the penal minister of Kyric. The penal minister felt his scalp tingle under Leslie's gaze. After that, Leslie's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. Everyone she looked at trembled and lowered their heads in fear. They all knew that the deaths of Austen and Chelsea were a significant blow to King Alberic. If Leslie falsely accused them, King Alberic, in his rage, might destroy them completely. "Leslie, point out the killer quickly, and I will be your strongest shield." Seeing Leslie's serious demeanor, King Alberic couldn't help but believe her somewhat. This matter had not yielded any lead so far, and he was not willing to let go of any hope or clue. Leslie smiled faintly and suddenly said, "The one who killed your son and daughter-in-law is me. I also killed Prince Billy." As soon as Leslie finished speaking, the enormous hall fell into a deadly silence. Everyone felt a mixture of absurdity and terror. "Leslie, do you know what you're saying?" Even King Alberic felt a flash of panic. If what she said was true, all his previous suppression of the powerful ministers and surveillance of the Duke's mansion would be a joke. Mac at the Council of Elders was equally shocked. He quickly walked over to Leslie and said, "Leslie, don't speak recklessly at this time. Don't let that scoundrel Owen influence you." Leslie smiled sweetly at the approaching Mac. "Mac, do you not believe what I'm saying?" Mac had never seen Leslie so gentle before and couldn't help but feel moved. He lowered his voice a bit. "Leslie, quickly apologize to His Majesty. Considering your ignorance, I will plead with His Majesty to forgive you." Leslie's smiling face suddenly turned cold. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" As soon as she finished speaking, a silver flash appeared, and Mac's head was instantly severed, flying high into the air. Blood spurted out, staining the white tiles of the hall. The air was immediately filled with a strong scent of blood. Some elders nearby had blood splattered on their faces. Everyone who witnessed this scene was petrified. Leslie flexed her wrist, disdainfully flicked the blood off her nails, and smiled at King Alberic. "Do you believe me now?" Although Leslie was smiling, to everyone, it looked like the smile of a demon. Especially as her aura spread rapidly, the entire hall seemed to be under immense pressure. Some weaker mages felt breathless, on the verge of kneeling and worshipping Leslie right then and there. This Leslie really is a problem. Luna Academy's headmistress, in her purple gown, began to emit mana, protecting the nearby important royals and escorting them to safety. Two elders from the Council of Elders appeared on either side of Leslie, like iron walls, blocking her aura. Their old faces were full of shock and anger. "Leslie, you've hidden your true strength for so many years, and now it's revealed to be this terrifying. This is truly our Council of Elders' oversight. Today, we will execute this traitor right here." The two elders spoke in turn, their murderous intent filling the hall, making it tremble. "Charles, Madeline, step back. Leave this to me." Feeling the auras of the two elders sweeping in like mountains, Leslie immediately instructed Duke Charles and Madeline to retreat. The two were still in a daze, unable to comprehend how the usually low-key Leslie could be so unfathomable. Owen remained calm. He had long known that Leslie's actions today were meant to confront the royal family and overturn the table. Immediately, he activated his basic healing skill to quickly restore himself to peak condition. Now that they had fallen out with the royal family, there was no turning back, it was a fight to the death. King Alberic, finally snapping out of his shock from Mac's murder, was about to angrily rebuke Leslie and order her execution when a royal envoy hurriedly rushed in from outside. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The entire capital has been blockaded by many forces." As he spoke, he saw the usually solemn hall had descended into chaos. Royal family members, under the protection of the Luna Academy headmistress, were fleeing in a panic. The white floor of the hall was stained with blood, and a severed head lay on the ground. Looking closely, it was Mac, the son of the Great Elder. The two high-ranking, powerful elders of the Council of Elders were releasing terrifying auras, facing off against someone, and that someone was Leslie. Wasn't Leslie supposed to be an educated playgirl? At this moment, the royal envoy felt his brain couldn't process it all, everything before him defied logic. The scene was already in turmoil. At this time, the penal minister of Kyric tore a scroll, causing the space around him to wriggle like dough, enveloping him until he disappeared without a trace. Killing Prince Billy, killing Prince Austen and Chelsea, and even murdering the Great Elders. "Son, Mac Leslie, your crimes are heinous. A person as vile as you must pay with blood. Whatever your hidden motives are, after today, they will all be nothing but smoke." The two elders angrily rebuked Leslie, their auras completely locking onto her. Leslie glanced at them, "Just you two old crocs." Arrogant. The two elders' faces grew darker and more vicious. "Do you really think the Council of Elders is a joke? If the two of us aren't enough, what if we add a fallen angel?" Fallen angel. Hearing this, Owen was startled, suddenly recalling a scene from an anime. In the original story, the Great Elder of the Council of Elders had befriended the Fallen Angel clan from the high mountains of the extreme west during his travels and training. It was said that this clan was exiled from the upper realms and, since they did not originally belong to the human world, they had to form contracts with entities in this world to maintain their connection. And the Great Elder's son, Mac, the Crown Prince of the Council of Elders, had made a contract with the Fallen Angel clan. According to this contract, if the contractor died, the Fallen Angel would relentlessly hunt down the killer. If the Fallen Angel were left unchecked, this terrifying otherworldly being, with no concept of good or evil, might flatten the entire capital in its quest for revenge. No wonder the Council of Elders had such confidence. The existence of the Fallen Angel was definitely one of the Council of Elders' most powerful weapons. However, because it harmed both friend and foe and was difficult to control, it was rarely used. But now, with Mac's death, the Fallen Angel's target was unmistakably clear. Roar. As Owen's expression grew serious, a piercing, sharp wail suddenly echoed, forming rolling sound waves that swept over them. Chapter 77 Fallen Angel. The entire palace trembled with the sound waves, and the crystal chandelier above the hall shattered from the vibrations. The palace guards with weaker abilities clutched their ears tightly, but the sound waves still penetrated, like invisible hands piercing their eardrums and stirring their brains. Most of the guards writhed in pain on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices, continually wailing in agony. Even the powerful elders of the Council of Elders were affected by the sound waves, their minds reeling, bodies chilled, and hands and feet trembling. This is bad. A huge black angel is approaching from outside the city. The city's walls and defenses can't stop it at all. Benedict rushed in, his face tense and worried as he spoke to Leslie. The Imperial City's defensive army had been taken over and the city was on lockdown. But even with such tight security, the mysterious, shadow-like fallen angel seemed unstoppable. It smashed through the thick, ancient city walls and shattered the city's protective array. It charged straight towards them. Even the well-trained magical army, joining forces to intercept, could not budge it in the slightest. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties and could no longer hold their ground. Leslie glanced in the direction of the approaching fallen angel. Her bright eyes seemed to pierce through the void, seeing the black-winged figure closing in. She felt a bit of a headache. She had considered all other factors and even mobilized the city's garrison in advance to deal with unexpected situations. But she hadn't anticipated that the Council of Elders would have such a deep connection with the fallen angel. This sudden event caught her somewhat off guard. The magical army was incredibly strong, capable of besieging even a platinum tier mage, but they couldn't harm the fallen angel in the slightest, which showed how powerful it was. Suddenly, Owen, standing beside Leslie, heard a system notification in his ear. Sensing the approach of the fallen angel, defeat the fallen angel, reward unknown, escape, lose 50% HP. Owen unhesitatingly chose to defeat the fallen angel. Whether out of curiosity about the fallen angel or his current predicament, he had no other choice. Having made his decision, Owen immediately looked at Leslie. Leave the matters within the palace to you, I'll handle the fallen angel. Leslie tilted her head to look at Owen, seriously scrutinizing him for a moment before asking, are you aware of what a fallen angel is? Owen nodded, naturally. His understanding of the fallen angel was deeper and more profound than Leslie's. Fallen angels were unique beings whose levels naturally increased over time without the need for training. The older they were, the more terrifying their combat power. Moreover, fallen angels had a natural mark, their angel rings, which could serve as a signature. If someone killed a fallen angel, its ring would automatically merge into the killer's body, forming a dark ring mark. Anyone marked would be hunted by the fallen angel clan for life until the entire clan was exterminated. Owen smiled slightly. The fallen angel race is extremely strange and powerful. I know very well that while other mages might struggle to deal with it, it is unfortunate that it encounters me. You handle the matters inside the palace. Leslie didn't know why Owen was so confident, but she knew Owen was extremely mysterious. Since he was so certain and had a way to deal with it, it must be true. After all, Owen had created countless miracles so far. Very well, I'll take care of the palace affairs. Be careful and just hold it off. Once the palace matters are settled, I'll come to support you as soon as possible. Leslie knew that now was not the time for hesitation, it was a time for cooperation and mutual trust. Owen nodded, then glanced at Madeline and the bewildered Duke Charles, nodding to them before stepping out and rushing in the direction of the fallen angel. Owen moved quickly. The fallen angel was too powerful, and delaying even a moment would result in more injuries to the mages on their side trying to impede it, which he did not want to see. As soon as Owen rushed out of the palace, he could see the distant sky filled with dark clouds, shifting like malevolent spirits. Under these clouds, a roughly 5-meter-tall fallen angel flapped its black wings, charging forward like a giant bird. All the formations and magical attacks in its path were like paper, corroded to nothing by the black mist emanating from its body before they could even touch it. Seeing it from afar, Owen felt a weight on his chest, his breathing slightly labored. Although he knew of the fallen angel's existence, seeing it in person was different. The terror it radiated caused the mana within him to wail in warning, urging Owen to flee. The fallen angel is powerful, but it has obvious weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, Owen continued rushing towards the fallen angel while focusing his gaze on the fate store. After defeating John earlier, he had gained a total of 10,000 fate points, bringing his total to 14,450 fate points. He had been reluctant to use them before. Now was the time. A flash of light appeared before Owen as the fate store opened. A dazzling array of items appeared before Owen. These items were mainly divided into 3 categories: skill scrolls, items, and weapons. Previously, Owen had purchased items such as the basic healing skill in the Order of Fire. From the fate store, he had never bought any weapons from here. On one hand, the weapons in the fate store were extremely rare and precious, naturally requiring a significant number of fate points. On the other hand, he already had the Spear of Godslaying and didn't need other weapons. Now, Owen's gaze quickly scanned the various weapons and settled on the Spear of Longinus. Spear of Longinus. This is a spear that once pierced the angel of God. When divine blood spilled and stained the spear, this legendary weapon was transformed into a divine weapon, capable of annihilating extreme malice, free from worldly cause and effect or curses. Where the spearhead points, even mythical beings become mere sustenance. It is the absolute nemesis of the angelic race. However, this spear is also cursed by the angel of God. Anyone who wields it will suffer a bloody backlash. After reading the description of the Spear of Longinus, Owen felt more reassured. This spear had slaughtered deities and various mythical creatures, and since the fallen angel belonged to the angelic race, it too would be restrained by the Spear of Longinus. He looked at the required fate points minus 10,000. A full 10,000 fate points. It was more expensive than everything Owen had previously purchased from the fate store. Combined, if he hadn't defeated John and gained those 10,000 fate points, he would have only been able to look at it longingly. Though expensive, it's worth it. Owen reluctantly confirmed the purchase. This fallen angel was as good as his. Immediately, the system interface turned blood red, looking like flowing blood, gushing in. Surging, making a creepy gurgling sound. The indescribable bloodthirsty madness made it seem as if the entire world was submerged in a sea of blood. Then, in the flowing sea of blood, a blade that seemed to tear through the void manifested, splitting the blood red apart, dividing the chaotic heavens and earth. Next, a modeled and ancient spear appeared before Owen. This was a spear approximately 2 meters long. Its shaft was covered in blood-red rust, stained with the blood of countless deities. One could almost see countless beings wailing and trembling in the heavens and earth. Collapsing. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Spear of Longinus. Owen steadied himself, his gaze following the length of the spear to its tip. The spearhead was sharp, a slender, razor-edged crescent moon radiating an unimaginable intensity of killing intent, dyeing the void red and causing the surrounding mana to boil. Just looking at it for a moment made Owen's eyes turn blood red, with an endless killing intent surging uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. At this moment, as the fallen angel broke through the formations and smashed through the city walls, appearing within the capital, the once clear sky darkened, like a deep night, exuding a nameless desolation that made everyone's spirits tremble. This abnormality had long attracted the attention of the various geniuses within the capital. A fallen angel, how can such a terrifying existence appear here? This is a legendary creature that even a diamond tier mage cannot contend with. I don't know, but it seems its target is the Azure Palace. Such a creature wouldn't appear for no reason. I have a bad feeling about this. Before the fallen angel appeared, there was already chaos in the capital. I heard that Kyric's penal minister came to demand answers, claiming Owen assassinated their Prince Billy. I heard that too. King Albrecht intended to hand Owen over to quell the unrest, but seeing the current chaos in the capital, things don't seem to be going smoothly. Do you think Owen might have clashed with the Azure royal family? It's very possible. Rumor has it that the great elder of the Council of Elders encountered a fallen angel during his travels. Oh, could the fallen angel be after Owen? The crowd's heated discussion reached this point, and they widened their eyes, looking in the direction of the palace. Although it seemed incredible, with the fallen angel already here, what else could be impossible? Moreover, within the capital now, it seemed that only Owen warranted such a grand display. An unprecedented domination leaderboard first place really attracts trouble. I wonder what the situation in the palace is like. This fallen angel is too terrifying, otherwise, I'd go and see for myself. As the countless geniuses discussed, the fallen angel seemed to grow even more furious. A sharp, knife-like chill emanated from it, spreading out in layers as it flapped its wings faster. The cold spread in rippling waves, freezing the air and forming ice crystals that continuously fell to the ground. The ground, houses, and even the frightened people trying to dodge were all frozen in place, covered with a layer of frost, unable to move, their souls feeling like they were being pierced by ice, causing them to wail in agony. This cold continued to spread throughout the entire capital, as if it intended to turn the city into a bone-chilling ice kingdom. The speed of this cold spread was rapid. Standing on the street outside the palace, Owen tightly gripped the spear of Longinus. The cold waves spreading from afar formed brilliant ice crystals on the ground, covering shops and rooftops with thick ice and snow. But as the cold waves approached Owen, the spear of Longinus in his hand suddenly vibrated slightly, seeming to fuse with his arm. The killing intent that was already swirling around him like red threads suddenly surged, turning into a crimson tide that spread in all directions. The icy ripples that approached were shattered by this tangible killing intent, unable to get any closer. At the same time, as this killing intent began to spread, the ground began to sink, as if being crushed by a heavy object, forming blood-red marks that spread downward and outward. Owen gripped the spear of Longinus even more tightly, his bones creaking. From the spear came not only killing intent but also an unimaginable power boost. Mana poured into him like a flood, causing his body to swell. Even with Owen pushing Obsidify to its limit, his entire body turning into black iron, the continuous influx of mana from the spear was still distorting his body. Slaughter, slaughter. It seemed that both his spirit and body could only relieve the discomfort and pain through such means. Especially with the continuous influx of mana into his body, Owen felt an overwhelming surge of power and a growing desire for a frenzied release. Several guards from the Council of Elders followed Owen, originally planning to strike when he showed any signs of vulnerability. However, as soon as they approached him, the tidal wave of killing intent rushed over them, pressing down heavily. Though they were gold-tier mages, considered prominent figures among mages, under this pressure, they were like ants, utterly powerless. They could only grit their teeth and resist the pressure. But they only lasted a moment before their bodies exploded, becoming part of the misty killing intent. The deaths of these mages made the spear of Longinus even more ecstatic. Blood, slaughter, countless deep voices echoed in Owen's ears, like the temptation of demons, urging him to plunge into them and wield even greater power. However, Owen's mental strength was extraordinary. He let out a long howl, forcibly resisting the influence of the killing intent. Though the spear of Longinus was powerful, it indeed suffered from the Angel King's blood curse as described. Once activated, it would inevitably cause a backlash. As Owen's killing intent grew more terrifying while he held the spear of Longinus, Ymir, who was helping John recover from his injuries, immediately sensed it and looked worriedly in Owen's direction. The increasing killing intent within Owen could very well cause his body to explode and even drive him to madness. Owen was in danger. Thinking of the contract ring in Owen's possession, and knowing that Owen was someone she must protect, Ymir couldn't afford any delay. She quickly withdrew her own magic and transmitted a message to John. Stay here and recuperate, I'll be back soon. Ymir said this without explaining further to John and hurriedly left him. John was meditating to heal his injuries and didn't expect Ymir to leave so hastily. It was the first time he had seen her in such a hurry, even more so than when he himself had faced life-threatening situations. Ymir, where are you going? I'll come with you. Despite feeling a bit disgruntled, John opened his eyes, hoping to help his mentor in some way. Although injured, he was still quite powerful. Hearing John's words, Ymir's eyelid twitched. John had developed a deep hatred for Owen, a grudge that wouldn't end until one of them was dead. She couldn't explain the complicated situation to him, so she pretended not to hear and quickened her pace, leaving even faster. Seeing this, John felt that something was different about Ymir. It seemed she was hiding something from him. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction Ymir was heading. There, he could vaguely see the terrifying figure of the fallen angel. Not far from the fallen angel, he could also sense Owen's presence. It seemed that Owen was going to fight the fallen angel. John's eyes widened in surprise. As Ymir's disciple, he naturally knew about the fallen angel and was well aware of the terror and power of this unique creature. If his senses were correct, Owen had no chance of surviving this battle. There was absolutely no hope of survival, and even if Owen had some hidden card to kill the fallen angel, it would only attract more fallen angels. Being entangled with the fallen angel meant a relentless, never-ending battle. A sinister smile crept onto his face. Although Owen wouldn't die by his hand, his imminent death was still something to celebrate. But the next moment, his smile froze. Ymir was rushing over so urgently. Could it be to protect Owen? Once this thought entered his mind, it was like a nightmare that wouldn't go away. He couldn't believe it to be true, nor did he want to think it possible. Yet, Ymir's unusual behavior only reinforced his suspicion. With Ymir's strength, what could possibly shock her so much? Thinking of this, John's eyes filled with blood, and he clenched his fist so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh, dripping blood, yet he seemed not to feel it. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented loneliness and frustration. His glory, everything that should have belonged to him, had been taken by Owen. Owen, I will ruin you. The roar of a wounded beast erupted from John's throat. The turbulent and chaotic mana swirled around the hotel room, sweeping up the desk and bed before shattering them into dust. Chapter 79, The Angel's Roar. On the street. Pedestrians and mages hurriedly fled in terror, the cries of children and the panicked screams of people blending into a cacophony. The news of the fallen angel approaching had spread throughout the imperial capital, causing great panic like a plague. Especially as more and more people in the city died tragically, frozen into ice sculptures under the influence of the fallen angel's aura, only to shatter into powder amidst the tremors. Scenes like a living hell turned the capital into complete chaos. Amidst the crowd fleeing in terror from the path of the fallen angel, Owen, wielding the spear of Longinus, moved against the flow of people. Leaping and running along rooftops, he steadily approached the incoming fallen angel. When Owen reached the south of the city, he paused slightly. This was originally where the Council of Elders was stationed, now plunged into a chaotic battle. Mages from the Chrysanthemum Hotel, led by Leslie, were fiercely battling against the mages of the Council of Elders. The fight was incredibly intense. The blue brick ground was already full of potholes, chaotic magical fluctuations rising and falling like tides. Large sections of buildings had collapsed, turning into seas of fire, with black smoke pillars shooting straight into the sky. The mages of the Council of Elders had all received the best training, with high-quality staffs and skills. The mages under Leslie's command, on the other hand, had a rougher demeanor, displaying a variety of magical skills, most of them quite ordinary. However, in terms of timing, proficiency, and the ferocity of their attacks, they far exceeded the mages of the Council of Elders, clearly having been honed through blood and fire. At this point, both sides were evenly matched, the sound of explosions continuous, and the casualties severe. The battle had reached a fever pitch, with both sides fighting to the death. Even with the fallen angel about to pass through, neither side showed any signs of retreating or leaving. Overall, although the battle was becoming increasingly intense, the mages of the Council of Elders were beginning to have thoughts of retreat and lack the resolve of those battle-hardened mages. If this continued, the mages of the Council of Elders were bound to be defeated. Owen let out a slight sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed and prepared to head straight for the fallen angel, he noticed a figure materializing before him. Ymir. The moment he saw the figure, Owen's eyelids twitched, and he quickly looked around, not seeing John's figure anywhere. Owen, leave now. The power of the fallen angel is far beyond what you can contend with. Once he targets you, you're as good as dead, and even I can't save you. Ymir's stunning face was extremely serious, her beautiful eyes fixed stubbornly on Owen. The fallen angel is indeed very powerful, but I have the spear of Longinus. Owen knew that Ymir appeared here because of the contract ring, not out of genuine concern for him, so he did not back down, clutching the spear in his hand tightly. Spear of Longinus. Ymir took a look at the spear in Owen's hand and gasped. Even though the murderous aura emanating from Owen had already made her aware that he possessed a formidable weapon, hearing from Owen that it was the spear of Longinus still shocked her to the core, causing her to take a few steps back. The fearsome reputation of the spear of Longinus was well known among all ancient beings, striking terror into the hearts of all living creatures. Owen, although this spear is incredibly powerful, is excessively malevolent and is also haunted by the resentment of the King of Angels. Using it will surely lead to a backlash, putting your very life at risk. Ymir's face was grim. Owen truly was fearless, not only daring to confront the fallen angel but also boldly wielding the spear of Longinus. This was a weapon that even the gods feared. However, Ymir's dread and apprehension towards the spear of Longinus only served to strengthen Owen's resolve. Although the spear might cause a backlash to himself, it granted him tangible power and could completely annihilate the fallen angel, preventing it from marking him. Therefore, faced with Ymir's obstruction, Owen did not hesitate and continued toward the fallen angel. The killing intent emanating from him, fueled by the continuous mana infusion from the spear of Longinus, almost solidified into a blood-colored battle armor on his body, with ghastly bone spikes that made one's skin crawl. As Owen charged straight towards the fallen angel, Ymir wanted to rush forward to stop him, but she realized that the fallen angel had already been drawn to Owen's aura. The presence of the spear of Longinus made the fallen angel, hidden beneath a black cloak, slightly raise its god face, revealing deep-set, pitch-black eyes like two living abysses of hell. Ymir's heart skipped a beat. Although she was not directly targeted by the fallen angel, the sudden surge in its aura made her sense a strong feeling of danger. If she were to be targeted, even she might not survive. Growing more anxious, Ymir watched as Owen, shrouded in the armor of killing intent, suppressed the cold aura emitted by the fallen angel in an instant, like melting snow under a scorching sun. With the spread of the red killing intent, the fallen angel seemed significantly weakened, and the hellish black gas constantly emanating from its cloak gradually retracted. Die, die. A raspy voice, like nails scraping against a skull, came from the fallen angel. Its wings on its back flapped, and its figure disappeared, reappearing eerily behind Owen. The fallen angel's tall, burly figure stood behind Owen like an upright black shadow. The horn-like curved blade hidden in its sleeve was gripped in a reverse hold, and the hooked blade slashed downward abruptly, splitting the air and creating an arm-thick vacuum. Owen had been focused on the fallen angel, but in an instant, he lost sight of it, causing his heart to tighten. Only when the curved blade approached did Owen suddenly sense the bone-chilling killing intent from behind. He immediately twisted his body and swept the spear horizontally. The spear shattered the air, creating a fan-shaped arc as brilliant as flames, twisting the space into an up-and-down distorted arc. The speed of the descending curved blade slowed significantly under the surge of killing intent, as if it were stuck in a quagmire. It was in this brief moment of stasis that Owen managed to deflect the curved blade with his spear. Sparks flew at the point of contact, and the sharp sound of metal clashing mixed with chaotic energy filled the air. The ground beneath Owen's feet seemed to have been plowed, with dirt surging and rolling, creating fist-thick cracks. In the next moment, Owen took a step back, his spear vibrating and humming incessantly. His palm had traces of blood, with torn flesh causing a twisted, agonizing pain. However, the blood and darkness quickly flickered and healed. Conversely, the fallen angel was forced back several meters until it spread its wings abruptly to stop its retreat. The horn-like curved blade it held in a reverse grip had a nick on its edge, with cracks starting to spread from the nick. With its weapon damaged, the fallen angel stared intently at the spear of Longinus in Owen's hand, its dread and madness growing even stronger, a fear rooted deep in its bloodline. This innate killing intent was even stronger than its desire to kill Leslie, the contractor. It seemed as if Owen was its natural archenemy, destined for a fight to the death. This feeling, like an invisible hand, drove the fallen angel to attack Owen until one of them perished. The fallen angel's aura pressed in from all directions, turning the world pitch black, devoid of light and color. The fallen angel's figure merged completely with the darkness. Endless darkness, like chattering black insects, swarmed toward Owen with murderous intent. Owen gripped his spear tightly with both hands, the blood-colored killing intent radiating from him, staining the earth and the void around him red. The waves of blood surged and crashed against the encroaching darkness, emitting a piercing wail and forcing the night to retreat continuously. Under the killing intent of the spear of Longinus, the eerie domain conjured by the fallen angel could not affect Owen. Instead, the ever-expanding killing intent continuously drove it back. This seemed to be within the fallen angel's expectations. Abyss, absolute darkness. The deep, ethereal voice sounded, reaching Owen's ears in an instant. A dark halo, like an enormous black ring, descended from the sky. As the halo fell, houses, earth, and roots quickly turned insubstantial, becoming the deepest, darkest abyss. In the abyss, wisps of black smoke swirled, revealing countless pairs of glowing black eyes, gazing up at the heavens from its depths. Then, one after another, decayed, withered hands slowly reached out toward Owen. This decay seemed capable of corroding even time itself, turning the world into a desolate autumn yellow. Wails and moans echoed endlessly across the land. Owen felt his hearing gradually disappear, followed by his sight. Smell. It was as if he was sinking into a state of complete sensory deprivation. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. The price of power. What terrifying battle fluctuations. It seems the fallen angel's presence has halted there. Someone is fighting the fallen angel. My God, who dares to do that? As Owen and the fallen angel clashed fiercely, many prodigies who had been huddling together to avoid the fallen angel quickly noticed the earth-shaking battle. Especially when a black ring, nearly covering the entire capital, descended, their breaths became rapid, like they were being crushed under the weight of a mountain, making it difficult to move. Owen. It's Owen battling the fallen angel. Carlos's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, spotted Owen in front of the fallen angel from afar, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Owen had already become the strongest among the younger generation in their eyes. But the fallen angel's name was legendary, and even their elders, the renowned mages of the continent, were extremely wary of such beings. Yet, Owen was actually confronting the fallen angel head-on, alone. This is madness. What? Owen, are you sure you're not mistaken? The other prodigies, hearing this, looked at Carlos in shock. Owen's talent and strength were notable, but they were nowhere near the level of the fallen angel. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Carlos traced a circle in the air with his finger. A mist of water formed where his finger passed, quickly turning into a water mirror. As soon as the water mirror appeared, it showed the scene Carlos had witnessed. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on it. Ripples spread across the mirror, revealing Owen's figure. Opposite him, the towering fallen angel, with wings flapping, was enveloped in an ever-encroaching darkness. The darkness seemed to be composed of countless whispering black insects. A mere glance made their skin crawl, as if their minds were being knotted, forcing their eyes to squint and their senses to be impacted. It seemed that the scene before them was somewhat delayed. What a terrifying technique, directly affecting the mind. Owen's current combat power is formidable, but he is still too young and lacks deep foundations. Just by observing, our spirits are being affected. It's hard to imagine the pressure Owen is enduring being in the midst of it all. Annie and the other prodigies couldn't help but clench their hands, their faces showing a hint of dread. Before their words were fully spoken, they saw the black ring, which had already covered the capital, fall again, like a black curtain draping the entire capital in absolute darkness. Cold, silent. An indescribable sense of crisis overwhelmed them. They began to hear whispers in their ears, their perception of their surroundings blurring, as if they were continually falling into hell. The feeling was eerie and unsettling. Carlos and the other prodigies were aware of the situation, but the influence of the black ring on them was too overwhelming. They were unable to take any action and could only watch helplessly. Negative emotions such as despair, horror, and pain began to well up in each of their hearts. Fortunately, just as their emotions were about to collapse, they suddenly saw Owen, who had been standing like a statue in the water mirror, start to move. His grip on the spear of Longinus tightened, his knuckles turning white and veins bulging like coiled dragons. The killing intent and bloodlight that had been spreading to repel the darkness retracted, flowing back into his body. This made the bloodlight emanating from him appear crystalline and transparent, becoming the only light in the darkness. At that moment, Owen emptied his mind, allowing only the purest killing intent to surface. His eyes glowed blood red like brilliant rubies. The endless murderous intent lurking in the darkness was fully exposed under his gaze. Then, his spear moved like a dragon, his hands shaking it into countless phantoms, thrusting and slashing through the darkness. Each time the spear struck or swept, sharp screams echoed from the seemingly empty darkness, followed by figures bursting like mud, releasing a deeper than night blood plasma with a nauseating stench. At this point, the fallen angel had split into countless parts, attacking Owen like a myriad of fanged ghosts in the night. However, with the spear of Longinus in hand, Owen's sensitivity to killing intent reached unimaginable heights for the fallen angel. Whether attacking openly or lurking in ambush, every part of the fallen angel was vanquished by Owen's spear. For a moment, the spear danced and blood spattered, making it seem like Owen was fighting against the entire night. Bang, bang, bang. As more and more of the fallen angel's fragments exploded, the deep darkness gradually took on a blood-red glow. The fallen angel's fragments began to coalesce, hovering above Owen, preparing to unleash its ultimate attack, the angel's judgment. However, Owen, whose body was now filled with killing intent, was like a beast ready to devour its prey, giving the fallen angel no chance. The moment its form began to merge, Owen's spear roared through the air, rising against the heavens like a red brushstroke, leaving a vivid scarlet mark on the black curtain. Boom! The fallen angel's chest caved in, and the spear of Longinus pierced through the armor beneath its robe with the force of a thunderbolt, impaling its body. The mottled rust surrounding the spear, under the surge of blood-colored killing intent, sprouted sharp iron thorns, transforming the spear into a spiked mace. The fallen angel's struggling body was instantly pierced, turning into a pincushion, and its aura rapidly diminished. The massive dark ring also began to fade and shrink after the fallen angel suffered this fatal blow, then flew towards Owen. Owen glanced at the dark ring, which seemed like a pair of malicious eyes filled with resentment staring at him. As it approached Owen, the spear of Longinus radiated its killing intent, suppressing the dark ring in place, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, the fallen angel's severely wounded body transformed into a dense black mist, rolling downward and dissipating into the air. As the fallen angel disintegrated, the dark ring under the pressure of the spear of Longinus began to undergo a strange transformation. It shifted from its deep, malevolent black color to a pure white halo. Owen was somewhat surprised. Could this be an angel's halo? Unlike the malevolent, relentless dark ring, an angel's halo was a rare and invaluable boon for mages, offering significant benefits. Unexpectedly, the dark ring had transformed into an angel's halo. Immediately, Owen used his mind power to pull the halo above his head. As the angel's halo fused with Owen's spirit, a surge of unfamiliar memories related to the activation and function of the angel's halo flooded his mind. Following these memories, Owen channeled his magic, and the halo flashed brilliantly. His back strained as a pair of pure white angel wings extended from his shoulders. The wings spanned nearly twice Owen's height, covered in immaculate white feathers, emitting a holy, pure white glow. At that moment, Owen felt like an angel. He felt more attuned to mana and experienced lightness and freedom. He tried flapping his wings, and with a gust of wind, he soared into the sky, flying tens of meters in an instant. He could fly. Owen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Flight had always been a special ability possessed by only the most elite mages. But now, with the angel's halo, Owen could also achieve it. And his speed was incredibly fast. With these wings, he could advance or retreat as needed. He had gained another trump card. While Owen was getting accustomed to the angel wings, a sudden system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations on eliminating the fallen angel. You have received a mysterious reward. The fallen angel said. As the system voice faded, black feathers instantly appeared on Owen's body, intertwining and wrapping around him, transforming into a pitch black, menacing armor. The fallen angel said. Feeling the comprehensive, impenetrable protection of the armor, Owen felt an immense sense of security. According to the system's description, the most outstanding feature of the fallen angel set was its defense. Owen now felt he could even withstand an attack from a master tier mage. Master tier mages were rare on the continent, each one standing at the pinnacle of their respective kingdoms. Every one of them was an ancient figure, a forefather of their kingdom. Yet, the fallen angel set could endure an attack from such a powerful being. How incredibly indestructible. This time, eliminating the fallen angel had been a huge gain. However, just as Owen's excitement peaked, the spear of Longinus he was tightly holding suddenly began to agitate. Owen coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a ripping pain all over his body, and his eyes swelled up, turning completely blood red. In the next moment, as a sense of foreboding filled Owen's heart, his aching eyes suddenly burst. Blood splattered, and Owen's eyes turned into two dark, bloody cavities, with blood flowing continuously, leaving two streaks of blood down his face, creating an extremely terrifying sight. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. The Blind Owen. On the street that resembled ruins, the earth and stones were upheaved. The once magnificent buildings and houses had been leveled to the ground by the recent battle. Various debris and fragments were scattered on the ground. Ymir's ethereal figure shuttled through the ruins above, anxiously searching for Owen's figure among the rubble. She glimpsed the lingering battle waves in the ruins, occasionally erupting like volcanic explosions, raising dust and fragments. Her face grew more solemn, and her eyes were filled with worry. She had been observing Owen's battle against the fallen angel in secret. The terrifying combat power Owen unleashed at the end even made her heart tremble with fear. She knew very well how difficult and dangerous it was to drive the spear of Longinus to that extent. It required the body and mind to be completely immersed in overwhelming killing intent, akin to dancing on a tightrope. A slight mistake would turn one into a mindless killing machine, a mere puppet of the spear. Although Owen, with the help of the spear of Longinus, had managed to eliminate the fallen angel without any danger, the backlash he endured was undoubtedly terrifying. If the backlash was not resolved quickly, although Owen seemed alive now, he was actually on the countdown to his demise. In Ymir's urgent search, she soon spotted Owen's figure in the center of the ruins. At this moment, Owen was leaning on the blood-stained spear of Longinus, standing hunched, with red threads of killing intent occasionally jumping out from his body, as terrifying as a thunderbolt. Especially Owen's eyes, which had burst into two black holes, revealing wriggling flesh. Blood occasionally flowed from them, leaving two bloodstains on his face. Blood-colored cracks spread from his eye sockets towards his head and cheeks, making him look like a porcelain about to shatter. Backlash. The backlash of the spear of Longinus. Already worried about Owen's condition, Ymir couldn't help but grit her teeth, feeling a surge of anger. She had warned Owen about the risks of using this spear. But Owen just wouldn't listen. Thinking of the ring in Owen's hand, Ymir couldn't help but sigh again. If the backlash continued unchecked, even if Owen didn't die, he would suffer irreparable damage. Without delay, Ymir split off a part of her mind power from her illusory body, like a fist-sized ball of cotton, and gathered it at Owen's brow. Don't resist, this is the second volume of Armament Merge, which can merge weapons as organs. It's the only way to save you now. The backlash of the spear of Longinus is irresistible, unresolvable, and irrecoverable. Only by merging this spear into your body can the backlash be dispelled. Otherwise, you can just wait for death. Ymir transmitted her voice with a reluctant hum to Owen. Although Owen was severely injured, he still sensed Ymir's arrival. Hearing the tone of her voice, he knew her mood was not good, and he immediately chuckled dryly and said, "Thank you, Ymir." He had just tried to drive away the backlash with mana and even activated the Dragonslayer dagger and Godslayer staff in an attempt to resolve it. However, the backlash was deeply rooted, seemingly fused with him, and he couldn't dispel it at all. Instead, it showed signs of getting worse. Owen had heard of the second volume of Armament Merge and knew how important it was for him right now. "Don't thank me, just don't cause me such big trouble next time. Considering the extent of your troubles, even my abilities have limits," Ymir said seriously, holding her forehead. With her strength, she had absolute confidence in helping John reach his peak, even if he got into various troubles or was in a low point. But Owen was different. She didn't have the confidence to always protect Owen from harm. Owen could hear the resentment in her words. He coughed dryly twice and focused on the second volume of Armament Merge that Ymir transmitted. With the presence of the contract ring, he believed Ymir wouldn't deceive or plot against him. But out of caution, Owen endured the increasing pain from the backlash and first went through the Armament Merge in his mind carefully. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he began to follow the cultivation method of the second volume, gradually mobilizing the nearly exhausted mana within him. Since the spear of Longinus started its backlash, it not only stopped providing him with any mana but also began rapidly absorbing the mana inside him. His internal mana was nearly depleted. Fortunately, Ymir sensed this and there was a novel sound of cool water, followed by a feeling of gentle water enveloping his body and continuously seeping into him. The water contained the purest mana, and both his internal injuries and depleted mana were rapidly recovering. Nourished by such mana, Owen felt comfortable all over. The dark hollows of his eyes gained a bit of warmth, and mana gradually gathered, seemingly forming two magical vortices. As the vortices appeared, the spear of Longinus, which Owen was tightly gripping, seemed to be drawn by something and suddenly transformed into a bloody light, flying towards his eye sockets. Under the pull of the two vortices, the spear body swayed left and right and began to gradually soften. Unlike the first volume of Armament Merge, the second volume was more profound and domineering, allowing different weapons and staffs to be smelted into one's organs. Owen's eyes had suffered from the backlash, an injury that could never be restored. The only way to compensate was to transform the spear of Longinus into his own eyes. But this was not easy. Such a secret technique is rarely successfully cultivated even within the family, let alone the second volume. But this is the only way for now. I don't know how you managed to learn it, but it doesn't matter anymore. Whether it succeeds or not depends on your luck. Ymir shook her head. This was the only thing she could do at the moment. Even at her peak, she was extremely wary of the spear of Longinus, let alone now. Under Ymir's watchful gaze, Owen remained calm and composed, continuing to smelt the spear of Longinus, his face showing inexplicable confidence. "Spear of Longinus, you are a legendary artifact and should have some of your own. I will say this only once. Follow me, and I promise to lead you to unprecedented heights." Owen's mind power delved deep into the spear of Longinus, conveying his will to it. Seeing this, Ymir was about to set up a barrier around him to prevent anyone, especially outsiders, from approaching and disturbing Owen. Suddenly, she noticed the spear of Longinus trembling slightly, then, like a liquid, it split into two. It then flew into Owen's dark eye sockets, quickly filling them and gradually transforming into two agile and sharp eyes. What Ymir's face was instantly filled with question marks. The spear of Longinus was incredibly tough and formidable. While the Armament Merge was indeed a nemesis to such divine artifacts, subduing it should require a tremendous amount of effort. But now, in almost an instant, the spear of Longinus had already completed the smelting process. This was way too fast. How did Owen do it? Ymir blinked, her face full of astonishment. This moment, Owen paid no attention to Ymir's shock. After the spear of Longinus merged into his eye sockets, he first felt a surge of heat, followed by a sense of blood connection with the spear. Moments later, Owen attempted to slowly open his eyelids. As his eyelids opened, familiar light shone into his eyes, and the scene of the ruins was fully captured in Owen's vision. He could see. He could really see. Owen rubbed his eyes, feeling the joy of regaining his sight after being in darkness. He was no longer blind. Then, Owen felt another surge of emotion because he realized that not only could he see scenes hundreds of meters away, but every detail within his line of sight was crystal clear. Even the fine roots of tiny plants emerging from the overturned soil, with their veins, were clearly visible. His perception of living beings was also exceptionally sharp, as he noticed earthworms, insects, and various ants emerging from the underground soil. These eyes, forged from the spear of Longinus, had become extraordinary. And this was merely the most basic ability of these eyes. Owen suppressed his excitement and then tentatively looked at Ymir with these new eyes. Ymir had a mysterious origin and unfathomable strength, serving as the mentor and protector of his predecessor, John, which indicated her power and uniqueness. He wondered if these eyes could reveal anything about her. Chapter 82 Escape. Pursuit. When Owen's gaze fell upon Ymir, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly, giving her an eerie feeling of being seen through completely. Instantly alert, her body transformed into mist and hurriedly vanished from the spot. Although Ymir reacted swiftly and disappeared almost instantly, Owen's transformed eyes still caught her movements. Even if it was just a fleeting glimpse, Owen saw things he had never noticed before. First, he saw the flow of Ymir's spirit, which was clearly visible in his eyes, including the entire process of her mobilizing mind power to leave. Additionally, he noticed small red dots, varying in size, faintly appearing on her spiritual form. These were Ymir's weak points and flaws. The moment Owen saw those red dots, the thought popped into his mind. As Owen thought carefully, he realized that these were indeed the spots where Ymir's mind power was weak or places she subconsciously overlooked. If he were to suddenly attack these red dot-marked locations, it could likely achieve unexpected results. Additionally, Owen vaguely saw fragments of a divine spark faintly appearing and disappearing deep within Ymir's soul. Ymir was indeed extraordinary, Owen marveled. If it weren't for his current eyes, which could discern weaknesses and truths, he wouldn't have discovered these things even with Ymir always by his side. The spear of Longinus truly lived up to its reputation as a divine artifact. Owen rubbed his eyes more satisfied than ever. With the augmentation of these eyes, dealing with the fallen angel would undoubtedly be much easier. In future confrontations, he now had a powerful new tool. It could even be said that his combat ability had undergone a qualitative leap. After all, being able to see an opponent's weaknesses was incredibly advantageous, allowing for the possibility of achieving great results with minimal effort. Afterward, Owen quickly opened his system panel to check it. Name, Owen. Level, Gold Tier LV8. Talent, Order of Merlin, Starlet LV2, Supreme of All. Express, 45,674 48 millions. Skills, Mana Void, Supreme Sword, Guardian Shield, Order Fusion Spell, Obsidify LV3, Judgment Light Sword, Basic Healing Skill, Order of Thunder Usage Skill, Order of Fire Usage Skill, Absolute Copy, Corpse Animation Spell, Armament Merge Godslayer Staff, Dragonslayer Dagger, Spear of Longinus Ring of Angel. Weapons, Godslayer Staff 2/7 Spear of Longinus, Fallen Angel Set. Luck, 90 Max 100, Fate Point, 4,450. After looking at the system panel, Owen felt even more satisfied. If he were to wear the fully defensive Fallen Angel set, he couldn't even imagine the extent of his combat power. Master Owen. As Owen was checking the system panel, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from afar. Benedict was leading some elite wolf guards, hurrying over. Each of them was fully armed, exuding strong magical fluctuations, almost all of them being gold tier mages. Master Owen, where's the fallen angel? Seeing Owen's back but not the fallen angel, Benedict and the others were puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Just moments ago, when Owen was fighting the fallen angel, Benedict and the others received orders from Leslie to assist Owen in the battle against the fallen angel. But judging by the current situation, it seemed the fallen angel had already been slain by Owen. After all, a pure white halo had appeared above Owen's head. The fallen angel has been killed by me, Owen said, putting away the system panel and turning to look at Benedict and the others who had hurried over. The fallen angel is dead. Even though Benedict and the others had already guessed this from the halo above Owen's head, hearing the confirmation from Owen himself finally made them relax. However, this relaxation lasted only a moment. When Owen's gaze swept over them, they felt their scalps tingle, and they staggered backward in a daze, unable to stand steadily. In a trance, they saw an endless sea of blood and sharp edges rushing towards their eyes from Owen's gaze. Their pupils contracted, blood trickled from the corners of their eyes, and their bodies and spirits felt as if they were pierced through in an instant. As Benedict and the others' eyes and spirits were on the verge of collapse, Owen immediately realized what was happening and quickly restrained the sharpness in his eyes, calming his gaze swiftly. Benedict felt a moment of disorientation, as the sea of blood that was about to engulf him and suffocate him suddenly vanished as if waking from a dream. A gentle breeze brushed over his body, and the bright golden light brought a touch of warmth. The cold, sharp sense of danger seemed non-existent. Benedict rubbed his aching temples and glanced at the others behind him. Their foreheads were already covered in cold sweat, and their chests were almost soaked with it. When Benedict looked at them, they belatedly regained their composure. Benedict was startled, realizing that the previous sensation was not an illusion. Why are you here? How is the situation on Leslie's side? Owen, having reined in the sharpness in his eyes and becoming more gentle, glanced at Benedict and the others and asked. The group quickly bowed to Owen, not daring to meet his eyes, and respectfully said, Miss Leslie just sent us to assist you. We rushed over as soon as we received the order. As for Miss Leslie's current situation, we are not sure. There has been no disturbance at the palace for the time being. No disturbance, a hint of caution flashed in Owen's eyes. With Leslie being platinum tier, facing those two elders from the Council of Elders, it was impossible for there to be no commotion at all. Immediately, Owen quickly looked towards the depths of the palace. From his current location, the palace was dozens of miles away. However, when Owen gathered mana into his eyes, the distant distance was instantly shortened. The scene of the palace came into view. The dozens of miles were completely covered. But just as Owen was about to further probe with his eyes, he suddenly noticed that the palace seemed to be shrouded by a special black barrier. His gaze fell upon it, like hitting an impenetrable iron wall, making it difficult to advance. Further, Dark Tower. The first thought that emerged in Owen's mind was Leslie's hidden skill. Owen didn't know much about the Dark Tower. Although he was the designer of the anime characters, his understanding of the Dark Tower only extended to the end of the first season of the anime. However, based on the information he knew, the Dark Tower consisted of 9 levels. 4. Leslie, it was both a burden and a weapon. She could use the Dark Tower for training, and it contained many lost spells. She could directly upgrade within the Dark Tower and even harness the power of the powerful beings imprisoned inside it. Additionally, the Dark Tower itself was a barrier, and when Leslie activated the Dark Tower, her combat power within its confines would greatly increase. As Owen was lost in thought, a figure covered in a scent of blood approached quickly and appeared beside him. Charlotte wiped the blood off her face and reported in a low voice, Master Owen, as per your and Miss Leslie's plan, King Albrecht is leading the royal family members towards the border mountains, likely to retrieve the treasure. However, at this point, Charlotte seemed to remember something and paused. However, what? Owen asked with a frown. Charlotte glanced in the direction of the Thousand Peaks and continued, there's more than just the royal family heading towards the border mountains. Oh, who else? Owen pursued. Charlotte replied, Carlos and Kyrix's penal minister, they are both secretly following as well. Hearing this, Owen's expression turned more serious. The royal family heading to the treasure-laden mountains, with Carlos and Kyrix's penal minister following them, indicated they had noticed something. If Carlos and Kyrix's penal minister indeed followed them, their strength could jeopardize Owen's plan to blow the Council of Elders. King Albrecht and his group were not important, the Council of Elders was the key. If the Council of Elders could not be eradicated, truly controlling the Azure Kingdom would be impossible, leaving endless troubles behind. Thus, Owen gave Charlotte a few simple instructions to stabilize the capital situation as quickly as possible. Then, he spread his angel wings and transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the border mountains. Meanwhile, in the palace, whether they were citizens in the city or the various prodigies and guards gathered from different regions, everyone looked up at the sky above the palace. Originally a clear blue sky, it suddenly held a massive black object, endless in sight, like a mountain descending from the heavens, covering the sprawling palace. Chapter 83, The Dark Tower. In everyone's eyes, the enormous shadow suddenly shrouding the palace had a deep, ancient surface, exuding an aura of antiquity. The more they stared at it, the more their minds sank into it, vaguely seeing a holy paradise and hearing its gospel echoing in their ears. Some lower-level mages couldn't help but kneel on the ground, bowing and worshipping with fervent expressions, becoming the most devout believers of the shadow. Stronger mages, after breaking free from the influence of the majestic, sacred shadow, tried to lift their heads to see its full form. But no matter how high they raised their gaze, their chins nearly parallel to the towering shadow, they could only see the shape of it piercing the clouds, unable to grasp its entirety. Instead, the oppressive, domineering aura became even more deeply ingrained in their hearts, intensifying their urge to kneel. Only a very few high-level mages could vaguely discern the nature of the shadow. It was a dark tower enveloping the palace, or rather, it was merely the lowest level of the dark tower. Above this lowest level, there were layer upon layer of the tower body, reaching straight into the clouds, forming a 9-layer dark tower like a pillar supporting the sky. Just a glimpse of the dark tower's full form left the top mages with deep astonishment. It was as if ants had truly glimpsed the vast heavens and understood their insignificance. As everyone's eyes were drawn to the suddenly appearing dark tower, filled with shock, a figure emerged, walking gradually out of the tower. Miss Leslie, it's Miss Leslie, she's coming out. With the sudden appearance of that figure, everyone's attention was drawn to her, their hearts couldn't help but be startled again. To many ministers, Leslie had undergone a complete transformation compared to the past. Not only did she manipulate the royal family, but her strength was also unfathomable, almost monstrous. Many commoners and mages, unaware of what had transpired within the palace, saw Leslie and their already devout expressions towards the dark tower became even more fixed on their faces. At this moment, Leslie was stepping through the air, her beautiful face solemn and cold. With each step in the void, a snowflake the size of a head appeared beneath her feet, supporting her, making her look like the center of a world of ice and snow. As she walked forward, the cold and noble chill froze the air. Countless snowflakes danced and fell to the ground, instantly freezing the surface. Falling on rooftops, thick ice crystals immediately formed. Her arrival was like that of a holy snow elf, causing even time to seem frozen at that moment. Is she really Leslie? So cold, everyone present was dumbfounded, even Duke Charles and Madeline were staring at her with their mouths agape, unable to believe that the Leslie who seemed like an ice queen was the same low-key, extravagant Leslie from before. The difference was simply too great. What surprised everyone even more was that after Leslie, surrounded by ice and cold wind, completely stepped out of the palace, 2 crystal-clear ice blocks, like pieces of crystal, suddenly flew from behind her, falling heavily onto the solid ground outside the palace. Bang! With a loud crash, the 2 blocks of ice smashed into the ground, creating person-sized deep pits with fragments of ice and soil flying everywhere. Everyone's gaze focused on them, and their bodies trembled as expressions of terror instantly spread across their faces. Inside the transparent ice blocks were 2 elders who had been mutilated into human sticks. They were frozen inside, their faces twisted in agony, eyes filled with blood, and their pupils full of unwillingness and pain. These 2 elders of the Council of Elders, who were high-ranking and powerful, had been tortured into this state by Leslie. Many people were already shivering in the cold wind, and the sight of the 2 elders in such a condition made them feel a chill that penetrated their bones. How did Leslie become so powerful? Why did she treat the 2 elders of the Council of Elders so brutally? This was the imperial capital, and she was provoking the Council of Elders and King Albrecht. Most people present suddenly felt a strong sense of the imperial capital being in turmoil. They were unaware of what had transpired in the palace hall and only felt that Leslie's strength and audacity were too great. She was completely lawless. Given their understanding of King Albrecht and the Council of Elders, Leslie was likely to be torn to pieces. After all, the entire imperial capital was the place most deeply controlled by the royal family and the Council of Elders. For a moment, many people snapped out of their shock, their faces full of fear, as if they were already witnessing the coming storm. The royal families and the Council of Elders joined, bloody purge within the imperial capital. Miss. At this moment, Benedict, leading a group of wolf guards, quickly arrived at the scene. Kneeling on one knee before the slowly descending Leslie, he offered a blood-soaked head and said with fervent eyes, the defense general of the imperial capital, along with his thousands of guards, have all been killed. This is his head, for you to see. As Benedict finished speaking, those who had been worried about Leslie's safety felt their scalps tingle. What did they just hear? The defense general of the imperial capital, the most trusted general of the royal family, had been killed. The head that Benedict was holding, they could see clearly, was indeed the head of the defense gen. What was Leslie planning to do? Was she planning a rebellion? This was the imperial capital, filled with powerful figures. Even though Leslie was strong, the royal family and the Council of Elders had extensive influence here. Just as these thoughts formed in their minds, Charlotte, clad in full armor, arrived with a group of mages wearing dark rose masks. They all knelt before Leslie, each holding a blood-soaked head. Miss, the Golden 12 have all been beheaded. Miss, the head of the inner guard minister is here. Miss, the 3 generals of the 3 major general offices have been slain, their heads are here. After Charlotte spoke, the other blood-covered members of Dark Rose also spoke up, raising the heads they held high, awaiting Leslie's inspection. Their tones were extremely fervent. For Leslie, they had trained rigorously for so long, all 4. This day, now, their wish had become reality under Leslie's orchestration. The transformation of the imperial capital filled them with excitement and their reverence. For Leslie reached its peak at this moment. Seeing her was like seeing a true deity. After hearing these reports, Leslie didn't say much but asked, what about him? Charlotte was momentarily stunned but quickly understood and replied, Master Owen. Learned that Carlos and Kyric's penal minister were tracking the royal family to the border at Thousand Peaks, and he has followed them. After speaking, Charlotte cautiously asked, Miss, should we immediately support Master Owen? Charlotte knew Leslie best, as they spent the most time together daily. She had never seen Leslie care so much about a man. Whether Leslie admitted it or not, it was clear that Owen held a special place in her heart. Leslie's beautiful eyes looked towards the Thousand Peaks, pausing for a moment before she slowly shook her head and said, no need. If he can handle the fallen angel, though small fry, definitely not a problem. There are more important things to do now. Charlotte nodded repeatedly in agreement. Leslie closed her eyes, mentally calculating the current situation, then opened her eyes and ordered, Charlotte, take all the members of Dark Rose and visit the homes of the influential families one by one. If they are willing to submit, offer them a drink. If they refuse, help them to a dignified end. Though Leslie's tone was calm, when Madeline heard it, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in her mind, causing her to tremble all over. She could already imagine the bloodbath that would ensue in the imperial capital once Charlotte and the others started their actions. She never expected her sister to be such a ruthless character. Madeline. Suddenly, Leslie's gaze fell on Madeline, causing her to shiver despite her efforts to remain calm. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, Sister, what do you need from me? Leslie gently patted her shoulder and smiled indulgently, saying, don't just stand there. Quickly take the Eagle Guard and properly calm the citizens. Seeing Leslie's eyes as pure as gemstones, Madeline's fear dissipated significantly. She nodded obediently and immediately gathered the Eagle Guard to stabilize the situation. Although she didn't understand Leslie's thoughts or why she was so different from before, there was one thing she was sure of, Leslie would always be her sister, and Leslie clearly felt the same way. That was enough. Chapter 84 Royal Treasure. Amid the turmoil in the imperial capital, Annie, Andre, and other prodigies from various major forces were all looking towards the direction of South Street. They had all seen Owen's slaying of the fallen angel through Carlos' special magic. This Owen is truly ferocious. It feels like the domination leaderboard we just created for him isn't enough to highlight his monstrous abilities. Compared to him, we feel like we're from a different era. If he can kill a terrifying creature like the fallen angel, is there anything he can't do? Miraculous feats seem to be just ordinary for him. Comparing ourselves to him is infuriating. With Owen around, from now on, we can only compete for second place. Edward and others shook their heads and sighed, feeling utterly hopeless about surpassing Owen. Previously, even though Academy City had placed Owen alone on the domination leaderboard, they had been somewhat unconvinced despite their defeats by Owen. Being in their youthful prime, they had never faced such a significant setback and couldn't accept the special treatment given to him by Academy City. But now, after witnessing Owen annihilate the terrifying fallen angel, capable of destroying the Imperial capital, their pride was utterly extinguished by Owen. Owen's image was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and they completely gave up any thoughts of challenging him. Even Monroe, the saint of the Sun Moon sect from the Mountain Forces, felt unprecedented despair. Owen's existence made her feel that no matter what means she used, she had no chance of victory and was completely crushed by him. While many prodigies were feeling dejected and shaken, news about Leslie mutilating the two elders of the Council of Elders and rebelling quickly spread to them through various channels. What the heck? Is this news for real? It's explosive. Leslie was really hiding her strength. To have such terrifying power and influence is scary. I'm glad I never offended her before. Those two elders were top platinum tier powerhouses. How could this happen to them? Leslie is only a year or two older than us, yet her strength is vastly superior. I originally thought Owen was the only genius who could crush us, but I didn't expect there to be another hidden gem like Leslie. Damn it, this world really doesn't lack geniuses. Compared to them, we're just part of the masses. Upon confirming the news about Leslie, Edward and the other prodigies, already disheartened by Owen, felt an even greater weight on their chests. Monroe squinted her eyes and said seriously, there's a saying that where there's a crouching dragon, there will be a young phoenix. Owen is clearly the crouching dragon stirring up the world, and Leslie must be the young phoenix, no less powerful than him. If we can defeat Leslie, we might be able to defeat Owen. These two are geniuses beyond our era. The other prodigies were deeply moved, seeing that even Monroe, the saint of the Sun Moon sect from the Mountain Forces, had such respect and fear for Leslie. Time flew by, the sun set, and the moon rose. The Imperial capital gradually became shrouded in night. However, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Charlotte and Dark Rose swiftly began executing Leslie's purging plan, storming into the noble households one by one. Some ministers and nobles, seeing Leslie's rise to power, chose to side with her immediately. To them, as long as their status remained unchanged, it didn't matter who they served. But many hardliners, even knowing Leslie had seized control of the capital, still intended to resist to the end, angrily denouncing Leslie. For such families and ministers, Charlotte showed no mercy, creating rivers of blood and hanging heads like lanterns in front of their estates. Such terrifying slaughter and the iron-blooded method of exterminating those who didn't submit quickly spread fear throughout the capital. The already turbulent imperial capital became even more unstable, with people's minds in turmoil and the city in a state of upheaval. Although Leslie had seized control of the capital, what about outside the capital? King Albrecht and the Council of Elders still existed. No one could guarantee who would have the last laugh. This led many opportunistic ministers to become increasingly indecisive, feeling like they were standing on the edge of a cliff, where one misstep could lead to their total destruction and the annihilation of their families. Father, Leslie stood with her hands behind her back in the courtyard of the Duke's mansion. Is everything done? Duke Charles turned to look at his daughter and asked. Everything is done, Leslie replied. Duke Charles nodded. I should have guessed long ago that you were never some chaotic demon king, but rather a peerless genius. He forced a smile onto his face. Hearing this, Leslie remained silent, simply gazing quietly at her father. After a long silence, she slowly spoke. Father, you should know that I did all this not for the Azure throne. I know. Duke Charles nodded again, a smile appearing on his face. From the moment I picked you up from the Kyric kingdom when you were 4 years old, I knew you had a detached temperament and no interest in royal power. Your current grand efforts must be to use Azure's power to seek revenge on the Kyric royal family for your family. Hearing this, a moment of extreme killing intent flashed in Leslie's beautiful eyes, and her voice turned icy cold. From the moment the Kyric royal family slit my family's throats in front of me, I swore they must die by my hand. Upon hearing this, Duke Charles frowned and said solemnly, even if the road ahead is fraught with great danger. Leslie, her beautiful face cold, replied, even if it leads to an abyss. Seeing her determination, Duke Charles sighed deeply. Fine, do as you wish. Just as a father, I hope my daughter can remain safe and sound. Hearing this, Leslie nodded and said, don't worry, no matter what, I will ensure Madeline's safety. Duke Charles shook his head and said, when I say daughter, I also mean you, my silly child. Upon hearing this, Leslie's cold and stunning face froze for a moment. At that moment, she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Duke Charles waved his hand generously and said, all right, once the situation stabilizes, you should marry Owen. It would be wonderful to enjoy the joy of family life and hold a grandchild early. What? Have a child? This abrupt topic change left Leslie momentarily stunned. Even someone as cold as Leslie couldn't help but blush. You must hold on to that young man tightly, don't let other girls steal him away. As far as I know, there are enough girls on the continent who admire Owen to circle the capital 3 times. Leslie, extremely proud, turned her head away with a light snort. She didn't refute anything, because even she had to admit, Owen indeed had an indescribable charm, but she wouldn't be like ordinary girls and become infatuated. However, she could admit that he had a unique allure. Owen and she seemed to have an innate understanding of each other. With just a glance, they could understand what the other was thinking, whether it was about causing turmoil in the world or overthrowing the royal power. She truly enjoyed the wonderful feeling of being evenly matched and having mutual understanding with Owen. Her mind unconsciously replayed the scene of their first meeting. When she thought of the moment they outwitted each other and then reached an agreement with a handshake, a faint smile appeared on her lips. After saying this, she suddenly came back to her senses and realized that Duke Charles had already left. Was I daydreaming because of that guy? Leslie was somewhat surprised by her inexplicable actions just now. She shook her head, deciding not to think too much about it. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily looked towards the direction of Thousand Peaks, and she murmured softly, I wonder how that guy is doing. Hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 85, the Royal Family's Revenge Plan. Among the towering peaks of the Thousand Peaks mountain range, a group of people were frantically running, evading the pursuit from behind. They were none other than members of the Azure royal family. Each of them was in a disheveled state, their luxurious and precious robes almost entirely covered in dust. As they fled through the mountains, their garments were torn into rags. Deep exhaustion and terror were etched on every face. Leading the group was King Albrecht, his teeth nearly ground to dust as he continuously cursed Leslie along the way. When Leslie had massacred the Great Hall today, if it weren't for the premonition of Luna Academy's principal who escorted them to the Thousand Peaks, they would have already perished at Leslie's hands. The price they paid to escape to this point was extremely heavy. The 12-man team of gold tier mages had been ambushed by Charlotte as they left the city. They sacrificed their lives to cast the 12 zodiac palaces, creating an opportunity for the royal family to flee. However, in their panic as they entered the deep mountains, they were suddenly attacked by Carlos and Kyric, the penal minister. They came with great force, but fortunately, the principal of Luna Academy held off the strong enemies on both sides, allowing the few remaining members to escape with their lives. Though they had escaped to this place, King Albert was now as ragged as a beggar, drenched in sweat, his clothes tattered, and his crown lost who knows where. The aura of majesty that once surrounded him as a king had dissipated almost entirely. He now resembled a frightened deer, trembling at the slightest rustle in the wind. Who's there? Suddenly, King Albert felt something approaching from behind and hurriedly cried out, scrambling away in a panic. Father, it's me, Mary. Mary approached, holding some clear water in a lotus leaf, only to find that her once composed father had become so terrified. Seeing that it was Mary bringing him water, King Albert steadied himself, forcing a wry smile. Feeling parched from the escape, he quickly stepped forward and took the lotus leaf with his mud-stained hands. He drank the water hastily, not caring about his image. Some of the water spilled onto his chest, making his already filthy and tattered clothes look even more shabby. Good, you've done well. Now, you lead the group and continue deeper, King Albert said, feeling slightly calmer after drinking the water. He looked at Mary and discussed their next steps. Mary sighed as she looked at her father's current state, then nodded repeatedly. With the royal family suffering heavy casualties and her father being severely shaken, she knew she had to take on the heavy burden herself. Mary composed herself, scanned the weary royal family members, and spoke loudly. Everyone, the Azure Kingdom is now at a critical juncture of life and death. We must all pull ourselves together. Though the current situation is dire, our royal ancestors have left us resources for a counterattack. Upon hearing Mary's words, the royal treasure. Many of the previously despondent royal members suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment and cried out. They had heard from their elders since childhood about a deeply hidden treasure belonging to the royal family. It was not to be used unless the kingdom was facing life and death. However, they knew nothing about what the treasure contained, where exactly it was, or how to access it. But this legend had been passed down through the royal family for generations. Now, Mary mentioned it again. That's right, you might have heard the rumors of the auction. The royal treasure is real and it's hidden deep within the 1,000 peaks. Seeing that everyone had regained some spirit, Mary continued to speak, boosting their morale. We are not far from the treasure now. Once we find it, even though our current situation is dire, we can still turn the tide. Mary spoke with absolute certainty. Victory. Victory. The royal members, their eyes now red with determination, roared in unison. The lush towering trees grew wildly, with roots crawling over the ground, crisscrossing in every direction. Bright sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, scattering dapples of light onto the group venturing deeper into the mountains. Mary, surrounded by mana, conjured long swords that shredded the branches and bushes in their path, creating a clear trail forward. Behind Mary, King Albert and the other royal family members, along with the council of elders, followed closely, occasionally glancing around with wary expressions. Though they had shaken off their pursuers, the 1,000 peaks were teeming with spellbeasts, making the area far from safe. The deeper they went, the louder and more terrifying the roars of the spellbeasts became, their oars exuding ominous power. Fortunately, Mary remembered the map that guided them away from the dangerous areas where spellbeasts gathered. The pervasive miasma was also navigated safely thanks to the map's guidance, allowing them to avoid getting lost, making their journey relatively uneventful. About an hour later, Mary, leading the way, suddenly stopped and looked ahead, her face breaking into a broad smile. They had reached the valley where the treasure was hidden. The royal treasure. The royal treasure. King Albert's dim eyes suddenly brightened. He rushed to the front, staring at the nearby valley with a fervor akin to a starving wolf spotting fresh meat. King Albert knew more about the treasure than anyone else. This place not only housed mana stones but also contained a treasure trove left by their ancestors, with invaluable items rivaling those in the kingdom vault. Because of the vast number of mana stones, the value of this treasure was beyond the imagination of other mages. Additionally, 2 platinum tier mages from House Ashbourne were stationed here too. Excavate and guard the treasure. Entering the valley would mean they were finally safe. Seeing King Albert rejuvenated, many royal family members, including Mary, immediately followed, their fatigue almost completely replaced by excitement. However, upon entering the valley, King Albert, panting heavily, frowned at the sight before him. The valley was in disarray. The tracks that should have run deep into the mountains were no longer operational. Minecarts were overturned, and there were many chaotic footprints on the ground. Yet, no zombies were in sight. King Albert sensed something amiss. This area was supposed to be managed by Sean and Robert from House Ashbourne, both mages proficient in corpse animation spells. Ordinarily, this place should have been bustling with zombies, busy with activity. Yet now, there wasn't a single zombie in sight, and even the presence of Sean and Robert was absent. Those two opportunists. They're unreliable in times of trouble, King Albert cursed. House Ashbourne was known for prioritizing profit above all else, willing to abandon everything for the sake of gain. Not sensing the presence of the 2 mages, King Albert concluded that they must have fled in fear. His heart raced with anxiety as he dashed deeper into the valley. The treasure must not be compromised. King Albert hurriedly rushed to the center of the valley. At this moment, Sean and Robert's tent was in shambles, but the treasure vault's door remained tightly closed. Seeing this, King Albert breathed a sigh of relief. Mary and the other royal family members, upon seeing the treasure vault door, also displayed signs of eagerness and curiosity. Although they did not yet know what was inside, the scattered fragments of mana stones from the overturned mine carts excited them. It appeared that this mana stone deposit had been mined for a long time, and surely a considerable amount had been accumulated. Mana stones are the hard currency of the continent, especially coveted by Middle-earth and the mountain forces. With enough mana stones, it's possible to hire them to take action. Many royal family members were already visibly eager. They all followed closely behind King Albert and began to slowly push open the treasure vault door. Creak. As they exerted their combined strength, the tall and heavy treasure vault door quickly opened. Bright light poured in, revealing piles of mana stones stacked inside. The mana stones, pitch black and brimming with mana, glowed brightly, shimmering with a radiant light. The light passing through the mana stones created a kaleidoscope of colors, slightly illuminating the dark treasure vault, allowing King Albert to see the interior more clearly. Mana stones. Piles and piles of mana stones, King Albert exclaimed first, squeezing through the barely open door and grasping the nearest mana stone in his hand, like a crazed gambler hitting the jackpot. Mary and the others followed closely behind, witnessing the heaps of mana stones piled up like small mountains inside the vault. Their breathing quickly grew heavy, faces flushed, each of them itching to scoop up all the mana stones and hold them close. Mana stones. A single mana stone the size of a thumb could be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, enough to support an ordinary family for a lifetime. And here, the end of the pile wasn't in sight. Even though they were royal family members, accustomed to luxury and having seen countless treasures, seeing so many mana stones amassed here in person, they couldn't suppress their excitement. It's known that if someone outside were to accidentally obtain a single mana stone, it would be cherished as a family heirloom, carefully protected and passed down through generations. But here, mana stones were as common as garbage, scattered everywhere, easily found. Good. With this legacy left by our ancestors, Leslie is nothing more than a clown, at best enjoying her moment of glory. King Albrecht ecstatically tossed the mana stones into the air, reveling in the feeling of being showered by their energy. However, King Albrecht was unaware that these mana stones were merely a tenth of what Owen had left behind. Owen had already plundered the remaining 90%. If he knew this, he would probably be spitting blood in rage. After inspecting the mana stones, King Albrecht continued deeper into the vault. He knew that at the center of this treasure trove lay various priceless artifacts placed there by generations of the Azure royal family. Though mana stones were incredibly valuable, the treasures left by their ancestors were equally rare and could offer even greater assistance in their current plight. Soon, as King Albrecht ventured into the central area of the vault, he saw rows of precious magical artifacts neatly arranged. Each artifact radiated a dazzling array of colors, creating a mesmerizing rainbow light. Spectacle, dragon scale armor, mammoth tusk spear, royal holy grail. Light convergence mana stone. Glancing over the artifacts, King Albrecht recognized almost every one of them at a glance. These items were famous not only in the Azure Kingdom but also renowned in other kingdoms. Additionally, the powerful auras emanating from these magical artifacts gave King Albrecht a sense of security. With these mana stones, they could hire mercenaries and top forces. Using these artifacts, they could put bounties on the heads of Leslie, Owen, and others. High rewards would surely attract brave individuals. With this dual approach, no matter how ambitious Leslie was or how long she had been preparing for her rebellion, she would still meet a disastrous end. The Azure Kingdom would still belong to the royal family. Our ancestors were wise. With this treasure, Albrecht, will surely restore the splendor of the Azure royal family. With a plan set in his heart, King Albrecht felt much more spirited and swore an oath to the heavens. He seemed to have returned to his former confident and commanding self. At this time, Mary and the other royal family members also arrived. Seeing the vault filled with luxurious and precious magical artifacts, their eyes widened, captivated by these rare treasures. Everyone, the time for our counterattack is near. Now, transfer the mana stones and these treasures into the treasure chest and take them with us. Seeing the others following, King Albrecht immediately issued the command, simultaneously tossing out a treasure chest pendant hanging from his chest. This was a special storage magical artifact with a much larger internal space compared to an ordinary storage ring. Bang! As the treasure chest pendant was released, its size immediately expanded with the wind, forming a huge, spacious treasure chest standing before them. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Mary becomes a slave. Mary and her companion stared at the huge treasure chest and wasted no time in diligently moving the mana stones and various magical artifacts into the treasury. Of course, this included the Holy Grail, which had been handled by Owen. As they transported these treasures, the despair in their hearts vanished, replaced by a newfound hope for revenge. Previously, Leslie's people had chased them relentlessly, making them flee in embarrassment. From now on, it would be Leslie fleeing in disgrace. Mary, as the highest-ranking member of the royal family next to King Albrecht, was specifically responsible for transporting the highest-quality magical artifacts. The Holy Grail, a symbol of the royal family, was particularly important to all the royal members. It wasn't until they had placed it into the treasury that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Time flew by, and half an hour later, all the items in the treasury had been moved into the chest. Surveying the surroundings, they saw only the mottled walls, now completely empty. Seeing this, King Albrecht quickly formed a seal with his hands, preparing to store away the chest and leave as soon as possible. After all, they were still being pursued, and this place, a mountain range teeming with spellbeasts, was dangerous. The sooner they left, the better. However, what they feared most came to pass. As King Albrecht was about to stow away the chest, a murderous aura swept in like the edge of a blade, shattering the treasury doors in an instant. Immediately, figures clad in black poured in from the valley outside the treasury. They blocked King Albrecht, Mary, and the other royal family members, as well as the council of elders guards at the entrance. Seeing these cold and ruthless nether guards, King Albrecht's heart sank. He knew these people well. They were the ones who had been chasing his brood before. If it hadn't been for Principal Luna's intervention, they wouldn't have even made it here alive. And now, not long after, these pursuers had caught up with them again so quickly. Tisk, 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 I knew it. The royal treasure of the Azure Kingdom's royal family is not just a mere legend, Carlos said with a smile. As King Albrecht furrowed his brow and Mary and the others instinctively closed ranks, warily scanning their surroundings, Carlos, flanked by the nether guard, walked into the treasury. His smile widened as he gazed at the mana stones and various treasures filling the vault. His Highness's intuition has always been accurate. It seems he has won again this time. Following Carlos, an old man with sparse, snow-white hair and a god frame slowly entered, leaning on a staff. His wrinkled face was etched with deep grief. This was Alvin, the commander of this elite unit of the nether guard, a platinum tier level 9 mage. Originally, he had brought the nether guard to secretly protect Prince Carlos, ensuring his safety without causing unnecessary trouble. After all, Carlos was widely recognized as the best successor to the Dark Emperor, both in terms of bloodline and talent, and he could not afford any mishap. However, at Carlos's request, he decided to trust the prince's intuition. They had been pursuing King Albrecht, intending to extract the secrets of the royal treasure from him. They hadn't expected Principal Luna of the Academy to interfere and block their path. After expending significant time and effort, they finally managed to shake her off. Despite the twists and turns, the outcome was very favorable. The sheer number of mana stones and the dazzling array of magical artifacts rivaled even the kingdom vault of the Nether Kingdom. As Alvin appeared alongside Carlos, King Albrecht's already ominous premonition deepened. Although Carlos was only a gold tier mage, his Dark Emperor bloodline endowed him with mysterious powers, making his true combat strength comparable to that of an ordinary platinum tier mage. Among the royal members present, only Mary could somewhat contend with him, but she was definitely not his match. As for Alvin, he was a platinum tier level 9 mage, possessing combat power comparable to a diamond tier mage, and was renowned throughout the Nether Kingdom. Only the principal of Luna Academy could match him, but with the principal absent, none of them stood a chance against him in a one-on-one fight. Even together, they were no match. Furthermore, the Nether Guard was the elite force of the Nether Kingdom, almost all of them possessing the combat power to rival gold tier mages. Their coordination was exceptionally seamless, comparable to the renowned 12 golden mages of the Azure Kingdom. Alvin was unbeatable for them. Carlos was equally formidable. Even the hundreds of nether guards blocking the exit were on a different level altogether. At this moment, King Albrecht's once fervent heart sank into despair, his expression aging and weakening, as if he had fallen from heaven into hell. Mary, too, gritted her teeth, her heart filled with gloom. Both Carlos and the nether guard, whose auras seemed to merge into one, exuded a suffocating sense of danger. Not to mention the greedy Alvin, a platinum tier level 9 mage, just a step away from diamond tier. And she was the strongest among their group. But she couldn't deal with Carlos and his men, let alone protect the other royal members. Indeed, after Alvin, Carlos, and the nether guard surrounded them, all the royal members trembled, feeling as if they were plunged into an ice cave. Some timid royal members even wet their pants in fear, adding a stench to the air. At this life and death moment, King Albrecht became increasingly calm. His gaze flickered between the treasury and Carlos's group, struggling for a moment before he painfully spoke. Carlos, between you and me, between the Azure Kingdom and the Nether Kingdom, there has never been any enmity. You can have the treasure, but we hope you will spare our lives. The current situation left King Albrecht without even a trace of resistance, and his face bore a look of resignation and pleading. Losing the treasure but saving their lives was a dire outcome, but it was one he could accept. Losing both the treasure and their lives was absolutely unacceptable to King Albrecht. Mary and the other royal members understood this, but they still felt as if their hearts were bleeding. These monastones were the legacy left by their ancestors, the last reserve of the Azure Kingdom. Once given away, their chances of standing against Leslie would become immensely difficult. Indeed, knowing the situation and acting accordingly is wise. I appreciate people like you, Carlos said, clearly pleased with King Albrecht's reaction. However, as he spoke, his tone shifted, and his dark, swirling eyes grew greedier. But the treasure is not all I want. King Albrecht's face darkened again. He had already given up such precious treasure, and now Carlos wanted more. King Albrecht clenched his fists in anger, but soon relaxed them. Resistance was futile in their current predicament. Bowing his head in defeat, he asked, what else do you want? As long as you let us leave alive, we can discuss anything. Carlos nodded and smiled. Simple. Just hand over Mary to me, and I can assure you, this will be my last demand. To Carlos, the treasure and Mary were the most valuable assets here. He didn't care about King Albrecht and the others. Letting them go could even serve to distract Leslie to some extent. Mary. The royal members' gazes shifted from Carlos to Mary, their expressions complicated. Although Mary was their sister and they shared a blood bond, the royal family valued blood ties the least. For the sake of interests, anything could be compromised or sacrificed, especially when faced with life and death. So, after a brief moment of shock, their eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. They all wished Mary would agree to Carlos's demand. Mary sensed a change in the royal members' gazes. Although she had somewhat expected it, the reality still pained her deeply. Previously, to ensure their safe escape, she had fought bloodily at the rear of the group. Then, as they delved into the Thousand Peaks, she had led the way to fend off Spellbeast attacks. But now, no one spoke up for her, everyone hoped she would step forward voluntarily. How heartbreaking this was. Chapter 87 Min-Loss Potion. Mary trembled, sorrowfully brushing her forehead. Then, like a drowning person clutching at a straw, she looked towards her father, King Albrecht. Her father had always cherished her since she was young. Even if the other royal members didn't care about her, surely her father wouldn't betray her. Under Mary's gaze, a flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed King Albrecht's face. He certainly wanted to leave safely, but Mary was the most talented and powerful member of the royal family, and in his mind, the best hope for restoring their kingdom. If he left Mary behind, attempting to reclaim the kingdom with nothing would be a fool's dream. Moreover, Mary was a student of Luna Academy, with an extensive network of connections, which would be incredibly beneficial for their cause. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't sacrifice her just like that. Carlos noticed King Albrecht's hesitation and smiled faintly. The fact that King Albrecht hadn't outright refused indicated there was room for negotiation. So, he upped the ante. King Albrecht, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just give me Mary, and I'll share a portion of the treasure with you. With this portion, whether you wish to restore your kingdom or enjoy a peaceful retirement, it shouldn't be an issue. Carlos's words carried a devilish allure. King Albrecht's eyelid twitched, feeling somewhat tempted. The reason he wanted to protect Mary was fundamentally due to the lack of resources. He needed her to restore their kingdom. But with a vast amount of resources, Mary could be sacrificed. 30%. I want 30% of the treasure here. King Albrecht hesitated for a moment before finally looking up at Carlos, his words firm. Carlos had anticipated King Albrecht's reaction, but such prompt agreement made him burst into laughter. Very well, since King Albrecht asks, 30% it is. However, Mary needs to drink this potion first. As he finished speaking, Carlos's storage ring glowed, and he handed a white, round glass bottle to King Albrecht. Although King Albrecht wasn't very powerful, he was knowledgeable. Upon seeing the black liquid inside the glass bottle and hearing the mysterious whispers echoing in his ears, he immediately felt goosebumps and a chill in his heart. He recognized the black liquid. It was the extremely evil product of alchemy, the Min-Loss Potion. Once consumed, it would strip a person of their consciousness, turning them into a mindless puppet that only obeyed commands. This effect was irreversible. The drinker would forever remain a puppet. King Albrecht glanced at Mary, a flicker of struggle in his heart. As long as Mary drinks this potion, not only will you be able to leave alive, but you'll also take away 30% of the treasure. Why not? Carlos coaxed. He knew King Albrecht was fundamentally a man who pursued profit, and the other royal members were all cold and heartless. Or rather, this was the common ailment of all royal families. King Albrecht and the other royal members would undoubtedly make a decision that would satisfy him. Mary, with her proud and decisive nature, would never willingly submit or drink the Min-Loss Potion. King Albrecht and the other royal members had to be used to the fullest to force Mary to comply. Carlos saw clearly that, unlike the other royal members, Mary, perhaps due to spending most of her time at Luna Academy rather than the palace, had strong emotions. She wouldn't disregard the lives of King Albrecht and the other royal members. This was the perfect opportunity to gain complete control over her. Putting aside Mary's identity, her talent, strength, and her swan-like aloof beauty made Carlos yearn for her. Recently, however, Mary seemed to be attracted to Owen, which gave him a bad feeling. He needed to win Mary over quickly, otherwise, he had little confidence in competing with Owen for her, even though Owen already had Leslie as his fiancée. Under Carlos's urging gaze, King Albrecht's hesitant eyes quickly became resolute. He grabbed the bottle containing the Min-Loss Potion and spoke earnestly, Mary, you've been very sensible since you were young. Now, as the eldest sister of all your younger siblings, if you don't drink this, we'll all die. As the eldest, you must take this responsibility. Elder sister, we don't want to die, the other royal members echoed, pleading with her. Now that there was a chance to live, they, who had been pampered all their lives, were unwilling to give it up. Members of the Council of Elders also chimed in, Princess, your sacrifice will be recorded in history. By sacrificing yourself, you give us the chance to survive and restore the kingdom. You are the hero of the Azure Kingdom. Countless voices flooded Mary's ears. Her delicate body trembled, and her eyes dimmed slightly. Her father, King Albrecht, her brothers and sisters, so many royal members, and the Council of Elders who had sworn allegiance, all of them were persuading her to drink the Min-Loss Potion. It seemed as if not drinking it would make her the eternal sinner of the royal family. Not a single person stood up for her, not one. What was the meaning of all her previous sacrifices? A joke. Mary burst into laughter, her gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on King Albrecht. Those who met Mary's eyes, royal members and the Council of Elders, lowered their heads, unable to look her in the eye. Yet their attitude remained unchanged, still respectfully hoping Mary would drink the Min-Loss Potion. Only by doing so could they survive. As Mary stared at King Albrecht, a hint of guilt stirred within him. But the thought of sacrificing Mary for the greater good, for the family, quickly dispelled that guilt. Mary's heart completely shattered, her resolve, which had carried her this far, dissipated like smoke. All her past experiences flashed before her eyes, only to fade into nothingness. In that moment, she made up her mind. She grasped the bottle containing the min-loss potion tightly in her hand. Though King Albrecht and the royal members treated her this way, they were still her family. For them, Mary decided to sacrifice herself. However, she could not accept becoming a puppet forever. Expressionless, she opened the bottle of min-loss potion and looked at Carlos. If I drink this min-loss potion, will you let them go and give them 30% of the treasure? Carlos patted his chest and promised, I swear by the name of the Nether Kingdom's Dark Emperor, if you drink the min-loss potion, I will absolutely let them leave and allow them to take 30% of the treasure of their choice. Seeing this, Mary hesitated no longer. She held the bottle of min-loss potion in one hand and gripped her sword at her waist with the other, preparing to drink and then end her life. Carlos, noticing Mary's actions, laughed even more arrogantly. Once Mary drank the min-loss potion, he had countless ways to prevent her from committing suicide. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mary tilted her head back, slowly closed her eyes, and prepared to drink the min-loss potion. The expressions of those around her changed in various ways. King Albrecht's anxious heart finally felt a sense of relief. The royal members' faces lit up with smiles of relief. The Council of Elders nodded slightly, seeing hope for survival once again. Carlos was almost ready to burst into laughter, but just as everyone was filled with anticipation, a sharp, piercing sonic boom suddenly echoed from the distance, nearly tearing everyone's eardrums apart. Immediately following, a figure clad in a ghostly blue, like a dangerous meteor streaking across the sky, shot to the treasure vault above them. A powerful sense of oppression filled everyone's hearts, making their breathing heavy. Who are you? Carlos and Alvin were the first to react, looking up at the sudden apparition with heightened vigilance. The figure was entirely clad in armor, obscuring their features and form. A pair of pure white wings, with a wingspan of 3 meters, extended from their back. Something completely unfamiliar to them. The figure was clearly humanoid, so why did it have wings? Chapter 88, Crushing Punch. An angel, but angels were legendary beings, unseen for countless ages. King Albrecht, the royal members, and the Council of Elders stared in astonishment and caution at the ghostly blue figure hovering above them. Mary, who had been about to drink the min-loss potion, stopped her actions and looked in bewilderment at the winged figure. Flap flap. Under everyone's gaze, Owen, with angelic wings fluttering behind him, hovered above the treasure vault, quite pleased with the confusion on their faces. On his way here, Owen had already activated the fallen angel set, wrapping himself up completely. Because he didn't want to attract the attention of other powers again. Although it might sound conceited, he knew that he was already too dazzling, causing many forces to be wary of him. If he displayed even more terrifying combat strength, many kingdoms around the Azure Kingdom would likely be unable to sleep in peace. After all, Leslie had already shown terrifying strength and ambition, seizing the throne of the Azure Kingdom almost effortlessly. It was not impossible for them to attack in the future. Therefore, Owen did not plan to use the Godslayer staff, order or any of his previous skills this time. He intended to act entirely as a mysterious figure. Kyric's people, but when did they gain such abilities? Carlos and Alvin exchanged a glance, their confusion growing. In their moment of distraction, Owen's wings suddenly flapped, sending a gale through the air. His figure shot forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly appearing in front of Carlos. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, aiming straight for Carlos's chest. As he threw the punch, an unending wave of killing intent surged towards Carlos, like an overwhelming force crushing everything in its path. The enclosed space of the treasure vault quaked with the immense pressure. Crushing punch. This was a skill Owen had picked from the Fate Sword on his way here. It was a seemingly simple magic skill, just a straight punch. However, simplicity often hid great power. This punch could grow infinitely stronger, and with Owen's exceptional physique and intense killing intent, it could shatter a mountain with one strike. Moreover, Owen's eyes had undergone unimaginable transformations, allowing him to see weaknesses, perceive his opponent's quirks, and predict their movements. Combined with the extreme speed of his angelic wings, the explosive power of the crushing punch could break through any defense. In an instant, Owen appeared before Carlos as if he had warped through space. The incoming punch, shrouded in killing intent, was like a piercing spear, dazzling and deadly. Carlos was shocked. The speed and terrifying explosive power left him momentarily unable to react. Die, you ant. Alvin, standing beside Carlos, frowned and quickly moved in front of him, gripping a green staff in his hand. The staff, like a heavy hammer, had a head resembling a lush, full tree. As he swung it down, it created a fierce whistling sound, followed by dense green mana, resembling countless willow branches, attacking from all directions. A loud crash echoed through the treasure vault as the punch and staff collided. The impact was so powerful that it made everyone in the room unsteady, forcing them to retreat. The next moment, Alvin's proud expression suddenly changed. The crushing punch, which seemed to have exhausted its strength, bizarrely erupted with even more overwhelming power and killing intent. Crushing punch, second layer. Although Owen had only recently learned this skill, the fusion with the spear of Longinus allowed him to harness an endless ocean of killing intent, driving the crushing punch with divine precision. Caught off guard, Alvin had no time to counter. As the more frenzied crushing punch struck, his staff was instantly knocked away, and the protective shield around him shattered with a single blow. Bang! It was as if his entire body had been pulverized. Alvin's flesh and bones trembled in pain as he was sent flying, his pale skin turning blood red from the killing intent that infused his body. Carlos watched Alvin's body fly back, his pupils contracting sharply. In just one exchange, Alvin had been injured. Though he recognized Alvin's carelessness, it also highlighted the terrifying strength and combat experience of this mysterious figure. Everyone, attack together. Carlos decisively commanded, signaling the Nether Guard blocking the door to launch a combined assault on Owen. The Nether Guard reacted swiftly. Upon receiving Carlos's command, they immediately unleashed their long-prepared magical attacks, all aimed at Owen. Owen's eyes glowed with determination. The seemingly dense barrage of attacks was full of flaws in his view. With a flap of his wings, he maneuvered like a fluttering butterfly, evading the rain of attacks. Simultaneously, he unleashed another crushing punch, descending from above like Mount Dai, aimed at the Nether Guard below. As the punch fell, the air was filled with a rushing killing intent, turning the atmosphere crimson. The Nether Guard could barely track Owen's movements before they were faced with the bloody imprint of his fist, growing larger and closer. Bang, bang, bang. Under the force of the punch, the Nether Guard were powerless to resist. They were crushed into a bloody pulp, staining the ground red. Over 100 elite Nether Guards were annihilated in an instant, causing both Carlos and Alvin to breathe heavily, their eyes filled with rage. Go to hell. As the leader of the Nether Guard, Alvin was furious. He steadied himself, and complex, dazzling patterns began to emerge around him, with vibrant life force surging through the treasury. In an instant, countless green vines sprouted from the ground like thick tentacles, launching an assault on Owen. Carlos was well aware of Alvin's methods. As the vines grew, his form seemed to blend with them, disappearing from sight. While Alvin and Carlos attacked in their fury, Mary and the others retreated again and again, fearfully moving to the deepest part of the treasury. King Albrecht, in particular, was sweating profusely, his eyes fixed on Owen's back. Alvin and Carlos were already terrifying enough, but now this mysterious figure appeared, seeming even more fearsome than they were. This left King Albert unsure whether this was a good or bad turn of events, his heart hanging in suspense and anxiety. Swish, swish, swish. Thick vines, as wide as an arm, wriggled and twisted like tentacles, wrapping towards Owen. He punched, smashing the approaching vines into pulp. However, as long as the roots remained, the vines quickly regrew and continued to extend towards him. This method was quite eerie. Seeing this, Alvin gave a cold smile. This near barrier level technique, the green vine domain, was his strongest method. Anyone trapped within would have their magic and flesh gradually consumed by the continuously regenerating vines, eventually becoming nutrients for them. Among the many dark magics of the Nether Kingdom, it was quite renowned. It was precisely because of mastering this dark magic that Alvin could contend with a junior Diamond tier mage. Although he didn't know Owen's tier, he was certain it wasn't at the diamond level. Prolonged entanglement in the green vine domain would surely lead to Owen's demise. However, Alvin was somewhat surprised to see that Owen's armor seemed completely unaffected by the green vine domain. It felt as though the domain's power couldn't fully exert itself. The green vine domain, while not a true barrier, was incredibly close to that level with its own set of rules. While Alvin felt supremely confident, Owen's eyes glowed again, scrutinizing the green vine domain. The weakness is here. In just a few moments, Owen identified a large red spot at the center of the vines, where Alvin had unknowingly positioned himself, acting as the root of all the vines. Eliminating Alvin would cause the green vine domain to collapse. Having confirmed the weak point, Owen hesitated no longer. He surged downward like a dragon diving into the sea, charging fiercely towards the target. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Where are you hitting? In the treasure vault, as Owen dove straight towards the ground, Alvin, who had been quietly hiding underground, suddenly felt a heavy sense of danger. It was as if Owen had seen right through him. The green vine domain was his best shelter, even a diamond tier mage would struggle to see through it quickly. How did this mysterious person see through his position at a glance? While Alvin was momentarily stunned, Owen's angelic wings whirred like a meat grinder, shredding the approaching vines into pulp and scattering them everywhere. As Owen got closer to the ground, red killing intent swirled around him, scorching like fire, suffocating Alvin with its oppressive presence. What terrifying killing intent! Alvin's mind was affected by the killing intent. Green light surged from his brow, allowing him to recover quickly, not daring to be careless. He formed intricate hand seals in front of him, chanting ancient words. The vines, which had been collapsing under Owen's assault, quickly thickened. Though I don't know who you are, opposing the Nether Kingdom will only lead to death. Go join the Nether Guard in death. Alvin roared, and the vines, like thousands of writhing poisonous snakes, absorbed the corpses of the slain Nether Guard as nutrients. The surface of the vines began to harden, resembling fish scales, neatly arranged and shimmering with a strange, vibrant green. They surged towards Owen with deadly intent. No wonder the Nether Kingdom is known for its dark magic. Such methods are indeed sinister and ruthless, not wasting even their corpses. Owen shook his head slightly, sensing that the dark magic of the Nether Kingdom was becoming increasingly twisted and malevolent. But this thought was fleeting. The angelic wings on Owen's back slashed like blades at the converging green vines. This time, however, the vines, having absorbed the corpses of the Nether Guard, were not easily shredded. Instead, the fine scales on the vines vibrated, partially absorbing and deflecting the force of Owen's wings. The dozens of vines, nearly pushed back, once again surged towards Owen, intent on binding him in place and preventing him from approaching the ground. With the green vine domain in place, Alvin was its core and could not easily move. However, as the vines accelerated, aiming to ensnare Owen like ropes, his eyes flashed with understanding, seeing through their trajectory. It's time to end this. Owen didn't want to waste any more time on Alvin. His angelic wings seemed to expand, then flapped forcefully, generating a gale that rippled through the air. His figure, a dazzling white light, pierced through the layers of vines, and he delivered a powerful punch to the ground. Boom! The entire floor of the treasure vault shook, rumbling like ocean waves, spreading in all directions. Beneath the ground, Alvin, squeezed painfully by the shifting earth, felt as if he were caught in a chaotic landslide. The magical shield around him had already deformed and twisted, while countless roots of the green vines fractured under the impact of Owen's punch. A look of terror appeared on Alvin's face. The power of Owen's punch was even more terrifying than before. His killing intent had intensified. Alvin's heart sank. This angel-winged person was incredibly peculiar. He appeared to have only one attack method, but it was overwhelmingly powerful. As Alvin's sense of foreboding grew stronger, the green vine domain began to crumble. If this continued, once the green vine domain collapsed, he would suffer severe backlash. Immediately, Alvin's gaze fell on the huge treasure chest not far away. His and Carlos's ultimate goal was the Azure Kingdom's treasure. Given the mysterious man's overwhelming strength, it was unwise to continue wasting time on him. Escaping with the treasure was the best option. Having made up his mind, Alvin's eyes turned cold. He instantly commanded the vines to self-destruct, intending to delay Owen and buy himself time to escape with the treasure. However, before he could act, Owen, enveloped in killing intent, had already rushed in front of him. You will stay here. The cold, death-like voice made Alvin break out in a cold sweat. He then felt a searing pain in his chest, followed by a numbness. His pupils contracted sharply as he saw Owen's figure suddenly appear behind him. The punch, like a spear, had pierced through his body from behind, and blood gushed out. As Alvin met his end, Carlos, who had been lying in wait, suddenly appeared above Owen. Covered in silver gray fur and looking like a berserk wolf, he aimed his crimson claws at Owen's neck, intending to decapitate him. From the moment Owen started fighting, Carlos had been observing his moves and searching for weaknesses, trying to figure out his origins to counter him effectively. However, Owen had used only what appeared to be the simple crushing punch from beginning to end. Carlos couldn't discern his background, only the flaws exposed by his monotonous technique. Though Owen's actions had been too fast for Carlos to find a good opportunity before, he finally had his chance now. Alvin's death had provided this opportunity. Trading Alvin's life for the secret of this winged angel was a worthwhile exchange in Carlos's eyes. Carlos chose to strike suddenly, causing Mary and the others watching from a distance to feel a jolt in their hearts. If Carlos hadn't revealed himself, they wouldn't have noticed his presence at all. Moreover, his sudden attack, with the coldness radiating from his wolf claws, gave them the illusion that their bodies were being torn apart. Even metal in front of those claws seemed weak and defenseless. Rip! The wolf claws slashed through the air, producing a sound like tearing fabric as they swept past Owen's neck. Carlos, now transformed into a werewolf, showed a hint of joy in his blood-red eyes. He had hit his target. No matter how strange this person was, the beastification dark magic Carlos used was one of the most bizarre and terrifying forms of spell-beast magic. If his claws made contact, there was no possibility of recovery. However, as soon as the smile appeared on his face, he realized that no blood flowed from the neck his claws had slashed through. The image distorted and dissipated like a phantom. Carlos's body stiffened, and he quickly scanned the surroundings warily. Are you looking for me? Owen's voice came from behind Carlos, carrying a hint of mockery. Carlos had hidden well, but with Owen's newly enhanced vision, he had managed to locate him. Having detected Carlos's presence earlier, his sudden attack was nothing more than a joke to Owen. Your voice sounds familiar. Who are you? Hearing Owen's voice, Carlos instinctively turned around, questioning him. But Owen had no intention of revealing his identity further. Instead, he answered with his fist. Carlos turned swiftly, but Owen's punch was even swifter. From a distance, it looked as though Carlos had deliberately moved his face into Owen's fist. Wham! The power of the crushing punch was terrifying. Carlos's defenses crumbled like paper, his teeth shattering from the impact. He was sent flying backward, leaving a trail of broken teeth and blood in his wake. Owen was somewhat surprised to see that Carlos hadn't fallen after his punch. After all, this punch was powerful enough to overwhelm even a platinum tier mage like Alvin. Carlos, however, had managed to withstand it through his beastification, though he looked extremely disheveled and his gaze grew even more sinister. Carlos's reaction only increased Owen's killing intent. Carlos was indeed a prodigy, destined to become a formidable figure if given time to grow. But unfortunately for him, he had encountered Owen. As killing intent flashed in Owen's eyes, Carlos's body jerked as if electrocuted, then he seemed to realize something. You are. His blood-filled mouth twisted out the words, clearly recognizing Owen. The familiar voice and the deadly intent made Carlos certain that the winged figure was indeed Owen. Realizing this, Carlos's spirit sank into despair. Chapter 90. Trying to escape again. Carlos had already been defeated by Owen twice. All his past pride had been trampled under Owen's feet. Even when he had fallen into despair and decided to distance himself from Owen, Owen relentlessly pursued him. From the look in Owen's eyes, it was clear that he intended to kill Carlos today. Owen showed no regard for Carlos's status as a prince or his Dark Emperor bloodline, both of which would make any other mage hesitant. Carlos knew he had only one option, escape. Owen's strength had clearly grown significantly since their last encounter. Immediately, Carlos tried to transform into a hawk, intending to flee using the same trick as before. Owen, having observed Carlos's every move, was well aware of his escape method from their previous battle in the arena. This time, Owen had no intention of letting him get away. Let's see if your speed is faster or mine. Owen coldly laughed as Carlos transformed into a Blackhawk, attempting to flee. In an instant, Owen crossed several hundred meters, appearing right behind Carlos. Carlos hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before he felt a massive shadow looming over him. Without looking back, he knew it was Owen who had caught up. Owen's speed was far superior to his own, even with his secret techniques. Realizing this, his eyes filled with despair. Owen, however, paid no heed to Carlos's complex emotions of despair, anger, and unwillingness. With his hands like blades, he sliced through the wings of the hawk Carlos had transformed into. The two wings were severed instantly by Owen, blood splattering everywhere. The immense killing intent also tore through Carlos's chest. His body reverted from hawk form to human, then shattered into pieces, falling in a bloody heap. With Carlos's death, a leveling up aura enveloped Owen. After eliminating Alvin, he had been at the peak of gold tier level 8. The experience gained from Carlos pushed him not only to gold tier level 9 but also close to breaking through to platinum tier. Feeling the surging magic and the increasing strength in his body, Owen nodded in satisfaction. Although it was only a one-level increase, nearing platinum tier brought benefits incomparable to before. By his estimation, his current strength had improved by nearly 50% compared to before the breakthrough. Facing Alvin and Carlos again would be a much shorter battle. After quickly stabilizing his level, Owen suddenly heard the system's notification. Congratulations to the host for eliminating Dark Emperor bloodline, Carlos. You have gained 8,000 fate points. 8,000 fate points. As expected of one of the major villains in the anime's original story, the fate points awarded were extraordinary. Compared to the 12,000 fate points awarded for killing the protagonist John, this was not far off. Coming here was truly a profitable endeavor. Alvin is dead, Carlos is dead, and the Nether Guard is dead. At this moment, King Aldrich, Mary, and the royal members cautiously stepped out of the treasure vault, gazing up at Owen, who was floating in the air, with reverence as if looking at a deity. They were all stunned. After all, Alvin and his group's strength was overwhelming, and they stood no chance against them. Yet this mysterious figure had effortlessly wiped out such a terrifying lineup. Good lord, King Aldrich knelt on one knee, paying homage to Owen. Although he didn't know where this powerful figure came from, he feared that Owen might be after the royal treasure. Regardless, showing his submission was crucial. If Owen had no qualms about killing Alvin and Carlos, what chance did they have? The other royal members quickly followed suit, kneeling on the ground. Good lord, you can have all the treasures here. We only ask that you spare our lives. We will be eternally grateful and worship you for generations. King Aldrich proactively offered the treasure, afraid of displeasing the mysterious figure. Seeing King Aldrich kneeling humbly, Owen felt a wave of disdain. Just moments ago, this same person was coercing Mary into drinking the min-loss potion. Although Owen found King Aldrich distasteful, he knew the primary task was to have them take the treasure back to the Council of Elders. Only then could he use the nuclear option to swiftly and efficiently annihilate the Council of Elders. However, Mary being here posed a problem. He didn't want her to die in the process. Despite Mary's arrogance in the original story, she showed remarkable courage and integrity when it came to matters of the nation, far surpassing the likes of King Aldrich and the others. Owen pondered for a moment and quickly made up his mind. He then turned to Mary, the only one still standing, and deliberately lowered his voice to ask. You have the Luna Academy badge. Are you a student of Luna Academy? Mary, sensing no malice from this mysterious person, was taken aback but slowly nodded. Seeing this, Owen pretended to speak warmly. I am an old friend of your mentor. I received an Echo Stone call for help from her, so I came. Can you contact her now? Where is she? Mentor's friend, Mary frowned slightly, not recalling such a friend of her mentor. However, given the mysterious man's formidable strength, he had no reason to deceive her. After all, he hadn't even glanced at the numerous treasures in the chest. Such a person had no need to lie. So, despite being uncertain of Owen's identity, Mary relied on her intuition and speculation. She pointed in a direction and gratefully bowed. Senior, my mentor is over there intercepting Kyrex's people. She has been fighting all the way and is exhausted. Please, Senior, help her. Owen nodded and said, rest assured, now that I'm here, she won't be in danger. This place has become perilous. Go back to the academy and wait. I'll bring your mentor back to find you. Mary hesitated upon hearing this. Her father and others were still in danger, and her mentor was fighting a strong enemy. Leaving didn't seem right, though staying wouldn't help much either. King Aldrich noticed Mary's hesitation. Seeing a chance to curry favor with this powerful figure, he smiled and said, Mary, the senior is right. It's safer for you to go to the academy. Besides, Carlos and his men are dead, and Kyrex's people are intercepted by your mentor. We'll be safe going directly to the Council of Elders. Seeing this, Mary no longer hesitated and nodded. After all the recent events, she understood the importance of strength more than ever. If she had the power of the senior, things wouldn't have come to this. Owen nodded with satisfaction. Despite some twists and turns, the plan was proceeding as intended. He prepared to flap his wings and leave, but just then, the system suddenly issued a task. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden mission. Rescue Luna Academy's principal Reina. A hidden mission. Owen was startled. He had unlocked a hidden mission. Originally, he had just made up an excuse to send Mary back to the academy and was about to leave directly. He hadn't expected to trigger a hidden mission. This was a must-accept situation. Firstly, completing a hidden mission would yield more substantial rewards. Secondly, Owen was quite curious and respectful of the Luna Academy's principal, Reina. After all, Reina was currently ranked among the top 10 on the celestial leaderboard. She was only 27 years old, exceptionally beautiful, and undoubtedly powerful. Such a figure played a significant role in the original anime. Rescuing her this time would not only bring system rewards but also establish a positive connection with her. Since it was something he could do effortlessly, why not? With that in mind, Owen rushed towards the direction Mary had pointed out at the fastest. Speed. The closer he got, the more puzzled he felt, sensing something was amiss. Kyrik's side might have platinum tier experts, but Reina's strength was formidable. It shouldn't have come to the point where she needed rescuing. There had to be some unforeseen circumstances he wasn't aware of. Anyone ranked in the top 10 of the celestial leaderboard wasn't a simple character. For Reina, a platinum tier mage shouldn't pose too much of a threat. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. The Madwoman. Owen vibrated his angelic wings, sweeping across the sky like a beam of holy light, quickly arriving at a stone forest. As soon as he arrived, Owen was hit by an overwhelming stench of blood, making him almost gag. Looking down, he saw the stone forest stained red with chunks of flesh and shattered bones, resembling a gruesome slaughterhouse. Upon closer inspection, the flesh and bones were all human organs, with tattered remnants of clothing the signature black attire of the Nether Guard. The air was still thick with lingering traces of agitated mana. From this, Owen sensed the presence of the Nether Guard. Clearly, there had just been a fierce battle between Carlos' men and Reina. The shattered corpses left behind were in a horrendous state, dismembered and strewn everywhere. Even though Owen had witnessed many bloody scenes, he couldn't help but breathe a little quicker, shocked by the sight before him. If it were a scene caused by a brutal, bloodthirsty maniac, he wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. After all, not a single mage's body was intact. It seemed like the work of someone with a twisted mind or a penchant for dismemberment. However, considering the current situation, the only person who had fought Carlos' men here was Reina. Yet, Reina, as the dean of Luna Academy, despite her young age, was a respected elder and a figurehead of the righteous faction. She shouldn't be capable of such a thing. Just as this thought crossed Owen's mind, he suddenly saw an even more terrifying battle wave surging from deep within the stone forest, like a mushroom cloud rising. From that battle wave, Owen sensed an incredibly terrifying and frenzied killing intent, making his eyes tinge with red. Currently, Owen was highly sensitive to killing intent, and judging by it, those killed here by Carlos' men must have been driven to such acts by their deeds. Immediately, Owen quickened his pace to chase after the source. After a few breaths, the stone forest gradually gave way to towering mountains. In a valley surrounded by several mountains, a woman with azure hair was approaching, her mana rising from her like a wolf smoke. Owen recognized her at first sight. Reina, the dean of Luna Academy. Owen had encountered her a few times before, but her aloof personality was just like her disciple, Mary. Unless she sought you out first, any attempts to greet or approach her would be in vain. Thus, Owen only recognized her, having had no prior interactions. This is, upon closer inspection, Owen suddenly noticed that while Reina was unharmed, her aura was unusually strange. The frenzied killing intent emanated from her. When Owen got a clear look at her face, her previously serene and indifferent expression had completely twisted, covered in blood and bits of flesh. She wore a crazed smile, clutching a severed head in her hand, crushing it with her slender fingers, making a cracking sound, as if relishing the act of slaughter. This made Owen's expression change slightly, staring at her in utter astonishment. In the original story, Reina was depicted as a cold goddess who spoke little, acted decisively, and cleanly. This indulgence in the pleasure of killing, even enjoying dismemberment, was completely unlike her. Yet, the person before him looked just like Reina. Wait, suddenly, Owen seemed to realize something and took a cautious step back. The person before him wasn't Reina at all. In the latter part of the first season of the anime, it was mentioned that Reina had a dual personality. At this moment, her body was occupied by her second personality, Lana. Lana was entirely different from her primary personality. She was a very playful, frenzied, and bloodthirsty individual. However, this personality only awakened in the latter part of the first season. Why did it appear so early now? Could it be that Owen's presence caused a pivotal change in the storyline? As thoughts raced through Owen's mind, he understood why the system had issued this hidden task. If Lana's personality were allowed to continue unchecked, it would have a significant impact on her primary personality, Reina. It could even lead to a complete reversal. While Owen was contemplating his next move, the only other living person facing Lana, Kyrik's penal minister, was already covered in blood, his aura weak, and his face filled with despair and terror. Earlier, when Reina had been fighting Carlos's men, he had planned to secretly strike and severely injure Reina, cutting off King Alberic's only current ally. Everything had been going smoothly, and he had successfully inflicted severe injuries on Reina. However, just as he was about to strike again, Reina seemed to turn into a madwoman. Not only did her injuries heal at an alarming rate, but her combat strength also became incredibly terrifying. Carlos's strong men in the Nether Guard were slaughtered by her as if they were nothing. Even though he had been at the platinum tier for many years, he was no match for her and suffered unprecedented injuries, with numerous broken bones causing excruciating pain. He even had a strong feeling that if Reina wasn't toying with him to satisfy her twisted desire for torture, he would have been killed already. Damn it, this is intolerable. The penal minister, though already in despair from being beaten by Reina, couldn't bear the humiliation of being toyed with. With a furious roar, the eagle beside the penal minister, also beaten to the brink of death and its wings stained red, glared angrily at Reina. The eagle was the penal minister's loyal spellbeast, a unique bloodline creature with unparalleled speed and explosiveness. As the determination to fight to the death surged within both man and beast, the penal minister quickly took out a crimson pill from his storage ring. Originally, I didn't plan to resort to this method, but you've pushed me too far. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? The penal minister threw the pill into the eagle's mouth, then channeled the remaining mana in his body into the eagle, helping it absorb the pill's demonic power. This pill was something he had acquired from the Sun Moon sect, and extremely mysterious. Potion. Once given to a spellbeast, it could significantly boost its aggressiveness for a short period. Lana watched the penal minister's desperate move and suddenly smiled mockingly, like a cat playing with a mouse, without making any effort to stop him. As the eagle's aura surged, its eyes turned blood red with madness, its strength multiplying several times. Only then did Lana, her expression cold, speak. At least this beast has some strength. I hope you don't disappoint me again. Lana observed the eagle, now revitalized and immensely excited, then moved like a sinister shadow to the dying penal minister. Her 5 fingers gripped his neck, and a wave of annihilating magic emanated from her, turning his body into black dust, scattering in the Wind, with the penal minister dead before its eyes, the already frenzied eagle, further provoked by the pill, let out an earth-shattering roar, now fearless, its wings imbued with a crimson killing intent and rage. However, Lana temporarily ignored the eagle. She suddenly smiled, turning to look at Owen. Not far behind her. You've been watching for quite a while, haven't you? Why not join in and play with this? Eagle, come on, it's quite fun. She winked at Owen. Even as the furious eagle flapped its wings, like a cloud descending from the sky, rushing towards her, ready to swallow her whole. The eagle's original strength was at platinum tier level 9, but due to the pill stimulation and the penal minister's death, its power had reached a level comparable to diamond tier. Diamond tier strength far surpassed platinum tier, representing a qualitative leap. As the eagle flapped its wings, its giant beak, like two guillotines, locked onto Lana. Yet, Lana was indifferent, ignoring it, her attention solely on Owen, seemingly very interested in this winged man. Are you human or a monster? Or perhaps a hybrid? Owen's face darkened. Was this really the time for mockery? Chapter 92, Dividing the Spoils. The eagle's current strength made Owen sense some danger. If Lana were swallowed, she might sustain serious injuries. Owen's mission was to protect Reina, so he had no choice but to sigh and charge towards the eagle behind Lana. Lana was simply a madwoman. After sending the eagle flying with a punch, Owen saw Lana's smiling face and had only this thought. Clearly, she was gambling with her life, betting that he would intervene. If he didn't intervene, she would either die or be seriously injured. And until now, Lana's personality hadn't even met him. No sane person would dare gamble with their own life. As Owen fumed, Lana smiled slightly, the teasing expression on her pretty face growing more pronounced. Sister Reina is indeed very beautiful and popular. Someone like you must be one of her sims. But I guess my sister doesn't like you much. You're all wrapped up, not showing your face. Are you too ugly and afraid of scaring others? Lana watched the fight between Owen and the eagle with great interest, occasionally commenting. Owen's anger flared up, but with the eagle launching fearless attacks, even when he used crushing punch to shatter some of its bones, it seemed not to feel pain, attacking him even more crazily, keeping him pinned in place. He could only vent his fury on the eagle. To Lana, Owen's actions seemed like those of someone embarrassed and angry after having their secret revealed. She covered her mouth and laughed lightly. My sister won't give you, her sim, a chance, but if you can please me, I might create some opportunities for you. Show me what you've got. Seeing Lana's increasingly outrageous remarks, even Owen's patience was tested, his mouth twitching in irritation. He had to speed up, defeat the eagle, and restore Reina's primary personality as quickly as possible. As Owen's expression grew more serious, the aura emanating from him surged like a tidal wave. His crushing punch began to incorporate the power of order, making his attacks even more formidable. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the eagle's massive body was sent flying by Owen's lightning-wreathed punch. It crashed straight into the mountainside, sending rocks and dirt flying and forming a huge crater. Not bad, this move has a certain simplicity to it, and it carries a hint of the order of thunder, hitting the eagle's weak spot in the chest perfectly. Lana's expression became less mocking and more serious and curious as she observed Owen's explosive power. In her perception, Owen's tier wasn't particularly strong, likely just approaching platinum tier. But his combat effectiveness was impressive, even making her feel inadequate by comparison. In such a brief exchange, Owen had found the eagle's various weaknesses, delivering heavy blows each time. If the eagle hadn't lost its sense of pain, it would have passed out by now. Even if she were the one fighting the eagle, she wouldn't have done much better. Owen ignored Lana's praise, focusing entirely on the eagle. At this point, the eagle's feathers were disheveled, stained with blood and dirt, its mouth crooked and eyes unfocused, its aura weak and devoid of its previous madness. Owen's repeated attacks had driven it to despair. The thought of revenge was instantly replaced by the urge to escape. So, after being knocked into the mountainside, it didn't rush out again. Instead, it began digging a tunnel along the mountain, attempting to escape while Owen and Lana were distracted. Although it was a spell beast, its intelligence was not low. Screech, screech, screech. The eagle's claws scraped through the hard earth and rocks, producing a piercing sound. With each swing of its claws, the tunnel ahead of it extended significantly. However, Owen had already noticed its actions. Facing such a powerful eagle, which had become a mortal enemy, he knew he had to eliminate it completely. Otherwise, if it managed to escape and grow stronger, it would become a severe threat. Owen's killing intent pierced the eagle's back like a spear, the cold breath of death driving it to dig faster. Though it was an eagle, it had a certain affinity with earth mana. In the depths of Thousand Peaks, with its complex geological structure, the eagle believed that if it could burrow deep enough underground, Owen wouldn't be able to pinpoint its location, despite his keen senses. This seemed to be the eagle's only chance. The eagle frantically dug into the mountain, burrowing deeper and deeper. Owen relentlessly pursued it. Behind them, Lana watched with great interest, as if she were a detached spectator. However, her mind power remained locked onto both Owen and the eagle. After a few dozen breaths, the eagle, using its own blood as fuel to dig deeper, was eventually cut by Owen. The eagle's feathers had lost their luster, and it appeared visibly thinner. With one powerful punch, the exhausted eagle couldn't resist. Its chest caved in, and under the impact, its back feathers exploded, bones and flesh protruding. Teeth. The eagle spat blood and finally collapsed, its massive body limp and lifeless. As the eagle fell, the ground around it trembled with its weight. The magical aura lingering in the tunnel above began to dissipate. Without the magic to support it, the makeshift tunnel couldn't withstand the immense pressure and collapsed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Owen smashed the eagle's skull to prevent it from feigning death. Spell beasts had extraordinarily resilient life forces, and the stronger they were, the more tenacious their survival instincts. Just as he finished this task, the tunnel around him began to collapse. The tunnel Owen had chased through began to collapse, large rocks falling from above, sealing the cave and seemingly intent on burying them alive. The fallen angel set on Owen's body glowed, forming a protective shield around him, deflecting the falling debris and preventing any harm. However, as more and more rocks fell, the tunnel grew increasingly dark. Owen squinted, looking up at the collapsing tunnel. The eagle, in its desperate struggle for survival, had burrowed nearly 1,000 meters underground from the mountains. For other mages, this situation would have been terrifying, the fear and suffocation of being buried alive overwhelming them. Owen, although not among them, still wanted to leave quickly. Digging out of a nearly 1,000-meter collapsed tunnel wouldn't be easy. As Owen began to clear the debris with his mana, Lana suddenly appeared beside him. Holy light emanated from her, dispelling the darkness in the tunnel, and she spoke leisurely. Leaving here is just a matter of time. No need to rush. This eagle is surely a treasure trove. Why don't we split the loot? Owen had long given up arguing with this madwoman, but knowing the beast core would be useful for Serafina, he agreed. Despite doing most of the work to kill the eagle, Owen didn't mind giving Lana the rest of the loot, except for the beast core. He had the royal treasury at his disposal and wasn't particularly interested in the rest. I did most of the work in this fight. I'll take the beast core, and you can have everything else. From the eagle, Owen laid out his terms directly. Lana didn't agree immediately. She looked at Owen's masked face seriously, then nodded. When she saw his determined eyes, fine, but consider it as you owing me a favor. Owen's lips twitched. Was that really how she saw it? Ignoring her, he took out an expensive long knife from his storage ring and sliced open the eagle's chest. Blood and entrails gushed out. Chapter 93 crossed the line. The eagle had just fallen, its body still warm, emitting a rather peculiar scent. At first, neither Owen nor Lana paid much attention, focused solely on searching for its beast core. However, as they delved deeper into the eagle's torn abdomen, Owen noticed that the strange fragrance grew stronger. His eyes turned slightly red, and he felt his blood starting to flow inappropriately. Lana was ahead of Owen, navigating through the massive carcass of the eagle, which was like a house made of flesh and blood. Initially, she seemed like a child who had found a new toy. But as the peculiar scent grew stronger, her face flushed, and she subconsciously licked her lips, suddenly stopping in her tracks. Owen, caught off guard, bumped into her back, feeling as if he had collided with soft, fragrant cotton. The scent of roses mixed with the strange fragrance filled his senses, making his vision blur. Inside the eagle's sliced open abdomen, Owen's gaze grew increasingly hazy. Lana appeared more and more delicate and lovely, and the disgust he had felt toward her diminished significantly. Particularly troubling was his physiological reaction, causing him to slightly hunch his body, unable to stand straight. Wait a minute, that scent seemed to be an aphrodisiac. Owen's heart sank as he suddenly realized that the pill the penal minister had given the eagle was likely a potion from the Sun Moon sect designed to enhance the spellbeast's aggressiveness. And the essence of this substance was to enhance the spellbeast's mating desire, driving them into a frenzy and making them lose their sanity. The Sun Moon sect's doctrine focused on harmonizing yin and yang, viewing the union of these forces as the ultimate natural order, making them masters of this art. Since the potion was intended for spellbeasts, whose bodies were large and highly resistant to drugs, the dosage had to be substantial and potent, enough to overwhelm any human. Realizing this, Owen immediately tried to suppress his desires, intending to distance himself from Lana. He was here to save Reina, not to cause her harm. Just as Owen was about to push Lana away, he suddenly discovered that Lana had somehow handcuffed them together. What is the meaning of this? Owen tried to break the handcuffs, but no matter how much force he applied, they didn't budge. This shocked him deeply. Given his current physical strength, even solid alloy would feel like clay in his hands. He could even break gold tier staffs and weapons with sheer force. But these seemingly silver handcuffs wouldn't move an inch. Determined, Owen continued to try to break the handcuffs, gritting his teeth in frustration, while Lana's teasing smile grew even more pronounced. Weren't you very strong just now? Why can't you open a pair of handcuffs? And it seems like you're afraid of me, trying to avoid me on purpose. Lana's big eyes blinked as her flushed cheeks got closer to Owen's chest, her breath hot against his skin. Before she could continue to tease the desire-stricken Owen, Lana's expression suddenly changed, her eyebrows furrowing as something seemed to shift within her. She had intended to keep suppressing Reina, who was trying to resurface. After being buried deep within for so many years, Lana had no intention of relinquishing control now. But considering the current situation, she smiled faintly. This time, you're in luck. You'd better perform well and not disappoint me. As she finished speaking, she suddenly closed her eyes and then opened them again. Owen saw the difference immediately. The madness and teasing were gone, replaced by calm and composed demeanor. Reina had returned. This time, her eyes showed no trace of mockery or madness, but were filled with holiness and coldness. Seeing this, Owen knew. The Reina personality had emerged. As Owen looked at Reina, she was also looking at him. They stared at each other. Although Reina had been controlled by Lana's personality, Lana and she were essentially one, so she roughly knew what had happened in the awkward situation they were in now. As the dean of Luna Academy, she had never imagined being so close to a man. Moreover, she felt an unusual heat inside her, a faint spark of desire burning in her heart. This was something she had never experienced before. Reina's eyes flickered, her usual maturity and composure completely gone. She didn't know what to say. Owen also felt awkward. Reina was a renowned celestial leaderboard warrior and a famous beauty. Now, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Owen found her even more alluring, with a unique charm emanating from her. It was as if holiness and desire, ice and fire, coexisted within her. For a moment, Owen felt hot and uncomfortable, his mouth dry. He knew he couldn't let this continue, but his body instinctively moved closer to Reina. Reina's heart raced. She wanted to distance herself from Owen, to leave quickly and escape the aphrodisiac's control. But as soon as she turned, the handcuffs on her wrist tugged Owen along, making it impossible to break free. Reina glanced at the handcuffs, a look of despair crossing her face. We're doomed. These handcuffs were left to her by her mentor. Once locked, they stayed on for 6 hours. Only someone at the sage tier or above could unlock them, and they also suppressed the wearer's strength, one of her trump cards. She hadn't expected Lana to use them against her. Owen's gaze remained on Reina's face, and seeing her desperate expression, he realized that these handcuffs were probably impossible to remove. Owen's face darkened. Unable to unlock the handcuffs, breaking out was also no longer an option. He closed his eyes tightly, frantically circulating mana within his body, trying to calm down. Reina did the same, continuously channeling mana, trying to suppress the blush spreading across her skin like a ripe peach. She had been a prodigy at the academy since childhood and eventually became the youngest dean in the academy's history. Dignity and purity were deeply ingrained in her. Such things from storybooks absolutely couldn't happen. The two of them stopped talking, each focusing on suppressing their inner turmoil. However, the aphrodisiac scent, intensifying with the eagle's death, became even more potent. The increasing mana fluctuations within them also drew the beast core closer, a round gem the size of a fist, emanating pure mana waves. However, because the eagle had ingested an excessive amount of the aphrodisiac, its beast core had undergone a slight mutation, now radiating an intense desire for reproduction. This seemed to be the eagle's final obsession. Even Owen and Reina, both of strong will, found their blood boiling and their gazes growing hazy under the influence of this obsession. Owen, being a man of a lower tier than Reina, suddenly opened his eyes, his fallen angel armor disappearing instantly. His eyes, wild and beast-like, lost control and lunged toward Reina. You Owen, what are you doing? Recognizing Owen after he removed his armor, Reina's pupils contracted sharply. Her already fragile resolve wavered even more. Instead of retreating, Owen was further aroused by Reina's pure and noble voice, making his scalp tingle and his breath heavy. Reina, already close to Owen, now felt an overwhelming masculine presence, stirring her emotions. Stay away, don't come any closer. Reina's body trembled slightly, her hands covering her chest as she stepped back. However, as Owen continued to press forward, Reina slipped and fell backward in panic. With the handcuffs linking them, Owen was pulled down as well, completely falling on top of Reina. Owen's body was burning with heat, and Reina's felt like it was being set ablaze, the fire of desire within her flaring up intensely. As Owen landed on Reina, he felt like he was holding onto a soft cushion, indescribably comfortable, and his hands began to roam over her body. Even through her clothes, Owen's touch made Reina's delicate, fair skin tremble quickly, turning a rosy shade. No, stop. Reina's mind was assaulted by wave after wave of desire, like a small boat in a storm, constantly on the verge of capsizing. Her protests only made Owen more wild. He tore off her dress in one swift motion. In an instant, her white, undulating body was left with only thin lingerie, which paradoxically made her even more enticing. Exposed to the air, Reyna gasped, but before she could say anything more, Owen's lips were on hers. Shock flashed in Reyna's eyes as Owen's masculine scent overwhelmed her. Then his rough tongue began its frenzied exploration. Reyna's body instinctively responded, her own tongue emerging to guide Owen's. A 10-minute kiss immersed them both entirely in the sea of desire. Owen's clothes had vanished, and so had Reyna's. They were now completely exposed to each other. Despite being lost in desire, Reyna's inherent modesty and shyness made her use the last of her willpower to quickly channel her mana. She created a surrounding of lush green plants, like a screen of foliage, to shield their bodies. Among the verdant growth, fireflies flickered and danced. Soon, the sounds of Reyna's mixed pain and pleasure filled the air. The two in the grass seemed to be engaged in an intense battle, Owen's firm thrusts relentless. The water-like screen around them seemed to ripple, the flow unbroken. In the air, sounds of joy, pain, and varying intensities echoed. Chapter 94 Farewell. It was unclear how much time had passed. After exhausting themselves in various ways, Owen eventually awoke from unconsciousness. As he opened his eyes, he realized that the handcuffs binding him were gone. Startled, he quickly sat up and looked around. Reyna was already awake, sitting quietly nearby, her gaze complex as she looked at Owen, her white hands tightly clenched. In Reyna's eyes, Owen saw killing intent, regret, resentment, and anger. Owen felt a mix of emotions, knowing that both had suffered losses from this incident. As a man, he felt it was his responsibility to take the initiative, so he cleared his throat and said, "Just now." Hearing Owen speak, Reyna's forehead veins immediately pulsed, and the killing intent around her sharply intensified. Owen awkwardly scratched his nose and tried to change the subject. "How are you feeling?" As soon as he spoke, Owen felt the atmosphere grow even more uncomfortable. He had never experienced anything like this before and didn't know how to handle it. Reyna had originally planned to kill Owen for taking her purity, something she couldn't accept. But considering the circumstances, both of them hadn't anticipated this outcome. Moreover, Owen had come here and fought the eagle without hesitation to protect her, making him somewhat of a savior. She couldn't bring herself to kill Owen. Let's pretend this never happened. If I hear even a whisper of this. Reyna raised her hand and blasted the collapsed tunnel entrance, then dashed out immediately. She didn't want to stay in this painful place for another moment. As Reyna left, Owen watched her back with a complex expression. Although this was an accidental, fleeting encounter, Owen felt a newfound sense of responsibility. Just then, the system's prompt sounded abruptly. "Congratulations on completing the hidden task, rescuing Reyna. You've obtained the skill book contract spell." Owen's attention was immediately drawn to the glowing contract spellbook before him. Contract spells were incredibly rare and valuable. Kyric's current prosperity was largely due to its founding emperor, who had obtained a unique contract spell that allowed him to form mutually beneficial contracts with certain spellbeasts. Many had coveted Kyric's contract spell and tried to obtain it at any cost, but all had failed, as it was closely guarded by Kyric. Now, this contract spell was a reward for completing a hidden task. It had to be extraordinary. As Owen examined the book closely, he was delighted. This contract spell could allow him to form contractual relationships with any creature. Unlike Kyric's contract spell, which could only form contracts with certain spellbeasts and came with inherent risks, the system's reward contract spell had no such issues. The contracts formed were unbreakable and would last until one party perished, similar to the contract Owen had with his fallen angel. This realization excited Owen immensely. He had always harbored a slight unease about his bond with Serafina, feeling that the connection formed during her incubation was insufficient. Now, with the contract spell, he could ensure an unbreakable bond. Without hesitation, Owen retrieved the incubator from his storage space. Following the contract spell instructions, he used his blood to draw runes, forming the contract imbued with an aura of immortality. Once he confirmed there were no issues with the contract, Owen pressed the blood-red contract against Serafina's egg. The contract seeped into the eggshell through the pores, vanishing inside. Moments later, Owen felt a faint mental connection emanating from the egg. As he focused on it, he felt a sense of kinship, almost as if the little one inside was calling him, "Daddy." Owen's face lit up with joy. It seemed the contract spell was working. He had successfully contracted with Serafina's egg. In high spirits, Owen fed the eagle's beast core to Serafina's egg. While the beast core was precious, Owen had no use for it himself. He had obtained it specifically for Serafina. Given Serafina's excellent potential, being nourished by such a high-quality beast core would undoubtedly result in her hatching with extraordinary strength. Owen couldn't help but look forward to it. "Hatch soon, little one. This world needs someone like you to stir things up." Time passed quickly. A new day had just begun, and a piece of news from Academy City shook the continent. Owen, the wielder of the Godslayer staff, along with Leslie, the eldest daughter of Azure's top warlord family and a former wastrel, had overthrown the Azure monarchy. Many mages across the continent were initially skeptical upon hearing the news. The Azure Kingdom has existed for over 1,000 years, with deep roots. How could Owen and Leslie possibly overthrow it? Yeah, even if Owen is undeniably the greatest prodigy, what does he have to match the Azure Kingdom? He's still so young, how could he manage it? As mages debated the matter, more details from the previous day's events began to surface. What King Aldrich of Azure Kingdom, along with the royal family members, was forced to flee the capital under the protection of the Luna Academy's dean. In the renowned Royal Golden 12, they were all wiped out. When did Owen become so powerful? This isn't just a rumor, it's true. Too many people witnessed it. I heard the queen has already committed suicide in despair. Not only that, but I also heard that all 8 of the noble families in the capital have pledged allegiance to Leslie, supporting her ascension to the throne. As for those families that refused to submit, they were all massacred by Charlotte, leaving a trail of corpses. Now, Leslie and Owen's reputation is unmatched. Overnight, dukes and marquises from across the Azure Kingdom have declared their allegiance to Leslie, recognizing Duke Charles's household as the new royal family. The change in power happened so quickly. Even though the Academy prominently featured the news in the papers, it still feels unreal. If it's hard to imagine how Owen and Leslie achieved this, you should read the Academy's new book, The Last Night of Azure, which details the first-hand experiences of the famous. Edward, I just read the book. The power of Owen and Leslie is terrifying. Owen even killed multiple fallen angels, he's practically inhuman. And Leslie, by herself, managed to cripple 2 elders of the council. Her achievements are no less impressive than Owen's. Among the citizens of the capital, yesterday's events were the main topic of discussion. Whether it was Owen slaughtering the fallen angels or Leslie taking down 2 elders of the council, the people were left in awe, stunned by their immense power. Meanwhile, at the round table of Academy City's highest council, the 7 lifetime professors of Academy City were seated around the round table. These professors were jointly selected by Academy City for their high moral standing and unrivaled strength as top-tier mages. They rarely met unless it was a significant moment, as they all had their own matters to attend to. But now, they had been suddenly summoned by the head lifetime professor, Alan. The reason was clear to them: the Azure Kingdom had undergone a regime change. This event was bound to impact the continent's political landscape. And as Academy City was a key witness and recorder of history, they had to pay close attention to this matter. With the other 6 lifetime professors seated, the head professor, Alan, set down his copy of The Last Night of the Azure Royalty and nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Edward, who stood at the edge of the round table, and praised him. Edward, you've done an excellent job with this. The detailed content of this book has garnered much attention and thought. This is a responsibility to history and a significant boost to the Academy's reputation. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. The overall situation is settled. Edward had known for some time that Professor Allen was reading his book. However, he hadn't expected to be held in such high regard by him. Quickly, he bowed modestly and offered a series of compliments. Professor, you overpraise me. This is merely my duty. Academy City held a transcendent position on the continent, and the 7 lifelong professors were especially significant. They were the most influential and powerful mages of Academy City. Such figures were rarely seen, and not only had Edward seen one, but he had also received praise from Professor Allen. This made him both excited and a bit overwhelmed. Professor Allen closed the book and said slowly, the matter of Owen slaughtering the fallen angels is already fermenting within the fallen angel community. The chieftain of the fallen angels has issued the highest kill order. This matter is gaining significant attention. Edward, keep a close watch on this. Oh, hearing that even the chieftain of the fallen angels was paying attention to this matter, Edward's face showed a trace of shock. As a member of Academy City, he knew many secrets unknown to others, including information about the fallen angels. The fallen angels were incredibly powerful and notoriously vengeful. Being targeted by them was never a good thing. Now, Owen and Leslie's actions against the Azure royal family had already caused an uproar. With the involvement of the fallen angels, this matter would undoubtedly become even more complicated. Once the news spread, it would inevitably become a focal point for various kingdoms and forces. Regardless of the final outcome, it was certain to leave a significant mark on history. Professor Allen's request for him to keep an eye on the situation clearly indicated his importance. Edward, trembling with excitement, quickly nodded and assured, Professor Allen, please rest assured, I will keep thorough records and not disappoint you. Allen nodded slightly, then looked at the other professors and people gathered around, his expression becoming much more serious. In addition, Middle-earth Academy City will soon be sending people down here. Everyone, stay vigilant and prepare well. There can be no mistakes. The last time people from Middle-earth arrived, they directly took the previous lifelong Grand Professor to Middle-earth. This was an immense opportunity and honor. After all, compared to other places, Middle-earth was like a paradise. In every aspect, it was incomparable to where they were. Even the prosperous Academy City seemed like a remote backwater compared to Middle-earth. Hearing this, the other professors and Academy members also had serious expressions, understanding Professor Allen's thoughts. At the same time, they were immensely curious about the mysterious and powerful Middle-earth. Afterward, under the chairmanship of Professor Allen, everyone routinely inquired about recent events in Academy City, and the meeting gradually came to an end. Seeing that things were settled, Edward again saluted Professor Allen. He then decided to continue his journey to the Azure Kingdom to follow up on Owen's matter. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace of the Azure Kingdom, the original royal guards had been purged and replaced with the Black Rose. On the throne in the Grand Hall, it was no longer King Albrecht who sat there, but Leslie in a long dress. Though she was a woman, she exuded an aura of dominance over the world. As she listened to the minister's reports from various quarters, she diligently reviewed and corrected the memorials, handling affairs methodically. Many of those who had once been loyal to King Albrecht now knelt at Leslie's feet, looking up at her on the throne. They felt she was a natural-born ruler. Troublesome or complex matters were swiftly and properly resolved in her hands, far more efficiently than under King Albrecht. Their deep-seated resistance to Leslie had diminished significantly. After all, Leslie, though ruthless, was fair in her rewards and punishments. Those who submitted to her were all granted titles and positions, demonstrating her broad-mindedness. Even emperors of other dynasties did not possess such magnanimity. Most importantly, under her orders, the turbulent imperial capital in the Azure Kingdom quickly restored their former peace. It was as if the coup had never happened. Some ministers, who outwardly appeared compliant but inwardly harbored strong resistance to Leslie, also began to secretly praise her actions. Initially, they were waiting for Leslie to make a fool of herself. But now, it seemed that the joke was on them. As everyone's mindset subtly shifted, Leslie suddenly sensed something and looked towards the dark corner beside her. Charlotte's ghostly figure appeared there, kneeling on one knee and reporting. Miss, nearly all the major families have chosen to submit. Those unwilling to comply have been dealt with. Congratulations, Miss, the overall situation is settled. With Leslie's impressive feats of eliminating 2 elders from the Council of Elders and Owen's triumph over the fallen angels, the other major families had given up on resisting. Some families even proactively came forward to submit without Charlotte needing to visit them, indicating a strong sense of popular support. The other ministers in the hall were not surprised by this result. The long-established major families had deep roots and were indifferent to who sat on the throne, as long as it didn't affect their families. So, they exchanged glances and bowed together to Leslie, saying, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The imperial capital is stable, and the overall situation is settled. As the voices of congratulations echoed, Leslie rubbed her wrist and shook her head. Expressionlessly, it is too early to say such things. Though it appears peaceful now, the overall situation is far from settled. Charlotte looked at Leslie with some confusion. King Albrecht had fled with the royal family, and Owen had pursued them, moving the plan forward. From every perspective, there was no need for such stern vigilance, they could afford to take a breather. Seeing Charlotte's lack of understanding, Leslie explained. To truly settle the overall situation, we still need to address 2 major unknowns. One is the former chief elder of the Council of Elders, who is now a master tier mage. This cannot be overlooked, as every master tier mage is legendary. Moreover, that old man had already reached the master tier before stepping down. The former elder of the Council of Elders. Hearing this, both Charlotte and the other ministers' excitement visibly diminished. They were well aware of the existence of the former chief elder, whose whereabouts had been elusive and mysterious since his resignation. It was rumored that he had been in seclusion at the Council of Elders headquarters, attempting to break through to a higher level. Such a master tier mage indeed possessed the power and influence to overthrow a dynasty. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Leslie continued. In addition, there's General Stanley. He not only holds military power but has also been at Diamond Tier level 6 for many years. General Stanley. Everyone's expressions became even more serious. Although the strength displayed by Leslie and Owen made Diamond Tier mages less of a threat, a Master Tier mage existed on an entirely different plane, with incredible power. Even they didn't have absolute confidence in contending with such a force. Moreover, as they knew, the former chief elder of the Council of Elders, William, had once single-handedly fought against 2 Master Tier mages from Kyric. Although the details of their battle were unknown, William's ability to retreat safely from their encirclement demonstrated his terrifying strength. This was also why Kyric, despite eyeing the Azure Kingdom covetously, had only dared to make minor skirmishes at the borders. They were quite apprehensive about William. As for General Stanley, he had always been King Alberic's most trusted confidant. After Stanley exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, the then Prince Alberic had fully supported his training. King Alberic's eventual ascension to the throne was significantly due to Stanley's unwavering support. Back then, when Kyric's army pressed forward, Duke Charles mostly suffered defeats. Only Stanley's army continuously brought back victories. They penetrated deep into Kyric's rear, conducting raids and killing many Kyric generals sent to encircle them. That war was Stanley's defining moment and the beginning of King Alberic's rise to prominence. These two indeed possessed the power and influence to overturn the favorable situation Leslie had established. As everyone pondered this gravely, Leslie suddenly smiled and said, "Leslie, prepare a banquet at the Duke's residence." Charlotte was taken aback. Given her mistress's decisive nature, shouldn't they be discussing plans to deal with William and Stanley at this time? Why prepare a banquet? Leslie's eyes gazed beyond the palace walls. That guy has returned. That guy, Owen. Could it be that Owen has returned? Charlotte's face lit up with joy. It must be him. Only Owen would warrant such attention from her mistress. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Owen and Leslie's first date. Owen rushed back to the imperial capital from Thousand Peaks. At this time, the imperial capital was heavily guarded. The figures of Black Rose and Eagle Guard were seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. Clearly, the imperial capital was now completely under Leslie's control. As Owen traveled from the city gate to the Duke's mansion, everyone he encountered, whether Black Rose or Eagle Guard, saluted him solemnly and shouted in unison, "Greetings to the king's consort." Because of this, the entire imperial capital knew that Owen had returned. Upon hearing the news, many ministers who had already pledged allegiance to Leslie came with their treasured rare items, hoping to pay their respects to Owen. However, without exception, they were all stopped at the door by Leslie's personal guards. As for Owen, as soon as he arrived at the Duke's mansion, he was taken by Charlotte, who had been waiting for him, to Leslie's private courtyard. Crossing the wooden bridge and flowing water, Owen arrived under the giant tree in the courtyard. At this moment, the giant tree was in full bloom, the fragrance of flowers filling the air, permeating the atmosphere with the beauty of summer. Under the giant tree, there was a table set for a banquet. Leslie was sitting alone at the table, drinking by herself. It was a beautiful scene, with petals falling everywhere, and a stunning beauty sitting alone, drinking wine. Scratching his head, Owen walked up to Leslie and asked, "What's all this?" Hearing this, Leslie looked up at Owen, a slight smile on her lips. "Sit down and talk." Owen shrugged and took a seat, sitting opposite Leslie, looking at her with a somewhat peculiar expression. Today, she seemed a bit different. "Aren't you going to eat?" Leslie asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Owen without blinking. "Well." Owen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that she was acting strange today. Shouldn't she have asked him first about how things went? Clearing his throat, Owen coughed lightly and said, "It seems the situation is settled for now, but in reality, we are standing on the edge of a cliff." He didn't need any intelligence to know that although the situation seemed excellent, with Leslie having stabilized the imperial capital with Black Rose and Eagle Guard and the major families pledging their loyalty, the reality was that as long as two forces remained inactive, her golden arrow was as fragile as a castle in the air. "I know." Leslie nodded and took a sip of her wine, completely unconcerned, and asked again, "Aren't you going to eat?" Hearing this, Owen slapped his forehead, then reiterated to her, "I'm talking about the Elder Council and General Stanley. Their silence is too concerning. Very soon, something big will happen." This time, Leslie put down her wine glass. "You're right, but now it's time to eat. My father always said, be quiet while eating." Owen was taken aback, looking at Leslie in surprise. From what he knew about Leslie, she would never bring up anything related to her family, as it was a taboo subject for her. But now, she had mentioned her father on her own. Although it was just a simple sentence, it was a rare occurrence in Owen's eyes. Since she had spoken up to this point, Owen didn't say anything more and simply said, "Indeed." With that, he picked up his knife and fork and began devouring the delicious food on the table. He was indeed hungry. Seeing Owen finally start eating, Leslie smiled slightly and also picked up her knife and fork to start her meal. Compared to Owen, however, her dining manner was much more elegant. The atmosphere in the courtyard was somewhat unusual. Outside the courtyard, Charlotte watched the two with a peculiar expression on her face. Not a word about the major issues, and they had started dining. The fire was almost at their eyebrows. How could they be so calm? No wonder they were her lady and the holder of the Godslayer staff. Surely, they must have already thought of a way to handle it. Deeper in the courtyard, Owen and Leslie had finished their meal and had another glass of fine wine. Owen spoke first. "The Council of Elders and the Frontier Army will send people." Leslie nodded, a beautiful smile curving her lips. "In fact, they've already sent people." Owen frowned and asked, "Who have they sent?" Leslie thought for a moment and then said, "The current chief elder of the Council of Elders, Otto, left for the imperial capital this morning. As for the Frontier Army, it's General Stanley." Upon hearing this, Owen fell silent, his brows furrowing into a W shape. If he remembered correctly, Otto had been a diamond tier master for many years. Was he coming in person? What worried him most was that General Stanley of the Frontier Army, despite Kyric's pressure, was also coming to the imperial capital. Two diamond tier masters were descending upon the capital. Owen looked at Leslie and asked, "So, have you thought of a way to handle it?" Leslie chuckled and shook her head. "Not at all," Leslie said, her beautiful eyes looking at Owen with interest before she countered, "What about you?" Owen shook his head. "No." Ha ha ha. They looked at each other for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter. Simultaneously. "You have such an ugly laugh," Leslie teased. "No, I don't. I saw you that day when you slaughtered the fallen angel." "How did it feel?" "Not bad. Want to use mine next time?" "Sure." Owen and Leslie sat side by side, enjoying the long-awaited summer coolness in the courtyard. Both of them appeared very calm, showing no signs of worry about the imminent arrival of the two diamond tier powerhouses. Owen didn't tell Leslie that he indeed had a plan to deal with the two diamond tier masters. As long as they followed the original plan and detonated the small nuclear bomb, his tier could undergo a qualitative change. At that time, facing diamond tier masters wouldn't be an issue. Leslie, on the other hand, also kept something from Owen. She didn't tell him that the situation was actually more severe than she had described. Owen's slaughter of the fallen angel was already well known across the continent. She had received news that 9 fallen angels were flying from the western peaks towards their location, and their target was Owen. The two diamond tier powerhouses were equally troublesome for her, but not beyond her capability to handle. In fact, to outsiders, the solution seemed simple. If Owen left the imperial capital, all problems would be resolved, as the 9 fallen angels were targeting Owen, not Leslie. In reality, her subordinates had suggested that Owen leave the imperial capital, but Leslie outright rejected their proposal. As for the reason, Leslie didn't want to say, and we didn't dare ask. One thing was certain. Today's meal this villainous couple enjoyed it immensely. More than ever before, Chapter 97 under the royal authority. At the Council of Elders, built atop the thousand-blade high peak, the atmosphere was solemn. The current chief elder and diamond tier powerhouse, Otto, was looking down with an expression of grief and indignation at the gathered members of the Council of Elders. Owen, this vile creature, has gone too far. He has insulted the royal family and killed my son. Such blood feuds are irreconcilable. Fellow colleagues, are you willing to join me in slaying this villain and exterminating his entire clan? Otto's cold, ruthless voice echoed. His already tall figure, standing on the high platform, seemed like a small giant. The luxurious mage robe on his body fluttered. His pale golden eyes appeared to contain endless fury, stirring the void. Below, the members of the Council of Elders were incited, shouting in unison, "Kill Owen, exterminate his clan. Kill Leslie, annihilate the Duke's household." Their combined voices echoed like rolling thunder. Their faces showed anger and resentment, as if they wanted to devour Owen and Leslie alive. The Council of Elders was established to protect the royal family, and now it was their time to act. Soon, after the end of the swearing-in assembly, under Otto's leadership, the group from the Council of Elders marched grandly towards the imperial capital. Although Owen and Leslie had formidable combat strength, the Council of Elders was no pushover. At the same time, as Otto led the Council of Elders towards the capital, General Stanley, stationed at the frontier, also led his elite troops back to the capital. King Albrecht had been his close friend since childhood. Without King Albrecht's help and trust from a young age, Stanley would not be where he was today. Now, Owen and Leslie had committed treason, being the chief culprits. The chief culprits must be dealt with. Only with the heads and blood of these two could King Albrecht's shame be washed away. Stanley was bare-chested, his skin a deep bronze, resembling forged brass. His bulging muscles emitted a faint glow, filled with explosive power. Years of military life had not only increased his proficiency in white magic but also continually enhanced his dark magic, reaching a point where he mastered both. Compared to a master tier mage, he was only lacking an opportunity. He believed that eliminating Owen and Leslie might be the moment when that opportunity would come. As General Stanley and Chief Elder Otto set out for the imperial capital together, the news spread like a sweeping whirlwind. Along the way, citizens and mages of the Azure Kingdom discussed it fervently, and even the neighboring kingdoms focused their attention on the Azure Kingdom's capital. Both Stanley and Otto were renowned powerhouses, holding high prestige in the Azure Kingdom, and were among the kingdom's top-tier strength. Their joint journey to the capital to campaign against Owen and Leslie was undoubtedly an event that shook the continent. Such an act of rebellion and usurpation hadn't occurred in a long time. Crucially, Leslie and Owen had almost succeeded. At the center of this storm, the citizens and mages of the capital were all discussing the matter. Chief Elder Otto and General Stanley, they are both the elite among diamond tier mages. Coming together to the capital, who can stop them? Indeed, a single diamond tier powerhouse is already terrifying enough to dominate a city. Two diamond tier mages, especially the most elite ones comparable to master tier, I feel like Owen and Leslie are facing an unprecedented defeat this time. Conquering a kingdom is easy, but keeping it is hard. Now I can only pray that after Owen and Leslie's inevitable defeat, the Chief Elder and General Stanley won't trouble his common folk. I heard that the General and the Chief Elder are both top-tier powerhouses, especially the Chief Elder who is known for his ruthlessness. If they defeat Owen and Leslie, the Chief Elder might massacre the city to vent his anger. For the common people, when titans clash, they are the ones who suffer the consequences. The aggressive approach of Otto and Stanley left them with little confidence in Owen and Leslie, increasing their fear and anxiety. Besides the commoners, the major families in the capital and the various powers within the Azure Kingdom were also deeply concerned about this matter. The impact was far-reaching. If Owen and Leslie couldn't withstand the assault from the Chief Elder and Stanley, a thorough purge within the capital would be inevitable. Under the royal authority, everything else is insignificant. Should the restoration succeed, King Albrecht would value his throne even more, and his inherently suspicious and paranoid nature would reach its peak. Returning to the previous state of affairs would be extremely difficult, affecting everyone. From high-ranking officials and major families to commoners and traders. If Owen and Leslie managed to withstand the attack, those who sided with the General and the Chief Elder would undoubtedly face Leslie's purge afterward. They had witnessed Leslie's ruthless methods firsthand. Moreover, their understanding of Leslie was limited. Given her ability to endure for so many years and then succeed in one fell swoop, she was undoubtedly not an easy ruler to deal with. Everyone needed to prepare in advance. If the situation became a deadlock with mutual destruction, could they seize the opportunity and become the final winner? Various forces harbored different thoughts. However, most chose the safest approach, sit back and watch the fight unfold, waiting for the outcome before making their move. Other kingdoms were even more attentive to this matter. After all, the Azure Kingdom was neither too large nor too small. A change in its regime would significantly impact the surrounding kingdom's balance of power. Everyone grew increasingly anxious and worried. At this moment, Owen was hosting a banquet in the palace, inviting the young elites from various powers. These elites were individuals of special status and exceptional talent within their respective forces and kingdoms. For Owen, winning them over and signaling to the powers behind them was crucial. At the very least, he needed to stabilize them during this period. These elites, whether voluntarily or due to requests from their families, powers, or kingdoms, were keen to participate in the banquet. In the luxurious hall, young men and women held wine glasses, mingling and conversing with acquaintances. Owen stood at the center of the hall, looking more handsome and upright in his formal tailcoat, exuding maturity and steadiness. Owen, with your talent and strength, your future is limitless. I, Andre, greatly admire and respect you. With Otto and Stanley coming on strong, you should avoid direct confrontation and stall them. The longer you drag it out, the more advantageous it will be for you. At this moment, Andre, a burly man, downed a glass of red wine and handed a special token to Owen, looking at him earnestly. If they push you too hard, come find me. This is my token. Although the Sahano church I belong to isn't a major power, we have many followers, enough to keep you safe for a while. Owen smiled faintly and patted Andre's broad shoulder, not taking the token. I appreciate your kindness, but it should be them who are running. Compared to the ambiguous attitudes of other elites, Andre's support was clear and unwavering. Owen already had a good impression of this straightforward elite. Now, with Andre offering him a way out, Owen felt even more touched. After all, it's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but providing help in times of need is much harder. Owen was confident that if he defeated Otto and Stanley, the many elites with ambiguous attitudes present would be the first to congratulate him and bring valuable gifts. However, once Otto and Stanley were defeated, the overall situation would be settled, making their flattery and gifts unimportant. This also showed that Andre was genuinely thinking about Owen's well-being, without many ulterior motives. Seeing Owen's firm attitude, Andre did not insist and went off to drink on his own, appearing quite carefree. After Andre left, Davis, the eldest son of the Prime Minister of the Cloud Empire, also approached Owen. Owen had a profound impression of Davis, as the Cloud Empire was undoubtedly a behemoth, and Davis, being the eldest son of the Prime Minister, held a high status and exceptional talent. Even Owen valued someone like him greatly. Chapter 98 What? Lacking Sims. Owen, it seems that every time we meet, your strength has greatly improved, making us all feel ashamed, Davis said upon seeing Owen again. He keenly sensed an even stronger sense of danger from Owen. Especially Owen's eyes, which seemed to penetrate one's soul, made Davis regard Owen with even more importance, showing genuine admiration on his face. As the eldest son of the Prime Minister of the Cloud Empire, Davis had encountered all sorts of people since childhood. However, none had given him the same sense of being unable to keep up as Owen did. With someone like Owen, anything seemed possible. Among the many elites present, most did not think highly of Owen and Leslie, believing that their success was largely due to the element of surprise. Now that the general and the chief elder had reacted, they thought Owen and Leslie would no longer have a chance. If this banquet were not personally hosted by Owen, many would not have even attended. After all, they were facing two diamond tier mages, not just anyone could contend with such power. However, Davis's view differed from those of the other elites. Especially now, seeing Owen again, Davis was astonished by Owen's evident improvement. This time, the issue is internal to the Azure Kingdom. Our Cloud Empire will not interfere, and other kingdoms will not easily take action. You only need to focus on dealing with domestic threats, Davis said with a friendly smile, treating Owen as a friend and speaking in a seemingly casual manner. Hearing this, Owen sensed Davis's goodwill. His words assured Owen that he need not worry about other kingdoms, especially the potentially hostile stance of the Cloud Empire. Now, Davis's clear statement that the Cloud Empire would not interfere was the greatest help for Owen. Additionally, I have some privately collected information on the general and the chief elder that might be of use to you, Davis continued, taking out a package from his storage ring and handing it to Owen. Owen's heart stirred. Although Leslie's Chrysanthemum Hotel had already started gathering relevant information, it was not yet the far-reaching network it would become 4 years later across the Azure Kingdom. Therefore, Davis's intelligence was extremely valuable. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. He had never faced Stanley and Otto before and knew little about their methods. Having this information in advance would allow him to prepare better. Thank you, I will always remember this kindness, Owen said solemnly as he accepted the package. Seeing Owen take the intelligence, Davis felt a sense of relief deep down. Owen needed help right now, and Davis valued Owen's talent greatly, hoping to align himself with Owen. From what he knew of Owen, he was not one to like owing favors. By accepting the package, Owen not only acknowledged Davis but also indicated that they were on the same side. This was very important to Davis. Although he was the eldest son of the Prime Minister's household, he was not the only son, and there were many who coveted the position of Prime Minister. To secure his position, he needed powerful allies, and Owen and Leslie were the best candidates in his mind. While their current situation was challenging, if they managed to persevere, a bright future awaited them. Though it was a gamble, he believed in Owen, the man who had repeatedly created miracles. Owen's rise was marked by legendary and seemingly impossible feats. This time, he believed, Owen would again bring a great surprise. After conversing with Owen for a while, both felt more at ease, and their discussion began to broaden, creating a sense of having met a kindred spirit. What are you two talking about? May I join the conversation? Suddenly, as Owen and Davis were engrossed in their discussion, Monroe walked over with a glass of red wine. Tonight, Monroe was clearly dressed with care. Her ivory-like legs were wrapped in pure white stockings, exuding the mature charm and allure. As one's gaze moved up her long legs, it meant a white evening dress. Though formal, her graceful figure filled it out, giving it an alluring and seductive touch. After drinking, her face had a charming blush, her eyes were dreamy, and she had a faint scent of wine on her, making her even more enticing. She was a true enchantress. Even Owen, who had seen many beautiful women, felt his heart race and his face flush at Monroe's deliberate appearance. Beside Owen, Davis, who knew Monroe well, understood that she was highly attracted to power. In fact, the entire Sun Moon sect was like that. They had no regard for the weak, using them as stepping stones with ruthless abandon. But towards the strong, they were the most loyal servants, willing to do anything without hesitation. Her enchanting and seductive appearance tonight, coupled with her intoxicating demeanor, was something even Davis had never seen before. It was clear she had prepared specially to approach Owen today. I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to. You two continue your conversation, Davis said, giving Owen a wary look before quickly turning and leaving, giving the impression of a hasty retreat. Seeing Davis leave, Monroe's smile became even more alluring. Her red lips curved into a crescent moon shape, and her hand fell naturally onto Owen's chest, as if they were long-lost lovers reunited. Owen's eyelids twitched as he calmly stepped back, saying, Miss Monroe, it seems you've had too much to drink. Owen knew a bit about the massive mountain forces of the Sun Moon sect. Their members were known to stop at nothing for their cultivation and goals, having no moral boundaries, which he found distasteful. Especially due to the situation with Reyna, he had indirectly crossed paths with this faction. Owen, you're so unromantic, Monroe said, momentarily taken aback by his rejection. But she quickly regained her composure and moved closer to Owen, her eyes fixed on his as if trying to see into his soul. Owen, the chief elder and the general will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Given their level and strength, you can't possibly be a match for them, she said. Instead of exhausting yourself trying to escape this certain death, why not leave here with me? Don't you think you and I are a perfect match? Monroe's red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful face showed a hint of genuine affection. Miss Monroe, we seem to have just met, haven't we? Isn't it a bit too early to be saying such things? Owen shrugged, indirectly rejecting her. He already had Leslie and Reyna in his life and had no intention of getting involved with another woman. Moreover, Monroe's affiliation with the Sun Moon sect meant that she could never have a place in his heart, as the Sun Moon sect was all about the exchange of interests. She was approaching him now because of his talent, but if she found someone better in the future, she would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. Even if she didn't find anyone better, her primary concern would always be her interests and those of the Sun Moon sect, with him only coming last. Such deep calculations would lead to endless troubles once involved. Owen, there's no need to refuse so quickly. Let's not talk about the imminent threat posed by the general and the chief elder's forces tomorrow. Even if you get through this safely, do you really want to stay in one corner and not see a broader world? Monroe waved her hand, mana surging before her, transforming into various magnificent and unique scenes of the continent. From what I know of you, Owen, you're not that kind of person. So why not travel the continent with me, she continued. I'm thinking of your best interests. Leaving here would be wise, given the current dangers in Azure. Why take such a huge risk for Leslie? Monroe had not expected Owen's refusal. At this critical moment, staying in the capital seemed unwise. Once the general and chief elder arrived, the situation could turn dire. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Monroe. I will handle this matter properly. After all, it's a matter of my life. If you have the time, you are welcome to stay and watch, Owen said politely, despite feeling some dissatisfaction towards Monroe. Chapter 99, the day of arrival. Distance. Owen was distancing himself from her. As a saint of the Sun Moon sect, Monroe had an extremely keen sense of judgment regarding the subtle emotions between men and women. Owen's actions at this moment made her feel deeply disappointed and somewhat angry. Since becoming a saint, she had always lived in luxury, having everything she desired. Countless suitors surrounded her, presenting her with various gifts and rare treasures just to gain her favor. In her mind, everything in the world was at her fingertips. She was accustomed to rejecting other men, but no man had ever rejected her. In this moment, her pride felt as if it had been trampled into the mud by Owen. "Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Monroe. I have some matters to attend to. Please continue to enjoy the banquet," Owen said, his eyes now unusually perceptive, quickly sensing a hint of murderous intent from Monroe. It was clear that his rejection had angered her. As soon as he finished speaking, Owen disappeared from his original spot. He genuinely wanted to distance himself from Monroe, and he also had matters to attend to. On the palace's rooftop, he had sensed a very familiar presence. Shortly after, Owen reappeared, now standing on the eaves outside the banquet hall. On the overlapping blue-tiled and glazed ridges, a graceful female figure floated. She stood with her back to Owen, gazing up at the full moon in the sky, exuding a sense of melancholy and timelessness. Ymir, seeing that back, Owen immediately recognized her. "Owen, I will be leaving here tomorrow," Ymir said softly, turning to face Owen as he gazed at her, letting out a gentle sigh. Leaving. Owen had anticipated that Ymir seeking him out would mean something significant was happening, but he hadn't expected her to come and bid farewell directly. "You're leaving. Where are you going?" Owen asked after a moment of silence. "I will be taking John to Kyrak to continue our training. During this time, you must take care of yourself and avoid being reckless. I've always hoped we would meet again someday," Ymir sighed, her tone heavy as if she were imparting final words of wisdom. Owen felt a mix of emotions towards Ymir. If it weren't for her giving him the second volume of Armament Merge, he might have remained blind forever, his spiritual consciousness suffering backlash and leading to his death. Although her actions had her own calculations, her help was genuine and substantial. "You are the most gifted person I have ever met. As long as you are willing to keep a low profile and gradually improve, your future is boundless. Tomorrow, when the 2 diamond-tier powerhouses gather, you don't need to take action forcefully. As long as you stay alive, honor and disgrace are of no importance," she said with a complex look in her eyes before her figure dissolved into mist and vanished. Owen stared at her fading silhouette, silent for a long time. It seemed like a farewell, but in reality, her final words were likely her true purpose. She didn't want him to die, she wanted him to survive. This was partly due to the contract ring but also likely her personal feelings. Early the next morning, as the sky began to lighten, the capital was already bustling with activity. Many forces had barely slept, knowing that today, the 2 diamond-tier powerhouses, Otto and Stanley, would arrive in the capital with their respective forces. Their reputations echoed throughout the capital and were deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone in the Azure Kingdom. They were the living legends of the Azure Kingdom, the strongest besides the mysterious former chief elder. Unlike other mages, they had endured countless battles and trials by fire and blood, possessing strength truly close to master tier. Many in the capital had never witnessed these 2's splendor. Now, their imminent arrival would determine the future fate of the Azure Kingdom. This was an event destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Many people wanted to witness this moment firsthand and quickly obtain the latest news. Thus, crowds gathered on the tall and broad city walls. People from various forces and major families did the same. Although they had temporarily allied with Leslie, this alliance was fleeting. If Owen and Leslie showed any signs of defeat, these allies would become the most ruthless turncoats. Edward had arrived early, his expression excited, and his hand holding the quill slightly trembling with nervousness. Seeing all the forces paying attention to this matter, he felt a growing anxiety. If Owen were defeated, he would no longer have the opportunity to follow and report on Owen, losing the golden opportunity that had brought him fame and status. He needed to find a way to help Owen overcome this hurdle. Surviving this life and death crisis would catapult both their reputations to unprecedented heights. However, while Leslie and Owen's strength was formidable, could they really stand a chance against diamond-tier powerhouses and not just 1 to 2 at their peak? Edward had read through mountains of books. Yet, such a battle with such a vast level difference was something he was witnessing for the first time. Owen was currently only at gold tier level 9, a full 2 tiers below diamond tier. At levels like gold tier, platinum tier, and diamond tier, even a small level difference was difficult to bridge, let alone 2 full tiers. If it weren't for Owen, anyone else facing a diamond tier powerhouse would be instantly wiped out due to the immense level difference. They wouldn't stand a chance. Leslie's tier was significantly higher than Owen's, but she was still only at platinum tier level 3, which was a whole tier and several levels below diamond tier level 9. This gap alone left many mages breathless. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't see any chance of victory for Owen and Leslie. The level difference was simply too great. However, Edward had confirmed that Owen and Leslie had not secretly fled the capital. Instead, they seemed determined to hold their ground. It seemed they were not overly afraid of the general and the chief elder. When was the last time we saw 2 peak diamond tier mages? Can Owen and Leslie really withstand their attack? The more I think about it, the more anxious I get. Any other mage in this situation would have no chance of survival, but these 2 defy conventional logic. Many were anxiously discussing, feeling increasingly hopeless and grim. At this moment, Leslie and Owen stood side by side at the highest point of the Duke's mansion, gazing towards the outskirts of the capital. Today, Charlotte had already surrounded the Duke's mansion with all the forces under the Duke's command. This was not only to protect the mansion but also to restrict the movements of Madeline, Duke Charles, and other family members. Stanley and Otto were coming for Owen and Leslie. Only the 2 of them could change the outcome. Even though Madeline and the others were worried about them, there was nothing they could do that would be effective. After all, only Owen and Leslie had the qualifications to contend with the 2 diamond tier powerhouses. The others, not even reaching platinum tier, would only be going to their deaths. Let's go. After today, the Azure Kingdom will be free of worries for a while, Owen said. Seriously to Leslie beside him, he had already prepared a device capable of remotely detonating the mini-nuke, a special button embedded with a ruby. This button was connected to the nuke using mind power, allowing it to not only detonate the nuke but also to lock onto its location through the ruby's sensing capabilities. At this moment, the location of the nuke was getting closer and closer to the Council of Elders headquarters. Clearly, King Aldrich, eager to return to the Council of Elders and stop running, had been traveling relentlessly day and night. According to the ruby's sensing, the nuke was almost at the Council of Elders' doorstep. It was this very nuke that gave Owen absolute confidence. As long as the Council of Elders was destroyed, Otto and Stanley would be minor issues. Then let's go. They're almost at the city gates. Stick to the plan, Leslie said, squinting as she charged towards the city gate. Owen followed, ready for the decisive moment ahead. Chapter 100, The Army at the Gates. At the gates of the Imperial capital, the arrival of Edward and his companions ignited a flurry of discussions, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly intense. The general has arrived. Suddenly, a mage near the city wall shouted, his eyes fixed on the plains outside the capital. There, dust billowed, and the sound of spellbeasts galloping could be heard from afar. The ground seemed to tremble and undulate as if a colossal beast was rapidly approaching. Some powerful mages, or those with keen eyesight, quickly spotted a burly man in armor seated on the lead spellbeast's back. His expression was stern, and a scar that ran across his face like a twisted centipede added a touch of ferocity and valor to his demeanor. At the sight of this man, many mages and gathered prodigies, already tense, began to tremble slightly. General Stanley, this legendary figure of the Azure Kingdom had arrived. It was precisely because of his presence that the Azure Kingdom had remained stable for so many years. He was not only a battle-hardened general but also a diamond tier level 6 mage, a stabilizing force for the Azure Kingdom. Many mages on the city walls felt as if a heavy stone pressed on their hearts. As Stanley, riding on the back of the spellbeast, drew closer, the sense of oppression grew increasingly terrifying, making them instinctively want to open the city gates and kneel before him. This general had once raided the rear of Kyric, conquering any city that resisted to the end. He was the butcher who struck fear into the hearts of Kyric. The mere mention of Stanley's name incited strong murderous intent among the people of Kyric. At the same time, the name Stanley was equally renowned among the mages of the imperial capital, instilling deep-seated respect and awe. Even the winds and clouds change with his arrival. This is General Stanley. Though he has not yet reached the master tier, he has already begun to comprehend the order. Truly a terrifying figure. Edward and the other mages, possessing considerable strength and keen eyesight, gazed solemnly at the ever-changing clouds above Stanley's head. Generally speaking, whether a black mage or a white mage, both harness the power of mana. The difference lies in white mages seeking power externally, while black mages seek it internally. They are far from reaching the level of controlling an entire region or even a order. Only master tier mages, who have delved deeply into the path of magic, can truly grasp this power. Some exceptional diamond tier mages can also master parts of the domain and order. This order, unlike the basic order held by Owen, is a unique order comprehended through personal growth. Although not as domineering as the basic order, its power is still formidable. Mages who can comprehend this are exceedingly rare and are undoubtedly legendary figures. Stanley was clearly one of them. At this moment, although Edward and his companions were backed by the stronghold of the imperial capital, the vast, swirling clouds above Stanley's head made it seem as though the entire sky was pressing down. The capital's light dimmed, appearing small and fragile. Stanley, the focal point of everyone's gaze, rode his spellbeast at a steady pace, stopping beneath the city gate. His resolute eyes gazed up at the ancient, illustrious city. In the past, when he arrived here, he was greeted by rows of officials, and sometimes even King Albrecht would personally come out to welcome him. But now, he was barred from entry, and King Albrecht had retreated in disarray to the Council of Elders. The order of the past had been completely destroyed by Leslie and Owen. As Stanley closed his eyes slightly, reminiscing about the past, a powerful voice rang out from nearby. General Stanley, Chief Elder Otto, accompanied by the members of the Council of Elders, quickly arrived on a massive magic carpet. Stanley turned to glance at the Chief Elder and the others. On his way to the imperial capital, he had heard that Chief Elder Otto and the members of the Council of Elders were rushing there, but he hadn't expected to meet them at the city gate. He rarely interacted with the Chief Elder, only knowing him as a passionate and vigorous man. Otto's swift arrival in the capital this time might have ulterior motives. With a serious tone, Stanley asked, Chief Elder, have you come here to eliminate traitors like Owen and Leslie? Seeing Stanley's wary eyes, Chief Elder Otto's old face was filled with grief and indignation. My child was brutally killed here. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today, I have come not only for revenge but also on behalf of His Majesty, to punish the traitors. Noticing Otto's unusually intense emotions, Stanley nodded slightly and said, Since we are both working for King Albrecht, let us join forces this time and seek justice for His Majesty. With that, both of them simultaneously looked towards the city tower of the capital. Their momentum had already surged, filled with a murderous aura, like an autumn wind. Sweeping through fallen leaves, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Many mages who had initially focused their gaze on them now felt their hearts skip a beat and took a few steps back in reverence. Some even regretted coming here to watch the spectacle, realizing it might have been a mistake. The strength of both Otto and Stanley far exceeded their expectations. The two diamond tier powerhouses joining forces could indeed contend with a master tier mage. Owen and Leslie, at most, could only contend with platinum tier mages, equivalent to early diamond tier mages at best. The gap in levels and power was too vast. They were already feeling a sense of despair for Owen and Leslie. Owen, Leslie, come out and face your death. Otto's emotions had long been ignited by anger and murderous intent. He now shouted fiercely towards the city gate. His voice carried a strong mono wave, causing the air to vibrate intensely, creating ripples that spread like water waves. These ripples fell upon the thick city walls, making them shake as if struck by an earthquake. As the sound waves continued to spread and reached everyone's ears, it felt like sharp spikes piercing their hearing, echoing relentlessly in their minds. Some lower-level mages turned white-eyed and foamed at the mouth, fainting on the spot. Even powerful mages like Edward and other prodigies felt their blood boiling, as if the mana within and around them was resonating with the sound waves. Boom! As the sound waves spread into the depths of the imperial capital, some old houses began to collapse in large sections, ruthlessly destroyed by the waves. However, at this moment, Leslie's chilling voice spread out. Otto, this is not a place for you to run wild. Leslie's voice was not loud, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness. As it spread, a thin layer of ice formed on the ground, and the buildings and plants within the city seemed to be covered with a light frost. The spreading sound waves also froze and then shattered into icy powder, falling gently to the ground. Leslie. Everyone was already very familiar with Leslie's voice and immediately looked towards its source. Above the royal palace, Leslie walked step by step on a staircase formed of ice and snow. Her white dress intertwined with the ice and snow swirling around her, resembling a snow queen ascending to her throne. A trace of amazement flashed in everyone's eyes as they gazed at her, nearly unable to look away. Leslie had always been low-key, even after occupying the imperial capital and the royal palace. She had been busy handling various state affairs and had rarely appeared in public. People only knew of her stunning beauty and stubborn personality, but now, seeing her, her aura exuded a natural regal presence, as if she was born to rule. Beside Leslie, Owen stood in a black formal suit, walking alongside her on the icy staircase. Compared to Leslie's overt dominance, Owen appeared more reserved. However, his gaze was profoundly deep, like that of a mage who had weathered many storms, as if nothing could stir his heart. Calm and restrained, yet with a hidden sharpness lying dormant, unfathomable. Under countless watchful eyes, Owen and Leslie stood side by side atop the city wall, overlooking Otto and Stanley below without a trace of fear or timidity. It was as if they were greeting long-awaited old friends who had finally arrived. The tranquility in their eyes instinctively calmed the many restless mages present. Chapter 101, Chapter 101 Old man, come over here and get beaten. Owen, Leslie, many mages looked utterly shocked. They had assumed that Owen and Leslie would never reveal themselves easily and would instead mobilize a large number of mages within the city to resist to the end. After all, their opponents were two powerful diamond tier mages. However, Owen and Leslie had both appeared at the city gate. What did this mean? Were they planning to confront Chief Elder Otto and General Stanley head-on? Edward, who had been frantically recording the scene, paused in disbelief when Owen and Leslie made their entrance. He could hardly believe his eyes. He thought Owen and Leslie were incredibly arrogant and oblivious to the gravity of the situation. These were two renowned Diamond Tier mages. Among all Diamond Tier mages, how many dared to challenge them? If they relied on the city's formations to resist, they might hold out for some time, perhaps even contending with Otto and Stanley with the help of other mages. But by appearing openly, they were giving Otto and Stanley the perfect opportunity for a decisive strife. Once targeted, escape and concealment would be nearly impossible, leading to certain death. The dignity of a Diamond Tier mage could not be challenged. At this moment, not only Edward and many prodigies were astonished, but even Stanley and Otto did not expect Owen and Leslie to show themselves so quickly. Otto couldn't tell if these two were overly confident or foolish enough to believe they could contend with him. A flash of light from his storage ring produced a blood-stained longsword, which flew straight at Owen and Leslie. Do you really think that killing a few useless pawns gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me? Now, I give you a chance to atone before everyone by committing suicide. Despite everything, he was their elder. Striking first would be beneath him, so he decided to give them one last chance to apologize. Otherwise, he would make them understand the true meaning of suffering. The blood-colored longsword flew through the air like a blinding streak, emitting a pungent stench that tinged the air red. Leslie was about to act, but Owen stepped in front of her. Leave this chief elder to me. Based on the intelligence gathered from Davis, Owen was fully aware of the various skills and trump cards of both the chief elder and the general. Although the chief elder was much stronger than Stanley, the top secret information indicated that Owen was the best match to face Otto. With narrowed eyes, Owen's body surface was covered in a writhing, dark light that turned his entire body a black iron color, emitting an indestructible aura. He then clenched his right hand tightly, grabbing the blade of the blood-red sword. With a firm grip, the blade twisted and shattered like a pretzel. Otto, you are a renowned elder, but do you have the courage to fight me? After crushing the blood-red sword, Owen's sharp gaze fell on Otto, and he beckoned him with a hand gesture. At this moment, all the mages who witnessed the scene were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Owen was actively challenging Chief Elder Otto. Had he gone mad, there was a gap of 2 entire tiers between them. It was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Previously, if Owen hadn't provoked him, Otto, as an elder, would have been restrained by decorum. But now that Owen had issued the challenge, Otto had every right to respond, and no one could justifiably intervene on Owen's behalf. Owen was burning his bridges. Even Edward, who had seen many grand events, was full of disbelief. Otto, at the pinnacle of Diamond Tier, had attack methods comparable to a Master Tier mage. Such a mage would be treated with utmost seriousness and caution by Academy City. Had the pressure driven Owen to the point of madness. All eyes then turned to Otto. Very well, since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Owen's disdainful words and provocative actions ignited Otto's already raging fury, like a powder keg being lit. Otto's bloodshot eyes stared intently at Owen, and the intense killing intent radiated from him like thick smoke, soaring into the sky and spreading in all directions. The mages behind Otto felt a penetrating chill through their bodies, causing them to shiver and retreat, distancing themselves from Otto. They had always known the Chief Elder's formidable strength, but Otto had rarely shown true anger before. Now, in his fury, they realized just how insignificant their power was compared to his. They couldn't even withstand the killing intent emanating from him. Almost simultaneously with their terrified retreat, Otto's burly figure vanished from where he stood, suddenly appearing before Owen as if he had teleported. In his hands, he gripped a large silver-white axe. The axe had a long handle, and its head depicted a soaring bluebird, with the blade radiating a sharp, cold light. He swung it down towards Owen's head. With this swing, the very space seemed to lock and solidify, countless mana gathering onto the axe blade, making it the only thing capable of moving within the frozen space-time. Despite Owen's enhanced perception, his pupils contracted as he barely tracked Otto's movement. He then saw the axe raised and descending towards his head, giving him an illusory sense that he could evade or defend against it. This feeling was something Owen had only vaguely sensed before when wielding the supreme sword. Otto had indeed neared the level of a Master Tier mage, otherwise, this move couldn't have such a terrifying, immobilizing effect. Even a Gold Tier mage or a Diamond Tier spell couldn't resist this move. They would only end up beheaded, with no chance of struggle. A mere Gold Tier shrimp, to die by my hand, is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Otto's face twisted into a grim and delighted expression. Although he had not yet stepped into the Master Tier, under the guidance of the previous Chief Elder and through his own insights, Otto had already grasped parts of the domain and order. This power was a complete downgrade attack against a low-level mage like Owen, who could not possibly resist and was entirely at Otto's mercy. It was only at this moment that Edward and the other mages realized Otto had made his move. Such speed, such terrifying power. All the mages present gasped and eyed looked at Otto with reverence. They asked themselves, if they were in Owen's place, would they have been able to respond under the pressure of Otto's aura? They realized they would have been beheaded before they even had a chance to react. Owen also found it difficult to break free, feeling as though he was stuck in a quagmire, surrounded by insurmountable resistance. Swoosh! As the large axe was about to cleave Owen's forehead, the orders of thunder and fire suddenly burst forth from his body. Only an order could counter another order. In the next moment, flames erupted beneath Owen's feet like a dazzling firework, shattering the powerful binding force. Then, arcs of lightning danced across his body, boosting his speed nearly tenfold. He quickly dodged backwards, causing the scene before his eyes to blur from the rapid motion. He could only hear the howling wind in his ears. At the instant Owen retreated, the silver-white axe fell, grazing his hair and slicing off a few strands, which turned to ash. The turbulent mana from the axe blade shot out, forming a beam several dozen meters long. That struck the city wall below with immense force. Boom! The nearly 100-meter thick wall erupted in a deafening roar upon impact from the axe blade. The earthy yellow wall, like a gigantic loaf of bread, was cleaved into 2 sections. The separated halves left a wide, dark groove where the blade had cut. Many mages who failed to dodge in time were caught in the aftermath, becoming unfortunate casualties. The already restless hearts of the onlookers grew even more anxious. Chapter 102, Chapter 102 Owen's Plan. Boom! On the walls of the Imperial capital, the figures of Otto and Owen clashed continuously, like 2 meteors colliding, producing deafening sounds. The wall beneath their feet was riddled with holes, nearly shattered by the magical ripples spreading from their battle. Under Otto's relentless attacks, Owen was forced to retreat continuously, appearing like a flickering candle in the rain, ready to be extinguished at any moment. It was only thanks to the support of the fallen angel set that he managed to hold on until now. However, Owen's resilience far exceeded Otto's expectations. Each time the great axe descended upon him, in the face of mortal danger, Owen would activate the Order of Thunder and Order of Fire to forcefully widen the distance between them. This scene left everyone watching in astonishment, their breaths caught in their throats. Given Owen's current strength, the fact that he could withstand Otto's attacks for so long was completely unexpected. On the city wall, Edward was frantically recording the battle, his monocle emitting a unique glow that captured every detail of the fight. His astonishment grew stronger with each moment. He had seen many records of Diamond Tier mage battles, where such powerful beings displayed terrifying destructive power capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. From Otto's demonstrated combat prowess, he had already surpassed that level. The city wall was riddled with holes and left in ruins under his axe The ancient walls of this 1,000-year-old city were nearly destroyed, and the terrifying aftershocks had already killed countless mages. Yet, Owen remained standing, showcasing unimaginable tenacity under Otto's attacks. It was important to note that Owen's current level was merely gold tier. Despite the vast disparity in their levels, Otto had not been able to instantly kill Owen. Instead, Owen had managed to delay him until now. Just this fact alone was unprecedented in historical records and utterly shocking. Edward could already imagine the immense shockwaves this news would send once it spread. However, amid the shock, Edward grew increasingly anxious and worried. His palm, gripping the quill, was already drenched in sweat. Though Owen could barely hold on under Otto's assault, if this continued, he wouldn't last much longer. If Owen died at Otto's hands, it would indeed be news that would shock the continent. But without Owen, finding another prodigy that could attract the continent's attention and the Academy's focus would be nearly impossible. While Edward was inwardly restless, Leslie, who was also watching the battle, felt equally unsettled. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Owen, never leaving him from the start. Owen's current level was far too low, even though she knew his combat power far exceeded his level. However, every time she saw Otto almost kill Owen, her heart would skip a beat. Just as her aura began to boil over, General Stanley's wary gaze fell on her. Owen and Leslie were the leaders of this rebellion. Since Owen had taken the initiative to challenge Elder Otto, seeking his own death, Leslie had now become Stanley's prey. If Leslie wanted to help Owen, she would have to get past him first. You can barely protect yourself, yet you still worry about others, Stanley sneered, shifting most of his attention from Owen to Leslie. Elder Otto had the absolute advantage. Although Owen could jump around, he was nothing more than a clown. There was no way he could be a match for Elder Otto. Next, it was Stanley's turn to eliminate this rebel leader. As Stanley prepared to strike, he suddenly saw a bright light erupt from Owen, who had been suppressed by Otto. Numerous judgment light swords surrounded Owen, forming a continuous flow that transformed into a giant sword several dozen meters long, aiming straight at Otto's forehead. After their previous encounters, Owen was well aware of Otto's strength. The gap between their abilities was too vast, he was no match for Otto. If not for the support of his two orders, he couldn't have lasted this long. Rather than being gradually overwhelmed, Owen chose to attack to defend and continue the struggle. He had sensed that King Aldrich was about to enter the Council of Elders. As long as he could hold out until then, the situation would completely reverse. After all, the power of a nuclear explosion is beyond the imagination of these mages who have never experienced it. When the Council of Elders' stronghold is destroyed, not only will it mentally devastate Elder Otto, but Owen will also gain significant experience by eliminating the core lead of the Council of Elders. At that point, it will be uncertain who will emerge victorious. Faced with Owen's sudden attack, Otto hesitated for a moment, but his expression quickly turned even more grim. Although he had almost completely overwhelmed Owen, this insignificant insect had been jumping around in his hands for so long without being subdued, which greatly embarrassed him. Now, Owen dared to take the initiative to attack, showing utter disrespect. HMPH, such a trivial trick, how dare you use it before me? Break. Otto's powerful voice spread out as his large axe descended fiercely, shattering the river of sword energy formed by Owen's judgment light sword into light particles. However, before Otto could continue his assault, an illusory shadow of the Godslayer staff appeared behind Owen, about 10 meters tall, surrounded by flames and lightning, exuding a violent aura of destruction. Through armament merge, the Godslayer staff had integrated into Owen's body, allowing him to master and utilize it to a deeper extent. Now, by incorporating the two orders into it, Owen endowed the Godslayer staff with terrifying power capable of threatening a diamond tier mage. Even master tier mages were wary of the orders of heaven and earth, let alone Otto. Indeed, as Owen wielded the Godslayer staff and struck down, Otto's gaze grew more serious, though his expression remained a cold smile. If Owen continued to rely solely on the Order of Fire and Order of Thunder to dodge, Otto would need to exert more effort. However, with Owen recklessly consuming his mana to engage in direct combat, the moment his mana was exhausted would be the moment of his demise. Bang! A light shadow appeared at Otto's feet, followed by a dark shadow rushing out to collide with Owen's Godslayer staff. Then, Otto's true form once again traversed the space, and his large axe swung toward Owen. Avatar of Light, this was one of Otto's trump cards, capable of creating a temporary clone. Though not as powerful as his true form, it possessed 5 layers of his strength, enough to block Owen's attack. However, Owen was already aware of Otto's various skills and trump cards. When the dark shadow appeared, Owen had already been on guard. As Otto's figure reappeared, Owen transformed into lightning, continuously widening the distance between them, while counting down in his mind for the final moments. He sensed that King Aldrich, carrying the treasure, was about to enter the Council of Elders. 302928. Counting down silently, Owen pushed the Order of Thunder to its maximum, flickering like a streak of lightning in the air to distance himself from Otto. But this time, Otto had shed his disdain, even though Owen retreated swiftly and decisively. Otto gradually closed the gap. Escape, do you think you can? After playing with you for so long, it's time for you to die. The closer Otto got to Owen, the broader his smile became. However, at that moment, Otto couldn't tell if it was a trick of his mind, but he noticed a hint of a smile on Owen's lips as well. This sudden realization sparked an uneasy feeling in Otto's heart. For a mage of his level, he had developed a keen sense of foreboding. This feeling hadn't surfaced for a long time, but just now, when Owen smiled, it reappeared. Something was wrong. Something had to be wrong. Could it be that Owen had activated something capable of threatening him? Otto's mind churned with thoughts, and instead of advancing, he retreated quickly, increasing the distance between himself and Owen. Meanwhile, a smile appeared on Owen's face. The countdown had ended. Chapter 103, Chapter 103 brighter than ever. 3 minutes earlier. At the Council of Elders main hall, when King Aldrich and the royal family members finally arrived, the Council of Elders had summoned all its members from their various locations. On one hand, this was to support King Aldrich. Since its establishment, the Council of Elders had sworn loyalty to the king and to serve him. Now, with the king displaced and facing internal rebellion within the empire, they had to gather quickly to follow his orders and restore the kingdom. Additionally, the news had already spread as King Aldrich made his way there. The king had brought the royal treasure to arm the Council of Elders, intending to crush Owen, Leslie, and their rebellious followers. Thus, the Council of Elders members were highly enthusiastic. They all knew the immense value of the royal treasure, which had been kept secret for a long time. Even the slightest leak of this treasure would reveal items of extraordinary worth. When all the elders gathered, it was indeed as they had expected. Precious mana stones, various staffs, weapons, and magical artifacts were piled up in the Council of Elders hall like small mountains, dazzling and exuding a fatal allure. Even though they were members of the Council of Elders and had seen many rare treasures, they had never dreamed of seeing such a vast array of valuable items. They were mesmerized, their mouths watering, and their eyes dazzled. Any one of these items could fetch millions of gold coins in the outside world. With the support of the royal treasure, no matter who might be backing Owen and Leslie, we will surely present their heads to His Majesty. Long live the king. With the blessings of the royal ancestors, we won't even need to lift a finger. The chief elder and the general can easily take their heads and bring them before his majesty. All the elders of the council of elders were lost in the treasure, showering King Albert with endless compliments. After all, receiving even a single item as a reward would be immensely beneficial to them. With the elders, flattery in the presence of such abundant treasure, King Albert's heart was considerably soothed. Despite the many hardships along the way, the outcome was favorable. He had safely reached the council of elders, bringing the royal treasure with him. Your majesty, what is that? Why does it look so unfamiliar? Suddenly, the second elder, with furrowed brows, pointed at a silver cross among the treasures. He recognized almost all the other items, as they were all well-known and prestigious. However, the cross puzzled him, even after observing it for a while. Other elders, hearing his question, also looked toward the cross. Amid the other treasures, the silver cross appeared neither remarkable nor unique and should not have been there. Initially, King Albert thought the second elder was merely ignorant. However, upon seeing the cross himself, he too frowned. He realized he didn't recognize it either. It must be from a very ancient era, with its related legends and records lost over time, King Albert casually explained. The other elders nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. Let's not dwell on this. Owen and Leslie's sudden rebellion is a grave offense. I need all of you to give your utmost effort. If any of you need something from the treasure, feel free to select an item. King Albert waved his hand, not dwelling further on the matter. Compared to the Azure Kingdom, these treasures were inconsequential. With King Albert's permission, the council of elders erupted in fervent gratitude, bowing enthusiastically before him. We swear our undying loyalty to your majesty. Their collective voices echoed to the heavens. The aura of every council of elders member surged with excitement. At that moment, some elders noticed that the seemingly ordinary silver cross suddenly began to shine brightly, becoming extraordinarily radiant. Their curiosity deepened, wondering if the cross was reacting to the atmosphere and emotions in the room, indicating it was some unique treasure. The second elder also frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. He quickly reviewed recent events in his mind. Then, his heart skipped a beat. Since his majesty had fled the imperial capital, aside from being pursued by Kyric in the Nether Kingdom, Leslie and Owen had not chased after Emperor Titan. This was very strange. With Leslie's cunning and calculation, she wouldn't overlook this detail. Yet, his majesty had smoothly reached the council of elders and retrieved the treasure. The second elder's face turned pale as he realized something. Could it be that Owen and Leslie had deliberately let King Albert enter the council of elders? With all his might, he shouted, "If you don't want to die, run." At that moment, Owen held the ruby button in his hand and pressed it down hard. The red light of the nuclear bomb activation device flashed. At that instant, time seemed to stand still. Many keenly perceptive mages couldn't help but shiver, as if swept by an invisible cold wind. But moments later, everything between Owen and Otto was calm, as if nothing had happened. Boy, what trick are you playing? Otto, who had distanced himself from Owen, had felt a strong sense of danger from him. But it seemed Owen had just taken out a button embedded with a ruby and then nothing happened. What was that eerie feeling just now? Why did Owen now have a look of satisfaction on his face? Otto felt as if he was being toyed with by Owen, but didn't know why. Facing Otto's questioning, Owen put the ruby button back into his storage ring and smiled. Slightly. Old man, your home is gone. As the scalp-tingling voice of the second elder rang out, the other elders, who were surrounded by numerous treasures and preparing to select their desired items, all turned their heads towards him in astonishment. When the great elder went to the imperial capital to take the heads of Owen and Leslie, the second elder was the most powerful and highest-ranking member of the council of elders. However, they did not understand what the second elder meant by his words. King Albert and other members of the royal family also looked towards the second elder at this time, seeing his face pale as a sheet, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The next moment, while everyone was still in a daze, the second elder had already pushed the mana in his body to the extreme. Countless blue winds swirled around him, making him as light as a swallow. In the blink of an eye, he had already escaped outside the hall. Then, the people in the hall saw the silver cross, which was flickering with silver light, suddenly tremble violently and then explode with a bang. In an instant, everyone in the hall felt a blinding white light before their eyes. Everything in that white light was evaporated, vaporized, and eventually vanished. They didn't even feel any pain. Their bodies were vaporized into molecules under the terrifying high-temperature wave. King Albert, members of the royal family, and many elders of the council of elders together with the entire hall, they disappeared in an instant, enveloped by the pale white light. As for the second elder who had already escaped the hall, at the moment the silver cross exploded, he felt as if his body was pierced by countless sharp blades. That pale white light was like the most terrifying existence in the world. His expanded consciousness, personal armor, and abundant mana were all easily penetrated. By it showed that all his efforts were in vain. Despair, indescribable despair filled the second elder's heart. He turned his head one last time to look at the scene behind him. The once magnificent and grand hall had vaporized into a mist. The towering mountain peaks were reduced to nothingness in the exploding white light, as if the world had been recreated from chaos. Then, his body, like a wisp of smoke, dissipated and vanished as the white light shone upon him. After easily evaporating the second elder, the explosion of the nuclear bomb had just begun. The surrounding mountains trembled and shattered in the white light, flattened in an instant. The ground constantly heaved and sank, crumbling inch by inch under the sweeping shockwave. The rocks and soil deep underground were churned up and thrown high into the air. From a distance, the mountains stretching for dozens of miles were completely destroyed. No plants or creatures remained. Countless clouds of dust rose and swirled in the sky, like a mourning lament. This place had become a lifeless dead zone and forbidden area. Otto looked confused, wondering if Owen had gone mad. At the very moment this thought crossed his mind, an unimaginable shockwave suddenly surged forth, shaking the entire world. Otto's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked towards the distant horizon. There, on the horizon, endless dust rose like ocean waves, leveling houses, cities, buildings, and even the ground in an instant. The source of the shockwave was the mountain range where the Council of Elders was located. Otto's heart filled with terror as he suddenly understood the origin of his previous sense of unease. The Council of Elders. Something must have gone wrong with the Council of Elders. As Otto realized this, the shockwave had already spread from the distant horizon, accompanied by a deafening roar that filled the air. Every mage present was captivated by the sound and force of the shockwave. From a distance, the shockwave seemed to engulf the world, rendering them insignificant like ants. Even the mere sound of the wave made their heads ring, almost to the point of bursting. Outside the imperial capital, the mages who first encountered the shockwave were struck as if by a heavy hammer, their bodies flung into the air, chests caved in, spitting blood, and tossed around in the overwhelming force like grains of sand. Glow shield, star protection, tree spirit descent. Desperate, the mages activated various protective spells, colorful lights flashing as they barely managed to fend off the oncoming shockwave. However, the city walls of the capital began to collapse in large sections under the force of the wave, unable to withstand it any longer. Many mages were buried in the rubble. What happened? That wave seemed to come from a great distance. How can it still be so powerful from so far away? Everyone stared in terror towards the direction of the wave, mana flickering in their eyes as if penetrating the vast dust clouds to see a huge, gray-yellow mushroom cloud rising in the distance. That looks like the mountain range where the Council of Elders is located. Seeing the colossal mushroom cloud rising, supporting the sky, countless mages gasped in shock. The Council of Elders' headquarters was far from the imperial capital, situated in a secluded mountain range. Yet the shockwave from there had reached the capital and caused such a terrifying disturbance. It was unimaginable what earth-shattering event had occurred at the Council of Elders. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. The Afterglow of the Nuclear Bomb. Almost at the same time, all the major forces across the entire continent sensed the earth trembling, as if an invisible power was pushing the continent to shift. Even many reclusive old monsters showed a few traces of shock on their aged faces. What is this? What kind of power is this? Why is it so terrifying? It seems the entire continent is affected, yet it doesn't seem like the might of heaven. If it's man-made, then what terrifying level has this person reached? To be able to destroy a nation single-handedly would be an easy task. Judging by the direction of the tremors, it seems to be coming from the direction of the Azure Kingdom. But the Azure Kingdom is merely a medium-sized dynasty in a remote area. Why would such a commotion arise there? Many old monsters looked into the void, their eyes as weak as candle flames but steadfast, piercing through the void to see the enormous mushroom cloud rising into the sky. That mushroom cloud covered a range of hundreds of miles in the sky, where no light could be seen, no traces of life existed, as if chaos had just begun there. Even these old fellows, who were already half dead, could smell a strong scent of danger from it. If they themselves were to endure the terrifying impact, they would be vaporized, not even being on the same level. All the major forces were observing the direction of the Azure Kingdom and the headquarters of the Council of Elders from a distance. And under the imperial capital, the people who had endured the terrifying ripple of energy brushed off the dust on their bodies, looking up in horror at the more distinct mushroom cloud rising in the sky. They felt that the world seemed small in front of it, vaguely obscuring the sky above the Azure Kingdom. Otto had previously thought Owen was talking nonsense, but now, seeing the unprecedented explosion at the Council of Elders that even affected the imperial capital, his heart sank instantly. Under such a terrifying impact, there was absolutely no chance for anyone at the Council of Elders to survive. The Council of Elders, his life's work, completely destroyed. At this moment, Otto's spirit plummeted to the bottom, his expression dazed as if he had lost his purpose. And the people in the imperial capital who survived were all looking at the mushroom cloud in horror. They vaguely felt it was somewhat familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere before. Andre, Davis, and other prodigies also stared in shock at the mushroom cloud. What kind of method is this? Did Owen do this? This is too terrifying. It's simply not something from this era. They had a strong feeling that even Diamond Tier mages, or even Master Tier mages, would find it difficult to withstand the terrifying impact at the center of that explosion. As everyone's minds were in turmoil, Leslie looked at Owen, her face full of amazement, and her usually cold eyes showed rare traces of a smile. Earlier, Owen had told her he had a way to completely wipe out everyone in the Council of Elders. She hadn't really believed him, as she had never seen anything so terrifying on the continent before. But Owen was truly special, so Leslie chose to believe him. Now, with the nuclear explosion, seeing and feeling the terrifying power it unleashed, she deeply understood Owen's plan and confidence. If that nuclear bomb had exploded in the imperial capital, this 1,000-year-old city, spanning hundreds of miles, would have been reduced to ashes and become a footnote in history. At the same time, a sense of joy welled up in her heart. The Council of Elders was gone, King Albrecht and the royal family were all obliterated. This meant that as long as General Stanley and Chief Elder Otto were dealt with, the throne of the Azure Kingdom would be firmly within her grasp. Owen, too, was watching the rising mushroom cloud. It was even larger and more terrifying than he had imagined. He could already see from a distance that the entire mountain range had become a no-man's land and would remain so for quite some time. In terms of sheer power, this nuclear bomb could be considered a strike of the gods. As Owen's mind struggled to regain calm, the system notifications kept ringing in his ears. Congratulations to the host for eradicating Jack, the second elder of the Council of Elders, and earning 10,000 fate points. Congratulations to the host for gaining a large amount of experience and leveling up to Platinum Tier Level 1. Congratulations to the host for killing King Albrecht and earning 6,000 fate points. Congratulations to the host for gaining a large amount of experience and leveling up to Platinum Tier Level 2 inches. Congratulations to the host for eradicating Pain, the third elder of the Council of Elders, and earning 5,000 fate points. Congratulations to the host for gaining a large amount of experience and leveling up to Platinum Tier Level 3 inches. The system's continuous notifications kept ringing in Owen's ears, along with the glow of level ups constantly emanating from him. This surge of improvement lasted for several tens of seconds before it finally stopped. Owen calculated his newly acquired fate points 34,000 in total. This amount was more than double what he had previously accumulated. He now deeply understood the importance of fate points. With such a large number of fate points, he possessed a profound foundation. After all, the items in the fate store were extremely precious and rare, offering him significant assistance. In addition, Owen's level had now stabilized at Platinum Tier Level 7. He had leapt from Gold Tier Level 9 straight to Platinum Tier Level 7 in one go. This unprecedented surge in power brought immense improvement to Owen's physique, mana, and mind power, akin to refreshing enlightenment. His flesh and meridians emitted a bright glow, showing a natural affinity to the elements. Even without intentionally directing it, mana continuously converged towards him. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Planetary Tier Skill. Seriously. Standing on the city wall, Owen even felt that mana was like obedient little spirits, seamlessly following his command, devoid of any previous awkwardness. Along with the enhancement of his mind power, his perception of his surroundings became sharper and more detailed, with the range of his senses expanding more than tenfold. This growth felt as if Owen had been elevated from a child to an adult, achieving a qualitative leap in every aspect. This sensation of improvement was intoxicating for Owen. Compared to before, he now truly felt he had entered the ranks of top-tier mages. His sensing and manipulation of mana had become effortless and fluid. While Owen was relishing the changes within him, the fate store suddenly lit up. Then the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for unlocking planetary tier skills. Owen was delighted to hear this. The range and items in the fate store had increased, which was undoubtedly great news. However, the system's notification stopped at this point. This dampened the joy Owen felt from gaining a large number of fate points and leveling up. He subconsciously frowned because the super old monster in Master Tier powerhouse, the former Chief Elder William, whom both he and Leslie feared, was not on the system's death list. William, the former Chief Elder, was not dead. There could be no mistake in the system's notifications. Therefore, there were only two possibilities. Firstly, William's strength was so profound that he survived the nuclear explosion. Secondly, for some unknown reason, William was not present at the Council of Elders. Regardless of the situation, with William still alive, both he and Leslie might face the pursuit of a Master Tier powerhouse in the future. A master tier mage is the most top tier existence in any kingdom or power, the foundation of a nation, akin to a nuclear weapon in this world. If such a person were to launch a covert attack, even Owen wouldn't be confident in resisting it. This potential threat couldn't be ignored or underestimated. At this moment, many mages who found the mushroom cloud somewhat familiar suddenly recalled the method Owen had used on Tony previously. Although the power back then was far from as terrifying as now, it still shook the entire sky over the imperial capital. Now, this method seemed to be an upgraded version of Owen's TNT. Thus, many eyes turned to Owen, finding him increasingly unfathomable. Previously, when Chief Elder Otto suddenly retreated, they thought Owen was preparing to use some last-ditch trump card, causing Chief Elder Otto's apprehension. Little did they expect that the method he employed didn't target Otto but instead destroyed the Council of Elders. It seemed that from the very beginning, Owen had been making numerous plans and arrangements. Only now, as the truth was revealed, did they realize the extent of Owen's schemes and preparations. Edward also reacted, quickly closing his astonished mouth and hurriedly bowing his head to start writing furiously, preparing to record this event. He was certain that this incident would be remembered in history and become a focal point of discussion for future generations. As the one documenting it, he too would be remembered by history. This was an enormous benefit and opportunity for Edward. However, as his quill swept across the yellowed parchment of his notebook, it quickly stopped. He suddenly realized that all words seemed so pale and powerless in the face of that earth-shattering explosion, as if no words could fully capture even a fraction of the scene before him. Immediately, he tore off that page of notes and began to sketch and paint the sky. If words couldn't express it, then the most direct and clear illustrations would record everything. Once this painting is completed, it will undoubtedly become a masterpiece of the century. Owen, oh Owen, you always bring me the greatest surprises. As Edward busily drew, he couldn't help but express his amazement. Owen was undoubtedly his lucky star. As everyone's gaze gradually focused on Owen, the despondent Otto also quickly snapped out of his sorrow, loneliness, and despair. His bloodshot, crazed eyes stared intently at Owen as he questioned word by word. Owen, what have you done? The terrifying power of the explosion had deeply shocked him. Owen shrugged and calmly said, as you can see, the Council of Elders no longer exists from this day forward. Hearing Owen's words, Otto's breathing instantly became rapid, as if a barely healed wound had been torn open again, the bloody pain surging back like a tidal wave. The images of the second elder and others flashed through Otto's mind, each transforming into a specter, fueling his murderous intent to surge violently. Die with them, he roared, gripping his large axe tightly. All other sights disappeared from his eyes, leaving only Owen as the sole existence. Locked onto by Otto's aura, Owen, who had just completed his successive breakthroughs, felt his own aura erupt like a volcano, clashing with Otto's. Platinum tier level 7. Although Otto's aura suppressed Owen slightly, his expression grew even more grim. Owen's tier had just been gold tier level 9, had it did. How had he advanced to such a level in such a short time? An entire major tier and 7 minor levels. How was this possible? Otto couldn't believe his eyes. Yet, the surging aura clearly told him that Owen had indeed left to platinum tier level 7 in one go. Was he even human? As the chief elder of the Council of Elders, Otto had seen many prodigies and witnessed breakthroughs due to various opportunities. But none of them compared to Owen's current league. Such an increase was simply too absurd. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe. Not far away, Leslie's heart also flashed with a trace of shock, but it quickly turned into admiration and praise. This level of upgrading speed, this was someone who could truly match her. Only such a person would genuinely have a chance to accompany her to the end. You must have been hiding your tear just now, right? Otherwise, not even a god could break through so many levels at once, Otto said, his voice dripping with venom. But still, to break through from gold tier level 9 to platinum tier level 7 in just a few days, your growth rate is truly terrifying. Therefore, you will die for the Council of Elders, he declared. Today is your death day. Not even God can save you. The murderous intent in Otto's eyes almost became tangible. He and his axe seemed to merge into one, a peculiar rhythm emanating from him, spreading towards Owen. Meanwhile, seeing Otto move against Owen, Stanley, who had been watching from the sidelines, took a deep breath and looked at Leslie. I have to admit, your fiancé is really impressive. If he were given more time to grow, surpassing you and Otto would only be a matter of time. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance to grow any further. The gap of an entire tier is an insurmountable chasm for Owen. Of course, the same goes for you. As Stanley's aura swept towards her, Leslie remained calm. Really, for Owen, crossing a major tier to kill the enemy is not an impossible task. The same goes for me. As she spoke, Leslie's body emitted a cold air, her long hair fluttering before turning into a freezing wind that spread in all directions. Her tier climbed from platinum tier level 3 to platinum tier level 8. Her tier had also significantly increased compared to before. This couple's upgrading speed was terrifyingly fast. One must know that other platinum tier mages spent years accumulating experience to break through. But for Owen and Leslie, experience and bottlenecks seemed non-existent. Seeing the shock in Stanley's eyes, Leslie beckoned to him. Whether crossing a major tier to kill is possible, you can try and see. Chapter 106, please give me an explanation. Stanley, observing Leslie's familiar actions, was in no hurry to attack. He spoke seriously. I did not come here for anything else but to seek justice for the Azure royal family. I want to know why you acted against the royal family. Stanley's understanding of Leslie was limited, and it was precisely because of this that he felt confused and puzzled by her rebellion against the Azure royal family. As Stanley voiced his question, the eyes of the many prodigies and mages present immediately turned to her. They too were very curious about Leslie's sudden action against the Azure royal family, not understanding why she did so. Now, Stanley had asked the question they all wanted to ask. Facing Stanley's question and the curious gazes of everyone, Leslie said nothing. She simply clenched her 5 fingers tightly, and an ice-cold spear condensed from frost appeared, which she held horizontally in front of her chest, emitting a cold, smoky chill. Stanley had come with aggression, and no matter what she said, he wouldn't truly take it to heart. Defeating him would be more powerful than any explanation or words. Seeing Leslie's stance, Stanley sighed in disappointment. Leslie, from House Ravenwood, was undoubtedly a true top-tier prodigy. If possible, he didn't want to eliminate Leslie. The Azure Kingdom still needed such prodigies. The future Azure Kingdom needed top-tier powerhouses who could protect the people from storms and disasters. Having guarded the border for many years, Stanley had witnessed the slaughter and plunder inflicted on the frontier people by Kyric, bodies lying everywhere, and extreme brutality, treating the people of the Azure Kingdom as less than human. Kyric's arrogance and confidence stemmed from their national strength, especially having master-tier mages in their ranks. While the Azure Kingdom had a master-tier mage, the former Chief Elder William, his mysterious nature and long absence had diminished his deterrence. If the Azure Kingdom also had a master-tier mage in place, Kyric would never dare to invade on a large scale. Chief Elder Otto had once had the opportunity to break through to the master tier, but as he aged, achieving that breakthrough seemed increasingly out of reach. Although he was still in his prime, Stanley was currently only at diamond tier level 6, and he had a long way to go before reaching diamond tier level 9, the threshold for attempting a breakthrough to master tier. In his mind, the only person likely to become a Master Tier mage within a few years was Leslie standing before him. She had already broken through to Platinum Tier level 9, not far from Diamond Tier. If she maintained her current rate of progress, it wouldn't be long before she reached Master Tier. Moreover, Master Tier might not even be Leslie's limit. She had the potential to reach even higher levels. Since you don't want to explain, let's settle this with our skills. The Azure Royal Family is the true ruler of the Azure Kingdom. For your betrayal, you will pay the price, Leslie. Stanley took a deep breath, and with a powerful step, he leapt off the spellbeast's back, a bloodstained black longsword emerging from his storage ring, which he gripped tightly in his hand. As he wielded the longsword, Stanley's aura became fierce, like a monstrous beast descending once again. Intense killing intent surged from him like a rising smoke column, reaching the sky. In an instant, the killing intent and cold air collided between the two, creating a fierce gale that spread outwards. From a distance, the void above Stanley's head was filled with blood-colored clouds, like a burning red sky, casting a glaring crimson veil over everything. The bloodlight twisted and distorted everything it touched, creeping toward Leslie. A domain. This is some kind of domain power. Stanley truly deserves to be called the pillar of the Empire. Even before reaching Diamond Tier, he has already mastered domain power. Stanley has slain many Kyric generals and invading spellbeasts at the border. It makes sense that he would develop a killing domain like this. Once you master a domain, it creates a significant gap between you and other Diamond Tier mages. Leslie is truly facing a formidable opponent now. As Stanley's aura surged, affecting the surrounding void, the discussions among the spectators grew more intense, with expressions of amazement and admiration on their faces. Andre, Monroe, and other top prodigies also looked at Stanley with a sense of awe. Even among Diamond Tier mages, those who have initially condensed their own domain are extremely rare throughout history. Stanley is indeed the fearsome butcher of Kyric. Mastering a domain versus not mastering one is like night and day. Earlier, I thought Leslie might be able to contend with Stanley since she managed to kill 2 Platinum Tier elders. But now, it seems she'll be instantly overpowered. Edward couldn't help but sigh. Even if Leslie and Stanley were at the same level, the difference between having a domain and not having one is immense. A domain is akin to a mage's own world. Within it, the mage gains immense power while completely suppressing anyone who enters. Furthermore, the various uses of a domain are considered the hallmark of top-tier mages. As countless blood red lights began to erode her surroundings, Leslie's expression grew significantly more serious. She noticed the coldness emitted by her spear was being eroded and extinguished. In just a moment, her surroundings were dyed blood red, as if she were in a sea of blood chilling and menacing. Despite her serious expression, Leslie was not surprised. The information Owen had provided her earlier mentioned that Stanley might have condensed his own domain in its embryonic form. And to counter a domain, other methods were simply ineffective. Within my domain, you won't have any chance. Considering your noble heritage and the sacrifices your ancestors made for the Azure Kingdom, you should end your life to atone, Stanley said, shaking his head slightly as his domain of killing intent enveloped Leslie. For Stanley, this was an internal conflict, and minimizing impact and losses was the best way to protect the people of the Azure Kingdom. After all, in the end, it's the common people who suffer the most from war. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Leslie, standing within his domain, seemed unaffected by its suppression. Her expression remained calm, and her aura was not being suppressed, instead, it was continually rising. General Stanley, you may be too arrogant. Domains are indeed powerful, but you're not the only one who has mastered a domain, Leslie declared as she struck her spear heavily into the ground. A cold chill spread from the spear, quickly covering its surface with translucent ice crystals. These crystals then spread to the ground, rapidly freezing it in a circular pattern, extending out for dozens of meters. Stanley didn't even have time to react before he found himself within the frozen expanse. Simultaneously, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. These dense snowflakes were as sharp as metal, slicing through rooftops and piercing the ground. Even when they landed on Stanley's armor, sparks flew, as if they intended to penetrate him. A domain. This was the fluctuation of a domain. At this moment, all the mages observing the battle showed expressions of astonishment and horror. They had already been shocked that Stanley, at Diamond Tier, had comprehended a domain. After all, those who could understand a domain at this tier were always exceptionally talented, often becoming legends. But Leslie was only a Platinum Tier mage. How could she also have comprehended the mysteries of a domain? To them, it seemed utterly inconceivable. The concepts within a domain were incredibly profound and mysterious. They had trained for decades and barely grasped the basics. How could someone as young and relatively inexperienced as Leslie condense a domain? Moreover, her domain was completely covering and freezing Stanley's domain, indicating that her mastery of the domain far surpassed Stanley's. Even the proud and noble Monroe felt a surge of shock in her heart. Last night, when Owen rejected her confession, she thought Owen was blind, foolishly choosing Leslie, who seemed destined to be eliminated, over herself. But now, seeing Leslie's youth and her ability to condense a domain, Monroe couldn't help but feel a mix of resentment and a tinge of fear deep within her. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Treating someone with their own medicine. The power of a domain was something she, as the saintess of the Sun Moon sect, understood all too well. Within a domain, one is like meat on a chopping block, almost without any chance to resist. Moreover, while it was rare, there had been mages throughout history who mastered domains at the Diamond Tier. However, those who mastered domains at the Platinum Tier were as rare as phoenix feathers. Such individuals, as long as they lived, had unlimited potential and a future with limitless achievements. Even though Monroe usually looked down on prodigies outside her sect, feeling superior to them, she now found herself inferior to Leslie in every aspect. At this moment, it wasn't just Monroe and the others who were shocked. Stanley, standing within the domain of ice and snow, was even more astounded. He deeply understood the difficulty of mastering a domain, having nearly gone mad after a century of bitter battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But now, his strongest card seemed like a joke in front of Leslie. Not only had she mastered a domain, but hers was stronger than his. Very well, Leslie. I indeed underestimated you before. You are truly worthy of being my opponent, Stanley said, his expression extremely serious. He shifted from holding his sword with one hand to holding it with both hands. I hope you won't disappoint me from now on. With these words, he took several steps forward. Each step caused the ice on the ground to shatter instantly, ice shards flying everywhere, accompanied by the haunting wails of a battlefield, causing one's spirit to tremble. However, with Stanley and Leslie's domain, these tactics had no effect on her. Nonetheless, Stanley was still a Diamond Tier level 6 mage, and Leslie did not dare to be complacent. The order of ice emerged from her brow, radiating pure icy power. The wind and snow within the domain intensified. Leslie's figure seemed to merge with the icy wind and snow, her form dissipating, leaving only the cold, deadly intent that locked onto Stanley. Braving the wind and snow, Stanley slashed his longsword in intersecting arcs, creating long cross-shaped blade marks that swept forward. Wherever they passed, the illusion of a bloodstorm in the wails of the damned appeared. The overwhelming wind and snow were evaporated by Stanley's slash, and there were signs of his murderous domain breaking through the ice, re-emerging menacingly. However, Leslie had no intention of giving him any chance. Almost at the moment Stanley struck, she thrust her spear, attacking from his side. Leslie's body was as light and agile as a cat's, and her spear, covered in solid ice, exuded an added sense of agility and sharpness. As Leslie made her move, the battle-hardened Stanley instantly sensed her location. His figure, like a streak of blood, moved swiftly, turning and slashing his long sword at Leslie, creating dazzling arcs of blood light. Clang, 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 the two exchanged several blows in quick succession. Each collision was like an explosive detonation, sending shockwaves in all directions. Their figures continually shifted within the tempestuous waves, making it nearly impossible to lock onto their positions. Only the increasingly intense and piercing sounds of their clashes could be heard, along with the astonishing ripples spreading from within the domain. Leslie's strength is terrifying. General Stanley is actually evenly matched with her. General Stanley has been through countless battles. How could Leslie have such rich combat experience? The faces of the onlookers grew more and more astonished. Though they were shocked by Leslie's display of a domain, they didn't initially believe she could be a match for General Stanley. After all, when Stanley was fighting on the frontier, Leslie might not have even been born yet. The experience gained from life and death battles was far beyond that of everyday sparring and combat. Yet, Leslie was now holding her own against General Stanley, not only without revealing any flaws but constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Stanley, battling Leslie, could keenly feel her uniqueness and strength. He had a faint illusion that Leslie could foresee his moves. This was something that even he, after countless battles, could barely achieve. Moreover, Leslie's physique was far more resilient than he had imagined. In their rapid collisions, she showed incredible toughness. He had originally planned to injure Leslie's body with his overwhelming attacks and then capture her in one fell swoop. However, despite his fierce assaults, Leslie remained unharmed. Her seemingly delicate body was actually like a sponge, absorbing most of the impact that would have shattered any other platinum tier mage. How is this possible? Stanley's eyes were full of disbelief. The more he fought, the more desperate he became. Leslie was far too unfathomable. He had already used most of his techniques but to no avail against Leslie. Meanwhile, it seemed Leslie had yet to reveal her trump card. On his way here, he had learned that Leslie had summoned a massive dark tower to wipe out the Council of Elders, engulfing the entire palace within it. Yet now, she hadn't used it. In reality, Leslie was also gaining more respect for Stanley's strength. Although she had not fully unleashed the power of the dark tower, she had used most of her other techniques. Still, she couldn't defeat Stanley. Unlike Stanley, she couldn't maintain this state indefinitely. Taking a deep breath, Leslie slowly closed her eyes. A strange black aura began to surge from behind her. As the black aura swirled around, Stanley suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Dawn. An ancient and grand bell tolled, as if from an infinitely distant void, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Stanley's pupils contracted sharply as he saw a towering structure emerge from the swirling black aura behind Leslie, faintly discernible. The bell's tolling emanated from the 8 cornices of the dark tower, curved like ox horns, giving off an ancient, inexplicable aura that made him drowsy and lethargic. Dark Tower. Despite being affected, Stanley's obsession with the dark tower made him quickly bite his tongue, using the pain to suppress its influence. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he surged forward, his blood-stained blade aiming straight for Leslie's forehead. This strike was powerful and forceful, like a waterfall cascading down a mountain, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Although he didn't know the exact abilities of the dark tower, its appearance had triggered a primal sense of urgency and crisis within him. This was a rare sensation, one he had only experienced during life and death situations. If the dark tower fully manifested, it would spell his doom. He couldn't allow it to happen. With this thought, his descending blade grew even faster and more powerful, slicing through the air, leaving a long, deep black mark. However, just as the blade was about to strike Leslie's forehead, her figure was already sheltered within the dark tower. Gone. The blade, covered in blood-colored rust, struck the surface of the dark tower and immediately shattered, emitting a wailing sound. The recoil force from the broken blade caused Stanley's hand to crack, blood oozing out, and his hand bones vague with fractures. The dark tower then emitted a unique light, resembling black chains that wound around Stanley. As Stanley recovered from the pain of the shattered blade and prepared to use mana to distance himself from Leslie, he suddenly realized that the black chains wrapped around his body made his mana feel as if it was weighed down by immense shackles, rendering it almost impossible to mobilize. In that brief moment of astonishment, Leslie suddenly opened her cold eyes. The chill was like a sword, piercing Stanley's heart. The shadow of death made Stanley almost suffocate. However, the next moment, Stanley noticed that the tip of Leslie's spear stopped right before his eyes and did not continue to pierce forward. You lost, Leslie said coldly. Stanley did not argue because if Leslie hadn't held back, he would have already been pierced through the head. This only made him more puzzled, and he asked directly. Why don't you kill me? Chapter 108, Chapter 108 Owen's magnanimity. To Stanley, victory belonged to the strong. Since he wasn't Leslie's match and would have died at her hands, there was nothing more to say. But Leslie had shown mercy. He couldn't remember having any connection with Leslie and didn't think of her as someone who would be merciful. Meanwhile, the spectators, who had been watching the battle, stared wide-eyed at Leslie, who now held her spear pointed at Stanley's forehead, their breaths almost held in suspense. Just moments ago, the two had been evenly matched, the situation intense and deadlocked. How had it suddenly shifted to an overwhelming victory for Leslie? The tip of her spear was so close to Stanley's forehead that just an inch further would have pierced his skull. After their initial astonishment, the onlookers shared the same thought as Stanley. Leslie had chosen not to deliver the fatal blow at the critical moment. It seemed like she was deliberately sparing Stanley. But this wasn't in line with Leslie's usual behavior. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Leslie said calmly. A true general should die on the battlefield fighting against the enemy, wrapped in their horse's hide, not in the capital, killed in an internal conflict. When you were very young, you fought against Kyric. Your fate should be to die on the path to conquering Kyric, not here. Upon hearing the first part of Leslie's words, Stanley showed a look of deep agreement. His many years in the military had ingrained in him the habits and spirit of a soldier. The highest ideal for a soldier was undoubtedly to die on the battlefield against the enemy, wrapped in the hide of their horse, and return home with honor. However, Leslie's latter statement touched something deeper and made him wary. He stared at Leslie with a slightly cold gaze. Are you ordering me to march against Kyric? Stanley asked. Leslie retorted, why not? For a moment, the atmosphere between them became tense and settled. As Leslie and Stanley determined their contest's outcome, Owen and Otto's battle had reached its climax. Otto, being a diamond tier mage, had deep reserves of mana, flowing endlessly like a mighty river. In contrast, Owen, whether maintaining his obsidified state or using his eyes to track Otto's movements, required a significant amount of mana. If not for his extraordinary recovery abilities and the support of his basic healing skill, he wouldn't have been able to last this long. Even with the basic healing skill aiding his recovery and providing continuous mana for combat, Otto grew increasingly fierce with each strike, adopting a strategy of trading blows. Ultimately, Otto's depth and experience far exceeded Owen's. If this continued, Owen was certain he would be the one to face a crushing defeat. So, after withstanding a powerful axe strike from Otto, Owen seized the opportunity to retreat, creating distance between them. Then, he summoned the Order of Fire in his left hand and the Order of Thunder in his right hand. Two entirely different but equally dominant forces rose from his hands, transforming into towering flames and thunder. These forces began to merge above his head, creating a powerful and awe-inspiring spectacle. TNT. At that moment, any mage who had their attention on Owen immediately recognized this technique. The scene of Owen obliterating Tony with a single move had left an indelible mark on many in the Imperial capital, especially the shockwave that had been visible to all. Everyone remembered it vividly. At the time, Edward had even asked Owen for the name of this technique. TNT. Though the exact meaning of the skill's name was unclear, it was undeniably powerful and commanding. Now, this terrifying technique that combined the power of two orders was reappearing in Owen's hands. Immediately, the mages who had already maintained a certain distance from Owen and Otto began to frantically scramble further away. The last time Owen used this move, he was only at silver tier level 7. Yet, the resulting power had captivated the entire Imperial capital. Now, Owen had broken through to platinum tier level 7. He had essentially crossed nearly 2 major tiers. Owen's mana, mind power, and control over the orders had all advanced significantly. The explosion's power from combining the two orders this time would be unimaginably terrifying. They didn't even want to imagine it. But one thing was certain, if they stayed too close to Owen's battle, they would be caught in the explosion and turned to ashes. Many mages who had come to watch had already perished from the aftershocks of Otto and Stanley's battles. They didn't want to be collateral damage. As they rapidly retreated, Leslie also sensed the dangerous fluctuation from the two orders. Her eyes immediately turned towards Owen, a hint of confusion in her heart. The power of TNT was indeed formidable, but by her estimation, the energy emanating from it wouldn't be enough to kill a powerhouse like Otto. Otto was a diamond tier level 9 mage, just a step away from becoming a master tier mage. Moreover, as the chief elder, he undoubtedly had life-saving items at his disposal. Owen's TNT might be terrifying, and while it could heavily injure, if not kill, someone like Stanley, Otto was different. What exactly was Owen planning? He must be aware of TNT's power and Otto's strength. This thought crossed Leslie's mind but was quickly dismissed. Although she didn't understand Owen's intentions, she had absolute confidence in him. If he chose this course of action, he had his reasons. Her role now was to steadfastly wait and welcome him back in victory, just as Owen had always trusted her. Is this your famous skill, TNT? Otto asked, feeling the pressure from the two different orders building up on him. The mage robe he wore clung tightly to his body, and he felt a pinprick sensation all over. However, his eyes showed little fear. When Owen defeated Madeline and first made a name for himself, the Council of Elders had already begun collecting information about him. Thus, Owen's TNT skill was no secret to Otto. He knew it required significant power and carried substantial risks for Owen. Order, a rare and wondrous element in the world, was something that even Otto, nearing master tier, respected and feared. If the two orders fused and exploded, the resulting power might not be as catastrophic as the blast that destroyed the Council of Elders, but it would still be immensely destructive. Even facing the explosion directly could endanger his life. But Owen had a trump card, and so did Otto. It has been many years since anyone has forced me to this point. I thought I would only need to use this move against a master tier mage. I never expected to use it against a platinum tier mage. Fate truly has a sense of irony, Otto remarked, shaking his head slightly, his gaze complex. Light began to surge around him, and an ancient portal slowly emerged behind him. Owen intended to use his most powerful technique for a decisive victory, and Otto had the same idea. The longer this battle dragged on, the more his reputation would suffer. He needed to eliminate Owen quickly to avoid unforeseen complications. Moreover, Stanley's defeat by Leslie was beyond his expectations. He could not afford to waste any more time with Owen. Primal Gate, your most loyal servant calls upon you to descend. Descend. As the portal's shadow gradually materialized, Otto clasped his hands together like a devout nun, his prayers growing louder and more fervent, causing the surrounding mana to tremble. Primal Gate. Hearing Otto's incantations, many mages looked on in deep confusion, not understanding what this technique was. They could only feel that the sky behind Otto seemed to be supported by an ancient stone pillar, forming a portal that felt like the sole structure in the world, ancient and grand, filling them with a sense of dread. Merely gazing directly at the portal's shadow felt like blasphemy, a sin. Many low-level mages, upon seeing the portal, immediately fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly like puppets, as devout as if they were witnessing their deity. Even Edward, Andre, and others found their eyes drawn irresistibly to the portal, as if it possessed an inexplicable allure. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 The Primal Gate. Outside the Imperial capital, a colossal portal stood between heaven and earth, resembling the gate of myriad worlds, or perhaps the cornerstone of the world and the source of magic, ancient and mysterious. The massive stone structure, seemingly formed naturally, was covered in marks from rain, snow, and ice, giving it an aura of timelessness that could leave anyone who gazed upon it in a daze. The Primal Gate. How on earth did Otto learn this skill? Not long after, Edward, Monroe, and a few others wore expressions of sheer terror and astonishment. They recognized the Primal Gate as a terrifying yet extremely sinister forbidden technique. Any skill categorized as forbidden was invariably both extraordinarily powerful and exceptionally evil. If such techniques were to spread, they would bring endless calamities. This was why they were jointly banned and prohibited from being practiced by any mage. Even in Academy City and the Sun Moon sect, forbidden techniques were untouchable. The factions behind these institutions had scarcely any records of such skills, emphasizing their prohibition, as practicing them would ultimately harm both the practitioner and others. Yet, this rarely mentioned but clearly forbidden technique had been discovered and mastered by Otto. According to their knowledge, once the Primal Gate was opened, it would release doom light, annihilating everything in its path and recreating primordial chaos. Even after thousands of years, the land would remain desolate. It was terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, the most frightening aspect of this technique was its severe backlash, which seemed to consume the caster's lifespan. Otto was actually planning to use this move to eliminate Owen, showing how much he valued and intended to kill Owen. This situation is dire. If Otto really opens the Primal Gate and releases the Doom Light, Owen's TNT, despite its power, will be reduced to chaos by the Doom Light as long as it is made of matter and energy. This forbidden technique can threaten even Master Tier mages' safety. We indeed underestimated Otto as the Chief Elder. To have successfully mastered a forbidden technique, the Chief Elder's talent in this area is astonishing. I'm afraid Owen is doomed. Edward and the others' expressions changed drastically. Those who had planned to distance themselves from the battle now turned and fled in panic, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire and left without a grave. Even the previously confident prodigies with protective treasures no longer dared to stay, quickly retreating and putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Owen and Otto. They felt that both Owen and Otto were complete madmen. Neither TNT nor the forbidden technique were things they could withstand at their current levels. They couldn't begin to imagine what kind of catastrophic explosion would occur when these two terrifying forces collided. As everyone fled further and further away, the primal gate behind Otto almost became tangible, manifesting in the world. This moment, Otto, standing before the gate, seemed as small as a black dot. However, since his aura was merged with the primal gate, his small body exuded a presence that distorted the space-time around him, making him appear extraordinarily domineering and terrifying. Otto's eyes, now pitch black and ancient, coldly stared at Owen. With the primal gate revealed, Owen, any of your techniques are meaningless. At this moment, with the primal gate standing behind him, the dangerous fluctuations from Owen's impending TNT seemed to vanish. The sense of danger that had just surged in Otto's heart disappeared like smoke in the wind. Owen's TNT had completely lost its threat to him. Or rather, under the primal gate, all techniques were futile. As the primal gate locked on Owen, the mana around him seemed to sense something, scattering away in terror. Even Owen felt a sense of peril as if a sword hung over his head. The next moment, Otto seemed to perceive the astonishment and fear in Owen's eyes and laughed loudly, waving his hand forward. Immediately, the primal gate trembled, causing the entire area to shake. Then, a dim gray light emanated from the portal. The light seemed to be the most primordial chaos, creating and destroying everything within it, a cycle of life and death, reversing yin and yang, profoundly mysterious. Wherever the light shone, time and space lost all meaning. In less than a breath, the gray light had already reached Owen. Everything in front of Owen turned into an indistinguishable, untouchable chaotic mist. An unprecedented sense of danger made his heart race. Taking a deep breath, he hurled the successfully fused TNT forward. The flames and thunder intertwined, forming a spiral-shaped light ball, with the flames chasing the thunder and the thunder chasing the flames. It quickly collided with the gray light. At the moment of contact, Otto's face showed even more disdain. As a practitioner of the primal gate, he was acutely aware of the domineering nature of this forbidden technique. Even the terrifying energy mass formed by the order powers would be suppressed and gradually obliterated. Almost simultaneously with the disdain on Otto's face, Owen's TNT, the chaotic spiral energy mass, was assimilated like dust into the primordial chaotic aura, disappearing without a trace. The TNT was neutralized. Even though Owen knew the primal gate was bizarre and powerful, he hadn't expected the TNT to be neutralized so effortlessly. Haha, Owen, is this your strongest technique? It didn't even cause a ripple in my presence. After assimilating the TNT, Otto's face was full of smugness, and his gaze at Owen was like that of a dead man. However, there was no fear on Owen's face, instead, he wore a calculating smile. Otto's heart skipped a beat. The feeling of unease he had felt when the Council of Elders was bombed surged back. But now, Owen had no more techniques left and was about to be turned into part of the chaos by the Doom Light. So why did he still feel uneasy about Owen? Otto didn't understand, but Owen knew very well. The second form skill of the Godslayer staff, Guardian Shield, quietly appeared in front of him. From the moment he started condensing the TNT, he had been luring Otto into using this move. According to the intelligence he received from Davis, the primal gate was a forbidden secret technique, but it was also a projectile-type magic. And this type of magic was perfectly countered by the Guardian Shield. Based on the order of the Guardian Shield, any projectile-type magic would be reflected back with triple the force. Killing Otto with conventional methods was nearly impossible for Owen, but if Otto himself helped, it would be much easier. Now, the Doom Light shot from the primal gate was the perfect weapon for Otto's own demise. Old man, who said TNT is my strongest attack? Sometimes, being a frog in a well isn't a good thing, Owen said calmly, shielded by the Guardian Shield. As soon as he finished speaking, the Doom Light struck the Guardian Shield, which absorbed the impact and then reflected it back like a mirror. Otto noticed the Guardian Shield glowing in front of Owen. He didn't know what it was but sensed it was the source of Owen's confidence. If he could destroy it, he wanted to see how devastated and hopeless Owen would look. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw the Doom Light being reflected back at him by the curved shield. At that moment, facing his own Doom Light, now nearly 3 times stronger, Otto felt his scalp tingle with fear. It was as if the Doom Light he had summoned had turned into a sword aimed straight at his heart. When the reflected Doom Light struck him, he felt an indescribable pain, as if he were being torn apart. His skin, then his flesh and bones, began to dissolve like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing as if they had never existed. He didn't even have time to react or scream before he was reduced to ashes. Chapter 110, Chapter 110 Planetary Tier Skill. As Otto was obliterated by the Doom Light reflected by the Guardian Shield, becoming part of the ashes, Davis, Monroe, Edward, and the others gasped in disbelief. They had just realized that Otto held an absolute advantage, even Owen's TNT was obliterated under the Doom Light. Yet, just as the Doom Light was about to fall upon Owen, it was blocked. It's known that the Primal Gate's Doom Light can destroy everything, recreating chaos, and is among the most fearsome offensive forces in forbidden arts. However, it was now blocked by Owen, and even reflected by the light shield on him, causing Otto to be indirectly killed by his own means. What on earth is that light shield? Owen had never used it before. I don't know, but judging by Owen's calm demeanor from beginning to end, it seems he anticipated this. Otto turned to ashes. He was close to a Master Tier Mage, which is incredible. In today's era, Platinum Tier Mages rarely fall in battle, let alone a top-tier Diamond Tier Mage. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in a deafening discussion. The eyes that turned to Owen were now filled with awe. Though they were unsure what method Owen used at the end, it was undeniable that Otto truly died because of that Guardian Shield. Owen is only a Platinum Tier level 7 right now. What kind of terror would he unleash once he breaks through to the Diamond Tier? Given the speed at which Owen is advancing, they vaguely felt that the time is not far off. A true new star has risen. If previously Owen was only renowned among the younger generation, almost everyone only regarded him as a leading figure among the young. At this moment, with Otto dying at his hands, even the veteran mages had to admit that Owen now has the potential to stand among the ranks of the top-tier mages in various kingdoms, holding his ground as a prodigy among the veteran mages. How incredible is this? After all, for a mage to break through to the Diamond Tier, they must undergo long periods of rigorous training and honing, typically taking nearly 100 years to reach this tier. However, Owen, who was initially thought to be merely a prodigy, had unknowingly caught up with and even surpassed them. Guardian Shield truly deserves to be the second form of the Godslayer staff. At this moment, Owen gradually withdrew the Guardian Shield, a hint of shock on his face. The terror of Otto's Doom Light just now made TNT look useless. If it weren't for the Guardian Shield, he would have been the one to turn to ashes. He won this time by a stroke of luck. Even though he had previously learned from the information provided by Davis that Otto possessed the Primal Gate, a forbidden technique, if Otto's ultimate trump card had not been a ballistic-type forbidden art, even Leslie would have found it troublesome. It would have been impossible to eliminate him so easily. Although the process was somewhat arduous, the final result was satisfactory. Congratulations, host, for eliminating Chief Elder Otto and earning 20,000 fate points. The experience gained today has reached its limit, and the overflow experience has been converted into 30,000 fate points. The system prompt sounded, and Owen was somewhat surprised. It seems that his rapid advancement from Gold Tier level 9 to Platinum Tier level 7 by destroying the Council of Elders was too fast. After all, he had never heard of an experience cap before. However, the abundant experience gained from eliminating Diamond Tier level 9 auto wasn't wasted but instead converted into fate points. A total of 30,000. This left Owen very satisfied. Improving his rank was not a difficult task for him. On the contrary, acquiring fate points was extremely challenging, and obtaining so many at once left Owen quite pleased. For Owen now, fate points were undoubtedly more important. The Fate Store had many tempting items for him. Moreover, not long ago, after destroying the Council of Elders, the Fate Store had received an upgrade, allowing planetary tier skills to be purchased. Owen pondered for a moment and glanced at his status panel. Name, Owen. Level, Platinum Tier LV7. Talents, Order of Merlin, Starlit LV2, Supreme of All. Express, 0.98 millions. Skills, Mana Void, Supreme Sword, Guardian Shield, Order Fusion Spell, Obsidify LV3, Judgment Light Sword, Basic Healing Skill, Order of Thunder Usage Skill, Order of Fire Usage Skill, Absolute Copy, Corpse Animation Spell, Armament Merge, Dark Ring, Crushing Punch. Weapons, Godslayer Staff 2/7, Spear of Longinus, Dragonslayer Dagger, Fallen Angel Set. Luck, 90 max 100. Fate points, 88,450. Seeing that he had over 80,000 fate points, Owen's eyes lit up. Every time he browsed the Fate Store before, he felt his wallet was empty and lacked confidence when viewing the dazzling treasures. At that time, he didn't have many fate points, but now, with over 80,000 fate points, he was several times richer than before. He could finally take a good look at the treasures in the Fate Store, especially the planetary tier skills after the store upgrade. Owen eagerly opened the Fate Store. In addition to the 3 original fixed sections, there was an update for planetary tier skills, flashing with golden light. From what Owen understood, each planetary tier spell skill was rare in the world and comparable to forbidden arts, but without the drawbacks and backlash of forbidden arts. This level of spell skill was rare and elusive, and every time they appeared, they stirred up a storm across the continent. Even a kingdom like the Azure Kingdom did not have the qualification to compete for such skills. Even if they sent people to participate, they would only be cannon fodder. These skills are incredibly tempting even for master tier mages. They could even attract the attention of grandmaster tier mages. Now, the rare planetary tier skills were more than just one in the Fate Store. Owen rubbed his hands in anticipation as the Fate Store he opened transformed into 8 streams of light, surrounding him like stars, radiating brilliant light. Seeing this, Owen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The Fate Store had put up 8 different planetary tier spell skills at once. It's known that any single planetary tier spell skill involves the mysterious order level. Once mastered, it would elevate a mage to a top tier power in the continent, gaining widespread fame. Securing just one would make any mage ecstatic, with no complaints whatsoever. Yet he had a wide selection to choose from. Immediately, Owen's gaze swept over the 8 stars circling in front of him. Meteor Shower Technique, a planetary tier spell skill, contains the mysteries of both the earth and sky orders. Mastering this technique allows one to summon a meteor shower from the heavens above. Minor mastery can destroy a city, while full mastery can obliterate a nation. After reading about the starry light orb in front of him, woven with earth yellow and sky blue hues, Owen swallowed hard, extremely tempted. Just from the description of this planetary tier spell skill alone, he could imagine countless meteors trailing long fiery tails descending from the sky, wielding near apocalyptic power. Owen never felt he had enough of such large-scale destructive spell skills. However, when he glanced at the price, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. 70,000 fate points. He currently had only a little over 80,000 fate points. Purchasing it would mean he would have to forego any other planetary tier skills. He wasn't confident he could earn tens of thousands of fate points in a short time. So, Owen had to force himself to calm down and look at the other planetary tier skills available. With so many options here, and limited fate points, he needed to be cautious and choose the skill that was the best and most beneficial for him, or else he would waste this excellent opportunity. World in Hand, a planetary tier spell skill, contains the Order of Space. With minor mastery, one can open up a small world. If integrated with one's domain, it can imprison enemies within. With full mastery, it can evolve the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, becoming a world unto itself, allowing the caster to become the master of this world. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. I don't understand this skill. After reading about it, Owen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This skill could actually create a small world. It is known that those who can touch the essence of the world almost always bear the title of a god. And this skill could allow the practitioner a glimpse into that extraordinary power in advance. Although this skill didn't have the destructive power of the meteor shower technique, in terms of potential, it definitely surpassed it. Owen glanced at the required fate point 75,000. Owen's excited heart calmed down a bit. Although he had Mana Void, his domain range was too small to truly cover an area of several miles. This skill was somewhat impractical for him, so Owen continued to look further. After several hundred breaths, after reviewing all 8 stars, Owen's attention was focused on the last planetary tier spell skill. Supreme Order. The name of this skill was quite special. Owen had some impression of this order. It was mentioned in the introduction of the first episode of the anime's background. The Dark God King was not born in this plane but came from the previous plane. It is said that Supreme Order was a skill possessed by the Dark God King's father. However, the anime did not elaborate much on this skill. It was only mentioned that this skill could create and destroy all things, serving as the foundation and prototype of all spells. It is both a spell and time and space itself. Extremely powerful and profoundly mysterious. When Owen first saw the name of this planetary tier skill, he wondered if he was mistaken. This skill clearly wasn't a planetary tier existence but something higher, even a legendary universe level divine skill. Only a god could master and perform such a skill. Yet, this skill truly appeared here, and the required fate points were only 80,000. It could be acquired for 80,000 fate points. Owen was undeniably tempted. Even though he didn't know what kind of existence the Dark God King's father was, the power of the Dark God King still circulated throughout the continent to this day. His staff possessed various incredible abilities. Moreover, the anime introduced him as part of a special background, indicating that the Dark God King's father was also an incredibly terrifying existence. Owen didn't know if he would ever encounter this skill again if he missed it. So, after only a moment of hesitation, Owen made up his mind. Buy it. Thus, 80,000 fate points turned into a golden torrent, pouring into the light orb of Supreme Order. Immediately, the surface of the Fate Store seemed to be on fire, burning away the surface information and refreshing it with new content. A light orb, dozens of times brighter than the previous ones, replaced the 8 light orbs, radiating a certain allure. Supreme Order advanced required fate points, 1 million. Owen's mouth twitched slightly. He had felt something was off before. How could a skill belonging to the Dark God King's father be sold so cheaply? Now it seemed he had been tricked by the system. The Supreme Order he just purchased had already appeared in his mind, clearly marked with the words beginner version. As for this advanced version, Owen carefully counted the zeros after it. A full 1,000,000 fate points. Owen's eye twitched at the sight. At his current rate of acquiring fate points, he had no idea when he would manage to gather 1,000,000 fate points. Just as Owen was feeling duped, the system seemed to sense his thoughts, and around the light orb of Supreme Order Advanced other light orbs of varying sizes appeared. These light orbs also contained various spell skills, all marked with the words Advanced, and the fate points required for each were astronomical, often in the hundreds of thousands. It seemed that although planetary tier skills were already very powerful, they would become outdated when reaching higher levels. Skills like these have a gradual process and can't be achieved overnight. Thinking of this, Owen felt much better. After all, obtaining the beginner version of Supreme Order was quite a profit. Previously, his skills were more about defense and survival. Now, with the Supreme Order skill, he estimated that he should be able to cross 2 major tiers and easily defeat his enemies. At that moment, Leslie walked over, slightly frowning, and tugged on Owen's sleeve. What are you daydreaming about? Did the technique you used just now have a strong backlash on you? Owen snapped back to reality and shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Then he noticed, with slightly narrowed eyes, that Leslie's level had increased significantly, reaching Platinum Tier level 8. She was still at a higher level than him. When Owen last saw Leslie, she was only at Platinum Tier level 3. Apparently, she hadn't been idle these past days and must have used the Dark Tower to train and level up. It's good you're fine. Otto is dead, the Council of Elders is destroyed, and now we just need to deal with Stanley. Leslie sensed that Owen had some secrets, but she didn't press him. Instead, she turned her attention to Stanley. Owen had secrets, and so did she, which she didn't see as a problem. Owen felt the same way. Although he was curious about Leslie's Dark Tower, if she didn't mention it, he didn't plan to ask. Moreover, with so many people watching them, it was better to focus on the task at hand. Under the gaze of Owen and Leslie, Stanley took a deep breath, recovering from the shock of Otto's death, and coldly glanced at Owen and Leslie. Although your strength is formidable, and I am not your opponent, the destruction of the Azure royal family and the Council of Elders must be explained to me in the world. Stanley's attitude was resolute. The previous defeat had dealt him a significant blow, but it also made him completely indifferent to his own life and death. Leslie, not to mention your past crimes, you've secretly built a power, threatened ministers and mages to serve you, behaving like a treacherous villain. And the Crown Prince, the Queen, the son of the Chief Elder, the elders of the Council of Elders all died miserably at your hands. This shows how ruthless you are, lacking any sense of reverence. Hearing Stanley's words, Leslie shook her head and said, Firstly, I did threaten those ministers and some mages, but only because I had leverage over them. They were corrupt and unrighteous, which allowed me to control them. Moreover, under my leadership, rewards and punishments are clear. Even without using leverage, how many do you think would leave me? The bustling world is all for profit, people come and go for their interests. I can bring them benefits, so they are willing to follow me. It's merely a transaction. As for the Crown Prince and the people of the Council of Elders, they were already doomed. I was merely carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. The Azure Kingdom's current state of weakness and vulnerability is entirely the fault of the Council of Elders and the royal family. If not for their narrow-mindedness, constant scheming, and suppression of domestic talents, how would it cause a brain drain and disunity among the officials? They were blind to the suffering of the people. The streets are full of beggars, and thieves and bandits emerge one after another. You probably haven't noticed, have you? Under my governance, this will never happen. The Azure Kingdom will rise and no longer suffer oppression. In the end, Leslie spoke as if making a promise, her expression solemn. When Leslie's words fell, everyone present, except Owen, stared at her in shock. Stanley, finally understanding her intentions, questioned. Leslie, what do you mean? Are you planning to become the first Empress of the Azure Kingdom? Leslie replied seriously, why not? Stanley angrily retorted, your methods are bloody, and your schemes are ruthless. How can you rule as an Empress without the people's support, bringing disaster for 1,000 years? Leslie snorted coldly, only those who rule the world can gain the people's support. The current Azure Kingdom is corrupt from top to bottom and requires strict measures. This is what's beneficial for the people in the Azure Kingdom. Has there been any rebellion in the Imperial capital under my rule? Facing Leslie's question, Stanley was left speechless. He knew that he was a failure today, and no matter what he said, it would be meaningless. Thus, he began to remove his armor, preparing to retire and live in seclusion. But at that moment, Leslie planted a spear in front of him and asked seriously, General Stanley, are you a general of the Azure royal family or a general of the Azure people? Chapter 112, Chapter 112 War. General Stanley, are you a general of the Azure royal family or a general of the Azure people? Leslie's questioning voice echoed, and Stanley felt a wave of confusion. As a soldier, he had always fought to protect the people of the border. This commitment was ingrained in him. He had come to the Imperial capital to demand an explanation from Owen and Leslie because their rebellion had caused turmoil in the once stable Azure Kingdom. Now, as Leslie had said, under her rule, there had been no major unrest in the capital or elsewhere. The real casualties and disruptions affected mostly the noble families. Additionally, Chief Elder Otto and the Council of Elders were eliminated and destroyed by Owen. The Azure Kingdom would soon return to peace, only with a new Empress in charge. As various thoughts and emotions surged in Stanley's mind, Leslie noticed his inner wavering and waved her hand to the back. Immediately, Charlotte appeared beside Leslie in a flash, holding several hundred urgent letters with respect. These letters had red feathers attached, signifying that they contained the most critical information for the Empire. Leslie glanced at them and took a letter from the pile, beginning to read it aloud. At approximately 10 o'clock on the 16th, tens of thousands of Kyrek border troops attacked Sandfall City on the frontier. Sandfall City is in a state of emergency and requests reinforcements. At approximately 11 o'clock on the 16th, Kyrek unleashed spellbeasts to attack the important frontier town, requesting aid. At approximately 12 o'clock on the 16th, outside Sandfall City, a large number of spellbeasts were gathered. Spellbeasts attacked the city with the main army. The defending general fought bravely but was no match for Kyrek's overwhelming force. Sandfall City was breached, and the defenders lay dead everywhere. After the city fell, the Kyrek army looted, killed, and committed countless atrocities. They then set fire to the city, with flames soaring into the sky, visible from miles away. Upon reading this, Leslie scattered the letters before Stanley. Stanley was deeply shocked by the news Leslie had read. He hadn't expected that during his time away from the border, Kyrek would take advantage of the situation and launch a massive attack on the frontier. Even Sandfall City, a frontline border town, had been breached. He remembered that the commander of Sandfall City was a straightforward man who had sent his wife and children away long ago. When Stanley first heard this, he laughed at the commander, thinking that with himself stationed at the border, Kyrek would dare not invade, and if they did, they would meet their doom. There was no need for such premature preparations for the aftermath. However, now it seemed that the internal turmoil of the Empire had foreshadowed great trouble. Even sensing the imminent danger, the commander and his soldiers fought to the end, protecting the people of Sandfall City until they perished in battle. Stanley's heart ached sharply, especially upon hearing about the fall of the city. His heart sank to the bottom. He was all too familiar with the ways of the Kyrek savages, who raped, looted, and committed atrocities, treating the people of the Azure Kingdom as less than human. Although he hadn't witnessed the carnage firsthand, the horrifying scene seemed vividly before his eyes, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Kyrick, damn you. The intense fury nearly tore Stanley's chest apart. He cursed loudly and immediately looked towards his army in the distance. All troops, assemble. Follow me to war. The Kyrick beasts must pay for this. As soon as he finished speaking, his mount, which lay crouched like a black bear, sensed his emotion and charged towards Stanley. Stanley leapt into the air, landing on the back of his spellbeast, and then, like a plume of smoke and dust, galloped toward the horizon. The soldiers who had followed Stanley, all loyal to him, immediately followed him, heading towards the border. To them, the safety of the frontier people was most important, not the internal strife. They neither liked nor wanted to participate in it. After Stanley led his troops away, the place returned to complete peace. Countless people gazed at Owen and Leslie standing on the ruins of the capital city wall, their expressions complex. Earlier, the chief elder and general had come with great momentum. The expected defeat of Owen and Leslie did not occur. Instead, Chief Elder Otto and General Stanley had faced death in retreat. The situation in the capital in the Azure Kingdom was miraculously stabilized by the two of them. Amid the crowd's astonishment, disbelief, and acceptance, Leslie stood like a pure white swan, surveying the crowd as if declaring her presence to them. Everyone from the Azure Kingdom who met Leslie's gaze showed signs of submission. Leslie's skill and strength had completely conquered them at that moment. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind without exception. From this day forward, the first and only queen in the history of the Azure Kingdom had been born. Monroe and many other prodigies felt somewhat ashamed under Leslie's gaze. Monroe and many other prodigies felt somewhat ashamed under Leslie's gaze. Whether it was Leslie's absolutely stunning and coldly